Good people often lead short lives. If one is to act, let it be as a harbinger of chaos. Transported into the world of Harry Potter, I have become the last scion of the Prince family, a relative of Severus Snape. Alan Prince vowed never to be a virtuous soul in this lifetime, while inadvertently altering Snape's woeful fate. Some deem him merely a child of wretched temperament. Others label him a dark wizard of nefarious intent. Yet, many regard him as the savior of an ordinary wizarding family, a luminary heralding progress within the magical realm. But Alan wishes to express that he is simply an unremarkable wizard, perhaps with a touch of a sour disposition. Chapter 1. Moonlit Night, Serpent Shadow. The moonlight, like a delicate veil, gently envelopes the night, gradually shrouding the clamor of the day, leaving only a faint silver glow upon the desolate streets. The street lamps cast a dull yellow light, their shadows mottled, dividing the ground into patches of eerie light and darkness. I could see that moment. A faint yet piercing sound of friction shattered the night's tranquility, as if some massive, cold creature was dragging its scaled form across the cobblestones, leaving behind a trail that sent shivers down the spine. An indescribable scent permeated the air, intertwining with the night's chill, rendering the street eerily silent and foreboding, as if each step ventured into the threshold of another world. The boy walked along the somewhat uneven cobblestones, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was profound, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering him both cold and cruel. Mr. Thief, stealing is hardly a commendable act, you know. You ought to be more cautious in your next life. The boy chuckled lightly, his voice playful yet youthful, echoing in the empty street. As his words faded, a monstrous python constricted its muscles, eliciting a look of anguish from the frail man ensnared within its grasp. The sickening crack of bones reverberated throughout the street, sending chills through the air. However, before the boy could savor the pained expression on the thief's face, a beam of white light struck the serpent's scales. The python, in agony, released its grip on the thief, its tongue flicking out as it warily surveyed its surroundings. Alan Prince, do you require a reminder of how many laws of the magical world you have transgressed? A middle-aged man with greasy hair and a hawk-like nose emerged from the shadows, his gaze chilling as he fixed it upon the boy. Good evening, Severus. Have you come to bask in the moonlight as well? The boy gently patted the python's head, soothing its displeasure. Perhaps you should address me as Uncle Snape. Snape huffed, inspecting the injured thief before casually waving his wand to erase the man's memories. The injured muggle, enduring the agony of broken bones, silently trudged down the street, unwavering. There's no need to look at me that way. My dear uncle, survival, at times, represents another form of challenge, albeit one where the target of the challenge has been misidentified. Alan met Snape's gaze with unwavering intensity, gently caressing the head of the great serpent, retrieving the pale blue gem that had fallen to the ground. In Spinner's End, there was never a shortage of petty criminals, yet one could only lament the sheer misfortune of this fool. Circe, it seems your hunting expedition for the evening must conclude prematurely. Let's depart. With a tender touch upon the thick scales of the massive python, Alan chuckled softly, leading the serpent step by step into the depths of the alley, gradually blending into the profound embrace of the night. The sound of scales scraping against the pavement lent an eerie, somber atmosphere to the desolate alley. It was difficult to envision how a mere child of 10 could command such a colossal beast. Snape trailed closely behind Alan, anxious that this restless little imp might enact some outrageous spectacle. Observing the elongated silhouette ahead, Snape's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Recalling that fateful night 11 years prior, he harbored a fierce desire to rip the hypocritical visage of Dumbledore from his face and consume a whole. What utter nonsense merely caring for a child, and what drivel this child shares your bloodline. He shall carry forth your glory. If time could rewind, he would unflinchingly cast Dumbledore, along with his insincere benevolence and this progeny of darkness, into the abyss. As Alan walked ahead, he felt the tumult of Snape's emotions, and a faint smile graced his lips. Years of solitude had fostered within him a fervent desire to stir trouble for Snape. Though Snape was engrossed in his own work and career, much of his time was consumed by the tedious crafting of potions. Despite possessing the intellect of an adult, he was still akin to a mischievous child yearning for attention, employing various pranks to capture Snape's focus. Of course, his methods were far from simplistic tonight's antics, may well have stemmed from a genuine desire to treat his beloved Circe to a lavish feast. Snape was his sole kin in this world. While he might not be the most competent guardian, he had never denied Alan's needs in the realm of daily life, leaving Alan forever grateful. Thus, in the 3rd year since his arrival in this realm, Alan resolved to alter Snape's unspeakably tragic fate. Indeed, he was not a native of this world. He had traversed into this realm a decade ago. In his previous life, after his parents divorced and subsequently reconstituted their family, He had lived under the roof of a distant uncle since childhood. After much toil, he finally became a local surgeon, only to be brutally slain by a mob of scoundrels caught in a compromising situation that if he were to claim he had savored that gentleness, then indeed he had met a fitting end and deserved it. The crux of the matter was, he was still a virgin. That group of fools has completely mistaken the person. Though he is uncertain why he retains memories of a past life in this world, he feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, particularly upon learning that his guardian in this lifetime is the illustrious Batman, Severus Snape. His heart swells with unbounded joy. Oh, why did this not the magical realm described by the great J.K. Rowling? Though fraught with peril, the opportunity to confront the enigmatic force of magic makes the prospect of facing death once more wholly worthwhile. Moreover, since his birth, he possesses a unique ability to absorb the power derived from the negative emotions surrounding him: murder, greed, laziness, anger, pride, lust, and envy. These energies surge through his mind like crashing waves, coalescing into seeds of mental fortitude, thereby endowing him with extraordinary spiritual strength. He can manipulate the thoughts of others through mere eye contact, distorting their perceptions. This capability bears a striking resemblance to the hypnotic powers of a vampire, yet its range is vast even from a distance. He can simultaneously mesmerize multiple individuals. Such a gift is, for Alan, a boon from fate, yet it also raises concerns for Snape and Dumbledore, who fear that his character may become distorted. He does not disappoint their expectations, being inherently a restless spirit. This compels Severus to bring a house elf from Hogwarts, willing to care for Alan and keep a vigilant eye on him. Had it not been for the house elf's timely intervention today, that foolish muggle would have surely met a dire fate at the jaws of serpent. Chapter 2. The letter from Hogwarts. My dear uncle, is Hogwarts truly so relentless in its exploitation of owls? Must they deliver letters even in the dead of night? As he approached home, Alan spotted from a distance the owl that frequently delivered messages to Snape and remarked with a hint of mockery. With a casual snap of his fingers, the letter hanging from the gray owl's talon soared toward him. Snape, witnessing this scene, displayed neither joy nor sorrow. He had long accustomed himself to the boy's proficiency in wandless magic, yet he refrained from offering any explanation. 19 Spider-Tail Alley, Cockworth, Alan Williamson Prince. Is this my letter? Alan gazed at the missive adorned with the insignias of a lion, a serpent, a honey pot, and an eagle. Astonished that the acceptance letter from Hogwarts had arrived so swiftly, seemingly still 2 months before the term commenced. With excitement, he opened the letter and meticulously examined its contents. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, Knight of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Wizard of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Prince, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your Owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Alan gazed at Professor McGonagall's letter, then turned to the second page detailing the necessary items for enrollment and a train ticket, a genuine smile gracing his face. Despite Snape being a professor at Hogwarts, he had never once set foot in the esteemed institution. Not even once. He was filled with longing for the ancient library within those hallowed halls. Little Circe, bring out your snacks and share with this fine owl. Alan waved dismissively, urging Circe away, for the small creature was eyeing the owl with drool pooling at its mouth. He was well aware of how many dried mice she had hoarded in her cave. Feeding an owl nuts would indeed be a grave affront. You've been to Diagon Alley a few times, so I want to accompany you. If you lack giant blood, you should know where to go and where to avoid. Snape observed Alan's joyful expression, a flicker of amusement passing across his face, almost as if it were an apparition. Even his concern could not diminish his inherent harshness. Haha. Alan chuckled lightly, uninterested in engaging with him. Although he shared blood with Snape, their dynamic resembled that of friends, as Alan was indifferent to Snape's limitations and jibes. Not minding Alan's refusal to converse, Snape remained unfazed, perhaps having grown accustomed to it long ago. However, this boy was indeed a habitual offender, seemingly eager to dwell in the filthy and repugnant corners of Knockturn Alley. Alan shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor unperturbed. The more negative emotions he absorbed, the more formidable his mental strength became. Each time he passed that place, he could sense his own spiritual energy pulsating with intensity. He had even implored Snape to take him on a tour of Azkaban, but, as expected, he was met with indifference. Fear not, my dear uncle. Alan chuckled softly, drifting towards his room alongside Circe. The friction of scales against the ground filled the small abode with an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. Snape's house was modest, a simple 4-room dwelling. Aside from their individual rooms, the remaining 2 rooms were entirely under Snape's dominion. One of these rooms was accessible to Alan, containing a vast repository of magical knowledge, including all the textbooks for every subject taught at Hogwarts from the 1st to the 6th year. It was hard to believe that this was not a deliberate act on Snape's part. Basic potion ingredients were also stored here, and as Snape's sole heir, Alan was never restricted from brewing fundamental potions. The other room, however, was completely off-limits to him. Merely passing by, he could sense an indescribable chill and oppression in the air, a mingling of ancient magical potions and unknown fears that sent shivers across his skin. He felt a blend of trepidation and an insatiable curiosity regarding what lay beyond that door. He surmised that it must be Snape's laboratory for studying dark magic. He harbored no sentiments towards his biological parents. From Snape's cryptic remarks, he inferred that he might have been born from some malevolent magical ritual. Thus, he felt no attachment to his nominal parents. Various bloodline evidences suggested that those with the ability to speak Parseltongue had nearly gone extinct, with the few remaining residing in North America, leaving the origin of his own ability open to speculation. He had some theories in his mind, but dared not leap to conclusions. Shaking his head to dispel the haze of thought, he stifled his curiosity and proceeded to his room, convinced that one day he would unravel the origins of his bloodline. Upon stepping into his chamber, the dim yellow light was sliced by the faint illumination filtering through the door, creating a mosaic of shadows. The air within was tinged with a subtle, metallic sweetness. And on the floor, colorful serpents slithered gracefully, resembling flowing rainbows or phantoms lurking in the night, yet they appeared unusually docile in his presence. Perhaps it was due to his Parseltongue ability, for the venom of these snakes posed no threat to him. At the center of the serpentine gathering lay a desert horned viper, its body coiled in an elegant curve, its scales glinting coldly in the dim light. It slowly raised its head, its eyes shimmering with intelligence. As their gazes met, it felt as if an unspoken dialogue was transpiring between them. The surrounding serpents began to mimic one another. Some coiled into circles while others slithered forward, yet all maintained an unwavering reverence and intimacy towards Alan. The entire scene was both bizarre and harmonious, resembling a surrealistic painting. "Master, I am hungry." In this peculiar moment, Cersei spoke out of turn. Though her voice was merely a series of hisses, to Alan's ears, it resonated with clarity. As the serpent worthy of being Alan's pet, Cersei undoubtedly reigned as the queen among them. Her body bore dark green stripes, and her 14-meter length gave her an appearance of strength rather than bulkiness. Exuding a unique beauty of power, the mottled light within the room danced upon her shimmering, metallic scales, each ray seemingly outlining her elegant patterns, rendering her both mysterious and majestic. Her eyes sparkled like two profound gems, radiating wisdom and calmness. Cersei slowly ascended onto Alan's bed, her head held high, her tongue flickering, capturing every subtle scent in the air. Among the serpents in the room, she was not only a symbol of strength, but also an embodiment of wisdom and grace. "Your dinner will arrive shortly, no need to rush." Alan smiled, briefly ignoring the eager gaze of the desert horned viper, as he stroked Cersei's cold scales, feeling an immense sense of tranquility within. His mental control could not deceive Snape, who often employed his mind-sealing techniques, yet bewildering a muggle was a trivial task. Cersei gazed out the window at the swaying figure nearby, a flicker of delight passing through her serpentine eyes as she lunged forth. Akin to a demon emerging from the shadows, ensnaring the unfortunate muggle and gradually crushing his bones. Her mouth opened, revealing an abyss of darkness. Throughout the ordeal, the frail man felt no pain, or perhaps he did, but his body insisted he remain silent. Chapter 3. The Killing Curse. In the early morning, bright light streamed through the window, illuminating Alan's handsome face, as golden rays accentuated his striking features. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly capturing the first light of dawn, sparkling with anticipation for the new day. He gently lifted his hand, allowing his fingertips to weave through the delicate, warm light. The crimson forked tongue flicked across his knuckles, lending an eerie chill to the otherwise warm scene. "Well, perhaps you should realize you are no longer a child." Alan gently removed the small serpent from his neck, stroking its rough scales while locking eyes with it, filled with affection. Given his character, having chosen Cersei as his pet, he would typically lack the energy to nurture another. Yet, Loki was an unexpected addition. Indeed, this serpent was named Loki, a silver desert horned viper. Besides its inherent talents, who could resist a serpent that resembled a dragon? "Master, it is time to rise." Loki nuzzled against Alan's fingers, cautiously observing Cersei, who remained in a deep slumber. Gently licking Alan's face, Alan chuckled softly, affectionately patting the creature's head as he quickly donned his attire. Cersei and Loki were his most cherished pets, raised by his own hand. Both hailed from a muggle zoo, Cersei, a reticulated python, and Loki, a desert horned viper. Although creatures of the muggle realm, an extraordinary transformation had occurred in both serpents since they had come into Alan's care. Cersei's size had grown increasingly exaggerated, surpassing the limits of her species by the time Alan turned 9, exhibiting terrifying enhancements in speed, strength, defense, and reflexes. Besides the necessity of using a cutting charm for shedding her skin, she was nearly comparable to some magical beasts, having now reached a daunting length of 14 meters, indeed. A titan among pythons. Even seasoned wizards approached her with utmost caution. Loki's evolution manifested in his venom and intellect. His originally modest size had diminished further, now barely measuring 30 centimeters. In terms of size, they were worlds apart. However, Loki possessed the ability to create a toxic mist with his fangs, a phenomenon Alan had personally tested. This noxious fog had the capacity to corrode flesh, proving quite formidable. Initially, neither serpent regarded the other with any esteem, each vying for the title of Alan's favorite pet. Yet, victory consistently favored Cersei, owing to her resilient hide. No matter how potent the venom, it proved futile against her formidable defenses. All right, we must take our leave. Perhaps this time we can leave Cersei behind, Alan remarked quietly to Loki, adjusting his attire with a touch of decorum. Just then, Cersei, who had been digesting her meal in slumber, seemed to trigger some internal mechanism. Springing to attention with a look of discontent directed at her master, Alan offered an awkward smile, beckoning with his fingers as he set forth with his two beloved companions. They traversed through the emerald flames of the fireplace, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in a dilapidated tavern. Despite having visited numerous times, Alan remained baffled by Tom's ability to run such a strategically significant establishment into the ground. "Ah, Alan, it has been ages," Tom exclaimed, stepping forward with excitement as he spotted Alan emerging from the hearth. Alan Prince, a minor celebrity within the magical world, was the nephew of the renowned potions master Severus Snape and the sole heir of the Prince family. The Prince lineage was naturally gifted in the field of potion making, particularly with Severus, the youngest potions master, personally nurturing Alan's talent. Coupled with the commotion caused by the eruption of his magical powers, everyone anticipated an extraordinary future for him. "Tom, perhaps it is time to clean your fireplace." Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Alan furrowed his brow slightly and snapped his fingers, instantly cleansing the stains from his clothing. "I shall heed your counsel. Shall we adhere to the usual arrangement?" Tom replied dismissively, habitually opening the gateway to Diagon Alley for him. The thought of counting bricks seemed tedious. Although Alan understood the pattern, he lacked a wand. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the bustling crowd on the street, immersed in the myriad of malevolent thoughts, his eyes alight with intoxication. An invisible mental force disrupted the visual perceptions of the nearby throng, expanding his vast psychic domain further, causing the populace to subconsciously overlook the imposing figure of Cersei. He was capable of casting the shrinking charm, the counterspell to the expansion charm typically learned in the third year, yet he did not possess mastery over it. Reducing Cersei to a mere 3 meters was the extent of his ability. "Loki, what do you suppose a typical young wizard would procure first?" Alan never considered himself a conventional wizard. Thus, he entrusted the decision to his pet. "Perhaps we ought to visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds before proceeding to the wand shop for one that suits you." Any reasonable young wizard would not turn down a wand that could grant them power. Loki sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. While he believed his master did not require such an instrument, a typical young wizard would indeed prioritize acquiring a wand. As for the matter of money, it could be set aside for now. Severus's spells might provide defense against magical threats, but they were rather ineffectual against physical attacks, and his chest containing valuables had already been thoroughly breached. "Then let us follow your suggestion and procure a wand." Alan shrugged nonchalantly, leading his two adorable companions toward Ollivander's wand shop. Although he too felt he had no need for such an item, he questioned why he should decline when others did not. The trio moved swiftly, arriving at Ollivander's in no time. Upon entering, Alan was greeted by an elderly gentleman with silver hair and amber eyes, who regarded him with an inexplicable smile. "Ah, Mr. Prince, it has been far too long. I knew you would be my first customer," Ollivander remarked, producing an array of measuring tapes and calipers, beginning to assess Alan's dimensions. Cersei and Loki, perched around his neck, raised their heads in dissatisfaction, fixated upon him. Should this old fellow venture his hands into inappropriate territories, they would not hesitate to strike. Alan nodded slightly in reassurance, allowing Ollivander to proceed with his measurements. Ollivander scrutinized his surroundings cautiously. Though he perceived nothing amiss, his instincts alerted him to a faint aura of danger lingering nearby. 14 inches, crafted from acacia wood, with the essence of serpent's nerve. "Mr. Allen, you may wish to try waving it." Without keeping Alan waiting for long, Ollivander retrieved an ancient-looking wand from the rack behind him, completely devoid of any intricate patterns. Alan reluctantly accepted it, although he appreciated the grand design. He found it excessively plain. The sharp tip of the wand seemed lethal enough to pierce through flesh, a notion he found credible. "Avada Kedavra!" he exclaimed, brandishing the wand with a fierce countenance directed at Ollivander. In that moment, a ghastly green light illuminated the entire wand shop, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Chapter 4, The Wand. Mr. Prince continues to indulge in jest. Ollivander stood unfazed, allowing the ominous green glow to wash over his face. Alan, indeed, was a figure of some notoriety in the magical realm, not only as the offspring of a potions master, but also due to his notoriously abrasive demeanor. Mischief of this sort, employing the Lumos spell to prank others, was not a rare occurrence. The most egregious instance had even attracted the attention of a nearby Aura patrol. His unruly behavior could be attributed to the Ministry of Magic's leniency towards pureblood wizards. He was, after all, aligned with Snape, who himself walked the line between Dumbledore and Voldemort, embodying a duality of allegiance. It appeared that this wand truly suited Mr. Prince, priced at a commendable 15 galleons. Ollivander, with his amber eyes twinkling, regarded Alan with a knowing smile, entirely unsurprised by his penchant for trickery. Is this it? Shouldn't there be an endless series of experiments to ultimately determine the wand best suited for me? At the very least, it ought to be an ancient wand crafted by your father or grandfather. Furthermore, shouldn't the ministry's subsidy for wands be 7 or 11 galleons? Why then? Is it 15 galleons in my case? Alan was utterly astonished, as this hasty decision regarding the wand deviated considerably from his expectations. He began to question whether he was indeed the protagonist of this tale. Mr. Prince, we are old friends. Surely you don't recall the time when, at the tender age of 7, you compelled a wand to submit in my shop? We both understand your profound distrust of wands. Or perhaps it is your unwavering confidence in your own strength that prevails. Ollivander's amber gaze sparkled with wisdom as he gently nudged the wand rack, patiently continuing his explanation. Acacia wood is an exceptionally rare wand material. Wands crafted from this wood are notoriously capricious, refusing to be wielded by anyone other than their rightful owner. And they reveal their utmost potential solely to the most gifted individuals. This peculiar sensitivity renders the search for a suitable owner quite challenging, once a match is found. An acacia wand can channel power across any nature, though its energy is often underestimated due to its eccentric temperament. As for the snake's nerve, it has been custom-tailored to align with the Prince family's acute sensitivity to the nuances of magical power. Since you harbor doubts about wands, this one serves as an ideal transitional tool from your weaker days. 15 galleons, indeed, for this wand is custom-crafted just for you. It is worth every single coin. Ollivander seemed to perceive his thoughts and, in a single breath, divulged the wand's particulars to Alan. Whether the price of 15 galleons was inflated due to Alan's mischievous antics is a matter open to interpretation. Very well, it's a deal. Alan shrugged, realizing that there was no room left for negotiation. After all, spending Severus's money did not weigh on his conscience. Had it not been for Ollivander's timely reminder, he might have nearly forgotten the absurdities of his past. In pursuit of a wand of his own, he had feigned the role of an eager young wizard, deceiving Ollivander. Seeking convenience, he had forcibly bent a birch wand to his unique magical will. Had it not been for the old man's swift reaction, he might have succeeded. Wishing you prosperous business, until we meet again. After settling the payment, Alan did not linger, departing the centuries-old establishment with his brand-new wand. As he exited, a sudden thought crossed his mind. If he were to kidnap the old man and ransack the shop, it would surely create quite the commotion among the young wizards facing the start of their school year. In reflecting on this, it was no wonder that in his past life, he had been dubbed the foremost arms dealer in the British magical community. It was only when a cool breeze brushed against him that he abandoned this absurd notion. Glancing around, he ultimately set his sights on the Elops Owl Emporium, which boasted a far richer variety than the menagerie of magical creatures. Here, owls predominated. While Circe and Loki were delightful, he required a messenger, and an owl would prove to be a highly efficient companion. Welcome to Elops Owl Emporium. How may I assist you? Upon entering the shop, Alan was greeted by a melodious voice. Simultaneously, the previously cacophonous shop fell into a hush. The young girl, who had initially smiled, now retracted her joy, eyeing the handsome boy with a measure of caution, though she could not see Circe and the others. Her long acquaintance with owls had attuned her to their keen senses of danger. Her instincts warned her that peril was near. I require a large owl capable of carrying substantial weight, preferably one that is quite intelligent. Alan quickly articulated his needs, recognizing the girl's predicament, but choosing not to complicate matters. He had always had a weakness for larger creatures. Our latest batch of owls will not be restocked until mid-month. Currently, we have 5 larger breeds available, but if intelligence is a priority, the one that best meets your requirements is likely this great gray owl. The girl gestured towards an unusual owl with a large, round face not far away. This particular owl was the largest of its kind that he had ever seen, boasting a wingspan of 2 meters and weighing 46 kilograms, surpassing even the majestic eagle owl in size, and indeed, it was intelligent. The owl remained utterly still, its head twisting at an inconceivable angle, fixating its gaze upon Alan, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Speak the truth behind its unsellable nature. Alan scrutinized the owl's gray-black feathers intently, his tone grave, for he despised those who were evasive. Yes, it is because the girl faltered. unable to fathom why a mere child could exert such immense pressure upon her. Unbeknownst to her, a silver desert horned viper, sensing its owner's emotions, fixated its gaze on her, poised to strike at any moment. Yes, it is due to its voice. It emits terrifying laughter during the night, which many find unbearable. The girl, feeling somewhat helpless, met those frigid eyes and spoke candidly. How much? I shall buy it. Alan, unwilling to engage in further banter, kept his eyes glued to the peculiar bird. Oh, 60 galleons. The girl replied cautiously. Despite her distaste for the odd owl, its striking appearance commanded a high price. Deal. Alan, disinterested in further dialogue, grasped the owl's cage and strode towards the exit. As he walked, he murmured, I hope you can pay tribute to one of your kin and bravely sacrifice yourself when faced with the deadly curse aimed at me. Alan chuckled sinisterly, a wicked grin spreading across his face, causing the girl watching his retreating figure to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 5. Q.A. Master, who is the owl's kin you mentioned? Stepping out of the shop, Cersei lazily raised her head, gazing curiously at Alan. A lovely snowy owl. Hearing her master's murmurs, Cersei was left speechless. There were snowy owls in the house already, so why purchase such a large creature? Considering her usually neurotic master, she gradually lost interest in pursuing the matter further. Master, perhaps we should name it. Loki, silently perched on Alan's shoulder, though he harbored a disdain for owls, felt compelled to remind him, given that it would be a future companion. Its noble kin is named Hedwig, so it shall be called Big Face. Originally eager to contribute, Loki hesitated, tongue flicking indecisively before ultimately conceding, huddling closely against Alan's shoulder, silenced under Cersei's mocking gaze. He had expected a name like Hydra, but instead received such a ridiculous title. What relation did it have to Hedwig? Only Big Face gazed quizzically at his master, accepting this unique name. Alan surveyed the surrounding buildings, deep in thought, before swiftly making his way towards a shadowy corner. Books and the like can certainly be procured through the owl service, and there is no need to fret over school uniforms. Unlike Severus Snape's disheveled appearance, Alan places great importance on his attire. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions possesses complete data regarding his height and weight for this year. As for potion ingredients, he has no intention of making any purchases. As the saying goes, a lean horse bears a thick hoof, and while Snape may not be his father, he is close enough as a guardian. Master, where are we headed now? Loki could not help but inquire, while Cersei leaned in, her eyes, the size of green beans, curiously fixed on Alan. Alan glanced at the two serpents, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To Nocturne Alley. Merely passing through there, he could hear the wails of wicked souls. It was, for him, an immense delight. After hanging a bag of galleons and some notes on the claws of the large-faced creature, he resolutely made his way toward Nocturne Alley. As for the promises made to Snape, he was indifferent. After all, he was notoriously disobedient. However, as he stepped into Diagon Alley with his still-developing short legs, he felt his body lifted by a terrifying force. Soon, he beheld a white-bearded old man gazing at him with a cheerful expression. Though the old man appeared amiable, the aura of magic emanating from him was exceedingly formidable. Even Cersei, who was typically fearless, strained against her trepidation, her muscles tensing in vigilance. Long time no see. Young Alan, just as Severus said, you are not a particularly obedient child. Professor Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to see you again. Alan slightly bowed, performing an elegant noble gesture, embodying the demeanor expected of a pure-blood wizard. Young Alan, that is not a place for a little wizard to venture. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile, clearly not easily deceived. I merely wish to witness the darkness of the magical world. We all understand that this world is not solely composed of light and righteousness. Since I am destined to enter such a realm, comprehensive awareness is quite necessary. Especially considering the last 2 centuries of history demonstrate that the magical community is far from safe. Alan smiled, not taking Dumbledore's words to heart. I apologize for instilling such a perception of the magical world, but I must advise you to refrain from placing yourself in peril until you possess the ability to protect yourself. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even he could not distinctly delineate the black and white of the magical realm, despite being dubbed the greatest white wizard of the century. Thus, he could only counsel from a standpoint of safety. I believe my ability to perform wandless magic will grant me an advantage, and I also possess this. With that, Alan deftly produced a gleaming object radiating a cold, harsh light from his waistband, a gun. He believes that even the illustrious wizard Dumbledore would meet his demise under the circumstances of a sudden ambush. With 2 pets in tow, along with the ability to cast spells without a wand and armed with a firearm, what danger could possibly arise? Although Nocturne Alley is a den of iniquity, it adheres to its own set of rules, and large-scale brawls are unlikely to occur. After all, this was not his first visit to that place. Well, you possess the innate ability to persuade others, yet I still cannot acquiesce to a child venturing into such perilous territory. Dumbledore, though somewhat exasperated, relished the advantage of being an adult, allowing him to be unreasonable. Alan rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing he should have refrained from engaging in conversation with someone so obstinate. Alan and Dumbledore, a striking contrast of size, traversed diagonally through the alley, where countless wizards nodded in acknowledgement of Dumbledore as though they were in the presence of a hero. Alan scoffed, but upon reflecting on Dumbledore's accomplishments, he found little to criticize. Professor, as the greatest wizard of this century, may I pose a few inquiries? Once they were away from prying eyes, Alan halted, looking up at Dumbledore with an innocent gaze. Of course, consider it compensation for my preventing you from entering Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore smiled faintly, exhibiting a peculiar patience towards Alan. I wish to inquire about my parents. Were they Death Eaters? Alan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He held no interest in a revenge narrative, but merely sought to understand the origins of his lineage. Carlo Prince. He was a genius in potion-making and charms, a scholar devoted to his research, a rather arrogant and obsessive individual. As for your mother, I do not know her well, but she possessed her own insights in the field of transfiguration. In terms of personality, she shared a significant compatibility with your father. A flicker of memory passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he cautiously chose his words, striving to be as delicate as possible. For no child wishes to believe their parents were mad. However, I can assure you, they were not Death Eaters. In fact, there were Death Eaters who sought to recruit them, only to be rejected. They held a certain disdain for that individual's demeanor. With a change in tone, Dumbledore's voice lightened, clearly pleased with the conduct of the prince couple. Chapter 6. The Deal with the Dark Lord. In a quiet corner of Diagon Alley, the presence of the two figures, one large and one small, appeared unusually harmonious. So, was my father killed by Voldemort? Alan fixated his gaze on the individual before him, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, as though this inquiry bore no significance to him. The name Voldemort struck fear in the hearts of others, but Alan remained unperturbed. After all, in his mind, what tempest could a deceased individual stir? Yet, should the old Voldemort return, that would indeed be a different matter. However, what caught Dumbledore's attention was the absence of any semblance of nostalgia in Alan's eyes when the subject of his parents' demise was broached. No, my child, Dumbledore began slowly, his tone deep and gentle. Though that individual has committed numerous transgressions, the death of your parents ultimately stems from their own actions. He paused, seemingly lost in recollection. Before continuing, I have encountered countless exceptionally gifted wizards, yet few have been as audacious and reckless as the prince couple. Their behavior bore a striking resemblance to that of the mad scientists of the Muggle world. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Alan's gaze as he inquired, is my birth somehow linked to their magical experiments? At that moment, his focus sharpened, revealing a tenacity that suggested he would pursue the matter relentlessly. Snape had resolutely refused to divulge any information regarding his parents, even inadvertently. In response to Alan's probing, Dumbledore hesitated before replying. Concerning this matter, I cannot disclose further details. What I can share is that you are their seventh child, and they regarded you as their most prized creation. Regrettably, your siblings are no longer among the living. Dumbledore sighed softly, his expression tinged with sorrow. Thank you for your patient explanations. One final question. Did you permit my existence to serve as a weapon against Voldemort? Alan's tone remained calm, his dark eyes as still as a stagnant pool. Child, Dumbledore was about to speak, but Alan dismissively waved his hand, interrupting him. There is no need for you to disguise anything. I am acutely aware of what Severus's grotesque tattoo signifies. It is a mark, an ancient bloodline-binding spell that Voldemort has ingeniously altered. In this regard, he is indeed a genius. Severus, often hurried and irate, would mask his panic and distress in the presence of a child with his anger, so I am fully aware that that individual is still alive. Albeit, I do not know where he lingers in his wretched existence. As for myself, you must be cognizant of my ability to absorb various negative energies to enhance my own power. For both you and Severus have scrutinized my memories on more than one occasion, have you not? Even though you are the most revered of white wizards, the relentless passage of time has indelibly marked you. You have aged. To be frank, I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend your true intention in insisting on my presence. The only conclusion I can reach is that I am meant to exist as a weapon. As for the owner of this weapon, it could be you or perhaps the so-called savior. Alan's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Dumbledore as he patiently dissected the situation, meticulously observing the other's expressions in search of a hint of vulnerability, though ultimately, it proved to be a futile endeavor. In the face of Alan's skepticism and scrutiny, Dumbledore smiled gently and remarked, my dear child, perhaps you underestimate yourself far too much. He paused momentarily before continuing. You possess an extraordinary level of insight, yet regrettably, you remain oblivious to the immense power that resides within you. You have a unique ability to absorb all the negative emotions of the world, and thus far, the most malevolent act you have committed is merely indulging in trivial pranks. In my eyes, this is indeed a rare and precious quality. At this juncture, Dumbledore shook his head with a hint of exasperation, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, and then suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of near madness as he proclaimed, "Rather than fearing that you may become yet another dreadful Dark Lord in my long teaching career, I would much prefer to believe that one day you shall evolve into the most remarkable wizard of all time, a being who transcends us all." Alan silently observed this occasionally composed, occasionally almost deranged elder, and could not help but mutter to himself, "Is this old fellow losing his mind? Could it be that Grindelwald has taken a potion and is out for a stroll? Ahem. Forgive an old man for his hopeful vision of the future. The grievances of the previous generation should not burden yours, yet I truly hope you will look after Harry when you possess the capability to do so." "Is this a request?" Alan frowned, realizing that it ultimately boiled down to protecting the Savior, a role he was reluctant to assume. "No, this is a transaction." Dumbledore, well aware of the boy's aversion to trouble, knew that only true self-interest could sway him. Curiously, he did not find this quality disagreeable. Was it not a hallmark of a proper Slytherin? Even though he hailed from Gryffindor, he never denied the excellence of Slytherin. What price might the esteemed headmaster propose? Alan's interest piqued as Cersei reverted to her original size, forming a sofa for him to sit upon, resembling a shrewd merchant. "Your parents left behind a substantial inheritance upon their passing, which I can bestow upon you. Do not naively assume these treasures rightfully belong to you. Although I cannot open the chest, the dark magical traces upon it are so potent they could blind an Auror. Without my assistance, you might as well forget about ever claiming this fortune." Dumbledore shrugged, seemingly explaining while also implying something deeper, a typical fox-like demeanor. "Deal. However, I shall only intervene at critical moments. That inheritance is not worth my becoming a bodyguard or caretaker." Alan pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to Dumbledore's request. He was confident in his many avenues to grow stronger, yet Snape had once remarked upon witnessing him cast spells without a wand. "You are as foolish as your wand-abandoning parents." At that moment, he interpreted it as Snape attempting to suppress him, compelling him to temper his arrogance. However, he now harbored some doubts, suspecting that his parents might have mastered some form of wandless magic. Wandless magic, indeed, was a subject worthy of his earnest exploration. Chapter 7. An Unforeseen Encounter. In a dark and foreboding alley behind Diagon Alley, shadows thickened like viscous ink, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the oppressive silence, followed by the jarring sound of scales scraping against the rough ground. This noise seemed to emanate from some infernal creature lurking in the depths of hell, echoing throughout the alley and amplifying the already sinister atmosphere. "Disarm." With a commanding shout, Alan hastily recited his incantation, his words tumbling forth with astonishing speed, as if he feared that any delay would lead to missed opportunities. In an instant, a dazzling beam of silver light erupted from his wand, streaking through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, directly targeting the formidable figure of Cersei. With a resounding crash, the silver beam struck Cersei squarely. The force of the impact jolted her massive form, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony that reverberated through the air, as if it might shatter eardrums. At that moment, Cersei contorted her serpentine body in an exceedingly grotesque manner, embodying both torment and ferocity. The scales upon her body glimmered ominously with a cold sheen, resembling a multitude of razor-sharp blades. Hiss! Cersei opened her gaping maw, continuously flicking her scarlet tongue while emitting a hoarse cry to vent her discontent. "Cease your wailing. The name Cersei was bestowed upon you to embody grace, beauty, and strength, not to behave in such a manner." Alan glared fiercely at this conspicuous creature striving for attention, realizing that he had not even exerted his full potential in the earlier spell. Though he had nearly memorized the entirety of the theoretical knowledge from 6 years of study, he lamented the absence of his wand. Consequently, he could only be considered an adept who remained confined to the theoretical realm. While he possessed the ability to perform wandless magic, he was still far from being able to execute most spells with the desired finesse. Nonetheless, Alan remained steadfast in his belief that with relentless practice, he would one day truly master this extraordinary skill. In his view, the spell Disarm, which shone brilliantly in the original text, not only disarms the weapon deemed as such from the enemy's grasp, but also harbors a terrifying force of propulsion. The contrasting forces of push and pull provided him with significant insight. It appeared that Mr. Prince had relinquished his mind to some unknown behemoth, causing him to forget the necessity of returning home after completing his errands. At an indeterminate moment, Severus Snape emerged from the shadows, enveloped in his voluminous cloak, his expression as frigid as ever, casting a sardonic gaze upon Alan. "If the Wizarding World were to rank incompetent guardians, you, Severus, would undoubtedly be at the forefront, especially considering I have been away from home for nearly half a month." Alan regarded Snape with a sense of inevitability. Serpentine creatures possess an extraordinary sensitivity to their surroundings. Except for the house elf lurking in the shadows, Snape's presence had already been discerned by Loki the moment he appeared. After conversing with Dumbledore, he had taken residence at the Leaky Cauldron, For although Spinner's end was tranquil, it was ill-suited for the practice of magic. Even with the esteemed potions master vouching for him. Dumbledore wishes for you to engage with that child ahead of time. The family has received an invitation from Hogwarts. Yet the institution has received no response. I am curious about your perspective. Regarding Alan, Snape felt only profound resignation. One must have been a guardian to Alan to comprehend the extent of his obstinacy. He would reject any unreasonable suggestion, even if the proposer were himself. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for Lily's child, deep down, he wished to spare Alan from such troublesome matters. I shall not go. I merely promised Headmaster Dumbledore to assist that unfortunate lad at a critical moment. I never claimed I would assume the role of a nanny. We are both acutely aware that children are a divine punishment for adults who indulge in corporeal pleasures. Perhaps it is best to forego the notion of being a caregiver. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan resolutely declined. What a jest. My time is far too precious. In merely half a month, I have only grasped the content of 3 years of study, which is still far too slow for me. Hogwarts is an immense treasury. And with only 8 months of academic engagement each year, I refuse to squander my time on rote learning. Your refusal comes too late. Hagrid should be on his way. Snape sneered. Although he secretly agreed with Alan's sentiments, yet he knew Alan would not turn Hagrid down. Hagrid, you say? Alan furrowed his brow slightly, almost forgetting this unfolding scene. Hagrid was one of the few individuals known throughout Hogwarts, aside from the professors. While Snape did not oppose Alan's affinity for snakes, the nuances of care, breeding, and the management of such a substantial serpent population could not be achieved without the assistance of that giant. Though Hagrid sought no reward, Alan was reluctant to disregard his goodwill. Since you are aware, I would not refuse. Did you come merely to observe my predicament? Alan frowned, casting a discontented look at Snape. Indeed. Surprisingly, Snape did not contest this, but rather admitted it candidly. Just as Alan was taken aback, Snape transformed into a cloud of black silk, exuding a dense vapor, and sped away. Humph, what an insufferable display. Alan scoffed, yet despite his words, an undeniable envy shimmered in his eyes. This is the true essence of flight, as smooth as velvet, akin to the experience of gliding upon a broomstick, which is truly exhilarating. Even with an invisible cushion, there is an instinctive discomfort. He had implored Severus Snape several times. Yet this wretched man showed no inclination to teach him. Alan gently extended his finger, caressing the cold, smooth scales of Seraphine. His gaze fixated on the receding silhouette of Snape, his thoughts drifting away, gradually sinking into profound contemplation. Seraphine, though Severus appears to obstruct our path, I can distinctly sense, through his words and actions, that his usually frigid heart is experiencing a subtle tremor. In light of this situation, what course of action should I pursue? Alan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself with a weighty and somewhat bewildered tone. His perception of the subtle shifts in others' emotions was remarkably acute. However, it was precisely this keen insight that rendered him momentarily at a loss. After all, he was acutely aware of Snape's deep-seated obsession with Lily Evans. Yet he was unwilling to compromise himself for another. Having been reborn, he merely wished to live freely and authentically. I am but a serpent, incapable of comprehending the intricate thoughts and emotional entanglements of humanity. In my view, being a snake is far more liberating and joyful than being human. Seraphine delicately flicked her tongue, brushing against Alan's cheek, as if in her unique way, alleviating his burdens and worries. Upon hearing her words, Alan couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Indeed, being a snake may well be far more pleasurable than being human. As he spoke, he instinctively caressed Seraphine's chin, and at that moment, a bright glimmer suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 8. Hagrid. In the early morning, as the sun began its ascent, golden rays of light cascaded through the window like soft gossamer, gently illuminating Alan's youthful visage, lending a tender hue to his already handsome features. At that moment, Alan sat quietly at his desk, holding a tome authored by the renowned dueling master Quentin Trimble, titled Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense. His expression was focused and serene. As his slender fingers delicately turned the pages, his gaze following the text with intent. Upon encountering the detailed annotations regarding dueling techniques, he instinctively squinted, as if striving to engrave each word indelibly in his mind. With his other hand, he grasped his wand, deftly rotating his wrist to trace elegant arcs in the air, while softly murmuring incantations, seemingly simulating the act of casting spells. This seemingly ordinary first-year textbook contained exceptionally captivating annotations, clearly elucidating the proper grip of the wand, while providing meticulous descriptions of vital details such as the subtle tonal variations required for rapid spellcasting. These intricate explanations illuminated Alan's path as he delved into the magical realm, immersing him completely in its enchantment. Meanwhile, the other creatures in the room relished the beauty of the morning. Loki and Circe, two serpents of differing sizes, lounged contentedly in the sunlight, twisting their bodies to regulate their temperature, savoring the comfort and satisfaction brought by the warm rays. Perched upon its designated perch, the adorable owl, big face, bobbed its head in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, occasionally emitting a soft, comical purr, rendering its appearance delightfully amusing. However, this serene tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks shattered the peaceful ambience. "Alan, open the door, it's me." The urgent voice from outside conveyed a sense of pressing importance. "Hagrid, it's been a while." Alan, undisturbed by any irritation, swiftly opened the door and embraced his visitor warmly. He had always admired this reliable and affable giant during his previous life as a moviegoer. Despite his self-deprecating thoughts, who wouldn't desire a steadfast friend? "It's been ages. Little Alan, I was quite surprised when Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring you along," Hagrid exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Alan on the shoulder with such force that it caused him to stumble back a step. "Come and see. Cersei has grown even more beautiful under your care. You are destined to become an exceptional magizoologist." Hagrid's gaze swept over the magnificent creature in the room, filled with astonishment as he observed Cersei. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He clumsily attempted to communicate with her in a hoarse voice, feeling a surge of joy as he noticed Cersei lifting her neck. A terrifying python measuring 14 meters in length was indeed a substantial creature, even for a half-giant of 115 feet. Yet, he had an affinity for such large beings. However, in his excitement, he remained oblivious to the unsettling tension that enveloped the room. Cersei opened her mouth, revealing 4 rows of razor-sharp, glimmering teeth, and spoke to Alan in a grave and serious tone. "Master, please allow me to devour this wretch. He has been utterly disrespectful." Before she could finish her sentence, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, as if she were poised to pounce on the one who had angered her. Faced with Cersei's request, Alan could only shake his head in resignation, gently stroking her thick, hard scales in an attempt to soothe her agitated spirit. "Calm down, Cersei. You should know that Hagrid means no harm." 5 years ago, Alan ultimately succumbed to Hagrid's earnest pleas and, with a softened heart, imparted some phonetic tips regarding Parseltongue. Although mastering these techniques did not grant control over serpents, it allowed for the articulation of basic communicative phrases. Unfortunately, Hagrid truly lacked a natural aptitude for language. Each syllable he uttered seemed contrived, and every sentence served as an affront to Cersei. The sharpness of his words and the venomous nature of his language left Alan astounded. It was not only the notoriously fiery Cersei who found such a situation intolerable. Even Loki, who usually languished in slumber, now regarded him with icy disdain. "Enough, Hagrid!" Alan exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. At that moment, Hagrid was ensnared by Cersei, who playfully frolicked with him, occasionally teasingly tapping his shoulder with her tail. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Alan quickly interjected, "Perhaps we should get underway. I believe Mr. Potter is eager to witness the grandeur of the magical world." Upon hearing this, Hagrid seemed to awaken from a trance, nodding vigorously. "Yes, indeed. This is the matter at hand. I nearly forgot." With that, he began the arduous task of disentangling himself from Cersei's affectionate embrace. Fortunately, Hagrid's considerable strength eventually enabled him to break free. Once liberated, Hagrid turned to Alan with urgency, exclaiming, "According to Dumbledore, that fool Dursley has hidden little Harry, hoping to prevent him from entering the magical realm. We must hasten our pace, or we shall encounter trouble." Alan nodded in agreement, silently relieved that he had intervened in this farce. Had Cersei continued her playful antics, she might have resorted to serious measures. Despite Hagrid's imposing stature as a half-giant, he would not have fared well against such a formidable opponent as Cersei. After all, she was no ordinary python, boasting a staggering length and an alarming weight of nearly 2,000 pounds. Each time Alan beheld her colossal form, he could not help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have refrained from allowing her to share his bed. Otherwise, that bed would surely have succumbed to her weight. With Cersei's continued growth, their bed had already been repaired more than once. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Hagrid seized Alan's arm and mounted his motorcycle, propelling them swiftly forward. In the distance, a faintly visible owl appeared to guide their way. Chapter 9. The Adoration of the Savior. Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the sky, inwardly lamenting their ill fortune. Never did he anticipate that, during such a wretched season, they would encounter such a ferocious storm. Torrential rain poured down in relentless sheets, rendering vision nearly impossible. Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by the deafening roar of thunder, akin to Merlin venting his wrath. Amidst the tempestuous storm, Hagrid's somewhat aged open-top vehicle darted like a nimble fish, skillfully navigating through the tumult of thunder and lightning. It was evident from his adept driving that Hagrid possessed remarkable skills as a driver. Unfortunately, his companion, Alan, was far less fortunate. The dilapidated vehicle evidently lacked any waterproofing capabilities, allowing rainwater to pour in unabated. He felt as though his undergarments were glued to his skin. A most uncomfortable sensation. A closer inspection revealed that apart from his exposed head, he was drenched from head to toe, resembling a chicken that had just emerged from a downpour. In that moment, Alan was filled with regret. incessantly scolding himself for not dedicating more effort to mastering the bubblehead charm during his studies. Had he managed to proficiently conjure a protective shield to envelop his entire body, he would not now find himself in such a disheveled state. At last, they had arrived. The owl informed me that the detestable Dursley was concealed just ahead. As the vehicle gently descended to the ground, Hagrid wiped the rain from his face and glanced at Alan with a slightly awkward expression, hesitantly suggesting, "Let us hurry over." Alan, unable to contain his eagerness, leapt from the vehicle, wholly disregarding his damp appearance, and strode purposefully forward. He casually snapped a branch from a nearby tree, transforming it into a makeshift umbrella. Though not particularly elegant, it served its purpose of shielding him from the rain. Alan excelled not only in potion-making, but also in transfiguration, often performing basic transformations without the need for a wand. "All right then, let us hasten. We should be able to catch Harry's birthday." Hagrid grasped Alan's small hand, and together they navigated through the rain-soaked night. They soon arrived at the only house on the island, which might more aptly be described as a lighthouse. Hagrid approached the door warmly, but whether by accident or design, he pushed it open, causing it to swing inwards. "Sir, I must insist that you leave this place at once. You are trespassing." A rotund middle-aged man brandishing a shotgun attempted to intimidate Hagrid into retreat. Sensing the man's fear, Alan's mental acuity sharpened immediately. However, despite this, he instinctively positioned himself to shield the woman behind him, which took him by surprise. "Silence, Dursley, you old scoundrel." Hagrid responded nonchalantly, effortlessly bending the shotgun into a 90-degree angle, leaving Dursley momentarily speechless. He then turned his attention to the corpulent Dudley, jesting about his physique. "Hagrid, I believe this is the one you seek. Potter." Alan stepped forward at the opportune moment, pulling Harry, who had been lurking in the corner, into view. All eyes then turned to Alan, who shrugged and quietly observed Hagrid's performance. Hagrid returned as if he were at home, presenting gifts and lighting the fire, succinctly revealing his identity and informing Harry of his impending journey to Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the Dursleys, who had initially appeared dazed, finally reacted, launching into a dispute over Harry Potter's rightful place. TSK, if you truly cared for him, why treat him in such a manner? Even in the brief time I have been here, it is evident that he has not been well cared for." Alan observed the arguing parties and could not help but interject. He did not deny the Dursleys' contribution to raising Harry, but he was not blind. It was clear that the boy was somewhat malnourished. Mr. Dursley may fear Hagrid, but that does not mean he would treat an intruder into his home with courtesy. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud crash as Mr. Dursley's rotund body was sent flying, colliding forcefully with the stone wall. The intense pain rendered him dizzy. To Mr. Dursley, I suggest a more civil demeanor towards adversaries you cannot confront. Alan smiled slightly, exuding an unsettling aura. Ah. Two shrill screams echoed throughout the room. "Hush, you are far too loud." With that, Alan gently patted his pocket, from which a small python, about a meter long, slithered out. With each inch it advanced, it grew larger, and as it moved swiftly, its immense form nearly filled the entire room. Its head was raised high, glinting with menace, as if to suggest that any noise would result in their immediate consumption. Hinny, in a panic, pulled Dudley close and covered his mouth, casting a worried glance at her husband. Finally, it was quiet. Alan took a deep breath amidst the horrified stares of the onlookers. That mother and son possessed lungs of iron, nearly bursting his eardrums. "The matter is quite simple, Mr. Potter. You have perfectly inherited your parents' talents, destined to become a great wizard. Moreover, the invitation from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry signifies your own magical gifts." Alan reclined casually on the sofa, his expression unperturbed, gazing calmly at those before him. At this moment, Harry's face was alight with excitement, unable to conceal his fervent anticipation. Alan recognized that this young lad was utterly captivated by the mysterious and fantastical world of magic. Yet, to be fair, this future savior was truly exceptional. The imposing figure of the python was akin to a prehistoric beast for a child who had long dwelled in the mundane world of muggles. Remarkably, he did not faint in fear. Conversely, Mr. Dursley was already terrified, completely flustered. "Well then, it appears you have consented to attend Hogwarts. The dreadful weather renders me reluctant to accompany you on your return journey, Hagrid," Alan languidly remarked. "Well, I believe Mr. Dursley would not mind our staying here for the night." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Alan effortlessly raised his hand, conjuring potent magic without the need for a wand. In the blink of an eye, the Dursley family found themselves ensnared by an invisible force, tightly bound and swiftly propelled upstairs, barely able to react. Having completed this feat, Alan reclined leisurely by the fireplace, relishing the warmth emanating from the flickering flames. Meanwhile, Harry stared wide-eyed, utterly transfixed by the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. His eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting his profound respect for Alan, and his gaze was imbued with awe. Chapter 10, where Slytherin's tongue does not play with snakes. in the Dursley's modest abode. As Hagrid's thunderous snores resonated through the air, Harry savored the cake brought by Hagrid, struggling to find sleep. Especially when he sensed a pair of eyes intently fixed upon him, he felt utterly at a loss. The magical world described by Hagrid ignited a fervor within him. Yet Alan's display of power instilled a lingering trepidation towards his peer. "Mr. Potter, are you unable to sleep?" A voice suddenly pierced the darkness. "Yes," Harry Potter replied, somewhat nervously. By the faint moonlight, he discerned a slight movement from the opposite bed, followed by a figure sitting up. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Alan Prince, but you may simply call me Alan." Alan extended his hand towards Harry. Although still somewhat apprehensive, Harry, out of courtesy, cautiously took his hand and responded, "Pleased to meet you, Alan. You may call me Harry." Alan regarded the somewhat timid boy before him with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine under Alan's gaze, instinctively retreating slightly. After a brief silence, Harry found the atmosphere too stifling and, mustering his courage, asked, "Alan, don't you need to sleep?" The moment the question left his lips, he regretted it, feeling it was rather foolish, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. However, to Harry's surprise, Alan did not mock him. Instead, he paused momentarily, then chuckled as he explained, "Haha, you see, I'm not accustomed to sharing quarters with others. Rather than donning pajamas and lounging in bed, I prefer a more intimate encounter with that soft, comfortable bed in the nude. However, given the current circumstances, it's evidently not the ideal time to showcase this peculiar preference." With that, he playfully winked at Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry's face flushed a deep crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Alan seemed to recall something suddenly, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "I almost forgot. Today is your birthday, Harry. Happy birthday. Perhaps I should present you with a belated gift." With that, Alan closed his eyes, and a vast mental energy began to permeate the surroundings. A hoarse and cryptic voice emerged from his lips, reminiscent of a whisper from a demon, and inexplicably, Harry felt an unexpected sense of intimacy. Observing Alan's demeanor, Harry, though initially perplexed, felt the awkwardness in his heart gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of gratitude and anticipation for this unforeseen blessing. "Damn it, is there only a sea snake in this cursed place?" Alan murmured with a furrowed brow, somewhat dissatisfied. Since Harry was a Parseltongue, it seemed only fitting to gift him a snake. After all, what kind of Parseltongue would not play with snakes? However, gifting a sea snake was clearly impractical given the breeding conditions. Although the venom of sea snakes is far more potent than that of terrestrial snakes, their habitat rendered them unsuitable as a gift. Alas, one must sacrifice the child to catch the wolf, Alan thought to himself, reluctantly closing his eyes as he retrieved a package he had carried with him. Harry closed his eyes, excitement building for the surprise that was about to unfold. Although he did not fully understand, he obediently complied, brimming with anticipation for what was to come. Alan opened the package to reveal a writhing mass of snakes, forming a ball of serpents. Under his influence, they scattered throughout the room in an instant. As a competent Parseltongue, it would be foolish to carry only one or two snakes. Listening to the rustling sounds, Harry felt a thrilling tingle run down his spine. "Just point to any direction," Alan said, suppressing his pang of regret as he watched Harry indicate a 5-meter-long Burmese python, which caused a sharp pain in his heart. Among the Burmese pythons, this individual was nearly unparalleled. He had a particular preference for larger constrictors among the multitude of snake species. As other snakes returned to the package, Alan rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to mask the sorrow evident on his countenance. Now, open your eyes, Harry." Alan positioned the Burmese python in a grandiose pose, gazing expectantly at Harry, ready to retract it at the slightest indication of discontent. "This is a gift?" Harry exclaimed, stepping back in terror as he opened his eyes. The innate fear of snakes ingrained in humanity's genes was no exception for him. The serpent was adorned with chestnut patterns that blazed like flames, intricate and mysterious as if crafted by nature itself. Its eyes resembled deep, shadowy pools, and the powerful, sinewy muscles of its body rippled with strength, each sinew brimming with an inexhaustible potential for explosive power. Especially those sharp, elongated fangs, glinting with a chilling radiance, akin to the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. Merely envisioning the scene of being bitten sends shivers down one's spine. However, despite the terrifying visage of the serpent, Harry found the courage to suppress the rising tide of fear within him, bolstered by Alan's encouraging gaze. With trembling hands, he cautiously reached out, gently caressing the slightly cool, smooth, and icy skin of the snake. Initially, his movements appeared awkward and stiff, but as time passed, he gradually relaxed, beginning to communicate with the serpent, albeit hesitantly. To Harry's astonishment, the seemingly ferocious snake was unexpectedly gentle. It seemed to comprehend Harry's words, responding to him in a distinctive manner. This brought to mind a memory of a python he had once encountered at a zoo, when he accidentally released it from its cage. He had not anticipated that the python would not attack him, but instead display a demeanor of mild friendliness. "Thank you, Alan. I truly cherish this extraordinary gift," Harry exclaimed, striving to contain his excitement, his tone somewhat stilted. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he opened his arms and gave Alan a rather unnatural embrace. Taken aback by Harry's sudden gesture, Alan, who had initially worn an expression of eager anticipation, stood momentarily stunned, his countenance shifting to one of mild embarrassment. "Well, as long as you are pleased with your birthday present," Alan replied, regaining his composure with a few nervous chuckles. Subsequently, as if reminded of something significant, he continued with a serious expression, "However, there is one matter I must caution you about. In our magical realm, only a select few possess the innate ability to converse with serpents. Those endowed with such a remarkable gift are typically extraordinary wizards. Therefore, I strongly advise you to refrain from revealing this ability in front of others, for it may incite unnecessary trouble or even peril." Having said this, although Alan felt a twinge of reluctance in parting with such a unique gift, it was now irrevocable, and he earnestly reminded Harry to exercise utmost caution. "I understand, Alan. What do you think of the name Medusa? She seems to be as satisfied with it as I am." Lacking extensive exposure to early childhood education, Harry could think of no better name for the serpent. "She belongs to you. You have the right to name her," Alan replied with a slightly awkward smile, striving to suppress his urge to scoff. Raised by Snape, he had never been devoid of sharp and acerbic traits. Chapter 11. The Legacy of Parents. Time flows like the fleeting convulsions of a couple in the throes of passion, exceedingly brief and utterly unexpected. The night did not linger long, soon giving way to the dawn's light. "Good morning, Alan, Harry." Hagrid's booming and resonant voice echoed through the crisp morning air. As Hagrid stretched and yawned, appearing to extend his entire being, he suddenly caught sight of Harry, who was exerting every ounce of strength to tightly embrace a rather unnerving large python. Although the serpent was not even half the size of Cerberus, it was indeed a formidable creature compared to the small-framed Harry. Its robust body writhed in his arms, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from its hold. "Good morning, Hagrid," Harry greeted enthusiastically, his spirit undiminished despite what may have been a brief night's sleep. His vibrant green eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation for the magical journey that lay ahead. "This is a birthday gift from Ellen. Her name is Medusa," Harry proudly introduced, clutching the python tightly, fearful that if he loosened his grip, it would escape. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's eyes widened, a hint of concern crossing his face. "Ah, is this not a tad dangerous for you? I mean, you lack the talent that Ellen possesses in this regard." Even Hagrid, with his robust demeanor, understood that ordinary young wizards were not as strong as he was, nor did they possess the abilities of Ellen. He had never underestimated the power of serpentine creatures. "Don't worry, Hagrid. Medusa would never harm Harry," Ellen quickly interjected, winking playfully at Harry. "I taught Harry some basic Parseltongue last night. To be honest, he has far more aptitude for it than you do." Yes, I can now communicate simply with Medusa." Harry nodded excitedly, as if eager to convince Hagrid of his newfound skill. "All right, I believe you. You are indeed as brave as your father," Hagrid remarked, unable to resist complimenting him. "Can one really praise so easily?" Ellen rolled her eyes, inwardly grumbling that if raising snakes were akin to James Potter's approach, Severus would surely pack him and his python away at the first chance. Shaking her head to dispel such untrustworthy thoughts, she swiftly cast a shrinking charm on Medusa and Cerberus, then pulled Harry toward Hagrid's flying motorcycle. Throughout the entire episode, the Dursleys remained conspicuously absent, allowing Hagrid and Ellen to take Harry away. Compared to the tumultuous journey before, Ellen now felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Although the subway ride could hardly be deemed a luxurious experience, it was undeniably superior to Hagrid's rickety motorcycle. Every time Hagrid piloted that contraption, even the slightest jolt felt as though it might shatter every bone in Ellen's body. To speak of the moment of flight is to acknowledge a slight improvement. However, the true predicament lies in the abysmal performance of this wretched contraption, the so-called gentle breeze that wafted through nearly toppled Alan's very thoughts. This experience stirred within him a burgeoning desire to cultivate a flying steed of his own. After enduring a long wait to return to the Broken Cauldron Tavern, upon stepping through the threshold, he immediately beheld the wizards confronting Harry, their faces a tapestry of shock, flattery, and complex emotions intertwined. One cannot help but commend Dumbledore, this wily old bee, for his unparalleled cunning in orchestrating such events. Merely by invoking the ethereal title of Savior, he rekindled a flicker of hope in the wizarding world, which had previously languished in despair. These individuals, having received an education, were surely not oblivious to the dubious credibility of the Savior's tales. In truth, they merely sought a meager solace for their quaking hearts. Alan, disinterested in the antics of these pretentious individuals, languidly yearned to retreat to his chamber. "Wait, Alan, I nearly forgot that Dumbledore has something for you." Hagrid, preparing to take Harry on a shopping excursion, suddenly recalled and thrust a cloth bag into Alan's hands before hastily departing. Puzzled, Alan reached into the bag and was taken aback by the chilling sensation that penetrated his very soul. Yet, he composed himself and proceeded toward his room. He never anticipated that Dumbledore would so readily bestow this upon him. Was it trust or merely a test? Regardless, the item was now in his possession, and only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. His curiosity regarding the magic left behind by his biological parents was insatiable. At that moment, despite fatigue washing over him like a relentless tide, he summoned his indomitable willpower to banish it from his mind. He hastily returned to his room, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Once inside, he could no longer contain his eagerness and longing. Without hesitation, he grasped his wand, its tip sharp and glimmering with a disquieting chill. In the next instant, he resolutely drove the pointed end into his palm. Instantly, crimson blood flowed forth, drop after drop, cascading like pearls detached from a string, accurately landing upon the ominous iron box that exuded a foreboding aura. Initially, the box emanated an incessant malevolence. Yet upon contact with the vivid blood, it abruptly ceased, as if a fierce fire had ignited in the frigid depths of winter. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted, as if a mysterious force had triggered the seemingly indestructible iron lock that secured the box, causing it to emit a series of sharp, explosive sounds. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable lock sprang open on its own. Master! Master! Simultaneously, Cersei and Loki keenly sensed the unusual circumstances and promptly activated their alarm mechanism. In an instant, the two serpents, one large and one small, reared up. Cersei's massive body coiled and swiftly shielded Alan behind her. Do not worry, stay calm, nothing will happen. Alan gently patted their resilient scales, speaking in a steady tone to reassure them. Once he confirmed that there was no danger nearby, he cautiously stepped forward, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing the contents within the box. Chapter 12, The Thieving Parents. My goodness, Master, did I see incorrectly? Could it be? Cersei swallowed hard, sensing the aura of the object, and queried uncertainly. I should not have been mistaken. That must be a dragon egg, Alan remarked, gazing at the massive egg adorned with scales, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Though they had never encountered a genuine dragon egg, Alan, as an heir to a master potion maker, was quite familiar with the essence of dragons. Loki and Cersei circled the dragon egg, hesitant to approach this terrifying creature's ovum despite their newfound evolution. Their instincts hinted at the immense benefits of consuming it. Yet a deeper intuition warned them that should they dare to indulge, their master would undoubtedly not hesitate to enact dire consequences upon them. With great effort, Alan managed to divert his gaze from the mysteriously glowing dragon egg. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that every item nearby seemed to conceal untold secrets and powers. In a corner lay a mysterious wooden bead, smooth and round, presenting a unique texture that, at first glance, resembled the seed of some peculiar plant. On the opposite side, a chilling, grotesque skull was displayed, its surface stained with dark crimson, unknown blood, as if it whispered tales of a gruesome and terrifying past. Additionally, an entire row of immense magical tomes stood in meticulous alignment, alongside a bookshelf brimming with substantial volumes of arcane knowledge. These texts encompassed a vast array of magical disciplines, and merely glancing at them induced a dizzying sensation. Did these two madmen truly transport the entirety of Wagadu's magical heritage? Alan exclaimed, wide-eyed, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the mountain of treasures before him. He found it utterly unimaginable what harrowing adventures his parents must have endured to amass such an extraordinary collection of rare magical artifacts. At this moment, Alan's attention was entirely captivated by the vast array of spell books, compelling him to step forward, his eyes brimming with curiosity and desire. He extended his hand and casually pulled a notebook from the shelf, gently flipping through its pages. Just then, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears, as if some unseen presence were whispering softly. However, endowed with formidable mental fortitude, Alan paid little heed to this peculiar phenomenon. This tome pertains to magical sacrifices. Behold the intricate steps and elaborate rituals. And this one discusses shadow spells. Look at the densely packed annotations and illustrations. How fascinating. Here, there are even notes on summoning magic, though it seems a tad sinister. As Alan mused aloud about the magical texts in his hands, he incessantly sifted through them. Each notebook he picked up and then set down was enough to leave an ordinary wizard astounded. Hiss, 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 a voice interjected. Master, there will be ample time in the future. Why don't we rest for now? Cersei, noticing the faint redness creeping into Alan's eyes, could not help but remind him. Perusing even a fraction of these books would consume an inordinate amount of time, and she worried he might exhaust himself. Indeed, they are all mine. They won't escape. Alan replied with a cheerful nod, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the tomes. To some extent, he was known for being amenable to advice. He He returned everything to the box and shut it once more, casually waving his wand to shrink the enormous container to the size of his palm. At Alan's behest, Cersei nodded with difficulty and swallowed the box whole. He could not trust leaving such a treasure carelessly in any location. Where could be safer than within Cersei's belly? Given her size, even if the shrinking spell were to falter, it would not occupy too much space. At worst, she could simply regurgitate it later. Thank you, Cersei quipped. Lucky it's not me, Loki added. Naturally, before retiring, he made sure to attach a shopping list to the large paw of his companion. A brief glance earlier had piqued his interest in a few minor aspects of sacrificial magic. Little did he know that even matters such as pregnancy could be achieved through magic. If he were to confront Voldemort one day, well no. That twisted individual likely wouldn't care about such things. The child would probably be born a curse, or perhaps even perish before birth. Huh, Severus, you are in for a treat, Alan thought, envisioning the peculiar scene of Snape cradling a pregnant belly, a strange smile curling upon his lips. After casting aside these chaotic thoughts, Alan finally completed all his tasks. He gently extended his hand, unfastening the bag that had been enchanted with a miraculous spatial expansion spell. In an instant, the mouth of the bag slowly opened, revealing a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Countless snakes of vibrant hues, varying in thickness, writhed as if they possessed a life of their own. As Alan observed, these serpents began to move in an orderly fashion, intertwining and coiling, ultimately forming a vast flatbed of snakes. This bed, composed of living serpents, appeared both mysterious and terrifying, yet Alan remained undaunted. Without hesitation, he shed his garments, exposing his bare form to the air. With a light step, he ascended onto the undulating snake bed. As his feet made contact with the serpents, they seemed to sense his presence, adjusting their positions to better support his body. Alan reclined leisurely, instinctively grasping the tail of a snake, whose owner remained unknown. Before long, a steady, deep breath escaped his lips. At that moment, the snake mass, seemingly imbued with consciousness, began to writhe more vigorously, enveloping Alan's body in a remarkable manner, providing a 360-degree, unerring massage. This unique experience enveloped Alan in an unparalleled comfort, a satisfied and content expression gradually gracing his face, occasionally punctuated by soft murmurs. The room was steeped in an eerie and chilling atmosphere. However, through the cracks, one could still faintly discern the subtle smile lingering at the corners of Alan's lips. This scene was so surreal, it seemed to belong to another realm. Upon bursting in, Harry was met with this bewildering sight. His face reflected a mixture of shock and fear, and before he could utter a cry, Hagrid had pulled him away by the collar. Chapter 13, Teaching. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, the gentle and warm first rays of sunlight quietly streamed through the window, cascading into the room like golden silk. This beam of light illuminated the robust figure of the young boy on the bed, as if cloaking him in a delicate glow, enhancing the allure of his already well-defined muscular physique. Alan, still half asleep, felt the sun's tender caress and contentedly stretched his arms wide, indulging in a luxurious yawn that exuded an air of languor. At that moment, a multitude of colorful snakes were slowly writhing beside him, their supple bodies and smooth scales creating a subtle rustling sound as they brushed against one another. For Alan, the presence of the serpents brought an unprecedented sense of relaxation, aside from the occasional clumsy fool among them, who inadvertently dribbled saliva upon him. This time spent in the company of snakes was nothing short of a perfect ritual of relaxation. Just as Alan was rising to prepare for his morning ablutions, he suddenly heard Harry's somewhat hesitant call from outside. "Alan, are you awake?" Alan casually replied, "Come in." He snapped his fingers lightly, and to his surprise, the previously closed door began to open slowly, as if gently nudged by an invisible hand. Standing at the threshold, Harry was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, rendered speechless. At that moment, Alan was clad only in a diminutive pair of underpants, almost completely unclothed. Upon witnessing Alan's state, Harry felt his face flush with heat, instinctively lowering his gaze, unable to meet Alan's eyes. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to step into the room. It was only then that Alan realized he had not yet donned a shirt. However, he paid it little mind, continuing to dress nonchalantly, as if the earlier awkwardness had never transpired. After all, they were both boys, mere children of a tender age. What was there to be embarrassed about? "Alan, I gathered all the supplies I needed for class yesterday, and I now possess my own wand," Harry exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he recalled his earlier thoughts. "Oh, it's just a wand," Alan responded dismissively. "Alan, Hagrid mentioned that you can perform numerous spells even without a wand. Would you teach me?" Harry's voice brimmed with anticipation. Despite sometimes perceiving Alan as less than virtuous, Harry held a certain admiration for him as the one who had introduced him to the magical realm. "My temper is rather volatile, but if you can accept my methods, then certainly," Alan shrugged, speaking with indifference. To him, the foundational knowledge was already quite solid, and each instance of guiding another served as a unique reinforcement. He had no reason to decline, especially since he harbored aspirations of nurturing a savior. That's wonderful. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Harry's eyes, nearly propelling him into the air with joy. Thus commenced Harry's tumultuous journey through his formative magical education. For an entire month, in a secluded alleyway outside the leaky cauldron, one could frequently hear the biting and malevolent taunts echoing through the air. Harry, are you a pig? If a pig's hoof could grasp a wand, its spell-casting accuracy would surpass yours by a considerable margin. Harry, the spells are not complicated. It's merely a Lumos charm. Every time you attempt to cast it, you refresh my perception of human intelligence. Mr. Potter, is your IQ calculated post-tax in the Muggle world? How could it be so diminished? Amidst the vibrant bursts of magical light in the alley, Alan's cruel and scathing voice would invariably ring out. One must admit, having lived with Snape for so long, the greatest advantage was the assurance that one's vocabulary would not falter during verbal sparring. Observing the first-year students gradually mastering the minor spells under his guidance, Alan felt a profound sense of accomplishment within. He endeavored to teach Harry the spell for disarming, harboring little hope for success. To his astonishment, the boy executed it with remarkable finesse. Although its potency was negligible, the mere fact that he could perform it was commendable, considering it was a spell typically reserved for second-year students. Without any guidance in magical theory, he managed to conjure it solely through gestures and incantations, which was indeed impressive. One must acknowledge that Harry's use of the disarming charm against the killing curse was not without reason, inspiring even Alan to contemplate his own signature spell. Having endured Alan's merciless training, Harry experienced a significant enhancement in his understanding of magic. As an 11-year-old, he had contemplated giving up. Yet the earnest expression on Alan's face instinctively drove him to seek his approval. Of course, Alan's humanistic concern played a role beyond their studies. He would take Harry to savor the culinary delights of Diagon Alley, such as the ghastly sheep's brain ice cream and strawberry mapo tofu, which became mandatory stops for him. It wasn't that he had peculiar tastes, but rather he relished the amusing expressions of others when faced with such delicacies. This bolstered Alan's confidence in his plan to corrupt the savior. Harry's perception of Alan was far more complex, viewing him as either a well-intentioned friend or a malevolent bully. Regardless, he felt an inexplicable trust towards Alan. His unique ability to converse with snakes led Harry to believe that Alan was akin to him in nature, a troublesome child, a flawed savior, yet possessing a decent aptitude for magic. From the window, Alan watched Harry's retreating figure as he headed towards the broomstick shop, muttering to himself with an air of detachment. After days of foundational training, he noticed the boy's excessive desire to share his experiences with familiar faces, whether they pertained to his successes or unfamiliar topics. Though Alan lacked interest, he patiently listened, feeling no burden in engaging with a child and possessing ample patience. However, he prioritized Harry's talents. In terms of intellect, Harry exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers, albeit limited, and he had yet to display any leadership qualities or long-term vision. In terms of skill, the boy showed a commendable aptitude in spellcasting, particularly in combat, grasping concepts quickly. Yet, he struggled with the delicate control required in transfiguration and potions, rendering him less distinguished in those areas. Alan felt a sense of fatigue, but recognized the impossibility of withdrawal. Rather than becoming entangled in the foolish savior narrative due to Severus's influence, it would be more prudent to engage from the outset in shaping the savior's development. Chapter 14. A Journey to Nocturne Alley at Dusk. The setting sun unfolded like a golden canvas across the horizon, its afterglow streaming through the window and enveloping Alan in a soft, mysterious light. This gentle illumination seemed to drape a sheer veil over him, casting him into a realm of ethereal haze. He gently closed the weighty tome of magic in his hands, a book weathered by the passage of time that seemed to harbor countless ancient secrets and formidable powers. The warmth lingering on his fingertips was a remnant of the touch of those archaic texts he had just perused. Setting aside the dismembered limbs of the unknown creature strewn across the floor, along with the splotches of blood on his garments, the entire scene appeared strikingly harmonious. Alan slowly rose to his feet, his steps measured as he approached the window, a gentle breeze playfully stirring the wisps of hair on his forehead, causing him to become profoundly entranced. Yet, just as this tranquility and serenity had begun to envelop him, Alan's countenance abruptly turned ashen, swiftly followed by a wave of shock that flushed his cheeks. A startled exclamation escaped his lips. Where has Potter gone? This thought detonated in his mind like a bombshell. The boy had been out for an entire afternoon, and with the nightfall approaching, his absence was decidedly alarming. Alan dared not linger. Immediately channeling his mental energy in a desperate attempt to locate Harry in the adjacent room. With a heart racing in anxiety, he hurriedly traversed each room, meticulously searching every nook and cranny, yet ultimately found nothing. Remain calm, he whispered to himself. The savior is resilient. He cannot simply vanish. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, his once dark and profound gaze resembled an unfathomable abyss, but merely a moment later, that gaze transformed, becoming elongated and piercing like that of a serpent, glimmering with a chilling light. Cersei and Loki, along with the serpentine spies hidden in Nocturne Alley, suddenly lifted their heads. The hissing of serpents echoed, adding an eerie ambience to the stillness that had yet to settle in Nocturne Alley. Alan abruptly looked up, a fierce aura flashing in his eyes, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he swiftly made his way towards the alley. He had initially intended to enter at a more opportune moment, yet this opportunity had arisen so unexpectedly. Cersei followed closely behind Alan, growing larger with every inch she advanced, ultimately transforming into a colossal beast of considerable size. Who would have thought that such a delectable treat would present itself so fortuitously today? At the entrance of Nocturne Alley, two emaciated witches, resembling mere skeletons, emerged. Their sunken eyes gleamed with greedy and malevolent light, fixating intently on Alan as he stepped into their midst. One of the witches extended a hand, withered like a gnarled branch, trembling as it reached toward Alan's porcelain-like face. However, just as her fingertips were about to brush against his skin, her hand twisted at an unnatural angle, as if an invisible force had cruelly snapped it. As a piercing scream echoed through the air, the witch writhed in agony upon the ground. Observing this, another witch hastily drew her wand from her robe, preparing to retaliate. However, before she could even swing her wand, a shadow darted towards her like a bolt of lightning, opening a gaping maw and sinking its teeth into her neck. In an instant, the unfortunate witch felt as though an immense beast had ensnared her entire body, an overwhelming pressure rendering her breathless. Then came a sharp crack, the sound of bones snapping as the serpent's muscles constricted violently. In the narrow, dim alley, that crisp sound was particularly jarring, sending chills down the spine. Ah, life. So fragile it evokes a sense of pity. Alan mused, observing the witch nearly crushed by Cersei, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Now tell me, did you see a bespectacled child in the alley today? Alan's gaze locked onto the horrified witch's eyes, an intangible mental pressure instilling in her a terror akin to facing a dragon. Yes, Ramos took a boy today, intending to use him for dark magic experiments. The witch replied, her voice trembling, the death of her companion driving her to the brink of madness. Lead the way. Alan exhaled softly, reassured that dark magic experiments required various magical ingredients, and Potter was likely safe. The witch moved like a soulless automaton, her body trembling unnaturally as she led the way. Alan had hypnotized her actions, yet her instincts screamed that death was imminent, truly imminent. Meanwhile, Alan remained active, his mouth slightly agape, a low, sinister voice resonating from his throat as if it were the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Simultaneously, the cold scales scraped against the hard ground, producing a series of sharp, discordant sounds that intertwined into an eerily strange symphony. Faintly, pairs of cold eyes watched their retreating figures. Thus, they continued onward until they arrived at a dilapidated general store, the foul-smelling which finally halted her steps. Well done. Alan's lips curled into a slight, cruel smile as he softly remarked. He then turned to face his companion, bowing gracefully as if a courteous gentleman making a request of a lady. Yet the words that escaped his lips were chilling. Now, my dear, please gouge out your eyes as a token of apology for me. At this, the witch was instantly filled with dread, her face turning as pale as a sheet. It is essential to recognize that this alley is rife with a chaotic mix of individuals. To lose one's sight here would undoubtedly lead to a most tragic fate. Contemplating this, she fervently shook her head, her voice trembling as she cried out, "No, I cannot. If I do this, I will perish." Despite her heart being engulfed by terror, it was peculiar that the witch's hands seemed to act independently of her will. They involuntarily rose, reaching towards her eye sockets. In a horrifying moment, her fingers forcefully plunged in, brutally extracting her own eyes. Instantly, blood gushed forth, mingling with an unknown viscous fluid, splattering everywhere. The blinded witch clutched her head in agony, rolling on the ground while emitting piercing wails of despair. Her eyes, which once possessed a captivating beauty, had now transformed into two gory voids, blood continually streaming from them. Meanwhile, her grotesquely contorted hands frantically searched the ground, desperately attempting to reclaim her gouged eyes, a sight so ghastly it was truly appalling. Chapter 15, A Shallow Battle. Mr. Raffles. It is rather impolite to spy from behind the door. Alan slightly bent forward, elegantly extending his hand to smooth the slightly wrinkled fabric of his attire. Casting his gaze toward the door, although he had yet to lay eyes on Raffles himself, his keen perceptive abilities had already detected a torrent of negative emotions emanating from beyond the firmly shut door, avarice, murderous intent, congealing into a palpable chill that gripped his heart. Such astounding magical prowess. To manipulate that foolish woman, Sheila, with such ease, was it a soul-binding curse? No, it seemed too subtle for that. With a creaking sound, the long-closed shop door gradually swung open, Emerging from within was a diminutive wizard, though his stature was not significantly different from Alan's. The deep furrows and wrinkles etched upon his face rendered him exceedingly aged, and his thick, sharp nails added an air of malevolence to his demeanor. A hybrid of fairy and wizard? Alan's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze appraising the unexpectedly appeared Raffas with undisguised disdain. I wonder, what thoughts cross your mind as you gaze into the mirror each day, being such a wretched creature? Do you not feel a deep sense of shame for your grotesque visage? If I were you, I would likely be overwhelmed by embarrassment. As he spoke, Alan maintained a facade of amiable composure, yet the loathing evident in his eyes grew increasingly pronounced. He had encountered hybrids of wizards and fairies before. Professor Flivy, for instance, was merely short, but this creature was simply hideous, an eyesore to behold. You little spawn of the Snape family, sharp-tongued and venomous. With this exclamation, Raffas's grotesquely contorted face appeared even more terrifying, as if he were ready to devour anyone in his path. As his words hung in the air, his figure suddenly became shrouded in a haze, as if enveloped by a veil of mist. In the next moment, a beam of darkness, as black as ink, surged towards Alan with blinding speed. Yet, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Alan exhibited not a trace of fear. A subtle smile played upon his lips, for it was evident that this old fellow was acquainted with Snape, suggesting he was certainly no benign presence. Had this encounter taken place elsewhere, perhaps a retreat would have been prudent, but sensing the tumultuous wave of negative emotions flooding into his mind, Alan stood resolute. With a deafening crash, the door of the shop behind Raffas was obliterated, splintering into a myriad of wooden shards. Almost simultaneously, a ragged, emaciated man slowly emerged from within. At that very moment, Alan uttered a spell, disarm. Instantly, a dazzling white light shot forth from his hand, hurtling towards the shadowy figure. In the blink of an eye, the man was sent sprawling backwards. He had long sensed the presence of another lurking in the shadows. Foolish waste. Raffas glared fiercely at the figure, intending to play the role of the puppeteer, only to find himself thwarted by this young man. Just as he prepared to strike again, he saw the young man hurl something into the darkness, and when he attempted to attack, he found himself enveloped in an abyss where even magical light could not penetrate. A low, sinister hiss emanated from Alan's lips. Countless venomous serpents surged forth like a raging torrent, materializing within the inky blackness. Each snake gaped wide, revealing their razor-sharp fangs, exuding an eerie chill. Serpents do not rely on sight to hunt. Despite Raffas's evasive maneuvers, several snakes managed to sink their fangs into him. Humph, this is far from over. Raffas scoffed, his body shimmering with a silver light as he vanished from sight. As an elder wizard, he understood when to retreat and when to press forward with audacity. Is that all you've got? Alan scoffed derisively, as the darkness that had surrounded them began to dissipate with Raffas's departure. This peculiar contraption was a mischievous discovery of his, a primary ingredient in Peruvian smoke bombs. Known as dark powder, capable of creating a void that even illumination spells could not penetrate. Hissing softly, Alan commanded the serpents to infiltrate the shop, searching for Potter's whereabouts. Ultimately, he discovered, in a basement box, a middle-aged man cradling a sleeping Harry. And who might you be? Alan inquired, fixing him with a cold smile. Should his answer be unsatisfactory, he would swiftly deal with him. It is a curse, sending him to meet Merlin. Please do not harm this child. I, too, was captured by him. The middle-aged man appeared dazed, clearly unable to resist Alan's hypnotic influence. Alan detected no magical fluctuations emanating from him, indicating he was, indeed, a muggle. Suddenly, the middle-aged man jolted awake from his stupor, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the boy surrounded by serpents. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, his body trembling with fear, Alan dismissed the unfortunate muggle entirely, casting a cold glance at the figure at the entrance, gradually regaining consciousness. The smile that had lingered at the corner of his lips vanished without a trace. He reached into his waist pocket and retrieved a small, exquisite vial. The bottle shimmered with an eerie black light, flames of pitch-black fire flickering at its opening, as if it were conjured from the depths of hell. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan poured the liquid, ablaze with black flames, into the middle-aged man's mouth. After completing this act, he fixed his gaze intently on the man's eyes and spoke in a low, menacing tone. Find him. Embrace him. The middle-aged man, as if driven mad, struggled desperately to escape Alan's control. Yet, when his gaze met Alan's crystalline, yet chillingly cold eyes, he suddenly fell into a stupor. His eyes grew unfocused, and he began to mechanically repeat Alan's earlier words. Moments later, he returned to normal and promptly turned to leave. This substance was something Alan had stealthily taken from Severus's private collection. As for its specific name, Alan was unaware. He only knew that this potion could merge seamlessly with human flesh and, after a period, would trigger a violent explosion. At this thought, a smug smile crept onto Alan's face. He was certain that Raffas would be exceedingly pleased with this grand gift. As for the man's life or death, please. A wretched werewolf is hardly worth the investment of compassion. From the moment he decided to confront Alan, his fate was sealed. At this moment, the middle-aged man, clutching Harry tightly, witnessed the unfolding scene, and his fear intensified. An instinctive feeling warned him that the flames within that vial were far from innocuous. His eyes widened, and he tightened his grip around Harry. Chapter 16. Intimidation. Time stretched like a long, endless night, the fleeting moments slipping by unnoticed. In the early morning, the first gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the window, softly illuminating Harry's sleeping face. His brows furrowed tightly, as if ensnared by a dreadful nightmare. Suddenly, he seemed to be jolted by a great fright, springing upright from his bed. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly still struggling to extricate himself from the grip of a nightmare. After a considerable moment, as his gaze fell upon the other side of the bed, his taut nerves began to ease slightly. There lay a massive and fearsome python, Nagini, coiled around Alan, engaging him in a morning frolic. "Alan, it is truly splendid to see you again," Harry exclaimed, attempting to calm his rapid breathing. He then surveyed the surroundings, perplexedly inquiring, "Did Hagrid rescue us?" At that moment, Harry still found everything unfolding before him to be surreal until he gently reached out to touch the cold, rigid scales of the serpent. And the unease in his heart gradually dissipated. "Actually, it was I who saved you," Alan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "One must say, our savior possesses a remarkably large heart, able to remain composed after such a harrowing ordeal." "What?" Hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was well aware of Alan's formidable abilities, he could scarcely fathom how one could successfully liberate him from the clutches of that malevolent dark wizard. "You have yet to fully enter Hogwarts. When the time comes, you shall realize that sometimes the disparity between wizards can be greater than that between a wizard and a slug." Alan shrugged, striving to sound as nonchalant as possible. In truth, he felt a tinge of trepidation. A wizard overwhelmed by fear, with a crumbling psychological defense, was easily manipulated. That Raffles was evidently no simple foe. Nevertheless, he had detailed the events in a letter, confident that Severus would handle the situation appropriately. Even if Severus did not personally take a life, he possessed a terrifying influence within the magical community. "By the way, how is Mr. Granger?" Harry suddenly recalled, his excitement evident as he looked at Alan. "Who? That muggle? Wait, you said his surname is Granger?" Alan responded with confusion, followed by an exclamation of surprise. At this moment, the presence of a muggle in Diagon Alley bearing the surname Granger could only lead him to think of the father of the future Minister of Magic. "Have I just crossed paths with the father of the future Minister of Magic? How dreadful." Alan chuckled, then remembered Harry. "Are you referring to that muggle?" "I am truly sorry, Harry." Alan lowered his head slightly, a hint of sorrow crossing his face, yet within that sorrow lurked an inscrutable strangeness. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, solemnly beginning to weave a tale. "He has witnessed far too much that he was never meant to see. Thus he has completely perished." Upon hearing this news, Harry's countenance instantaneously turned as pale as a sheet, his lips quivering slightly, as if he could scarcely believe the veracity of what he had just heard. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured, "Dead? How could this be?" His voice was as faint as a leaf falling in the wind. After a considerable pause, Harry gradually emerged from his shock. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and then fixed a resolute gaze upon Alan, inquiring, "Was it that malevolent dark wizard who ended his life?" Alan gently shook his head, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Oh, poor Harry, you are entirely mistaken. In truth, he met his demise at my hands." At this juncture, Alan paused, as if savoring the recollection of that moment. He then continued in a tone both detached and sinister, describing, "I employed the most cruel and dark magic known in the wizarding realm, manipulating him piece by piece, compelling him to consume his own flesh. First, it was his hands, then his feet, and so, one morsel after another, he devoured himself." Alan's words struck Harry's heart like a sharp dagger. Harry felt a tumult in his stomach, nearly retching. Yet, he suppressed his discomfort, his eyes locked onto Alan, eager to hear the conclusion of his tale. "I even contemplated forcing him to pluck out his own eyes and chew them," he continued, "but alas, this poor muggle could not endure such immense pain and terror, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss." As Alan spoke, a derisive chuckle escaped his lips. "Ha! The ignoble bloodline of muggles is utterly feeble in the face of formidable magic." Alan made no effort to disguise his inherent cruelty. A faint, unsettling smile lingered on his stern visage, appearing innocuous yet profoundly chilling. Why would you do this?" Harry's eyes widened in terror as he staggered backward, his body trembling with overwhelming fear. His face bore the unmistakable expression of disbelief, as though the events unfolding before him were not but a ghastly nightmare. He found it incomprehensible that this friend, who had previously treated him with a degree of kindness, could suddenly reveal such a cruel and malicious side. "Why, Alan erupted into a low, sinister laughter, the sound jarring and eerie in the silence that enveloped them. You dare ask me why, Harry? Do you truly not understand? We are wizards, endowed with extraordinary magical power. In those foolish fairy tales, we wizards are invariably depicted as the most malevolent beings. Now, that wretched muggle has uncovered our secret, and his fate is sealed. Death is his only escape, a destiny from which he cannot flee. As he reached this point, Alan paused briefly, then fixed Harry with an utterly indifferent gaze, continuing, Do not think it is only I. Even someone as kind-hearted and naive as Hagrid would undoubtedly make the same choice without hesitation. After all, for us wizards, safeguarding the secrets of our kind is of paramount importance. Any potential threat to this confidentiality must be eradicated completely. His voice resonated like a desperate wail from the abyss, causing Harry to recoil in terror before ultimately fleeing into the night. My lord, perhaps your jest is not as amusing as it seems. Loki gazed with concern at the savior, who shot forth like a meteor, offering Alan a heartfelt warning. There sat Alan on an opulent and comfortable sofa, slightly narrowing his eyes, his gaze fixed on the receding figure. He absently tapped a rhythmic pattern on the armrest with his fingers, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if concealing profound secrets. After such an extensive period of acquaintance, you must have realized that he is inherently a good-natured child. Even if I wished to alter certain aspects of his character, I would ultimately be thwarted by Dumbledore. That great wizard would not stand idly by. Alan spoke slowly, his tone deep and calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. This implies that, regardless of the circumstances, it is impossible for us to walk the same path. Perhaps fate will orchestrate fleeting intersections between us, but to truly march side by side is nigh a fantastical notion. At that moment, Alan straightened his posture, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze sharpening. Thus, if one wishes to gain complete control over another, beyond bestowing ample trust and that profound affection that eludes precise description, instilling fear can indeed be an effective strategy. Hearing this, Loki furrowed his brow, anxiously countering. But my lord, excessive fear could very likely yield contrary results. Are you not concerned that he may come to misunderstand or even resent you? Knowing his master was far from rash, Loki felt compelled to alert him to the potential perils. It is merely a poor jest. Revealing a fraction of one's nature in advance may prevent this savior from descending into utter despair. Moreover, Medusa will convey the truth to him, Alan murmured, stroking Cersei's cold scales, a profound calm enveloping his heart. A balance of reward and intimidation is the true path. Only a fool would give selflessly without reservation, and he has no desire to compromise himself. Chapter 17. The start of school time passes swiftly, that simple kind of swift. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently caressing Alan's serene, slumbering visage with its soft glow. Suddenly, a melodious and crisp alarm bell shattered the tranquility, akin to a sharp sword piercing the veil of silence. Awakened, Alan, still drowsy, stretched lazily before slowly rising from the warm and comfortable nest of his bed. Though he had long been acquainted with the magical realm, the actual arrival of this day stirred an overwhelming sense of excitement within him. After all, today marked the illustrious commencement of the famed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With remarkable swiftness, Alan donned his clothes, presenting himself with an air of elegance and propriety. Despite having gathered considerable knowledge about the wizarding world through various means, he remained filled with boundless anticipation and yearning for the ancient institution, renowned and steadfast for a millennium. Imagining the wondrous adventures that awaited him there, learning enchanting spells and forging bonds with like-minded friends, Alan's heart raced with exhilaration. Once fully prepared, he grasped his luggage and stepped out of his room. At that moment, he caught sight of Harry standing not far away, his eyes gleaming with the same eager light. Good morning, dear Mr. Potter. Alan greeted Harry with a beaming smile, his voice betraying an undeniable joy. Good morning, Alan. Harry responded, smiling back, his face radiating warmth and friendliness. Ever since learning of the little prank from Medusa, he had generously forgiven Alan. Of course, Harry had not forgotten to discreetly inquire about Mr. Granger from the pub owner, Tom. After all, Alan had resembled an evil figure corrupted by dark magic at that time. Alan had cast a spell to shrink Medusa and Cersei into a more concealable size, and the trio exchanged little conversation as they made their way towards the station. Initially, in the wizarding world, Alan could levitate his luggage using the levitation charm, but upon entering the Muggle world, he had to obediently push a cart. Thus, the two small figures, accompanied by two peculiar owls, ventured forth into that magical realm. Alan, won't your family come to see you off? Upon entering King's Cross Station and observing the bustling crowd, Harry turned to Alan with a hint of confusion. Having spent considerable time together, he remained unaware of the nature of Alan's family and why they permitted him to live independently. My parents have passed away, and I currently reside with my uncle. He is unwilling to see me off, and I share the sentiment. It is our unspoken understanding. However, he is a professor at Hogwarts. So if you encounter a professor there whom you dislike, it will undoubtedly be him. Alan waved his hand nonchalantly, a carefree expression gracing his face. In truth, both he and Snape were well aware that, despite their profound affection for one another, the syrupy mode of interaction was something they could never quite accept. With a look of guilt etched upon his face, Harry expressed his heartfelt apology, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Alan." He had not anticipated that Alan shared such a remarkably similar past, though he struggled to grasp the latter part of the conversation. Alan responded with a slight smile. Shrugging his shoulders, "There's no need to dwell on it. There's nothing to apologize for." He then urged, "Let us set off quickly. Although this train is named the Hogwarts Express, its speed is so lethargic that it may lead one to question life itself. We might not reach Hogwarts until nightfall." With that, Alan ceased his explanations, took Harry by the hand, and hurried towards an unoccupied compartment. Upon entering, Harry's excitement was palpable as he eagerly surveyed his surroundings. His eyes darting about, filled with boundless anticipation for the magical journey that awaited him. In stark contrast, Alan composed himself swiftly, unhurriedly. He retrieved a hefty tome from his backpack and settled into his seat to diligently organize his forthcoming study materials. The legacy left by his illustrious parents was indeed a rich and invaluable inheritance. Recently, he had developed a keen interest in the field of magical creature transformation. Preparing to delve into it with great fervor, Harry's exuberance waned within half an hour, and he too became calm. However, he seemed disinterested in reading. Instead, he stealthily produced a Medusa, his fingers gliding gently over her icy scales, producing a raspy sound. The compartment was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of Alan's pages turning, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and unsettling. This serene ambience was abruptly shattered by a sudden knock at the door. The door creaked open to reveal a timid young boy with vibrant red hair peering in. Is anyone here? All the other compartments are full. May I sit here?" He stammered, his voice betraying his evident nervousness. After speaking, his large, round eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as they turned towards Harry and Alan. Harry did not respond immediately, but glanced at Alan, who sat across from him. "Of course," Alan said, lifting his gaze slightly, his elongated eyes narrowing, and a sinister, bloodthirsty smile curving upon his lips. The smile sent a chill down the spine, as if concealing boundless danger and malice. The red-haired boy instinctively recoiled in fear. Feeling a shiver run up his spine, his back suddenly feeling icy. In his eyes, this boy, seemingly of similar age, appeared as a demon from the depths of hell, surrounded by macabre visions of towering piles of corpses and rivers of blood, as if he were on the verge of being utterly consumed. "I apologize. No, it's all right." The little creature trembled in terror, his voice quivering almost to the point of being inaudible. Amidst a flurry of incoherent apologies, he turned to flee from the frightening locale. At that moment, Harry hurriedly called out to retain him. "Wait, please don't go. Of course, you can come in. My name is Harry Potter. You may simply call me Harry. This is Alan Prince." Though Harry had known Alan for merely a month, the time spent together had afforded him a reasonable understanding of Alan's character. While Alan occasionally exhibited unsavory behavior, Harry sensed that a kind-hearted essence still resided within him. As Harry's voice resonated, the red-haired creature snapped back to reality, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, as if the preceding events had been mere figments of his imagination. "Wait, you are Harry Potter? The Harry Potter?" The boy, his face flushed, stepped into the compartment. His gaze lowered, too timid to meet Alan's eyes, as if he had committed some grave error. Suddenly, he seemed to regain his composure and turned his attention to Harry. If you're referring to the Savior, that would indeed be me," Harry replied, feeling somewhat bashful, though a hint of pride could be discerned in his tone. After all, for a young boy, possessing such an identity and aura was an intoxicating experience. "Hello, I am Ron Weasley." "You truly are," Ron stammered in excitement, his words tumbling out in a rush. As he animatedly pointed towards the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his expressions exaggeratedly animated. To this, Harry, accustomed to such reactions, naturally and graciously showcased the emblem of honor upon his brow. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, their dialogue weaving an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, Harry's initially tense visage gradually relaxed, revealing a long-lost radiant smile. Though Harry had internally embraced Alan as a friend, he was acutely aware that there was something slightly unconventional about him. Meanwhile, Alan, seated nearby, remained utterly unfazed by the clamor of the two boys. He remained engrossed in the book in his hands, wholly immersed in his own wondrous realm. Occasionally, one could hear him murmuring softly. Such rudimentary illusionary techniques certainly require considerable refinement. Chapter 18, The Trio's First Encounter. Amidst the somewhat dreary confines of the Hogwarts Express, an odd vitality permeated the atmosphere. Harry and Ron spoke in hushed tones, cautious not to let others overhear their discussion of the arcane, yet widely known secrets of the magical world. As Ron conversed with Harry, he surreptitiously stole glances at Alan, observing his actions from a distance. However, each time his gaze nearly met Alan's, it would dart away as though struck by lightning, never daring to hold eye contact for even a second. As their conversation grew increasingly animated, the topic naturally shifted to their respective pets. Initially, Ron assumed that Harry's sole pet was the splendid owl he owned. Thus, he unabashedly presented his own pet, a mouse named Scabbers, for Harry's admiration. Yet, as he enthusiastically shared, a faint rustling sound emerged from Harry's shoulder. Ron, filled with curiosity, looked up, and in that moment, he felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, frozen in place. A long, shimmering snake was leisurely emerging from Harry's collar. The next moment, Ron let out a terrified scream that rivaled the highest notes of a falsetto. This sudden outburst shattered the cabin's tranquility, resonating throughout the space. Harry, in utter astonishment, beheld the scene before him, witnessing for the first time the hair of a long-haired boy standing on end like a red hedgehog. Immediately, he retrieved his old wand, uncertain whether to poke the snake or to protect himself. "Harry, I don't believe Hogwarts admission notice permitted the entrance of a snake," Ron stammered, realizing as he watched Harry affectionately stroke the little serpent that it must be this new friend's pet. Yet, he also acknowledged that there was no explicit prohibition against bringing a snake, was there? As long as it isn't expressly forbidden, it is implicitly permitted, Harry replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Ron while glancing at Alan for his reaction. Ron was speechless. It seemed to be the case. His mouse also fell outside the list of pets recorded on the admission notice, yet Percy had always brought him along. What was happening? Why are you all so noisy? A small girl, her hair frizzy like an otter's, burst in with a crisp and vibrant inquiry. She blinked her lively eyes, quickly scanning each person present, while muttering, "Has anyone seen the Weasley's pet? It's a toad, and honestly, I cannot fathom why anyone would choose a toad as a pet." As she spoke, her gaze suddenly landed on the wand in Ron's hand, her eyes lighting up as if discovering a new world, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, you have a wand. Are you about to cast a spell? Let me see what your magical skills are like. I've learned a few things over the holidays." The arrival of this little girl made the already awkward cabin atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Ron and Harry gazed in astonishment at the abrupt and brazen little girl before them, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Who are you?" they exclaimed. Ellen slowly raised her head, directing her gaze towards this future Minister of Magic, examining her with keen interest. Is this truly the future Minister of Magic? If there were no concessions from pureblood families involved, Ellen would gladly stand on his head and eat dung. It must be acknowledged that Hermione possessed an undeniably charming appearance. Her round, rosy face resembled a ripe apple, and her large eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. It is no wonder that those predecessors who had traversed into this world regarded her as a quintessential heroine. Regrettably, for Ellen, despite finding the little girl endearing, he harbored no significant thoughts towards her. Was magic not enticing enough? Matters of love could certainly wait. "Madam, if I may be so bold, do you not think it prudent to adhere to the most basic norms of courtesy when you intrude upon another's domain without any prior consent?" Ellen furrowed his brow and addressed Hermione with a hint of displeasure and reproach. He continued, "Moreover, I must inform you that there is no toad belonging to that Mr. Longbottom here. You have come to the wrong place. Kindly take your leave and do not disturb us." After uttering these words, Ellen swiftly lost his patience for further explanations. He had no desire to squander his energy on a stranger who lacked decorum, even if that individual was the heroine herself. He waved his hand nonchalantly, unleashing a powerful and invisible force that erupted instantaneously. Hermione, standing across from him, was caught off guard and, like a feather in the wind, was abruptly flung away by this irresistible power. As Hermione's figure vanished from view, Ellen did not spare her another glance. Instead, he flicked his finger once more, and the previously ajar carriage door, as if responding to some mysterious command, began to close slowly. In the blink of an eye, the door was firmly shut, as though nothing had transpired. However, Hermione, ejected from the carriage, wore a look of shock and bewilderment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the closed door, her heart filled with indignation and anger. She could hardly fathom being treated so rudely by anyone. Yet, confronted with such formidable magical power, she found herself powerless in that moment. Ultimately, filled with resentment, Hermione turned away, resuming her search to assist the unfortunate Neville in locating his lost toad. That was simply astonishing. Harry, who had been sitting quietly to the side, finally regained his senses after witnessing the remarkable scene and couldn't help but murmur to himself. However, before Harry could fully recover from his shock, Ron, seated beside him, could no longer contain his exuberance and exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "This is absolutely fantastic." His exuberant cheer instantly captured the attention of Harry and Alan, leaving them to ponder whether there was indeed cause for such jubilation. Realizing he had somewhat lost his composure, Ron awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly explained to the group, "You see, she is quite the troublemaker, isn't she?" Chapter 19. The Initial Trial of Magic. The journey to Hogwarts felt interminably dull. Inside the train compartment, Alan was engrossed in the precious notes left behind by his parents, who were notorious rogues. As he stumbled upon an intriguing passage, he retrieved an exquisite set of grinding tools from his luggage and skillfully produced several bizarre animal entrails from his bag, carefully placing them into a mortar to grind them into a fine paste. Simultaneously, he chanted incantations, the eerie and cryptic words echoing through the air like phantoms. Initially, Harry and Ron, seated opposite Alan, were deeply captivated by his peculiar actions. For them, having never encountered such magical rituals before, this was undoubtedly a novel experience, though they couldn't help but wonder whose good-hearted family would carry such items. However, as time passed, the situation began to spiral out of control. Just as Alan's voice rose in fervor, he suddenly brandished a remarkably sharp wand, unhesitatingly slicing it across his own arm. In an instant, crimson blood poured forth, dripping steadily into a container placed nearby. Witnessing this, Harry and Ron were left utterly dumbfounded. Their initial intrigue morphed into sheer terror, their bodies instinctively retreating until they pressed themselves into the corner of the seat. The fear reached its zenith when they noticed that Alan's once normal eyes had transformed completely to a stark white. Harry, we should really change compartments. This is terrifying," Ron stammered, his voice tinged with palpable fear. As he spoke, he clutched tightly to Harry's arm, tugging insistently. "Do you think I don't want to? But just look at the doorway." Harry despaired, pointing towards a small snake coiled at the entrance, his face as pale as parchment. The snake flicked its crimson tongue, exuding an aura of danger, as if warning them against any rash movements. Ron, perhaps unaware of Cersei's terrifying nature, still could not ignore the situation. "Ugh, this is so damn exhausting. I need to learn the connecting spell quickly, or I'll end up dead here." Alan abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts. However, upon noticing the two small figures huddled in the corner, curiosity took hold of me, prompting me to voice my thoughts. What sort of arrangement is this? Why forgo a perfectly good seat to nestle there, unperturbed by the prospect of a slipped disc? If one is weary of sitting, is this not the very place to stretch one's back? Harry, feigning nonchalance, explained while propping himself against the window frame, managing to sit up with great effort, even mustering the strength to pull Ron up as well. "Alan, what is this?" Harry, having not perused his textbooks, could discern that Alan's magic was not derived from any academic tome. "Oh, this," Alan explained with a hint of pride. "It's a simple incantation that allows one to share vision with a creature." Though it appeared complex, it was, in fact, quite straightforward. There are 31 potion ingredients involved, including 3 rare ones. Had it not been for his ample resources, acquiring them would have been impossible. Fortunately, the sharing is not transient. It's akin to installing a switch in your consciousness, allowing you to share at will. It bears no difference from having a mobile monitor. Would you care to try it? As Alan applied the juice of a Mortello rat to his wound, he jested. "No need, you are too kind. You should enjoy it yourself," Ron interjected, fearing Harry might acquiesce, shaking his head vigorously, observing the gruesome wound on his arm heal at an astonishing rate. With new skin swiftly covering the damaged area, Alan felt a sense of relief. He had been apprehensive that this darkly inclined ritual might leave behind irreversible injuries. "Oh, then I shall not hold back." With the two cowards refusing, Alan seized the mysterious potion at hand and promptly poured it into the mouth of his large companion. At that moment, the creature was covertly exchanging glances with Hedwig, engrossed in their intimate interaction. Suddenly, a foul, viscous liquid surged into its throat without warning, catching it utterly off guard. The creature nearly choked, coughing violently, tears on the verge of spilling from its eyes. Once it managed to regain composure, it cast a look of helplessness and reproach at its master, its gaze filled with confusion and grievance. Meanwhile, Alan distinctly sensed a faint, elusive vortex emerging deep within his mind. As he focused his attention on this vortex, it was as if he possessed another set of eyes, enabling him to observe everything around him from a unique perspective. A surge of curiosity bubbled within him, and he began to eagerly manipulate the wings of his large companion. Such an opportunity for a 360-degree view of oneself is rare. He lifted the creature gently at times, pressed down firmly at others, and cautiously turned its body side to side, reveling in the experience. "What are you doing? This hardly seems to be any different." Harry, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the large face, finding nothing unusual, and looked at Alan with a puzzled expression. It was merely a shared perspective. It wouldn't sprout wings or grow additional claws. Alan shot him an irritated glance. This kid had no decorum, always asking pointless questions. Cackling. As Harry and Ron began to poke at the large face, it rotated its head 360 degrees, casting a sinister look at the two before emitting a chilling laugh that sent shivers down their spines. Their hands froze mid-air, and they swallowed nervously, retracting their hands awkwardly. Harry and Ron could swear to God, to Jesus, to Merlin, and to the heavens above that they had never heard such a terrifying laugh in their lives. They felt somewhat relieved that the little creature had not laughed while Alan was performing the magical ritual. Otherwise, they might have been utterly terrified. Enough of this nonsense. The train will be arriving soon. Quickly change into your robes, Alan said, gesturing nonchalantly. Instantly, his suitcase opened, and a pristine set of wizarding robes adorned him. Although they appeared to be standard attire, they imparted an air of aristocracy when draped over him. Chapter 20, Hogwarts. The night descended like an immense black curtain, enveloping the world in its mysterious and profound embrace. When the Hogwarts Express, carrying countless dreams and expectations, finally came to a halt, the students aboard erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Whether it was the newcomers, filled with curiosity and wonder about the magical realm, or the seasoned students who had experienced numerous enchanting adventures, all were ignited by a fervent passion, unable to contain their exhilaration. They chattered animatedly, their voices intertwining. Amidst the cacophony, Alan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A low, eerie hissing sound emanated from him. Initially faint, akin to the rustling of grass in the wind, it soon grew increasingly audible, reminiscent of a demon whispering in one's ear, sending chills down spines. Seraphine, who had been quietly perched on Alan's arm, seemed to be affected by an unseen force, losing her balance and plummeting to the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Seraphine began to swell and transform at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she morphed into a towering figure. Standing 3 meters tall, this massive form loomed, exuding an intense sense of oppression. While such a size might not typically attract attention, amidst the throng of small wizards, Seraphine's presence was undeniably formidable. Without the slightest hesitation, the surrounding young wizards shrieked in terror, their cries resonating in a cacophony. Each cherubic face etched with fear and panic. Some timid children turned pale, their legs trembling as if they were on the verge of collapsing. However, when their gazes met Alan's, their throats tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand, silencing any further sounds. At that moment, the air around them became eerily still, leaving only Harry and a slightly anxious Ron. "Harry, I finally understand why you fear this serpent so much," Ron said, still shaken. He had initially wanted to flee, but was held back by Harry. Just knowing is enough. Harry refrained from demoralizing Ron. After all, this form of Seraph was far less formidable than his Medusa. Yet, he felt a twinge of curiosity and cautiously approached Alan, asking, "Didn't you say to avoid showcasing the ability to communicate with serpents?" "Why?" Harry's words trailed off, but their implication was clear. "That applies to you. My ability to speak parcel tongue is no secret among certain magical families, so there's no need for concealment." Alan shrugged nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. Having a serpent, one cannot hide such matters. Harry, I was just about to seek you out. I must say, you both stand out quite remarkably." Hagrid's robust voice echoed from a distance, as he waved a rather dim lantern towards them. "Hagrid, we are here." Harry joyfully waved back and rushed forward to envelop Hagrid in a warm embrace. The presence of Seraph was indeed imposing for the young wizards. After exchanging pleasantries with Alan, Hagrid expressed his concerns, admitting he liked the serpent but worried that this little creature might cause some trouble. "Thank you. Seraph will be quite pleased to hear that." Alan smiled graciously in response. "Wait, was I complimenting you? Perhaps my expression was a tad too subtle," Hagrid exclaimed, bewildered. Flashes of light. Unfazed by Hagrid's words, Harry, observing the oppressive darkness surrounding them, could not resist casting a Lumos spell, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Alan regarded him with a look of satisfaction. This boy certainly had a keen sense of awareness. Several young wizards, who had yet to begin their magical studies, turned their attention toward them. Some, with clever thoughts, contemplated approaching, but upon seeing the fearsome giant python, they promptly abandoned that immature idea. The trio walked ahead of the group with Hagrid, and Alan was the first to spot the small boats on the Black Lake. This was a cherished tradition of Hogwarts, for students sharing a boat to commence their academic journey. Legend has it that this was how the founders of the 4 houses arrived at Hogwarts, ultimately establishing this magnificent institution of magic. Hagrid, brimming with enthusiasm, animatedly explained to Harry while simultaneously introducing the other students. "Is it true?" Harry, filled with excitement yet tinged with curiosity, glanced at Alan. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a habit of seeking Alan's counsel on various matters. "What does it matter? This is none of our concern. It's merely tradition, and respect suffices. If you're truly curious, you could peruse the school's history," Alan thought dismissively, as he swiftly boarded the small boat. In contrast to those so-called traditions revered and recounted by word of mouth, he perceived this more as an enigmatic magical rite. As he cautiously stepped onto the petite and exquisitely crafted vessel, an elusive magical aura seemed to breathe life, continuously flowing towards him, attempting to forge a subtle connection with his being. He had conducted a brief study of Hogwarts history and unearthed a surprising fact. The number of young wizards who had met their untimely demise here was remarkably scant, with most of them transforming into ghosts, lingering in this ancient and hallowed institution. While ghosts are not uncommon in the magical realm, a place like Hogwarts, teeming with such a multitude of spirits, is undoubtedly rare. Thus, he was inclined to believe that all of this constituted a formidable magical ceremony designed to safeguard the students. Having arrived at this conclusion, he shed his reservations and nonchalantly reclined on the boat's rear, as if lounging on the comfort of his own bed. At that moment, he indulged in a delightful communion with the magical essence, relishing the uniqueness of the experience. So much so that when they approached the bridge and heard Hagrid's booming voice instructing them to duck, he remained utterly unfazed, not reacting in the slightest. What a jest! Only someone as tall as Hagrid truly needs to bow to pass under the bridge. A typical young wizard, even if they jumped straight up, would hardly reach the bridge above. Why would they need to duck? Chapter 21, Slytherin. Upon arriving at Hogwarts Castle, Professor McGonagall was already awaiting them. Once the students had gathered, she calmly introduced the first-year students to the essentials of the school. Among the crowd, pure-blood wizards chattered excitedly about their aspirations to join Slytherin, as if not attending this school would tarnish their lineage, prompting Alan to roll his eyes in exasperation. He discreetly stepped back into the throng, exchanging a nod and smile with Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air, interrupting Professor McGonagall's address and drawing the attention of everyone present. A chubby little boy dashed forward, swiftly seizing the golden toad at McGonagall's feet. He then cradled the toad carefully, casting an embarrassed glance around at the onlookers. He truly is a dreadful individual. It is quite astonishing that in this modern age, there are still those who would choose a toad, such an antiquated creature, as a pet. In my estimation, he is destined for Hufflepuff House. Behind the crowd, a young wizard murmured in a hushed tone, occasionally casting disdainful glances. Following the direction of the voice, Alan soon identified the speaker as one of the students who had previously proclaimed a desire to enter Slytherin. Observing the other's haughty demeanor, Alan couldn't help but smile faintly and remarked softly, "I wager a galleon that he will surely be sorted into Gryffindor." Though his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of the young wizard. Taken aback momentarily, the young wizard then adopted an exceedingly proud expression. He scrutinized Alan from head to toe, and upon noticing Alan's well-tailored wizarding robe, a confident smile spread across his face. "You're on." With that, he turned on his heel and pushed his way to the front without a backward glance. Watching the young wizard's retreating figure, Alan pondered quietly. Given the fellow's expensive robe and his arrogant attitude, it was highly probable that he would be sorted into Slytherin. Nevertheless, Alan was unconcerned. Having successfully enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he would not miss any opportunity to forge friendships with like-minded individuals. After Professor McGonagall departed, the crowd buzzed with noise once more. Soon after, he spotted a platinum-haired boy, whose hair gel seemed to have been applied in excess, speaking in an air of superiority. "I've heard that Harry Potter is on this train. I believe we shall become friends. I am Draco Malfoy, and you will soon learn that befriending certain wizarding families is far more advantageous than associating with others," he said, casting a dismissive glance at Ron. With such attire and that hair color, he could hardly be unaware of the Weasley family. "I believe I am quite discerning about whom I should befriend." Harry's expression darkened. Although he had not yet confirmed his friendship with Ron, he was certainly not inclined to take direction from an arrogant child. Just as Draco was about to say something further, he was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall. He shot an irritated glare at Harry and sulkily followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall. The young wizards felt like monkeys on display, under the watchful eyes of the older students, which only heightened their anxiety. "I heard from Fred and George that you need to defeat a dragon to enter this school," Ron said nervously to Harry, his voice barely above a whisper, causing the girl beside him to tremble. "My mother told me that in her year, they had to defeat a troll." On the other side, other young wizards were sharing similar tales, yet no matter what, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Alan rolled his eyes, finding himself speechless at the absurdities passed down from the previous generation. If that were truly the case, the mortality rate at Hogwarts would soar to unimaginable heights. "Now, when I call your name, step forward and don the sorting hat, which shall assign you to your respective house." Hannah Abbott. As the young wizard processed this, a timid little girl approached the front, and within mere seconds, the old hat proclaimed her to be a Hufflepuff. Immediately, the students of Hufflepuff erupted into applause, welcoming their new member. Alan watched curiously, hoping to discern something unusual about this enchanted hat. The young wizards gradually relaxed, realizing they had been deceived. Hermione Granger, the little witch, nervously ascended the stage, whispering words of reassurance to herself. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's loud announcement sent the Gryffindor table into a frenzy. When it came time for Draco, the hat barely grazed his hair before determining he belonged to Slytherin. Below, Ron muttered about Slytherin being filled with dark wizards. Shortly thereafter, Ron and Harry completed their sorting as well. When Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, he noticed George was not applauding for him, prompting him to kick out in frustration, only to misjudge and strike the chair instead, causing him to wince in pain. When Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, the Weasley twins exuberantly leaped onto the table, shouting about having Potter among them, as if they had acquired a rare treasure, leaving Harry utterly embarrassed. Alan Prince. Upon hearing his name, Alan quickly composed himself and calmly approached Professor McGonagall, reluctantly placing the tattered old hat upon his head. Well, what a wicked thought. You cannot treat me this way. Parseltongue, what a rare gift. Gryffindor despises your ambition and destructive desires. Hufflepuff is disappointed by your insincere quest for friendship. You possess a strong thirst for knowledge. Yet your intentions are not pure. Thus, you are equally unsuitable for Ravenclaw. It appears you are left with no choice. Damn it, Salazar does not welcome you either. The Sorting Hat was thoroughly conflicted, muttering incessantly, leaving Alan astonished, as he had presumed he would be the chosen Slytherin. Allow me to look deeper, the Sorting Hat murmured. And moments later, it seemed to be overtaken by some mysterious force, emitting billowing black smoke. Simultaneously, a low and indistinct murmuring emanated from beneath its wide brim. Barely discernible words such as slaughter, greed, destruction, and arrogance sending shivers down the spines of all present. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, their eyes wide open, fixated on the astonishing spectacle before them, with some even beginning to whisper, speculating whether the Sorting Hat had malfunctioned. However, at the center of this bizarre event, Alan saw none of the eerie black smoke. He simply sat there, inwardly scoffing. What on earth is this wretched hat up to? Surely, it cannot be that I am destined for Azkaban. With this thought, Alan couldn't help but chuckle. How could that possibly be? His offhand murmur seemed to reignite the awareness of the Sorting Hat, which bellowed, Azkaban? Humph, perhaps you would be better suited for new-mongered Slytherin. At the sound of these words, the room erupted in astonishment. Alan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he had indeed been sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin it is, he thought. Why bother with further banter that paints him as some notorious villain? The Sorting Hat sighed in relief. While Salazar himself might not welcome a student like him, it was certainly preferable to wreaking havoc upon other houses. With the curious gazes of the young wizards upon him, Alan strode confidently towards the long table designated for Slytherin, leaving behind a group of professors with bewildered expressions, silently regarding Snape. Professors, is this the offspring you have nurtured? Snape, he is inherently wicked. It has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Chapter 22, A New Friend in Slytherin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Alan. Please forgive my presumption in addressing you so casually. By the way, this sorting ceremony has certainly been quite entertaining. As Alan approached the Slytherin table and took a seat, a seemingly proud young man, forever poised, glided towards him like a specter. Despite the ostensibly friendly smile upon the boy's face, Alan merely cast a sidelong glance, effortlessly piercing through the veneer of insincerity. To him, this individual resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, evoking an instinctive wariness. Your feigned elegance is rather unsettling, even inducing a sense of nausea, Mr. Zabini. I must admit, choosing to befriend me is a rather astute decision. However, I sincerely hope you can exhibit a touch more authenticity. After all, honesty is the cornerstone of profound friendship. A subtle smile graced Alan's lips, polite yet imbued with elegance. He straightened his back slightly, adjusting his posture, exuding an air of even greater dignity. As their eyes met, an indescribable understanding enveloped the air between them. Through each other's gaze, they discerned a mutual weariness towards the trivialities and false niceties of the world. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the same ilk, masking sincerity with arrogance, while beneath that facade lay an even purer form of pride. What an honor! Blaise first inclined his head in respect, then added, from now on, simply call me Blaise. It feels more intimate that way. As his words lingered in the air, one could witness the tension in his face gradually dissolve. Akin to the removal of a heavy mask, his gaze toward Alan transforming into one of increasing sincerity. In response, Alan offered a gentle smile and softly reminded him, oh, by the way, do not forget that you owe me a galleon. Unable to restrain himself from speaking, Alan pointed out that Neville's entry into Gryffindor had vindicated his earlier assertions. Moreover, it was indeed that very student, Blaise, who had made a wager with him at the entrance. Their initial exchange resembled that of long-standing friends, astonishing the entire Slytherin student body with its swiftness. Before the meal commenced, I felt compelled to remind everyone of two crucial points. First, entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that it is forbidden to step into the corridor on the right side of the third floor, unless one wishes to experience a gruesome demise. The lengthy and painfully awkward rendition of the school song finally came to an end. Dumbledore rose slowly, speaking in an exceptionally calm tone while surveying the room as if to ensure that each individual would commit this warning to memory. However, seated among the audience, Alan merely smiled faintly, feigning ignorance to the temptation woven into Dumbledore's words. It was hardly different from openly instructing the Gryffindors to seek mischief, especially since he had already discerned the eager glint in the Weasley twins' eyes. It seemed evident that our esteemed headmaster had concealed some remarkable treasure in that location, possibly linked to Gryffindor. Blaze's lips curled into a slight smirk, his murmured words barely audible, sounding like a self-reflection yet hinting at something more. Such keen and astute perception. Alan turned to him, a hint of surprise in his expression, and he could not refrain from bestowing praise upon this newly acquainted friend, feeling a growing affinity and anticipation. However, if I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to express such thoughts. Observing Blaze's somewhat smug demeanor, Alan felt compelled to interject. Had it not been for your words, I would not have spoken. I am not one of those foolish lions. Blaze chuckled, his gaze toward Gryffindor brimming with mockery, while his words also conveyed a sense of trust in Alan. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of other houses, Slytherin maintained a notable tranquility, with every witch and wizard displaying a commendable decorum during the meal. Even Goyle and Crabbe, the two gluttons, adhered to this orderliness, consuming their food rapidly yet methodically. Alan relished this ambience. Although he was puzzled as to why the Sorting Hat had deemed Salazar unappreciative of him, he considered himself to embody all the admirable traits of Slytherin. Lineage was not the ultimate aspiration for Slytherin students. Rather, it was the truly brave, intelligent, and shrewd heroes, those who understood the art of survival, who garnered the highest regard. In Alan's view, the bravery of Slytherin rivals that of Gryffindor, yet they possess a reserved composure. Adept at concealment, capable of survival amidst chaos, endowed with the qualities and ambitions of potential dominion. In times of crisis, each of them embodies the spirit of Gryffindor. In moments of kindness, they resemble Hufflepuff. When showcasing individual talents, they are akin to Ravenclaw. And in peculiar circumstances, they transform into Slytherin. Alan does not perceive such traits as inferior. In the quest for survival, who can truly claim superiority over another? On the faculty bench, the teachers observed Alan, who had seamlessly integrated into Slytherin, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles. It was indeed surprising that someone with Alan's disposition could swiftly find companionship in Slytherin. Professor McGonagall regarded Snape with a hint of astonishment. Their correspondence was frequent, and they shared a good rapport, even exchanging gifts on each other's birthdays. Clearly, she was aware of Alan's notorious temperament. Was this truly a positive development? Snape seemed utterly absorbed in the plate before him, not once lifting his gaze, mechanically spearing food with his fork and bringing it to his mouth for chewing. He did not know the child personally, yet could he truly be oblivious to Alan? What kind of individual could so easily blend with Alan? I must say, you are exceedingly harsh on Alan, Professor Flitwick remarked, his brow furrowed, a note of discontent in his voice as he looked at Snape. I've long advised you to bring Alan around Hogwarts more often. It would greatly benefit his mental and physical well-being. However, Snape appeared to be deaf to his words, remaining silent and focused solely on his meal. Yet, upon closer observation, one might discern that the already palpable tension within him had intensified. In truth, Snape was acutely aware of Dumbledore's earlier declaration, for the sake of the mental and physical health of all Hogwarts students. This child must not be allowed to enter the school prematurely. With the headmaster's direct instruction, how could he possibly disregard it? Chapter 23. Warm greetings among roommates. After finishing their meal, Alan walked along the path to Slytherin House with the head of his house, his expression revealing a sense of disillusionment. Are you not looking forward to the upcoming house life? Blaze inquired, puzzled by his new friend's sudden shift in mood. House life should be something to anticipate, yet I've heard that the Slytherin dormitories are located in the dungeons of Hogwarts, with the common rooms situated at the bottom of the Black Lake. What is there to look forward to in such living conditions? Alan's voice was not loud, just enough for Blaze to hear, his expression freezing, the initial excitement evaporating. He was willing to play the part of the brooding thinker, and he had no qualms about embracing madness, but that did not mean he yearned for a life spent in the depths of despair. Such an existence would surely invite rheumatism. Even snakes require sunlight. However, it is evident that this is beyond their control. The essence of loving someone lies in embracing their imperfections, which encapsulates the sentiment quite well. Slytherin was his chosen house, and he would have to endure it. Gritting his teeth, the journey proceeded without incident. Their head of house was a taciturn wizard, youthful yet exuding an air of antiquity. His reluctance to engage in conversation was matched by others' reluctance to approach him, as Slytherin was never short of those with noble bloodlines. To our surprise, we were not assigned to the same dormitory, which indeed was a source of disappointment. Upon noticing that their names did not appear together on the roster, Blaze's expression soured, though Alan could have sworn that the lad had just been smiling moments before. Alan, glancing at the name of his dormitory, fell silent, astonished that he would be residing with him. Ignoring Blaze's insinuating gaze, Alan swiftly made his way to his room. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the dormitory door was thrust open as if by an unseen force, the impact so fierce that one might question if it had been kicked in. The resounding noise startled the occupant within, causing their previously fluid movements to come to an abrupt halt. A slight smile curled at the corners of Alan's mouth, shaping a grin that was both enigmatic and joyful, his bright eyes shimmering with delight, akin to a hunter who had just spotted its prey in the shadows. "Good evening, everyone. It has indeed been a while, Draco." His voice resonated neither too high nor too low, yet it carried a unique charm that drew attention effortlessly. At the sound of Alan's greeting, Draco momentarily blinked in surprise before swiftly regaining his composure. As the pampered only son of the esteemed Malfoy family, Draco had been groomed from a young age by his father, Lucius, to navigate various social gatherings. Immersed in such an environment, he had mastered the art of social interactions, inevitably acquiring a hint of the so-called worldly shrewdness. Draco cleared his throat, a polite yet elegant smile gracing his features as he replied. "It has been a while, Alan. My father once mentioned that Professor Snape is among his few close friends. Thus, I trust that we shall find our company quite agreeable." Alan nodded in affirmation, a smile gracing his lips, before shifting the conversation. "Indeed, I am confident we will become quite good friends. However, as future companions, I find myself in a slight predicament." Here, he paused briefly, his gaze intentionally drifting toward the empty bed beside Draco before continuing. "It is rather unfortunate that I could not arrange to share a dormitory with my dear friend Blaise. Might I ask for a small favor regarding this matter? Of course, if it poses any inconvenience, I would completely understand." Upon finishing his statement, he cast an expectant glance at Draco, awaiting a reply. The dormitory, with its 4 beds, was clearly a ploy by Alan to persuade Draco to abandon Goyle and Crabbe. With a broad grin, Draco furrowed his brow, while Crabbe, standing beside him, reacted instantly. Unleashing a spell from his wand, he grasped Alan's intention and wished to avoid conflict, yet it was imperative for Draco to stand with him at that moment. "A commendable resolve, a commendable spell. It appeared you were not as foolish as initially presumed." Alan casually sidestepped the incantation, a smile playing on his lips, possessing a measure of understanding regarding the intentions of Crabbe and Goyle's families. Seeking the support of the Malfoy lineage, how brazen. He gracefully raised a hand, delicately tapping his index finger, and the exquisite metallic artifact resting quietly on the bed suddenly began to shimmer with an eerie luminescence. In the blink of an eye, this metallic object twisted and transformed at a visible pace, morphing into a multitude of chilling serpents. These serpents, resplendent in gold, flashed with a cold glimmer, their crimson tongues flickering ominously as if they were poised to strike. They lunged at Crabbe with the swiftness of lightning, ensnaring him tightly in an instant. Crabbe, paralyzed by the abrupt turn of events, turned pale, unable to muster any defense, and could only struggle futilely as he watched the serpents coil around him with a sinister grace. "Stop, Prince, are you openly declaring war on the Malfoy family?" Draco shouted, his face contorted with fury. Yet, upon witnessing the grotesque form of the serpents, a wave of fear washed over him, prompting him to take a few steps back involuntarily. However, he soon realized that as a member of the Malfoy family, he could not afford to show weakness at such a moment, and thus forced himself to regain composure, steeling his resolve to stand firm. He could not bear to see Crabbe, who had always followed the Malfoy family, suffer such indignity. "From this moment forth, this dormitory belongs to me entirely. You can take these 2 worthless fools and leave." Alan remained leisurely, his words laced with veiled threats. Cersei, sensing her master's long-buried displeasure, suddenly contorted her body, inflating dramatically as if filled with air, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal creature measuring 14 meters in length. Her form, as robust as a barrel, was covered in hard scales that glimmered with a frigid sheen. She opened her gaping maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs that exuded an aura of dread. Draco, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, could no longer suppress his inner terror and let out a piercing scream. In that moment, he realized he was far from the brave and strong figure he had imagined himself to be. The instigator, Alan, smiled as he reveled in the chaos he had orchestrated, demonstrating a remarkable cleverness. The moment he stepped into the dormitory, he discreetly cast a silencing charm, ensuring that those outside could hear none of the commotion within. Chapter 24, The First Night Out. What a lively scene it is. "Good evening, Draco. I trust you won't mind my exploring your dormitory." At some point, Blaise appeared at the door, feigning surprise at the sight before him. "This is your dormitory. Surely Draco wouldn't object." Alan gestured invitingly, paying Draco little heed. His interest had shifted to Zabini, who, even as an adult wizard, would feel trepidation in the presence of Cersei. Yet, Alan sensed no hint of emotion from him, none at all. "So, this little pig practicing yoga," is Zabini curiously scrutinized Crabbe's peculiar posture before turning to Alan. "This is Mr. Crabbe, and it seems he is about to take his leave. A 4-person dormitory is nearly a law at Hogwarts." He had no intention of staging a solitary act against the masses. However, he held little regard for Draco's 2 dim-witted followers. Moreover, he vaguely recalled that Vincent Crabbe had ultimately betrayed Draco, epitomizing malice and folly. Dismissing him posed no burden whatsoever. Oh, then Draco should have no objections to my residing with you all. As he spoke, Blaise waved his wand, unleashing an invisible force that sent the snake-entwined crab soaring through the air. Ah, Draco exclaimed, hastily pursuing him. Whether to chase Crabbe or to intentionally evade the current dismal situation remained unclear. The fusion of strength and grace was a marvel to behold, a testament to the creator's most exquisite craftsmanship. It was simply breathtaking. She was magnificent. Blaise's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Circe's vast and imposing form, unreservedly expressing his profound admiration. Circe, in an exquisitely elegant manner, coiled her long and supple body around Alan, carefully shielding him at her center, willingly transforming into an unassailable throne, allowing Alan to sit comfortably upon her. After indulging in the breathtaking spectacle, Blaise inquired with keen interest, "By the way, do you truly intend to decline the esteemed young Master Malfoy?" Alan shrugged slightly, a sincere and unhurried smile gracing his face as he responded. In this intricate and multifaceted world of magic, many pureblood families have long held themselves in high regard, believing their lineage to be unblemished and their status exalted. However, in truth, among the pureblood families, only a handful possess genuine power and influence. As for Draco, while his talents are commendable, his character has unfortunately been somewhat spoiled. Should he continue in this manner, he would undoubtedly fall short of the qualifications necessary to stand alongside us. Ellen leaned gracefully against Circe, exuding an air of languor. The Malfoy family, if wielded adeptly, could serve as an exceptionally sharp sword, potentially yielding remarkable results if utilized wisely. What an honor it is. Blaise donned a nonchalant smile, heartened by Ellen's acknowledgement, and proceeded to tidy his bed. Some individuals, despite having known each other since childhood, remain mere acquaintances, while others, upon a single meeting, are destined to become indispensable friends in the future. Fate can indeed be wondrously enigmatic at times. As night fell over Hogwarts, it resembled an ancient castle in slumber, quietly standing amidst the darkness. The clamor of the day gradually faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Moonlight cascaded like water over every corner of the campus, draping the entire scene in an aura of mysterious allure. Rarely found resting in his bed, Ellen abruptly opened his eyes, stirred by the rustling sounds from beneath. Hogwarts, here I come. After simply donning a coat, a smile crept across Ellen's face. He had never been one to easily find satisfaction. His curiosity about this legendary institution that had stood for millennia was insatiable. The precious tomes, the enigmatic treasures, the legacies of the four founders, these filled him with anticipation. As for the knowledge contained within textbooks, it could hardly satiate his desires. He tiptoed out of the common room, feeling as though even the air was refreshingly invigorating. "Master," she exclaimed, "this is simply splendid." Circe affectionately nuzzled Ellen's palm, relishing the freedom of her fully extended form. She playfully swayed her body, occasionally climbing the walls to intimidate the portraits. Ellen strolled through the expansive corridor, arms outstretched, basking in the moonlight, his heart enveloped in tranquility. "I had no idea, Mr. Prince had a penchant for sleepwalking." A cold, melodic whisper reached Ellen's ears, the voice thick with malice. "Good evening, Severus." Ellen greeted with an awkward smile, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment within. Had Snape been specifically waiting for him? At this hour, even the Knight-s ladies had retired. Snape emerged from the shadows. His face darkened, flapping his enormous black wings as he approached. His complexion was ashen, and his gaze was as cold as ice, as if it could freeze someone in an instant. "For you, trampling on rules seemed as commonplace as having 3 meals a day. Perhaps I should find a leash to bind you securely." Snape gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within, for had this insolent boy not been a student of Slytherin, he would have undoubtedly deducted a considerable number of points without hesitation. Yet, in the face of Snape's reprimand, Alan displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he waved his hand with a cheeky grin and provocatively remarked, "It appears those enchanting green eyes continue to haunt your sleepless nights. Rather than fixating on me here, you might as well head to Gryffindor Tower and try your luck. Perhaps there, you might find the object of your obsession." A glimmer of mischief flashed in Alan's eyes as he spoke. He acknowledged that his actions were purely retaliatory, for during the sorting ceremony, Snape had not cast a single glance in his direction, his attention solely captivated by those green eyes. Alan could not deny feeling a twinge of jealousy at that moment. So seizing this opportunity, he naturally aimed to provoke. Chapter 25, A Clash of Uncle and Nephew. The night, as dark as ink, descended upon Hogwarts like a heavy curtain, enveloping the campus in an eerie stillness, shrouded beneath a veil of mystery. The corridors, which should have been devoid of life, suddenly witnessed the swift passage of 2 figures, one large and one small. Alan, his face pale, found himself awkwardly suspended in the air by the towering Snape, who, draped in a long black cloak, resembled a colossal bat poised for flight in the dim light. Following behind them was the imposing Cersei, who crawled on the ground, daring not to make a sound for fear of attracting the attention of the two ahead. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility as Snape furiously pushed open a dark office door, flinging Alan aside with great force. His sharp eyes blazed with anger as they fixed on the audacious boy before him. "Why are you glaring at me so menacingly? Am I mistaken in what I've said?" Alan's eyes darted, and he wore an ostensibly innocent expression, returning Snape's furious gaze unflinchingly. "Humph, I cannot fathom how much you truly know, but I warn you. It would be wise to silence yourself immediately." Snape coldly huffed, brandishing his wand. With a flash of light, the recently opened office door slammed shut once more with a resounding thud. "Now, tell me your true purpose for wandering out at this late hour. Do not think you can casually concoct an excuse to deceive me. I refuse to believe that your appearance here is merely a whimsical impulse." Severus Snape, his countenance darkened, took a deliberate step forward, his piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on Alan, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of his soul through his very eyes. Confronted with Snape's aggressive inquiry, Alan displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, a radiant and sincere smile graced his lips as he responded without hesitation. "I am here for an adventure." His voice rang out clear and resonant, exuding an unwavering conviction devoid of fear. Even as a student of Slytherin, he embodied a spirit of courage and audacity. Snape, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger rise within him. With a disdainful snort, he stepped closer to Alan, attempting to pry into the memories concealed within his mind. However, just as he was about to close the distance, a purplish-red light suddenly flickered beneath his feet, followed by the abrupt emergence of a bizarre magical circle. In an instant, numerous sinuous tendrils, akin to serpents, swiftly unfurled from the magical array, ensnaring Snape's body with astonishing speed. These tendrils, adorned with numerous suction cups, clung tightly to his skin upon contact, rendering him immobile, effectively trapping him in place. Witnessing this chilling spectacle, Snape maintained his composure, coldly surveying the writhing appendages as he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Is this the audacity that emboldens you to flout the rules?" Although Snape found himself in a decidedly precarious situation, his words remained eerily calm. But it is far from over. Alan's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Just as he finished speaking, a crimson liquid, as vivid as blood, began to seep forth from the seemingly ordinary magic. This liquid spread rapidly, filling the entire office in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Snape was overwhelmed by an intense sensation of suffocation, not only from the immense pressure of the blood, but also from the terrifying corrosive power it harbored. Instinctively, his body reacted, an invisible blade shot forth, severing the strange tendrils that had ensnared him in an instant. A transparent, intangible shield materialized around him, serving as an impregnable barrier that successfully thwarted the further encroachment of the blood. Snape wielded his wand and forcefully pushed open the office door, striving to expel the blood that filled the room. Yet the sanguine liquid was astonishingly viscous, showing no signs of spilling beyond the threshold. What was even more dire was the emergence of blood-red claws, formed from the very essence of this blood, reaching out from all directions, poised to claw violently at the thin shield surrounding him, as if ready to rend it asunder at any moment. Snape clenched his jaw, and with a swift motion of his wand, a blaze of black flames erupted fiercely beside him. He opened his eyes wide, as if jolted by electricity, his pupils constricting sharply. However, the terrifying scene that had just unfolded had vanished without a trace. The sticky tendrils, the crimson liquid flooding the ground, and his all-too-familiar office had all disappeared, leaving no remnant behind. In a state of panic, he surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with uncertainty. To his astonishment, he found himself still within the narrow corridor where he had first encountered Alan, though it was now unrecognizable. The once pristine and smooth white walls were marred by deep, gaping scratches, as if a colossal beast had clawed mercilessly at them. The horrifying burn marks from the flames resembled the imprints of demons, sending a chill down his spine. The fiendfire spell, was it? "Severus, you are truly ruthless." Alan, languidly leaning against Cersei, regarded him with a wide smile, his handsome visage betraying no hint of fear or anxiety. He was fully aware that Severus was merely attempting to intimidate him. His magic was merely an illusion. Yet Snape's powers were all too real. Should this continue, his dear uncle might very well ignite the entirety of Hogwarts. "You have never set foot in my office. So was the illusion just an extrapolation from the depths of my own memories?" Snape suppressed his shock and regained his composure, fixing a complex gaze upon Alan. Indeed, with a crisp snap of his fingers, Alan elegantly produced a resounding sound. In an instant, Severus was astonished to witness a radical transformation of his surroundings. The familiar Hogwarts campus had vanished without a trace, replaced by an expansive and majestic expanse of snow-capped mountains. Snape cautiously scanned the area, observing the snow blanketing the rolling peaks as the biting cold wind howled past, stirring up flurries of snow. He gingerly extended his hand to touch the icy, piercing snowflakes, feeling the chill they imparted. Once again, the scene shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Snape found himself amidst an endless desert. The merciless sun blazed down upon the earth, golden sand waves rolling tumultuously, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly stretched out his hands, one feeling the lingering cold of the snow, while the other touched the searing, scorching sand. Despite being ensconced in such extreme environmental contrasts, he perceived no abnormalities. Alan once again snapped his fingers, causing Snape's vision to blur momentarily, transporting him back to Hogwarts. At this moment, Alan wore a smile, unreservedly displaying his formidable power to Snape. Chapter 26, Herding Serpents. Severus, trust me. Alan gazed earnestly into Snape's deep eyes, the previously languid demeanor vanishing without a trace. He understood that Severus could never truly be his adversary. Yet, his greatest vulnerability lay in those green eyes. He was unaware of the immense allure that the so-called white moonlight possessed. However, he was acutely aware of Dumbledore's mastery over human nature. Thus, he genuinely wished to avert a tragic conclusion where Severus and he would become estranged, turned against each other like enemies. At the very least, reveal your true intentions to me. Snape's expression was unusually complex. He never doubted that this young man would pursue the study of dark magic. His visit today was merely a means of intimidation. For the study of dark arts demands an unwavering resolve, yet it must not be marred by reckless abandon. In truth, the path I am pursuing is precisely the one you were unable to fully traverse in your youth. Alan smiled slightly, then resolutely turned away, ascending the staircase with determined strides. A sentiment that ought not to exist had hindered his exploration of magic. Yet, he was not Snape. If one could not delve into the depths of a magical path, then their existence in this magical world would be in vain. Therefore, come what may, he would forge ahead unflinchingly until he reached the unattainable pinnacle of mastery. Snape, watching that retreating figure, felt his gaze freeze. He seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. His encounter with Snape was somewhat anticipated, aside from a few natural magics. Most spells at Hogwarts were steeped in superstition. Various herbs, entrails, and blood were almost prerequisites for casting spells, which invariably bore a hint of darkness, a warning he had long prepared himself for. Dark magic possesses the ability to corrode the mind, easily plunging fragile wizards into madness and depravity. Yet, for him, such repercussions were inconsequential. After all, his soul had long been shrouded in darkness. The gates of the city gradually opened, and Alan stood quietly at the castle entrance, gazing up at the shimmering stars in the night sky, as if he could glimpse the mysteries of the universe within them. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a sense of refreshment and tranquility. In that moment, a sincere smile unconsciously graced Alan's features. For so long, he had lived behind a false mask, deeply concealing his true self, to the point that he could scarcely remember the last time he had smiled so genuinely. His tousled hair swayed lightly in the wind, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. The sounds resonated with the pocket at his waist, reminiscent of a clandestine signal. Soon, a multitude of enormous pythons and venomous snakes surged forth like a tidal wave. Some of these serpents reared their heads menacingly, baring their fangs, while others, massive in stature, instilled an awe that was palpable. Ranging from the size of a thumb to lengths exceeding 10 meters, they coiled and twisted, swiftly amalgamating into a tumultuous sea of serpents. The throng raised their heads high, regarding the towering figure before them with reverence, as if venerating a deity of supreme authority. Commence, Alan commanded, guiding the serpents as he reveled in the gentle breeze of Hogwarts, traversing the expansive meadows, where the serpentine tide ebbed and flowed. Each snake relishing this rare moment of freedom. Herding snakes had long been his dream. Even during his time in Spinner's End, he had yearned to do so. Yet that wretched place was rife with thievery under the cover of night. Now, with his aspiration realized, joy enveloped him naturally. Upon reaching the banks of the Black Lake, he ambled to a patch of soft grass, stretching out languidly like a slothful cat, basking in contentment. With a gentle flick of his wand, he squinted slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Wingardium Leviosa. As the incantation resonated, a powerful surge of magical energy radiated from the tip of his wand. In an instant, an exceptionally large buffalo materialized before him, its wide, bell-like eyes staring blankly, clearly bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Yet, in that fleeting moment of confusion, a streak of dark brilliance sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at its head. With a muffled thud, the massive buffalo's head was effortlessly severed, akin to a ripe watermelon being cleaved. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a torrent breaching its dam, splattering across the surrounding grass and into the lake, creating a shocking tableau of crimson. The metallic scent of blood rapidly permeated the air, and the previously dormant serpents lurking in the underbrush became agitated upon catching the intense aroma. They flicked their tongues, writhing their bodies as they hastily converged on the decapitated carcass. In the midst of such chaos, Alan remained remarkably composed. A slight smile graced his lips as he waved his wand once more. Instantly, several dark blades of energy shot forth, striking the buffalo's body with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a series of chilling slicing sounds, the colossal buffalo was swiftly dismembered into countless chunks, varying in size and shape. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, inducing nausea in those who inhaled it. "Indulge in your feast, my friends," Alan murmured, a glimmer of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing those words, the famished serpents surged forth, as if granted a peculiar permission, eagerly lunging toward the pile of fresh flesh and voraciously tearing and swallowing it. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but marvel at the genius of the wizard Barufio. Who would have imagined that the seemingly mundane levitation charm had been transformed into the formidable buffalo summoning spell? This magnificent incantation, which Alan would affectionately refer to as the freebie charm, was indeed a stroke of brilliance. After all, had he been responsible for feeding such a multitude of snakes, he would have surely faced financial ruin long ago, a plight he had encountered on more than one occasion. He proceeded to cast the spell once more, summoning another buffalo. And the bloody spectacle repeated itself, for even a single python could consume an entire beast. He stood there, his gaze cold and indifferent, observing the serpents indulging in their gory feast. Those fearsome venomous snakes writhed and bit one another, blood splattering, filling the air with a pungent scent of carnage. Yet none of it stirred even a ripple within his heart. Not far off, on the elevated platform of Hogwarts, Dumbledore gazed somberly at the gruesome sight before him. His eyes betrayed an ineffable complexity of emotions, a blend of compassion for the brutality unfolding and a hint of profound concern and contemplation. The wind tousled his silver beard, yet it could not dispel the heavy gloom that enveloped his spirit. Chapter 27, Transfiguration Class, Part 1. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, possibly less than the duration of a brief moment, yet it passed with the swiftness of lightning. Alan sat by the shores of the Black Lake, watching as the sun pierced through the clouds, heralding the arrival of golden dawn. The surface of the lake appeared as if coated in flowing golden silk, shimmering and sparkling with a dreamlike luster. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the refreshing scent of the water and the fragrant aroma of the surrounding flora, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. "Ah, such weather is truly disappointing," he muttered, shedding his pretense of nobility, spitting disdainfully. The earlier vision had merely been a hypnotic illusion conjured by his own mind. In this wretched place, he had anticipated the sunrise, only to find himself waiting so long that he could hardly feel his behind, as the thick haze obscured the sun entirely. With a scowl, he stood up, making his way toward Hogwarts Castle. A dreadful day had begun with the anticipation of the dawn. Alan grumbled again, observing the bustling crowd in the Hogwarts hall as he sat alone at the long table, savoring his breakfast. To be fair, the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves were quite commendable, and he found his meal rather enjoyable. "You were out all night. I brought your textbooks," Blaise remarked gloomily, sporting dark circles under his eyes, his tone laden with discontent. "Aren't we friends? You went out without me. I'll take you next time. Is it for Transfiguration class?" "I truly look forward to it," Alan replied vaguely. While the snakes had feasted, he was still starving, and he resolved that next time he would definitely bring the barbecue grill along. Upon this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Blaise, uncertain of his culinary skills, as he was in need of a cook. "What are you staring at?" Blaise, feeling slightly uneasy, sensed that his new acquaintance harbored unkind intentions. When he turned to look at Alan, he found him engrossed in devouring the food on his plate. The two ceased their conversation, swiftly finishing their meals before hastening towards the Transfiguration classroom. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find the classroom completely empty. "Blast, we arrived too early." "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." Alan greeted the feline figure at the lectern, a warm familiarity evident in his voice, as he and Professor McGonagall were indeed old friends. Blaise, momentarily startled, soon wore a look of realization and inclined his head slightly in greeting. As a pure-blood wizard, he was well aware of the capabilities of the Hogwarts faculty. Otherwise, he would not have felt at ease sending his child to study there. Blaise was also cognizant of Professor McGonagall's animagus form. The tabby cat nodded at the two, then resumed its perch at the lectern. Alan, meanwhile, pulled Blaise to a corner seat in the back row. While he certainly had a passion for learning magic, sitting in the front row was a line he was unwilling to cross. Those in the know would understand. "By the way, Blaise, how far have you progressed in Transfiguration?" Alan had no doubt that Blaise had perused the textbooks. In fact, barring those lacking an early awakening of magical abilities or excessively indulged by their parents, most pure-blood families ensured their young wizards received some form of preparatory education. Blaise's ability to levitate crab without uttering a spell was testament enough to his talent. In the realm of material transformation, he had not encountered significant challenges. However, his finesse in controlling the intricate changes of object forms still left something to be desired. As he murmured softly to himself, he confidently waved his wand. In an instant, the ordinary bench beneath them transformed into an immense, plush, and luxurious sofa. This sofa not only bore a striking resemblance to a genuine one in appearance, but its internal texture and core structure were also remarkably authentic, making it nearly indistinguishable from reality. The only drawback was that the patterns on the sofa's surface appeared somewhat blurred, and the armrests lacked a touch of refinement, imparting an overall antiquated feel. Gazing at his creation, Blaze couldn't suppress a flicker of pride. According to his mother, such skill would surely yield an excellent score in the first-year final exam. With this thought, he turned eagerly to Alan, eager to discover the extent of his new friend's accomplishments in the realm of magic. In response to Blaze's expectant gaze, Alan, without hesitation, casually pointed his wand at the table before them with a gentle flick. As a faint ripple of magical energy passed through, the once ordinary wooden table instantaneously transformed into a rotund, snow-white pig. This corpulent creature emitted soft grunts while ambling forward on its sturdy limbs, swaying as it went. Due to its considerable size and clumsiness, it collided with several innocent desks along its path. Blaze's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as he finally managed to utter a stunned, "This." He was at a loss for words. Such an ability ventured into the realm of animating inanimate objects, a feat beyond the reach of most third-year students. In truth, it wasn't as exaggerated as one might think. A closer inspection would reveal that while the pig mimicked my commands, its movements were somewhat stiff. Frankly speaking, given my current knowledge and skill level, achieving this degree of transformation was already my utmost limit. Alan shrugged lightly, his demeanor casual and indifferent, as if he were not overly concerned about the spectacle he had just created. Perhaps a snake would offer more fluid control, but with other animals, this was likely the extent of what could be accomplished. Alan squinted slightly, lost in thought. Subsequently, the two engaged in a profound and fervent discussion regarding the realm of transformation. Although Alan dominated the conversation with his continuous stream of viewpoints and ideas, Blaze's occasional flashes of creativity genuinely enlightened him, providing fresh insights and unusual perspectives. Coming from a family of magicians, it was only natural for Blaze to possess distinctive interpretations. Thus, they exchanged ideas passionately, filling the atmosphere with enthusiasm and vitality. Alan, who had already demonstrated considerable talent in the field of transformation, further developed his unique theories and perspectives, particularly after being inspired by the invaluable transformation texts from the Vagadu School of Magic. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, standing at the podium, listened intently to their exchange. Her cat-like eyes widened in astonishment, revealing her surprise at the capabilities of these fledgling wizards. Had they already reached such a level? She began to question whether the content of her upcoming lesson on transforming toothpicks into needles was perhaps too simplistic. As time passed, more students gradually entered the classroom. Alan and Blaze, noting the change in their surroundings, realized they could not continue their discussion any longer. In perfect harmony, they ceased their conversation and pulled out their notebooks, meticulously recording their insights and reflections on magic, ensuring that they could revisit and savor this invaluable intellectual exchange in the future. Chapter 28, Transfiguration Class, Part 2, Good Morning. Draco. The two casually leafed through their books, greeting Draco with enthusiasm as if the tensions of the previous night had never transpired. This matter will not simply pass. My father. Draco glared fiercely at the two, his voice laced with indignation, yet his words were swiftly interrupted by Blaze. Wow, you're not suggesting that your father is a board member, are you? Slytherin has never lacked for board members, and you wouldn't want the school to expel us, would you? Surely not. Blaze exaggeratedly feigned shock, attempting to provoke Draco, his demeanor decidedly insufferable. Enough, Blaze. How could the sole heir of the Malfoy family resort to such base tactics? Unless, of course, his brain has been replaced by some unknown behemoth, Alan interjected dramatically. As the two exchanged barbs, their words flowing as if they were lubricated with sarcasm. Draco's complexion fluctuated from deep crimson to pale white, more vibrant than the flickering neon lights on the street. I would never stoop to such a foolish act, he shouted, his exasperation palpable. However, I shall ensure you understand that daring to reject the friendship offered by the Malfoy family will undoubtedly be the gravest mistake of your lives. Despite the gathering crowd behind Draco, they merely stood at a distance, observing without any intention of intervening or assisting. Alan was somewhat taken aback. Draco's demeanor did not suggest cowardice, but rather an underlying resilience. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Alan donned an exaggerated expression of surprise, turning his gaze dramatically towards Blaze. When did I ever refuse the friendship of the Malfoy family? I have no recollection of such an event. Upon hearing this, Draco froze momentarily, rooted in place. It seemed that all along they had merely ejected Crabbe, without ever intending to expel him personally. As the realization dawned upon him, Draco's expression darkened even further. With a fierce clenching of his jaw, resembling an enraged young lion, he strode to the seats in front of Alan and Blaze. He plopped down heavily, violently flipping through the books on the table as if that action could purge all his pent-up dissatisfaction and resentment. Exchanging knowing glances, Alan and Blaze shared a smirk. Their objective had been achieved. The Malfoy family held substantial influence within the magical realm, and it was unnecessary to offend such a powerful lineage over the antics of a fool. Simultaneously, Alan understood that it was unwise to rush into an apology. Doing so would only serve to diminish the pride of this haughty young man. The two continued to peruse their books, awaiting the commencement of class. As the time for instruction approached, There was a notable absence of commotion. After all, it was the first lesson of the new term, and each student, even those from Gryffindor, tempered their nature. While everyone awaited the beginning, the savior Harry and his amiable British roommate Ron arrived fashionably late. Harry wished to greet Alan, but upon observing the tranquil classroom and the clearly defined seating arrangements, he merely nodded at Alan and swiftly made his way to the only available seat in the front row of Gryffindor. At long last, they had arrived. Had Professor McGonagall been present, her expression would have been utterly intimidating. Just as the two exhaled in relief at her absence, a tabby cat leaped from the lectern, transforming into the stern visage of Professor McGonagall. This display of skill was truly remarkable. Ron, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea that transfiguration could achieve such feats. Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should transform Mr. Potter and yourself into a pocket watch, so at least one of you would not be tardy. Though Professor McGonagall possessed a kind heart, she maintained strict discipline during her lessons. We got lost, Harry explained somewhat sheepishly. Perhaps I should turn you into a map. Returning to your seats should not require one. Upon returning to the lectern, Professor McGonagall nonchalantly waved her wand, and the lectern instantaneously morphed into a large, plump pig, grunting as it navigated between the students' desks. This astonishing transformation elicited gasps of awe from the students. Can you discern the difference? The flexibility of the transformation subject and the precision of the commands are on entirely different levels. Alan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he patiently explained to Blaise. As the saying goes, comparison brings death, goods must be discarded. In terms of transformation subjects, Professor McGonagall was leagues ahead. Indeed, Blaise marveled, immediately recognizing the disparity. I absolutely will not permit any disruptions in my classroom. Once the pig reverted to a desk, Professor McGonagall reiterated the rules of classroom conduct and reviewed the fundamental principles of transfiguration before commencing the day's lesson. Upon observing the matchstick in his hand, Blaise looked at Alan with a bemused expression. Is this all it takes? Just having hands? Enough chatter, transform it as instructed. It's perfect for practicing detailed adjustments. Alan, equally disinterested, transformed the matchstick into a silver needle without even using his wand, adding a subtle impression of the Slytherin crest to its delicate form. This transformation was indeed commendable. Seeing this, Blaise began his own attempt. While not as intricate as Alan's, it was still quite impressive. The two tacitly refrained from raising their hands, as such proficiency in transfiguration was hardly worth boasting about. As Alan's eyes darted, he deftly discarded the silver needle and, after casting a discreet incantation, the two commenced an impassioned discussion. One of the tenets of the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration states that one cannot conjure food from thin air. If I could transmute explosive substances into something akin to pills, it would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than the transfiguration torture curse. I cannot fathom anyone enduring such an ordeal. Bress fervently articulated his perspective, asserting that any spell devoid of offensive potency inevitably diminishes its allure. Your thoughts are utterly superfluous. In matters of interrogation, the realm of potions far surpasses transfiguration. When it comes to torment, curses in this domain eclipse transfiguration by several leagues. Let us not forget the existence of curses that penetrate to the very core. If one solely seeks to maximize damage, I would advise researching the inability to conjure from nothing. The realm of the non-existent is too expansive, yet no one can ascertain whether Muggle studies fall within this scope. Should the domain of transfiguration encompass elements from the Muggle world, it could indeed unleash catastrophic destruction. Are you aware of the atomic bomb in the Muggle realm? If I could simulate the properties of uranium with magical energy, it was as if Alan had found a kindred spirit. As he and Bress delved deeper into discussions on how to amplify the potency of transfiguration, certain perilous remarks and cruel notions, if disseminated, would surely land these two in the austere confines of Azkaban. Chapter 29, Connection. Ahem. A faint cough echoed quietly in the ears of Alan and Bress. However, the two, seemingly oblivious, continued their fervent discourse on those profoundly alarming ideas. Professor McGonagall's transfigured pig was certainly far more agile than the one I conjured. Does this imply that Professor McGonagall successfully bestowed a soul upon the transfigured entity? Alan furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with confusion and uncertainty. He had been ensnared in this realm for far too long. In response to Alan's exaggerated interpretation, Bress unhesitatingly shook his head and countered. However, such a transfiguration effect cannot be sustained permanently. Furthermore, endowing an object with a soul entirely contravenes the fundamental principles of transfiguration. His tone was resolute and self-assured. If the simple act of animating inanimate objects were to involve the domain of the soul, it would be utterly ludicrous. Conversely, what if the magical essence inherent in wizards harbors unique attributes akin to a soul? Let us not overlook the myriad examples of dark magic transfiguration. At this juncture, a peculiar glimmer ignited in Alan's eyes, a flash of insight coursed through him, as he felt he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Ahem, Mr. Prince. I must caution you that even for adult wizard scholars, the soul remains a rather taboo subject. I would advise you to temper some of your impractical assertions. The Ministry of Magic would not wish for wizards to conflate transfiguration with other perilous domains. Professor McGonagall's throat was nearly hoarse from coughing, yet the two young scamps continued their fervent discussion. She found it necessary to interject, as their discourse had delved into the realm of the soul, and if not halted, would inevitably lead to the unforgivable spells. My apologies, Professor. We were unaware of your presence, Alan said with an apologetic smile, casually producing his transfiguration result as a gesture to indicate that their discussion was merely an extension of the classroom requirements. Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes internally. Did it truly matter whether I was present? The crux lies in the fact that some of your assertions should never have emerged. Remarkable transfiguration. 10 points to Slytherin. Here are some notes I have organized. I hope they will assist you, she stated, not even glancing at him. She had conveyed her thoughts and merely wished to steer this young lad in the right direction through her experience, leaving the rest to Severus. Thank you ever so much, Alan exclaimed, gratefully accepting Professor McGonagall's notes, the value of which transcended monetary worth. Blaise felt a twinge of envy, but quickly regained his composure, confident that true friends would not hesitate to share. As the class concluded, no one succeeded again in transfiguring matches into needles, which left Professor McGonagall somewhat disheartened. Only Hermione from Gryffindor managed to transform a match into silver. Yet this also relieved her. After all, if Alan were to attain such proficiency at his age, it would be overwhelming. After leaving the classroom, Alan tugged Blaise towards the exterior of Hogwarts Castle. Initially, he paid little heed until they approached the Forbidden Forest, at which point he could not resist inquiring, "You aren't actually planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest, are you?" Although aware of Alan's audacity, he had never imagined he would be so audacious. Surely not. Surely no one would dare to enter the Forbidden Forest. Alan raised an eyebrow, gazing at Blaise in astonishment, exaggerating his tone. I am not Draco. That tactic won't work on me, Blaise retorted with a cold snicker, as if he were being treated like a child. Didn't you complain about me not bringing you along? Now that I am, you seem unwilling. Alan reassured him. Fear not. I am no delicate little wizard. I possess both strength and cunning. A serious glint flickered in Alan's eyes as he dragged Blaise headlong into the forest. Towering trees cast deep shadows, making the forest feel like an entirely different realm from the outside world. The gnarled branches projected eerie shapes upon the ground, resembling clawing specters. The wind rustled through the treetops, carrying whispers that seemed to echo the secrets of the souls dwelling within. Suddenly, a crow took flight from a branch, shattering the silence with its haunting cries, reverberating through the stillness of the forest, sending a chill down one's spine. Without further ado, Alan chose a spacious clearing, closed his eyes, and began to recite the obscure incantation. Osmato, Carlasma, Alani. His voice grew increasingly high-pitched, resonating with incantations that rendered the already eerie woods even darker and more terrifying. A gentle wind stirred from all directions, rustling the leaves in the forest, the sound causing breasts to tremble with fear. By the gods, is this black magic so brazenly displayed? As the breeze caressed Alan's face, he sensed the magical elements around him pulsating with remarkable vitality. The once pale and solemn visage blossomed into a smile. The connection spell was deemed a fundamental incantation in Voodoo tradition. Most African sorcerers typically forewent wands, relying instead on immense mental fortitude to wield their magic with precision. However, not every Voodoo practitioner possessed such innate talent, thus the connection spell became pivotal for their spellcasting. They could draw strength from natural elements or siphon power from formidable magical beings. Some even venerated the bones of their ancestors to forge a connection and harness energy. Initially, Alan contemplated practicing with a myriad of candles, but, fearing potential mishaps, he brought breasts to the Forbidden Forest instead. What? Is it truly this simple? Alan remarked in surprise, gazing at his hands. This power, though fleeting, was undeniably robust. Breasts, come here. Alan swiftly pulled breasts closer, the abruptness of the action leaving breasts no time to react. His hands firmly clasped. Breast's small face flushed crimson, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was noteworthy that, apart from his mother, he had never been so intimately close to anyone else. Yet, Alan seemed utterly oblivious to Breast's astonished expression. He closed his eyes, reciting softly an ancient and obscure incantation. As Alan continued to chant, a tremendous mental force emanated from him, gradually enveloping both of them. At that moment, Bress appeared to succumb to a trance. The once bright and clear azure of his eyes dulled, replaced by a disconcerting pallor. His mouth involuntarily opened slightly, beginning to mechanically echo the incantations Alan had just uttered. In an instant, their voices intertwined, creating a unique and powerful resonance. This sound wave surged forth with astonishing speed, unleashing a fierce wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. The already dim forest now resembled a furious beast, roaring with an ear-splitting cacophony. The tempestuous wind swirled the withered branches and fallen leaves from the ground, causing them to dance wildly in the air. resembling countless tattered fragments of paper being ruthlessly torn apart by an unseen hand, scattering haphazardly in all directions. Suddenly, a thick mist surged through the entire forest, rapidly enveloping the surroundings like an immense gray curtain, obscuring all visibility and rendering the scene nearly unrecognizable. Chapter 30. The Forbidden Forest Centaur. Is this my power? Alan murmured in disbelief as he beheld the extraordinary spectacle before him. As a first-year wizard, he was well aware of his distinct abilities. Yet the notion of wielding enough strength to alter the very elements seemed rather exaggerated. Hey, aren't you going to look at me? Blaze wearily opened his eyes, observing Alan lost in contemplation, and exclaimed with a hint of irritation. First, my name is not. My apologies, Blaze. I almost forgot about you, Alan said sheepishly, scratching his head, having been preoccupied with the scenery. Blaze rolled his eyes in exasperation, tugging at Alan's clothing with effort to support himself as he stood. Despite his legs feeling somewhat wobbly, his gaze remained fixed on the peculiar sights surrounding them, his face a portrait of disbelief. Is this truly the manifestation of the power we created through our magical connection? Blaze asked, his eyes wide and his voice slightly trembling. To be frank, Blaze had always held a sense of confidence in his abilities. However, witnessing the breathtaking scene before him, he was acutely aware that this astonishing effect was primarily due to Alan's formidable power. Upon hearing Blaze's inquiry, Alan nodded, a look of pride crossing his face. Indeed, this is a testament to our combined strength. However, I must admit that this occurrence was somewhat unexpected. I took the lead in this connection. Once you have rested, I shall teach you this spell. As he spoke, Alan's gaze slowly shifted towards the dissipating mist, a hint of longing in his eyes as he softly murmured, "Ah, such a beautiful and mysterious sight, slowly fading away. It truly evokes a sense of wistfulness." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Alan turned to pat Blaze on the shoulder, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, my dear friend. My earlier actions may have been a tad reckless. Had I not promptly noticed and corrected that spell, I might have inadvertently sacrificed you as an offering. Fortunately, we narrowly averted disaster. Once you master the spell, you'll be able to handle similar situations with greater stability." Alan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Such matters were difficult to conceal, and rather than be discovered later, it was better to confess now. Do be more cautious next time. Blaze's expression darkened, and he found himself utterly unwilling to engage with this individual any longer. To think that one would experiment on him, given the gravity of the situation. Yet, Alan was undeniably sincere, and having promised to teach him the spell, what could he say in response? As a pure-blood wizard, he understood well that knowledge was the most treasured asset of pure-blood families. With a grin, Alan extended his arm to support Blaze as they prepared to return to Hogwarts. Just as he lifted his foot to take a step, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly shattered the previously tranquil air. The sound emanated from Circe, who, like a bolt of lightning, ascended a towering tree with astonishing speed, skillfully concealing herself among the dense foliage. At that moment, Alan displayed remarkable caution. He fixed his gaze intently on the thickening mist before him. His eyes shone with a calmness akin to still water, yet beneath that tranquility lurked a chilling intent. As the mist gradually dissipated, two figures began to materialize. They were a large and a small centaur, advancing with steady strides. Upon locking eyes with Alan, it was palpable that their gazes brimmed with hostility and malice. These centaurs were cloaked in thick, reddish-brown fur. Their upper bodies bore human forms while their lower halves exhibited the powerful limbs of a horse. Their robust physiques showcased pronounced muscle lines, exuding an aura of formidable strength. "Young colt, have you disrupted the natural order?" The elder centaur inquired first, his voice deep and authoritative. In response to the question, Alan wore a composed smile, his gaze clear and sincere. "I apologize. I am uncertain of what you mean by the natural order." However, the younger centaur did not relent despite Alan's reply. His eyes widened in fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Alan, exclaiming, "The order of nature must not be recklessly violated. This forest belongs to us centaurs, and we do not welcome outsiders like you." Before his words had fully settled in the air, the young centaur resolutely drew back the bowstring of his tightly gripped bow. The tension so great it seemed ready to snap, poised to release a swift arrow aimed directly at Alan. Hearing this, a smirk of disdain crept onto Alan's lips. "What nonsense! You claim this land as yours. I could just as easily declare you my personal possession." With a subtle snap of his fingers, a gruesome hole suddenly appeared in the young centaur's arm, blood gushing forth, followed by a wail of agony. The imposing elder centaur's face registered shock, clearly unable to anticipate such a startling turn of events. Their hooves trembled in alarm, sensing an overwhelming threat, ready to launch a fierce counterattack without hesitation. They would not proactively attack the little ponies of Hogwarts. This was a consensus between their kind and the esteemed institution. However, should the little ponies dare to strike first and inflict harm, this unwritten rule would swiftly crumble. Yet, before the sharp spear in his grasp could be unleashed like a bolt of lightning, a gaping maw lunged at him with ferocity, its multitude of sharp fangs glinting ominously, poised to sink into his vulnerable neck. Almost simultaneously, a hefty serpent coiled around him with spectral swiftness, binding his entire form with an iron grip. The sheer, terrifying force erupted in an instant, constricting him with the might of forged steel chains, flooding his body with blood. Well done, Cersei. Alan casually cast a spell, rendering the terrified centaur unconscious. Though a mere juvenile, he was far superior to this half-baked centaur. Still alive? Such robust vitality. Yet, it was evident that his divination skills were lacking, for he failed to foresee the peril that awaited him today. Alan smirked, offering a warm smile to the astonished Blaze. Chapter 31. The Friendship of Young Master Malfoy. What now? Blaze, still astonished, gazed anxiously at Alan. No matter how mature his thoughts, he remained but an 11-year-old child, unable to maintain composure when faced with the grim task of handling a life taken. Let's hold on to the centaur cub for now. Perhaps it will yield unexpected surprises. We can deal with this hefty creature later. Alan nonchalantly kicked the centaur's massive body. Had Cersei not recently fed, he might have simply offered it to the serpent. This specimen would likely serve as experimental material, though Alan had no intention of disclosing this to Blaze. The centaur possessed the gift of divination. One cannot conceal such abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Blaze reached a decision, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Is this how pureblood families nurture young wizards? Alan found himself at a loss for words. In comparison, he appeared to be the more merciful one. No need for that. I possess something that can nullify divination. Alan patted Cersei's head, who understood and stood poised, soon regurgitating an ancient-looking chest. He wiped away the saliva without disdain and opened the chest using Parseltongue. Since even Dumbledore could not rely on magic to unlock it, he was confident it would also prevent the centaur's divination. This chest could house an entire library. Accommodating a half-dead centaur was trivial. He roughly shoved the filthy creature inside, then took Blaze, whose gaze had grown somewhat vacant, and leisurely made his way back to Hogwarts. Draco, we are returning. Are you sure you won't come out? As his gaze swept across the platinum-haired figure beneath the trees, Blaze could not restrain himself from speaking up. Even he could discern the deceit, and he found it hard to believe such a level of concealment could elude Alan. I saw everything. Although Dumbledore might not expel you, the Malfoy family would undoubtedly make you pay. Draco spoke with trepidation, gripping his wand tightly, as if it could provide him solace. He is rather adorable, isn't. Blaze refrained from engaging further and instead smiled at Alan. Why not eliminate him? In a place like the Forbidden Forest, where many smuggler wizards meet their demise each year, the death of a young wizard would be utterly commonplace. Alan chuckled softly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The Malfoy family wields considerable influence. Let us simply stun him and cast him deep into the forest. I've heard there are numerous acromantulas that thrive on the blood of young wizards. Blaze immediately grasped the implication, synchronizing with Alan, his eyes flickering in the dappled shadows, akin to a wolf in the night, both cunning and ruthless. He strode slowly, each step echoing upon the sighs of fallen leaves, the sound resonating with a striking clarity in the tranquil woods. Oh! Draco exclaimed in terror as he beheld their menacing visages, and with a frightful cry, he fled aimlessly backward. However, just as he had taken a few steps away, a chilling figure suddenly emerged before him, a gargantuan cobra, its skin a vivid, blood-red hue. It reared its body high, resembling a thick vine that blocked his path. The serpent's eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless light, fixated upon him. With its long, forked tongue flicking in and out, it emitted a hissing sound that sent shivers down his spine. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Draco turned pale, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. He slowly turned his head, casting a panicked gaze at Alan, desperately feigning composure as he questioned, "What do you truly intend to do?" Despite his heart being laden with fear, he struggled to maintain a fa of dignity, unable to believe that Alan would genuinely wish him harm. After all, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. And from a standpoint of self-interest, Alan had no reason to inflict pain upon him. "I am Alan Williamson, Prince. Would you care to befriend me?" At that moment, Alan stood before him, his expression impassive as he extended a hand, his gaze imbued with sincerity, seemingly awaiting Draco's final decision. If Draco were wise enough, he would recognize that this might very well be Alan's last opportunity to him. As the seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Draco's brow. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally resolved himself. With a slight clench of his jaw, he reached out his right hand without hesitation, firmly grasping Alan's outstretched hand. In an instant, Draco's petite face flushed a deep crimson, and his heartbeat quickened. He resolved to no longer dwell on the myriad events that had transpired, whether motivated by the desire to uphold the Malfoy family's interests or for his own sake. An instinct urged him not to let the rare opportunity of befriending Alan slip away. "You will not regret your choice today." Alan smiled brightly, his expression radiating warmth. As he pulled Draco up, the red-eyed serpent vanished without a trace, as if it had never emerged. "Is this how you always make friends?" Draco furrowed his brow, casting a discontented glance at Alan, while also stealing a look at Zabini, who was quietly chuckling nearby. After a moment of catching his breath and regaining composure, Draco finally emerged from the embarrassment and awkwardness of the previous moments. He shot a disgruntled glare at Alan, as if to convey all his pent-up frustration through his gaze. In the face of Draco's inquiry, Alan remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile graced his lips, and he softly replied, "This is a special privilege reserved solely for you." Following his words, he playfully winked, a stark contrast to his earlier brooding demeanor. Then, Alan inquired, "So, do you feel particularly happy now?" Although Blaise Zabini remained silent, the faint smile playing on his lips indicated that he found the unfolding scene quite amusing. The pride emanating from Zabini rivaled Draco's, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, his pride was not as overtly displayed as Draco's. Instead, it lay concealed beneath a reserved demeanor, emanating from a deep-seated confidence in his own formidable abilities. Understanding the nuances of Blaise's character and what he truly valued, Alan firmly believed that as long as he continued to enhance his strength and maintain a leading edge, their friendship would endure. As for Draco, while his nature was relatively straightforward and sincere, it was undeniable that, as a member of the Malfoy family, the weight of family honor occasionally led him to feel a sense of superiority. Therefore, to assert dominance in their relationship, Alan often resorted to unique yet effective methods, much like the one he had just employed. After all, the Malfoy family had always prioritized self-interest. In the face of absolute power, choosing to temporarily yield was not uncommon. This was merely the beginning. He had ample time to demonstrate his loyalty in this relationship. Chapter 32, You Lack Talent? As the three of them re-entered the grand and solemn gates of Hogwarts, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them the moment they approached the long table. The students of Slytherin House, as if preordained, directed their gazes towards them, filled with an array of indescribable emotions. Alan Prince, a young wizard who had entered with a python and was suspected of possessing pure Slytherin lineage, immediately captured the attention of many. No one could have anticipated that within less than a day, he would be seen walking alongside the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family. For those hailing from pureblood families, they were far from naive. Countless eyes had always been fixated on Draco, hoping to forge connections or gain some advantage from him. Yet, no one expected the situation to escalate so rapidly, with Draco appearing so intimately connected with Prince. Consequently, a myriad of peculiar thoughts began to sprout in the minds of these observers. Under the piercing scrutiny of their gazes, Draco felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He furrowed his brow and turned to his friend Blaise, whispering, "Why are they staring at me like this?" Although there were some glances during our arrival yesterday, nothing compared to the unabashed, almost lecherous, scrutiny I'm facing today. Upon hearing Draco's inquiry, Blaise was momentarily taken aback. Before a sly smile crept across his face as he replied, "Perhaps it's because Mrs. Malfoy has bestowed upon you such striking beauty, that everyone is irresistibly drawn to gaze upon you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Alan chimed in. "Huh? Perhaps it is the innate regal aura of young Master Malfoy that has utterly captivated them, causing such attention." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, clearly enjoying their playful banter at Draco's expense. A faint blush crept onto Draco's face. He realized they were teasing him. Yet it seemed there might be a grain of truth to their jest. Alan, exasperated by the narcissism of a certain individual, took a few bites of his meal before dragging Blaise off to the potions classroom. Although Snape had never overtly guided him, he had nonetheless conveyed the proper methods through his scathing remarks. Thus, Alan surmised that Snape had a fair understanding of his true capabilities. He certainly did not believe that Snape would assign him to concoct the so-called Scabbers potion. Hence, he had arrived early at the potions classroom, bringing Blaise along simply because he was unfamiliar with the route. "What brings you here so early?" Blaise inquired, observing Alan as he incessantly flipped through a rather worn notebook upon entering the potions classroom. The pages were densely filled with formulas, methods, and hypotheses, nearly blinding him with their complexity. Alan's meticulous notes left Blaise utterly bewildered, as he could only conclude that he comprehended none of it. Merlin's fishnet stockings. Is this a compound potion? Have you truly reached the level of refining potion recipes? As Alan organized the potion ingredients, Blaise took the notes, gazing incredulously at the annotations. Although this contraption is ostensibly illegal, wizarding families scarcely regard it as such. Many pureblood families that once followed the Dark Lord manipulated numerous members through its use. It cannot truly be deemed an improvement, it merely alters the taste. If you've ever tasted dung, you might lament that this concoction is even less palatable. Of course, I've only heard tales. Alan continued his task, addressing Blaise's inquiries. The refinement was not particularly smooth. While the flavor had indeed improved, the duration of transformation was shortened. Alan then produced a vial of a transparent solution bubbling with pink froth, and even from a distance, Blaise caught the sickly sweet aroma of strawberries. Blaise was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The brewing of a compound potion is not overly complex. Even a novice wizard could manage it. However, the true worth lies in the duration of transformation, and to him, Alan's actions seemed a case of losing sight of the greater good for trivial gains. Enough chatter. My intuition tells me Severus will certainly give me a hard time. You, too, should not be idle. Help me grind these fangs of the Peruvian viper tooth. Alan handed a small box of mysterious fangs to Blaise, confident that this simple task was within his capabilities. Can I use the shattering spell? Blaise inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Alan was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? You've never done such a thing? He halted his actions, his eyes wide with astonishment. For someone studying potion making, employing a spell to alter potion ingredients is a grave transgression. How could he be unaware of this? The magical properties inherent in spells could significantly alter the original characteristics of potion ingredients, thus impacting the final potion's quality and efficacy. This is foundational knowledge. Blaise appeared somewhat uncomfortable, scratching the back of his head. He stammered, "Well, to be honest, I lack any talent in potion making. So I haven't devoted much effort to learning." After uttering these words, Blaise's face flushed, feeling as though he had disappointed Alan. A pang of guilt tugged at his heart. "You." Alan suddenly raised his head, incredulously staring at Blaise, exclaiming loudly, "You lack talent? What nonsense is this? You must know that Blaise's mother is the notorious Poison Widow who has had 7 husbands. In the past, this Poison Widow initially ran a rather illicit shop in Nocturne Alley. The wares sold there included not only the strictly prohibited potions, but also various precious magical materials smuggled through illegal channels. It is no exaggeration to assert that concocting potions is the remarkable skill upon which the infamous Poison Widow relies for her survival. Even Severus Snape has delved into her recipes. How amusing it is that such an extraordinary mother has a son devoid of talent. What of it? Does that mean he is entitled to consume your rice?" Blushing furiously, Blaise shouted at Alan, desperately attempting to mask his own insecurities. "I shall seek out Draco. He successfully brewed potions at the tender age of 8, a fact his father proudly proclaimed at the time." Upon encountering Alan's incredulous gaze, Blaise hastily departed. Chapter 33, Potions Class, Part 1. Blaise's absence lingered, and upon Draco's arrival in the potions classroom, he too was taken aback by the revelation of Blaise's lack of potion-making prowess. It is akin to a child resembling the neighbor next door. Lucius Malfoy's proclamations undoubtedly contained an element of exaggeration, yet Draco indeed possessed a modicum of talent, at least in the grinding of potion ingredients, where he encountered no significant difficulties. The trio busied themselves with their tasks, and before long, students began to trickle into the potions classroom. This time, Harry did not arrive late and greeted Alan with enthusiasm. "Alan, your performance in Transfiguration was truly exceptional." Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly proud to have such an outstanding friend. Noticing the unfriendly gazes from the surrounding Slytherin students, Ron persistently tugged at Harry's sleeve, yet Harry seemed oblivious, leaning closer instead. "Thank you, I merely practiced in advance. With dedication, you too can reach such heights." Alan wore a warm smile, generously dispensing his unfiltered encouragement. "Alan, may I sit beside you?" Harry's request appeared polite, but his gaze was fixed pointedly on Draco and Blaise, the implication unmistakable. The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon stood, glaring menacingly at the so-called savior. Were they not alive? Such blatant provocation. "I regret to inform you, Harry, that I do not recommend you sit beside me. You will soon comprehend the reasons why." Alan offered Harry an apologetic smile. Reluctantly, Harry followed Ron back to the familiar territory of Gryffindor. All students immersed themselves in their forthcoming studies, having heard from their upperclassmen that Professor Snape was not known for his patience or amiability. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door to the potions classroom swung open as though kicked from the outside. In strode a striking figure, a handsome man with a hawk-like nose, cloaked in a long cape that flowed like a bat's wings. As all attention turned to him, Snape's voice, laced with arrogance, resonated through the room. "In my classroom, wand-waving and incantations are strictly forbidden. In truth, I do not expect many of you to comprehend the profound science and intricate craftsmanship behind potion making. However, for the select few exemplary students, those who genuinely seek knowledge, I can impart the art of enchanting the mind, ensnaring the senses, and even teach you how to forge a reputation, brew brilliance, and concoct the elixir of immortality." This cliché yet haughty rhetoric resonates in the ears of every student, and one cannot deny that it bears the hallmark of Slytherin. No Slytherin would remain indifferent to the allure of glory and eternal life. Yet amidst this, there is an anomaly. The subtle sound of quills scratching against parchment fills the potion classroom. Though faint, it remains distinctly audible. Snape's gaze fixates on a diminutive figure, and he addresses it with an unkind tone. "Speaking of which, perhaps some of you possessed such extraordinary abilities even before your arrival at Hogwarts, and with ample confidence can afford to disregard my lecture." Fixing his eyes upon that familiar yet detestable face, Snape strides towards Harry, his voice dripping with icy condescension. "Mr. Potter, our generation's celebrity. Pray tell, what transpires if one were to add daffodil root powder to wormwood stem essence?" Observing this child, bereft of even a fraction of Lily's talent, Snape's already unattractive visage darkens further. Do not know? Then let me inquire, Mr. Potter, if I were to seek Bezoar, would you know where to find it? I'm afraid I do not, Harry replied, shaking his head in confusion, a hint of regret evident, though not substantial, as he directly conveyed that this teacher harbored certain biases against him. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Snape, unfazed by Harry's ignorance, continued his interrogation. I do not know, Harry reiterated, yet the remorse that once graced his features had vanished. He was quite certain this professor held a disdain for him. Clearly, mere fame is insufficient, is it not, Mr. Potter? Snape did not mask his contempt for Harry Potter. Miss Granger, evidently aware of the answer. Why do you not pose the question to him? Casting a glance at Hermione, who seemed on the verge of raising her hand to the ceiling, Harry could not restrain himself and expressed his discontent. Disrespecting a teacher, 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape relished the sight of this face, reminiscent of his foe, faltering under pressure, which alleviated some of his pin-up frustration. That will represent your unwavering affection towards her. Ask away, old bat. Have you no end to your inquiries? When at home, you have nothing better to do than incessantly question the significance of daffodil root. Why don't you just go back to it? I've yet to see you pluck the daffodil root daily as a symbol of your love. How tiresome. You express your apologies as if that suffices. Is it truly entertaining to torment her son? I can hardly bear the sight of him, and if it comes to it, a simple Avada Kedavra would suffice. You twist and turn daily, and if it does not irritate you, it surely drives me to the brink of madness. In a corner, Alan stifled a yawn, unable to suppress his inner musings. However, Severus Snape had always been acutely sensitive to the disdainful gaze laced with pity, and could not help but lift his eyes towards Alan. Alan Prince, you are to respond to these inquiries. The elixir of life can be found within the stomach of a bovine. There exists no distinction between the two. Alan gradually rose from his seat, his languid posture suggesting that every bone in his body had been sapped of energy. He nonchalantly opened his mouth and provided an answer in the most succinct manner. Draco and Blaise, seated nearby, exchanged disdainful glances, silently muttering to themselves. Are you truly this lazy? If his memory were even slightly lacking, he might struggle to recall the questions posed by Professor Snape. After hearing Alan's response, Snape, though momentarily displaying an unmistakable expression of exasperation, nodded slightly in acknowledgement and spoke. Well answered. Slytherin receives 10 points. Though this proclamation seemed somewhat insincere, Snape would never forego an opportunity to award points to his own house. His pursuit of the honor of his house bordered on obsession. However, when Snape observed the students remaining indifferent and detached, his expression darkened instantly. His already stern voice rose several decibels. Why do you not commit this knowledge to memory? The atmosphere in the classroom tensed to an extreme, with every student holding their breath, afraid to utter a sound for fear of inciting the ire of their irritable professor. Chapter 34, Potions Class, Part 2. The atmosphere in the classroom was heavy and oppressive for the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor alike, yet the content delivered by Snape was remarkably lucid. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, upon noticing the slight discrepancies between the steps on the blackboard and those in the textbook, could not restrain herself from questioning, only to be swiftly silenced by Snape. Miss Granger, please refrain from flaunting your superficial knowledge in my classroom. The invention of the Scabbers potion dates back over 6 centuries, during which innumerable potion masters have refined and perfected it. The reason for selecting these antiquated texts for your potions class is solely to stimulate your creative thinking. Thus, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices in my classroom. Gryffindor, for questioning the expertise of your house professor, you shall forfeit 2 points. Snape's voice remained low and his demeanor as lethargic as ever, yet his words were imbued with a sense of haughty pride. Hermione hastily apologized to Snape, but he dismissed her words, unwilling to restore the lost points. In the corner of the potions classroom, Alan gazed in dismay at the array of potion ingredients before him. Sleeping draft beans, daffodil roots, African sea salt, and mugwort, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He gazed at Snape with a deep-seated resentment, pondering how it was possible for him to appear so human-like, which truly seemed a remarkable feat. Who in their right mind would compel a novice wizard to brew the elixir of life? This concoction ought to belong to the curriculum of 6th-year students, specifically those in advanced classes, given the complexity of its preparation and the intricate manipulation of magical energies involved, far surpassing the rudimentary potions like the Scabbers potion. Despite the evident prowess he displayed, which greatly exceeded the capabilities expected of a first-year student, he still had a considerable journey ahead before mastering such a potion. Mr. Prince is indeed exceptionally gifted. In my view, this potion of hellish torment would surely satisfy your intense, almost frenzied, desire for exploration into the unknown. Snape approached Alan with an impassive demeanor, offering no substantial explanation, instead delivering a lengthy tirade laced with sarcasm and veiled contempt. Faced with Snape's barbed remarks, Alan was entirely unfazed, accustomed as he was to such treatment. In the realm of potion making, fraught with formidable challenges, he never faltered or recoiled. To him, embracing challenges was as commonplace as breathing. Moreover, the ingredients required for brewing the elixir of life were neither exceedingly rare nor complex, especially since all the necessary components were generously provided by Severus himself. Thus, only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Consequently, in the blink of an eye, Alan commenced the preliminary preparations for the various potion ingredients without hesitation. He diligently brewed the potion in his hands, his movements fluid and graceful. Even the handling of the ingredients was a sight to behold. While his actions were remarkably smooth, he did not rush. At each step, he paused to contemplate, sharing Severus's passion for refining the original recipe. Thus, he immersed himself fully in the task at hand. The students in the classroom were not blind. They could discern Snape's harassment of Alan, yet they refrained from voicing any opinions. Firstly, they lacked the courage, and secondly, it was evident to all that Alan Prince had long surpassed their level. Such a student, favored by the teacher, would only elicit envy while maintaining a respectful distance. However, their attention soon shifted away from Alan. The classroom atmosphere had become so oppressive that it was almost unbearable, with Snape's roars resonating frequently. "Weasley, does your thinking resemble your intestines? I have reiterated countless times that the fangs of a serpent must be ground into fine powder before use. Gryffindor, lose 2 points. Longbottom, the nettles and porcupine quills must be added before the flames are extinguished. Your brain may be underdeveloped, but has even your cerebellum succumbed to inertia? Gryffindor, lose another 2 points. Potter, why do you not remind Longbottom? Is watching him falter a means to showcase your own intelligence? Gryffindor loses another 5 points. Goyle, as a student of Slytherin, I cannot believe that even pigs can now brew potions. Well, you may fend for yourself." Snape prowled the potion classroom like a serpent king surveying his territory, incessantly spewing venomous words. His vitriol was astonishing in both its cruelty and its extensive vocabulary. Even the oft-favored Slytherin students were not spared, although it is noteworthy that they were not deducted points. He must have done so intentionally, observing Neville's still trembling hands. Harry could not resist sharing his exasperation with Ron beside him. The last time he lost points, it was for assisting Neville in steaming a slug with tentacles, which Snape had derided as an exhibition of his knowledge. He never imagined that remaining a bystander would also lead to point deductions. He had ceased to express any opinions, daring to swear by Merlin that Snape would undoubtedly be the most detested teacher throughout his entire Hogwarts journey. Merlin's knee-high socks. He must be the uncle who raised Alan, who had once told me that his uncle was a professor at Hogwarts and would undoubtedly be the most loathsome individual in my life. Harry displayed a look of realization, his gaze shifting between Alan and Snape. Now he could comprehend why Alan possessed such a foul temperament. It must have been influenced by this malevolent uncle. "Mr. Potter, if you continue to regard me with such eyes, I would not hesitate to leave your eyes here permanently." Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape glared at Harry with a menacing expression, his instincts telling him that the boy was undoubtedly cursing him in his heart. Harry had completely relinquished any hope of salvaging house points, spending the entire lesson glaring at Snape with an expression of indignation. In just one potion class, Gryffindor had lost a staggering 30 points, and even Alan, who had anticipated such a turn of events, was astounded by Severus's approach. Chapter 35. The Allure of Pure-Blood Families. Time flowed like the thinning hair of a middle-aged man, inexorably racing away despite all attempts to retain it. As the bell rang, students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin alike exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Even the composed and confident Alan was not exempt. He raised his hand to gently wipe away the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, then directed his gaze towards the array of experimental apparatus before him, containing a potion that was bubbling and emitting an unusual aroma. He carefully took a mint leaf, delicately placing it into the nearly transparent potion. In an instant, the once vibrant green mint leaf appeared to be mercilessly corroded, swiftly turning a sickly yellow, curling up, and ultimately sinking to the bottom of the potion. Upon witnessing this scene, Alan revealed a satisfied smile, pleasantly surprised by his successful concoction. However, this world is never devoid of naysayers. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in Alan's ear. "If such a mediocre achievement brings you satisfaction, I must say, you are truly disappointing." Snape had appeared before him, silently like a specter, his deep, piercing eyes fixated on the vial of elixir of life before Alan, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Hearing Snape's sardonic remarks, Alan felt neither joy nor sorrow and chose not to engage in a debate. He merely emitted a cold snort from his nostrils, then began to quietly gather his belongings, preparing to leave this stifling environment. After all, this was his first attempt at brewing the elixir of life, and achieving success was no small feat. Deep within, he harbored an almost obsessive passion and pursuit for the art of potion making. Even without Snape pointing out his shortcomings, he had already resolved to continually refine his brewing techniques in the quest for perfection. After packing away the subpar potion, the trio departed. Any rational person would prefer not to linger in such an oppressive classroom atmosphere. However, not long after, Blaze was forcibly taken away by Draco to observe the Quidditch team's practice. Alan, disinterested in the sport of flying on broomsticks, made his way to the common room alone. The corridor unusually quiet and desolate. Pathetic disillusionment charm. How long do you intend to follow me? Alan furrowed his brow slightly, halting in annoyance. Harry, who had been tailing him, flushed red, and just as he was about to step forward, a striking girl emerged from a corner, gazing at Alan with surprise. Andromeda Black. It is a pleasure to meet you. The girl appraised Alan, extending her right hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is this how you introduce yourself? Alan smirked disdainfully, showing no intention of accepting her gesture, his mind swirling with thoughts of the Black family. Among the Slytherins in their year, only Millicent Bulstrode hailed from that family. He wondered what connection existed between them. He had anticipated such a situation, knowing that no beleaguered wizarding family would refuse a future master of potions. The Prince family holds considerable authority in potion making. Based on your performance today, we might reach an agreement. If you are wise, you would not refuse my proposal, Andromeda stated, unfazed by Alan's indifference and speaking as if to herself. Yet, the familiar tone of her words brought a faint smile to Alan's lips. Miss Black, it is an honor to be regarded by you, yet I must express that the Black family does not present itself as a formidable contender in my eyes. In the face of absolute strength, deceit loses its significance. Hence, I prefer to speak plainly. I am aware of your cordial relationship with the Zabinus. Although you may not fully comprehend the profound influence wielded by the Sacred 28. Andromeda, too, was not surprised by Alan's refusal, yet she persisted in her assertions. The discourse surrounding pureblood families seems rather redundant. We all recognize that, apart from families like the Blacks and the Malfoys, most within the so-called Sacred 28 are not particularly affluent. To me, the only bargaining chip you possess is the endorsement from the Wizenagmo. Yet I believe you are well aware that the Black family would not readily relinquish such a privilege. Thus, it is regrettable, but I fear we lack a foundation for collaboration. Alan stood impassively, unceremoniously rejecting the proposal. In recent years, the ambition of those elite pureblood families to reshape the hierarchy and vie for power and profit has been glaringly evident. Their intentions have never been concealed. Numerous sacred families are without heirs, and with such a substantial prize at stake, the top pureblood families will undoubtedly support their subordinate factions or ally with other pureblood wizarding families. Mrs. Zabini is among them. This further elucidates why Alan, apart from finding Blaze somewhat agreeable, chose to associate with him. You shall surely regret this foolish decision you have made today. Andromeda's countenance darkened considerably. She had not anticipated such a forthright and decisive refusal from her counterpart, and this unrelenting demeanor left her feeling utterly humiliated. Just as she prepared to turn away, a brilliant silver beam surged forward, striking her fiercely. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the tremendous force pinned her against the corridor wall. The suddenness of the event left Andromeda no time to react. Even her wand, which had been concealed behind her, slipped from her grasp under the overwhelming pressure. Soaring like an arrow towards Alan. Andromeda felt a sharp pain throb in her head, realizing it was due to her body colliding uncontrollably with the hard wall after being struck by the silver beam. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she glared fiercely at Alan. Unperturbed by her threats, Alan's expression remained as cold as ice, his gaze seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. With precision, he seized Andromeda's slender neck, tightening his grip slightly. In that instant, Andromeda felt the constriction of her breath, as if Alan could effortlessly crush her fragile throat at any moment. Alan, no? Chapter 36. Seek Power, Harry. Harry's voice trembled slightly, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, rendering the empty and eerily silent corridor all the more conspicuous. Suddenly, the corners of Alan's mouth curled upwards, revealing a faint, elusive smile that was difficult to decipher, even as he maintained a firm grip on Andromeda's throat. At last, you have chosen to emerge, Harry. Alan's words floated through the air, devoid of any emotional resonance, yet the underlying implication sent a chill down one's spine. His gaze was fixed intently on Harry, who was slowly stepping out from the depths of the shadows, his expression utterly devoid of feeling. I'm sorry, Alan. I truly did not intend to follow you. I believe Miss Burstead harbors no ill will. She merely wishes to collaborate with you, does she not? Harry hurriedly explained as he approached Alan and Andromeda. Faced with Alan's frigid demeanor, Harry's already dwindling admiration for Professor Snape plummeted, akin to falling into an icy abyss. In his imagination, had it not been for Professor Snape's abrasive personality, Alan would not have developed into such a ruthless figure. What gives you the certainty that Miss Burstead possesses no malicious intent? Tell me, what fate awaits me if I refuse to cooperate with you? Alan cast a brief glance at Harry before forcefully turning Andromeda's head to compel her to meet his gaze. An invisible wave of mental energy suddenly spread through the air, rendering the previously terrified Andromeda momentarily dazed as she murmured, "Should you agree, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in your swift ascendance. However, should you decline, Herbert Bach and Marcus Flint will ensure your time at the Academy is unforgettable in the most harrowing sense." Despite the calmness of Andromeda's voice, akin to a still pond, the bone-chilling menace embedded in her words was unmistakably palpable. "Ah, this involves the Bach and Flint families. How delightful. Yet, do you not comprehend my connection with Professor Snape? Should I encounter misfortune, you may find it difficult to safeguard your own interests." Alan's tone grew increasingly somber and chilling, as if he could freeze the very air around them. He continued to scrutinize Andromeda with relentless inquiry. Harry, standing to the side, felt a wave of cold wash over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "We are well aware of that. Otherwise, we would not have employed such a gentle approach for our initial discussion. The Bach family is renowned for their expertise in alchemy, and Herbert Bach possesses a particularly unique alchemical device that can erase all memories of events that transpired half an hour prior. Thus, if we were to leave you with some indelible scars, combined with Flint's violent admonitions, it should suffice to deter you from disclosing this matter to Professor Snape, compelling you to obediently serve our family behind you." Upon finishing his words, Andromeda's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile as if he were immersed in the realization of a delightful vision. Despite still being in a hypnotic state, the darkness within him was unmistakably evident. Can one still claim he harbors no malice? Alan had anticipated Andromeda's response, thus refraining from displaying any overt anger. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Harry. It was uncertain whether the narrative had undergone a miraculous correction or if this young man had encountered some remarkable influence. But within a mere night, Harry, whose heart was originally twisted, had inexplicably rekindled a sense of innocence that should not have existed within him. How could this be possible? Harry stood in astonishment, completely frozen, uncertain of how to react. Even having been bullied by Dudley since childhood, he never imagined that among his peers could dwell such malicious thoughts. This world is far darker and more brutal than one can possibly envision. Those latent flaws, deeply buried within the hearts of predecessors, are magnified without restraint upon entering Slytherin House. Alan regarded Harry with a grave expression, his tone laden with weight. "Even the merciless enemy who brutally murdered your biological parents remains hidden in some obscure corner of the world, clinging to life. Perhaps one day, they will suddenly emerge, attempting to reclaim their former power." At this juncture, an almost imperceptible glint flickered in Alan's gaze as he added with embellishment, "I do not expect you to harbor hatred towards the entire world. However, you must at least cultivate sufficient strength to protect yourself and those you hold dear." Alan earnestly patted Harry's shoulder, acknowledging that this young man had likely lost many loved ones during the tumultuous battles. "Therefore, courageously pursue your own power, Harry. The magical school of Hogwarts conceals countless treasures beyond your imagination. If you are willing to explore and unearth them diligently, one day you will undoubtedly discover the formidable strength capable of altering your fate." Finally, Alan gazed intently into Harry's crystalline eyes, subtly sowing within his young heart a seed of desire for power and an insatiable ambition. Subsequently, disregarding Harry's bewildered expression, he firmly grasped the pliable Andromeda, moving deliberately toward the direction of Slytherin. As he departed, he employed hypnosis to ensure that Andromeda could not emit even the slightest sound of protest. Without a trace of hesitation or pity, he coldly applied pressure, and with a sharp crack, Andromeda's thumb was forcibly broken. Her eyes brimmed with tears, an instinctual urge to cry for help rising within her, yet her body was bound by some unseen force, rendering her incapable of defying Alan's commands. What affliction had befallen the girl? Alan had always been impartial in such matters. Nevertheless, the self-important Miss Burstead had dutifully accepted the punishment she deserved, and the lad from the Bach family, along with Flint, who resembled a gorilla, would naturally receive equal treatment. He, too, excelled at silencing others. Chapter 37. I do not believe. Alan's footsteps were light, the melody he hummed echoing through the empty corridor, its undertone laced with an imperceptible chill. Miss Andromeda floated closely behind him, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes devoid of life, resembling a wandering spirit. Her once graceful fingers now bore an abnormal purplish hue and appeared grotesquely swollen. Circe's massive form shifted slowly, the friction of her scales against the cold marble floor producing a disconcerting sound, and the air seemed to thicken with an ominous chill. Upon opening the lounge door, Alan surveyed the surroundings, seeking the presence of the instigator. "Is Mr. Bach or Mr. Flint present? I believe I need to speak with them." His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual within the lounge. Andromeda. A sudden exclamation pierced the air as a fourth-year student sprang to his feet, his face awash with panic as he gazed at the figure behind Alan, his eyes filled with concern. Subsequently, the other students, as if awakening from a dream, raised their wands, and the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Among the crowd, A stocky youth with a buzz cut glared fiercely at Alan, his jaw clenched tightly, his cheeks bulging with anger, as if he were on the verge of lunging forward to tear Alan apart. "Let her go?" he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder in the air. In the face of their outrage and accusations, Alan merely smiled slightly, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand nonchalantly, and an invisible force surged forth like a tempest. Bang! With a resounding crash, the stocky youth was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding forcefully with the hard wall. Despite the pain twisting his features, he held his wand aloft, defiantly confronting Alan. "Humph, spare me the theatrics of gallant heroism. I have no interest in such tiresome antics," Alan scoffed, narrowing his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. "Tell me, where are Mr. Bach and Mr. Flint?" With a sudden clench of his fist, the youth, who had already been sent flying, was yanked back by an overwhelming force that left him gasping. Beside him, Cersei transformed in an instant, towering to a height of 14 meters. It was enveloped in a thick layer of deep brown scales, its robust and powerful form ensnaring the bewildered youth, rendering him utterly immobile. As her mouth slowly parted, revealing rows of sharp, dagger-like fangs, her fearsome visage suggested that she could devour him whole at any moment. The young man struggled desperately, attempting to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could summon no strength, collapsing weakly in her grasp. "Release him." Just as Alan prepared to intervene forcefully, a diminutive boy stepped forward. Though neither his appearance nor his stature was remarkable, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. "If you are indeed Herbert Bach, you must understand the reason for my summons." Alan twitched his fingers, and the previously taut Cersei gradually loosened her hold on the unfortunate lad, turning her fierce gaze upon the newcomer. "I sincerely apologize for any misunderstanding. I can swear by Merlin that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Herbert could do little but offer this explanation. "No ill intentions? I find that hard to believe." Alan's lips curled into a cold smile, his wand swaying gently in his hand. The carpet in the lounge twisted rapidly, morphing into a colossal hound before anyone could react. As the hound lunged at Herbert, he adeptly evaded the attack. Living bind. Alan's wand waved again, and the firewood by the hearth seemed to spring to life, transforming into several remarkably resilient ropes. These ropes darted towards Herbert's body like agile serpents, ensnaring him tightly in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the hyena lurking nearby sprang into action, pouncing on Herbert like a flash of lightning, its gaping maw revealing sharp, menacing fangs that sank deeply into his shoulder. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and agonizing pain surged through him, prompting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The hyena's fangs pierced through flesh, seemingly intent on shattering his very bones. At that moment, Herbert was a pitiful sight, blood streaming from his wounds. "You there?" Alan, unmoved by the scene, pointed at the youth in the crowd who could barely stand. "Yes, you. Take Mr. Bach and Miss Burstead to the infirmary. Be swift." The young man, clearly taken aback by being singled out, hesitated momentarily. Yet, upon seeing Alan's stern gaze and the scrutiny of those around him, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Alan inwardly chuckled. Recognizing the youth's desire for attention, he decided to grant him an opportunity to shine, as he had no inclination to concoct excuses. "Moreover, I would appreciate it if you could relay a message to Mr. Flint, urging him to provide me with an explanation at his earliest convenience." Alan turned around to give everyone a sincere and amiable smile before departing with Cersei, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Shall we simply let him go? Once Alan had left, the common room erupted into a cacophony of voices as senior students expressed their displeasure. They bore no ill will towards Alan, yet being intimidated by a mere freshman was a blow to their pride. Did you not witness the lesson Daniel received? If you are unconvinced, feel free to confront Prince openly. Another senior scoffed disdainfully, for the heir of the Prince family was once again rising to prominence, and his kin had their own ambitions. Nevertheless, whether it be the creatures he tamed, his wandless magic, or his remarkable prowess in transfiguration, all instilled a sense of trepidation within him. More importantly, he was utterly convinced that the occurrences here could not possibly escape the notice of Professor Snape. As the head of Slytherin, even the elders in his family spoke of this man with the utmost caution. Only a fool like Flint, with his giant bloodline, would act rashly at such a time. Enough. Sola, it would be best for you to have Flint clarify matters with Prince. I care not for their grievances. I wish for Slytherin's glory to remain intact in my final year at this school. Among the crowd, a graduating senior with an unkind expression turned and departed after uttering those words. The atmosphere in the common room became palpably awkward. Chapter 38. He is laughing. As night fell over Slytherin, it felt as though all the eerie and sinister elements had converged, casting a colossal shadow over the house. In the ancient stone walls, a ghostly green luminescence flickered, illuminating the closed iron door at the end of the corridor, where a silver serpent coiled, seemingly whispering secrets untold. "You did not inform me of such a significant matter?" In Alan's dormitory, Blaze looked at him in disbelief. Had it not been for the peculiar glances from classmates upon his return, he would have remained oblivious to the turmoil within the academy. Indeed, you yourself claimed we are your friends. Such matters should not be concealed from us. The Malfoy family fears neither the Bach family nor the Burstead family. Leave this to me. I can handle it. Draco, thumping his chest, voiced his grievances, feeling far too passive in his friendship with Alan. He was eager to leverage the Malfoy family's influence to gain some semblance of agency. Stop. It is not that I am hiding this from you. It was merely that you missed it while attending the Quidditch match. Alan gazed at the two incredulously, acknowledging their remarkable talent for shifting blame. Moreover, who informed you that this affair is already in the past? A chilling smile crept across Alan's face, sending shivers down Blaze and Draco's spines. Even knowing it was merely Alan's wicked sense of humor, they found it difficult to endure. Before Blaze could finish his words, the door to their dormitory swung open abruptly. Andromeda stormed in, accompanied by Flint, her demeanor akin to that of a madwoman. Draco and Blaze instinctively tightened their grips on their wands, despite their limited repertoire of spells. The poise befitting a pure-blood family was still evident. Flint, do you wish to oppose the Malfoy family? Draco's expression was grim, yet he exuded the proud essence of his lineage. This is between me and Prince, Flint sneered, his toothy grin radiating arrogance. He knew he could not afford to offend the Malfoys, yet subduing a scion of a fallen family seemed well within his grasp. Your weapons are useless. However, before he could finish his taunt, Andromeda suddenly unleashed a spell that brought him crashing down. Flint stared in disbelief at Andromeda, unable to comprehend why his ally had betrayed him. Blaze and Draco shared equally perplexed expressions. Aren't you here to cause trouble? What is happening? This was not my intention. It must be the Imperius curse. Indeed, it is the Imperius curse. Andromeda, equally bewildered, gazed at her own hands, realizing this was not her will. Of course, it is not the Imperius curse. I have no desire to be confined in Azkaban. Alan stepped forward with a smile, observing Andromeda with keen interest. The only reason you dared to confront me is that I planted a command in your mind to seek trouble. Your seizing of Flint at this crucial moment is a result of my mental manipulation. Alan's fingers brushed lightly against Andromeda's cheek, a provocative gesture that sent shivers down her spine, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Draco looked at Alan in terror, never having anticipated that someone could wield such formidable power. He turned to Blaze, only to find him equally astonished. Now, unleash the methods you prepared to torment me, but let the target be Mr. Flint. Alan chuckled lightly, settling into the soft sofa, eagerly awaiting the ensuing performance. No, I absolutely will not. Andromeda shook her head frantically, filled with regret for having provoked such a monstrous being. The hook of the upside down, the relaxation of strength, the insect's nibble, the horn piercing, the grip of corruption. Andromeda protested verbally, yet her body, seemingly possessed, unleashed the spells intended for Prince upon Flint without restraint. As Flint was hoisted into the air, he clung to a flicker of hope, attempting to draw attention with loud cries for help. However, just as he opened his mouth to scream, Alan casually raised his hand and flicked his fingers, a beam of magical light striking Flint squarely on the chin. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Flint's jaw was brutally dislocated. The sudden onslaught of excruciating pain surged forth like a relentless tide, uncontrollably spilling copious amounts of saliva from the corners of his mouth. Despite enduring such immense agony, the primal instinct for survival compelled Flint to struggle desperately, writhing in his futile efforts. Alas, no matter how hard he fought, it was as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, rendering all resistance utterly fruitless. Andromeda's grip slackened, sapping Flint of his strength, leaving him weak and malleable, reduced to aimless and despairing flails in the air. Damn it, you lot are truly seasoned at this, Alan remarked, somewhat speechless, acknowledging the peculiar expertise these individuals possessed in the art of torment. He lounged on the sofa, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. At that moment, Flint was being ravaged by a horrific corrosive curse, his skin gradually decomposing, grotesque pus-filled sores emerging on the surface of his body. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, Alan exhibited not a trace of compassion. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his own formidable prowess, he might very well have been the one suffering under the cruel spells. Thus, for an enemy like Flint, who was oblivious to his own mortality, Alan felt no surplus of pity. However, he was somewhat surprised that aside from Draco and Blaze's initial display of ability, they showed no reaction whatsoever to Flint's torment. What are you looking at? They brought this upon themselves. You can't possibly think I would feel sympathy for them. Blaze scoffed, rolling his eyes. Nonetheless, a consideration loomed on how to handle the aftermath. After all, Flint was the captain of the Quidditch team, and his injury would undoubtedly stir a commotion among the entire Slytherin student body. Draco, devoid of excessive sympathy, expressed a hint of concern. Rest assured, Mr. Flint will not remember what transpired here. Even Miss Burst, upon her departure, will forget everything that occurred. Should the house investigate, they will merely conclude that Miss Burst had ventured into the boys' dormitory late one night and subjected Mr. Flint to unspeakable torment, subsequently casting a forgetting charm on him. But what concern is that of mine? Alan replied, catching sight of his reflection in the mirror, realizing he had been smiling all along. Truly, he was born of wickedness. Chapter 39. Perhaps it was Quirrell's doing. As anticipated, the news of Marcus's hospitalization spread throughout Hogwarts by the following day. Alan and the others savored the delectable breakfast at Hogwarts, leisurely listening to the peculiar rumors circulating within the school. It has been said that Marcus Flint was cursed by the Bloodman Barrow due to a nocturnal encounter with the ghost of Hogwarts, while others claim that he was punished for peeping at Peeves during his bath. In any case, the rumors abound, each more absurd than the last. As far as I know, Mr. Flint visited your dormitory yesterday, and many Slytherin students witnessed this. Furthermore, it is no secret that you and Flint have engaged in unsavory matters. Nott, who had been silently eating, regarded Alan with a calm demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of those surrounding them morphed into an odd array, all eyes shifting toward Alan and his companions. Though suspicions had arisen in their minds, no one dared to voice their thoughts in such a setting. That is indeed a rather serious accusation, Mr. Nott. Alan maintained his smile, observing Theodore Nott with keen interest. Even amidst the talent-laden and enigmatic Slytherin house, Mr. Nott stands out as an exceptionally unique individual. He is a solitary figure, avoiding interactions with his peers, yet it cannot be denied that he possesses remarkable magical prowess. Thus far, Alan had yet to identify any discernible weaknesses in him. Surely, one does not require evidence to discern such matters? Nott's voice was low and steady, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon Alan, brimming with inquisitiveness. So, you admit there is no evidence. My relationship with Flint cannot be described as particularly intimate. His visit to my chamber last night was merely an expression of his apology. Moreover, if you had any proof, you would know that Flint accompanied Miss Burstead to my dormitory. Alan explained leisurely, slightly lifting his chin to gesture in a certain direction. Following his indication, the crowd was surprised to find Miss Andromeda elegantly savoring her bountiful breakfast, seemingly indifferent to Flint's predicament. With this revelation, the crowd ceased to dwell on the matter, for Hogwarts would surely provide them with an explanation. It is entirely plausible that Flint's mishap was a consequence of colliding with some secret of Professor Quirrell. As I have heard from upperclassmen that Professor Quirrell, a graduate of Ravenclaw, was quite normal while teaching Muggle studies. However, following his journey to the Albanian Dark Forest, he became rather peculiar, possessing the ability to curse young wizards as an adult. Blaise, while eating, dropped a bombshell. He had been a witness to the events of the previous night and knew precisely what had transpired, yet he could not allow Alan to become the target of scorn. That theory holds water, exclaimed a nearby young wizard, his eyes alight with interest, as Zabini's conjecture proved to be quite valid. Moreover, there were upperclassmen who claimed to have spotted Professor Quirrell meandering about on the 4th floor. Perhaps he truly had been caught in the act of concealing some secret by Flint. He felt as though he had unearthed the truth and eagerly shared his revelation with his companion nearby. Alan and Draco exchanged glances, marveling at the absurdity of such serious fabrications, yet delivered with an air of plausible reasoning. Truly, the man was a genius. After all, since Quirrell had become entangled with old Voldemort, any blame cast upon him would hardly seem unjust. By the time breakfast concluded, whispers of Professor Quirrell harming young wizards had nearly spread throughout Hogwarts. While the credibility of such rumors was questionable, a little scrutiny could connect the dots, especially given Quirrell's conspicuous demeanor, which served as the greatest source of suspicion. What class do we have next? Alan elegantly wiped his mouth and casually inquired. It seems to be defense against the dark arts. Draco pondered for a moment before responding honestly, and immediately both of their expressions shifted to one of embarrassment. To spread rumors only to find themselves attending the very class of the subject was quite the irony. However, none of them were ones to be overly concerned with appearances, and they made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom without reservation. The classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts was distinctive, even from a distance. Alan could detect a lingering scent of garlic. He wrinkled his brow slightly and proceeded to take a seat in the back row near the door. Originally, a few young wizards had been delighted by their early arrival, but upon witnessing the fierce trio approach, they reluctantly vacated their spots. How unfortunate, he remarked. I heard he intended to use the scent of garlic from his hat to ward off vampires. It's hard to believe such a ludicrous rationale could actually persuade Dumbledore. Blaise similarly frowned, his expression one of discontent. Vampires despise garlic merely because of their acute sense of smell. They avoid such a dreadful odor. Yet, the stench is so potent that not even a living person could withstand it. Truly, it seems Hogwarts is in decline, where once there were more cells than tumors. Perhaps Dumbledore simply has a penchant for this peculiar style. Alan smirked, now compelled to reflect on the extent to which that figure had invested in the upbringing of the so-called savior. No matter how astute Blaise was, He remained a mere first year. If he could discern Quirrell's peculiarities, surely Dumbledore could as well. He found it hard to believe otherwise. Alan settled comfortably in his seat, observing as the professor swayed unsteadily toward them, his eyes nearly rolling back in disbelief. They were first-year students. Even if they were to fail, the repercussions would not be dire. Yet, fifth-year students were set to undertake the ordinary wizarding level examinations, a pivotal juncture determining their future career paths. Was such carelessness truly warranted? Next, I shall guide you in exploring the defense against the dark arts, a course that promises to offer you an entirely new experience. Despite being a mere string of words, they were delivered by Quirrell in a stammering manner. As his voice resonated, the pungent aroma of garlic intensified within the classroom. The faces of several students in the front row turned a shade of green. This was a flavor that had marinated for years. Moreover, the students soon realized that Professor Quirrell was merely reciting the knowledge points straight from the textbook. Do I not recognize the written word? Is it truly necessary for you to reiterate the obvious? This left some young wizards, who had envisioned a duel from the outset, utterly disheartened, their spirits visibly dampened. Perhaps we could find some amusement. Just as the class was on the verge of slumber, Draco's voice floated through the air, igniting a spark of excitement in the eyes of nearby students. Chapter 40, The Dark Arts Seminar. Although Hogwarts is not vast, it is not devoid of rules. However, for someone like Malfoy, hailing from an esteemed lineage, there are few things that invoke fear. Clearly, mocking a professor of exceedingly poor teaching quality was not among them. Upon hearing Draco's bold declarations, his classmates could hardly contain their exhilaration, their eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars, brimming with anticipation. Blaise, rubbing his sleepy eyes, wore a mischievous grin as he proposed a rather wicked idea. Why not simply snatch off that wretched hat perched upon the professor's head? That thing not only smelled atrocious, but also offended the eyes, truly a crime against aesthetics. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enamored by the suggestion. However, just as he was about to voice his agreement, Alan, who was equally drowsy, abruptly interrupted. Not a chance. Good heavens, what sort of ruckus is this? Alan cast a peculiar glance at Blaise, unable to fathom the calamity that would ensue should Quirrell's grotesque visage be revealed. So what do you propose? Draco asked, momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Watch, Alan interjected, rising proudly to confront Quirrell. Mr. Quirrell, do you have something to say? Quirrell, noticing Alan standing out among the crowd, continued to stammer. I heard that after you assisted a prince in Africa to rid him of a vampire, the prince graciously gifted you this hat. Is that true? Alan faced Quirrell directly, embodying the archetype of a brazen bully challenging a teacher. Indeed, that is correct. Although Quirrell did not grasp the boy's intent, he stuttered in agreement. Your ability to vanquish a vampire indicates your familiarity with this malevolent species. The origins of vampires are shrouded in mystery. Some assert that they are the dark sorcerers who fell from grace in their quest for eternal life, while others suggest that they are the horrifying consequences of a wizard's miscast transformation involving dark magic. There are yet others who posit that they are individuals cursed by an unknown form of magic. Professor, what is your perspective on this? Alan's inquiry is both reasoned and insightful, demonstrating his unique understanding while redirecting the question back to Professor Chilo. Initially astonished by Alan's knowledge, the classmates soon realized that he was employing material beyond the curriculum to challenge Professor Chilo. Mr. Princess, I believe this has surpassed the content of our studies. We ought to Chilo, reluctant to engage in such profound discourse with a mere student, sought to sidestep the topic. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted once more by Alan. I tend to believe it is a combination of curses and sacrificial magic, akin to the renowned wizard Chaslet from the 18th century, who cursed himself during a sacrificial rite. This process utilized the blood of unique magical creatures as a medium, coupled with a curse on his own life as an offering to the highest entity. Alan, undeterred, continued to expound upon his theories, not only to challenge Chilo, but also to gauge whether such a topic might capture the attention of Voldemort. While the Dark Lord's reputation may be marred by his moniker, none can deny his achievements in the realm of dark magic, since discovering that his existence was not a product of natural conception, but rather born of magic or alchemy. Alan has placed great significance on the enigma of his own lineage. The ability he possesses to effortlessly hypnotize wizards and all sentient beings resembles that of a vampire. This connection to such a mysterious and alluring race has sparked Alan's profound interest. Mr. Princess, you must understand that while your speculations regarding vampires possess some merit, they overlook a crucial aspect, the transformation ritual. Sacrificial magic and the field of transfiguration are inextricably linked, much like the practice of a Nimigus transformation. Do not underestimate the pivotal role that transfiguration occupies within the magical realm. This very miscalculation was the source of Chaslet's ultimate failure. He overestimated his own abilities, leading to his dismal fate. Thus, I lean more towards the curse resultant from the transformation of dark magic. When Shiloh first uttered Alan's name, his voice clearly trembled. Yet, as the discussion progressed, his tone grew increasingly steady and fluid, culminating in an inexplicable air of confidence, as though he had completely mastered the situation. Meanwhile, the previously unruly students, who had been laughing and frolicking without discipline, were now captivated by the riveting exchange between Shiloh and Alan regarding the vampire race. Their eyes widened, wholly engrossed in the dialogue, leading them to question whether they had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. Shouldn't this be the content for first-year students? Is this not a serious and profound salon of magical academia? Alan furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly withdrew the wand concealed within his sleeve, becoming increasingly certain that the figure before him, Quirrell, was none other than Voldemort. Mr. Prince indeed possessed a profound understanding and mastery of the dark arts. However, I sincerely hope you will adopt a gradual approach to your studies. With that, Quirrell produced a note from his pocket and solemnly advised Alan, "This is my authorization. With it, you may access the restricted section of the school library to seek relevant materials. But remember, you must seek the answers yourself. For only then can you truly grasp the underlying mysteries." Quirrell exhibited no signs of reluctance or irritation. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably tolerant of Alan's fervor and dedication to the study of dark magic. Does old Voldemort have such a strong inclination to teach? Yet, what does it matter? Alan, filled with joy, accepted the precious note granting him access to the restricted area, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you for your support and trust, Professor." He then raised his gaze to meet Quirrell's. In that fleeting moment of contact with Professor Quirrell, Alan was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange and potent force rising within him. It was a sensation of repulsion emanating from the depths of his soul, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Logically, as fellow speakers of Parseltongue, one would expect some form of extraordinary connection or even a sense of inexplicable kinship, much like Harry's unfounded trust in him. Yet, upon touching Quirrell, he felt only a cold rejection. What unsettled Alan further was the undeniable awareness that within him lurked an uncontrollable impulse, a terrifying desire to bring harm to the individual before him. Chapter 41. The night sky over Hogwarts is perpetually enchanting, with a gentle breeze caressing Alan's face like a woman's delicate touch, lulling him into a state of reverie. He squinted at the starry expanse, savoring a sense of mental relaxation. Of course, if it weren't for the serpents surrounding him, hissing at the moon, the scene would be even more perfect. The serpents coiled and writhed, the silvery moonlight reflecting off their scales with a chilling brilliance, each flick of their tongues accompanied by a faint hiss, akin to whispers from the underworld, starkly contrasting with the resplendent galaxy above, instilling a sense of dread. Damn it. The very reason this useless magic has been lost to time is quite evident. Alan muttered coldly, somewhat displeased. This arcane stellar magic likely requires the patience only a centaur could possess. After practicing for only a short while, he felt his neck stiffening. Once again strolling beneath the moonlight, I sometimes truly wonder if you possess the vile blood of a werewolf. Moreover, I do not recall Hogwarts regulations permitting students to harbor such dangerous pets. Snape emerged from the shadows, draped in his tattered, unsightly cloak, his demeanor as hostile as ever. As he passed, a horde of serpents parted before him, compelled by an unseen force, creating a path. "Good evening, Severus. Do you harbor a psychological aversion to werewolves?" Alan inquired with a smile, though his tone was rather irritating. Snape's mocking expression was abruptly stifled as he cast a glowering gaze at Alan. "This is the restricted area authorization from Professor Quirrell. I wish to ascertain the issues surrounding these books," Alan declared, successfully regaining the upper hand as he produced Quirrell's note and handed it to Snape. He was not foolish. His vigilance regarding the Dark Lord was unwavering. The Origins of Vampires, a guide to dark magic transformation defense. The pinnacle of sacrificial magic from the 14th century. These tomes are all related to vampire origins and pose no significant threat. However, you must exercise extreme caution with the Whales of the Soul. That book is bound in human skin and delves into the realm of souls, which could ensnare one's mind to a certain extent. But for you, Snape, upon receiving the list, delved into a thoughtful analysis. As he concluded, he merely grimaced, reflecting on the dark forces swirling in Alan's mind. Yet he also sensed various suspicions regarding Quirrell, albeit lacking concrete evidence. He had not anticipated that Quirrell would target Alan. "I hope the matter concerning Flint can conclude here." Snape thought of the Quidditch captain still hospitalized, casting a bemused glance at Alan. While he trusted the boy's judgment, Flint's injuries were excessive. The assailant was Miss Burstead. I had no part in it. If you doubt this, feel free to investigate. Moreover, we all understand the crux lies in whether they will engage in further underhanded tactics. Alan shrugged innocently, unconcerned as he spoke. During Snape's school years, the Dark Lord was stirring chaos. The refinement and brewing of potions necessitated extensive research, and Snape's introverted nature did not lend itself to socializing. One could easily imagine the ruthlessness he must have possessed, as a half-blood wizard yearning to make his mark. It was plausible that his methods would be even more radical and severe than those of Alan today. Silently standing there, Snape suddenly fell into a contemplative silence, clearly lost in memories of his past. You must keep your distance from Quirrell. He is decidedly abnormal. Before departing, Snape solemnly issued a final warning to Alan. Regarding Quirrell himself, Snape did not regard him as a significant threat. However, that sporadic sense of trepidation unmistakably warned him that Quirrell was far from ordinary. I understand. Alan replied with a firm nod. You must also exercise caution. I can sense another profoundly dark and potent force lurking in the depths of his mind. Moreover, this force intermittently flickers with destructive desires, harboring frenzied thoughts intent on annihilating all that exists. Alan spoke with a serious demeanor. Ever since Harry's enrollment, he could distinctly sense a transformation in Severus's thoughts, which had previously been as stagnant as a lifeless pond, now beginning to stir with ominous change. In former times, this might have been deemed a fortuitous development. However, now Harry would undoubtedly become yet another vulnerability for Severus. Another dark force? Snape furrowed his brow at this remark. Vague and unsettling speculations surfacing in his mind like shadows in the dark, instilling a sense of unease. Observing Snape's contemplative expression, Alan gently waved his hand and gestured for him to consider the implications. Reflect on Dumbledore's reaction. I wager he is privy to far more than you are. Do not be foolishly sold out while cheerfully counting the spoils for someone else. It was not that Alan was inherently suspicious. Rather, he instinctively maintained a degree of vigilance and wariness in the presence of that venerable figure who had surpassed a century in age. Snape nodded gravely, choosing not to elaborate further. Oh, by the way, the centaurs have been quite unruly in the Forbidden Forest lately. They suspect that Hogwarts wizards have attacked their kin. And now Headmaster Dumbledore is occupied with negotiations. Stay sharp. As Alan gazed upward at the resplendent starry sky, Snape regarded him thoughtfully. Originally, his primary suspect was Professor Quirrell. But having witnessed this boy attempting to study celestial magic today, the answer crystallized in his mind. The centaurs possess knowledge of astrological changes and residual star magic. It is only the fool who could fail to discern the true culprit. Alan looked on in silent exasperation at Severus's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. This fellow remained as perplexing as ever. Frank, promise me, if I ever become like this, you must remind me. He turned to the shadowy figure of Brown in the dim light, whispering softly, I shall adhere to your wishes. Just then, the delicate sound of hoofbeats echoed through the tranquil night sky, reminiscent of a gentle knock on the door of fear, stirring a sense of unease within. Chapter 42. Who says this magic is dark? The brilliant and radiant sunlight cascaded over Hogwarts's expansive grounds like a golden veil, gently illuminating the vast expanse. Such a rare and splendid day imbued the entire campus with a shimmering glow, prompting every individual present to involuntarily break into smiles, their spirits lifted in joyous elation. Particularly, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor were notably ecstatic, their excitement palpable. The reason is quite simple. The long-awaited flying lesson is finally approaching. The profound yearning for the vast, boundless sky flickers within each heart like a blazing flame, and few can resist such temptation. Amidst this lively commotion, one figure stands apart, Alan. On the periphery, Draco glares at Alan with a face full of fury, his eyes brimming with confusion and discontent. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Have you lost your mind? This is a flying lesson. A flying lesson. Are you really planning to skip it just as we're about to be late? In response to Draco's inquiry, Alan merely shrugged nonchalantly and replied, You all go ahead, don't mind me. To be honest, I have no interest in soaring through the skies on a broomstick. He lazily leaned against a tree, casually waving his wand. In an instant, a stream of ink-black water materialized out of thin air, twisting and writhing in the air like a fierce serpent. This gigantic serpent, composed of black water, slithered slowly across the verdant grass, leaving behind a trail of withered, lifeless blades that quickly turned black. In the blink of an eye, these unfortunate blades of grass were gradually consumed by the water serpent, vanishing without a trace. Is that the corrosion curse? Blaze remarked in astonishment, observing the scene. It seems to be a specialty of the Burst family. No pureblood family would refuse the chance to grow stronger. Thus, every member of the family sought to enhance their signature spells, rendering them even more formidable. Most of these spells dwelled in the gray area between dark and light magic. Among them, the corrosion curse is particularly renowned within the Burst family. Originally, it could only erode surface materials as a minor hex, created by ancient wizards to instruct their students. It was painful but inflicted limited harm. One could recover without needing a healing spell, albeit with some scars left behind. However, under the Burst family's refinement, it could now corrode nearly all tangible objects, becoming a well-guarded secret of the family, now inexplicably wielded by Alan. Indeed, it is the corrosion curse. A generous gift bestowed by Miss Burst. Helplessly, I must accept it, Alan remarked indifferently, then casually dissipated the water serpent, stretching languidly. Draco and Blaise exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison. A generous offering? It's likely another trick of mental manipulation. Draco muttered disdainfully. Blaise furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Could it be that this fellow has crossed paths with the Burst family? Even if one intends to exploit, one shouldn't strip a sheep bare. Alan appeared utterly oblivious to the discussions of the two, nonchalantly tossing his notebook, which landed precisely before Draco and Blaise. This spell was rather intriguing. It could adeptly modulate the degree of corrosion based on the caster's emotions. Should you find this captivating, it warrants thorough exploration. With a smile gracing his lips, Alan spoke in a tone so casual, as if divulging mundane notes rather than precious arcane knowledge. Draco and Blaise were initially taken aback, but soon, expressions of delight illuminated their faces. They had never anticipated that someone as skilled as Alan would generously share such a formidable spell. Is this for real? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Naturally, the illustrious Malfoy heir was well versed in the family's arcane lore, and the rarity of such a spell was self-evident. Blaise, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly flipped open the notebook, muttering incantations. Merlin's polka-dotted tights. This spell is simply extraordinary. As he delved deeper into the reading, Blaise's enthusiasm surged, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Who claimed this spell was dark? It was magnificent. Let us set this spell aside for now. We have ample time to study later. Our immediate priority is to attend the flying class. After his initial surprise, Draco, noticing the growing crowd ahead, spoke with a hint of urgency. Blaise promptly acknowledged this, grabbing Alan's arm and leading him toward the classroom. Alan, resigned, allowed himself to be pulled along. From the Gryffindor side, Harry observed the scene with astonishment as Alan was dragged away. Alan, what is going on? Although he found it hard to believe that someone with Alan's demeanor could be at a disadvantage, he was nonetheless puzzled. What business is it of yours, Scarhead? Alan is my friend now, and this is Slytherin territory. Are you challenging our authority? Draco, still nursing a grudge since Potter's rejection, harbored a dislike for him that intensified at the sight of Harry talking to Alan. Do you presume to represent the dignity of all Slytherin? And what exactly constitutes Slytherin's so-called dignity? Is it merely due to Professor Snape's overt favoritism that you feel entitled to such arrogance? Surprisingly, Harry did not flinch but instead furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of indifference, responding with a tone laced with mockery. Based on Ron's earlier descriptions, Harry had already gained a fair understanding of the general temperament of the Slytherin students, especially after he witnessed Alan's dismal performance in potions class, which led to Professor Snape's merciless treatment of him. He resolved to find a way to extricate Alan from the lair of that venomous individual. Alan was not only his friend but the first person to earn his genuine recognition and become a true companion. Despite Alan's occasionally irritable demeanor, Harry instinctively attributed the cause to Professor Snape's woeful teaching methods. As the renowned savior of the wizarding world, Harry exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and determination in his decision to rescue Alan. Alan, caught in a precarious state, suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Had he finally come to a realization? Not only had he found his voice, but perhaps also his intellect. Chapter 43, Flying Lessons, Part 1. Good afternoon, students. With this crisp and resonant greeting, the entire playground fell silent. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. The young wizards chorused in response. As the bell for class rang, a figure approached slowly. It was Madam Hooch, the Quidditch referee. Her silver hair gave her a sharp, efficient appearance. Her golden eyes were particularly striking, possessing a keen sharpness reminiscent of a hawk. When her gaze swept over each student, those who met her eyes felt an involuntary chill creep up their spines, as if they were small prey being closely monitored by a fearsome predator. In the corner, Alan found himself deeply intrigued by her unusual demeanor. He pondered what might account for her distinctive appearance. Was it a result of a mysterious, hereditary lineage? Or perhaps a remarkable transformation brought on by a little-known form of magic? Regardless of the possibility, it was a captivating and worthy subject for further exploration. But then again, she was a professor at the academy. Alan shook his head, suppressing his immature thoughts. Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Get to your brooms on the left. Madam Hooch's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and the students from Slytherin and Gryffindor instinctively parted to form two lines, eagerly watching the stern lady. Beneath their feet lay a collection of old, nearly bald broomsticks. Has Hogwarts become so impoverished? I remember that each year the governors donate a substantial sum of galleons. Why are we still using these antiquated relics? Blaise remarked disdainfully, unable to suppress his criticism. You simply don't understand. No governor would pass up the opportunity to flaunt their wealth. They may contribute generously, but let's not forget that wizards from Muggle backgrounds also incur significant expenses. Draco disdainfully kicked the broom beneath him and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. In his opinion, spending money on some muddy seeds was far less sensible than renovating the entire Hogwarts. Hurry up, classmates. Place your right hands directly above the brooms and shout loudly. Rise. Madam Hooch was clearly a pragmatic individual, diving straight into the practical procedures without explaining any foundational knowledge. Some young wizards' eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the magical class they had longed for. Draco stood out among them, as with a commanding shout of rise. The broom at his feet sprung up as if propelled by a spring, firmly grasped in his hands. He surveyed the room and noted with a smirk that Blaze succeeded only after 2 attempts, his expression swelling with pride. Alan, why don't you give it a try? Seeing Alan remaining indifferent, Draco felt he had stumbled upon something remarkable. Draco, they don't seem to measure up to me. Was it the inherent characteristic of the flying broom, or perhaps the ancient runes imbued with the levitation charm? Rather than merely riding the broom, he was more intrigued by the broom's ability to fly into its owner's hand. What? Draco was taken aback. What could Alan possibly be pondering at this moment? If the broom's innate tendency to fly towards the wizard could be inscribed onto a wand, the power of spells beyond mere weaponry would be significantly diminished. Imagining a scenario where an enemy had just confiscated a wand only for it to return to its owner's hand autonomously was amusing to contemplate. Alan's eyes sparkled. He too felt he had discovered something extraordinary. Oh, come on. Hurry up. Madam Hooch is watching you. Draco couldn't resist the urge to remind him as he observed the figure approaching. Rise. Alan's gaze sharpened, and his immense mental energy surged forth. He could sense the broom's resistance, but what did that matter? The more it resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Years ago, he had mastered the art of subduing unfamiliar wands. Now, it was merely an old broom, which posed no challenge whatsoever. As he watched the broom still bouncing in Alan's grasp, Draco couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Now, those who have succeeded can mount your brooms. Remember to hold on tight, and don't fall. When I blow the whistle, each of you must push off the ground with force, allowing the broom to take flight, hovering briefly in the air before leaning slightly forward to return to the ground. Pay attention to my whistle. 3, 2. Madam Hooch patiently explained the entire process of ascending to the eager students with a clear voice. However, just as they were about to enter the final phase of takeoff, an unexpected incident occurred. Before she could finish counting, a plump figure from the Gryffindor lineup wobbled and began to float into the air. Neville clutched the handle of his broom tightly, his complexion pale, his body trembling incessantly from anxiety and fear. The broom seemed to sense its owner's unease, swaying erratically in the air, soaring high at times, and then plunging swiftly, creating a perilous spectacle. Mrs. Hooch was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her eyes widened as she cried out, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom, please regain control of your broom. However, at that moment, Neville was utterly beside himself. Unable to heed any commands, he merely shut his eyes tightly, relinquishing control as his body soared uncontrollably into the distance alongside the broom. Witnessing this scene, the Gryffindor students called out anxiously for Neville, their faces etched with worry and fear. Among them, Harry and Ron even attempted to rush forward to assist, but were promptly stopped by Mrs. Hooch. In stark contrast to the concerned Gryffindors, jeers from the Slytherin direction echoed through the air. Huh, look at him. What an awkward sight. How embarrassing. He can't even master such a simple flying maneuver. He truly is pathetic. Draco sneered disdainfully. In my opinion, he is utterly unfit for magic. He should just go home. Another Slytherin student chimed in. In the face of these piercing taunts, the Gryffindor students were furious. Yet their primary concern remained Neville's safety. Only I noticed Mrs. Hooch's lack of experience in handling emergencies. Could it be that an imposter had slipped in? Having consumed a polyjuice potion, Blaze murmured softly, casting a furtive glance at the anxious figure. Alan, who had been intently studying the broom structure, slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Blaze. I greatly admire your keen insight. However, sometimes you need not be so sensitive, Alan remarked, a peculiar expression on his face, pondering if Blaze was somewhat unhinged. Yet, Blaze, oblivious to Alan's words, appeared as if he had just discovered a new world, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that one of your minions has infiltrated? Are you also after the treasure hidden on the 4th floor? Blaze whispered conspiratorially, lowering his voice. What? I have no minions. What nonsense are you rambling on about? Alan replied, momentarily taken aback, before shooting Blaze an exasperated glare. This fellow's conjectures were becoming increasingly absurd. Did he really seem like the sort to harbor ill intentions? Oh, very well, Blaze said, a hint of disappointment creeping onto his face. From Alan's previous demeanor, he had instinctively drawn a parallel between him and the fearsome Dark Lord. Now it appeared he had been entirely mistaken. Alan, that fool Longbottom has gotten himself stuck. Shall we find some amusement? Draco observed the anxious expression on the scarred boy's face with a mischievous glint in his eye. What shall we do? Although Alan was indifferent, he still wished to keep an eye on this fellow, recalling the incident where he and Blaze attempted to conspire against old Voldemort. Of course, we should arrive in whatever disarray we can muster. It would be splendid if it could be a spectacle, allowing Gryffindor to witness the might of Slytherin. Draco squinted thoughtfully for a moment before his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Alan. He had long anticipated such a grand display. Very well. You all are surely familiar with the cleansing charm, right? Today, I shall show you something quite different. Without much contemplation, Alan readily nodded in agreement to Draco's suggestion. Then, as if struck by a whimsical thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he casually inquired, "Cleansing charm." With unwavering confidence, Alan cast the spell, his right hand gripping the wand as he waved it gently. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from the tip of the wand like a volcanic explosion, its grandeur reminiscent of a river bursting its banks, causing the surrounding young wizards to gasp in astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Is the water flooding Hogwarts? Ignoring the astonishment of the young wizards, Alan maintained his smile, skillfully maneuvering his wand. As he continued, the once tumultuous water began to coalesce and transform, ultimately taking the shape of a translucent, lifelike water python. The python swelled rapidly in the continuous stream of clear water, and in the blink of an eye, it stretched to an impressive length of several meters, standing before the crowd like a small mountain. Alan was wholly focused on commanding this massive water serpent. The creature writhed and twisted with agility, bending and extending as if showcasing its formidable strength and flexibility. Suddenly, the water python twisted sharply, launching forward with astonishing speed, targeting Neville, who was perched high atop the castle tower. With a tremendous impact, the poor, plump Neville barely had time to react before being engulfed whole by the python. The force of the collision rendered Neville unconscious, his limp form sliding from the python's mouth to its tail, as though he were some digested morsel. Merlin's beard. What have you done? Blaze's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, exclaiming, "This spell looks so familiar." Upon closer reflection, wasn't this the terrifying corrosive spell that Alan had demonstrated before class? For heaven's sake, if you would only engage your mind a little, you would realize this cannot possibly be the corrosive spell. At a glance, Alan discerned the thoughts swirling in the mind of that individual. Was he truly so unreliable? It was merely an enhancement to the clear waters, a superficial spectacle. His actions were intended solely to provide a modicum of respite for the unfortunate Mr. Longbottom, who would employ a corrosive curse in a rescue. That would be madness. Alan scoffed, lightly patting Blaze on the shoulder, as if the earlier events were merely trivialities to him. "Surprised, are you?" he remarked, raising an eyebrow smugly at the unresponsive Draco. Blaze and Draco exchanged knowing glances. Rolling their eyes in tandem, they would wager that he had rolled his eyes more today than throughout the entirety of the previous year. "Well done, Mr. Prince. You saved Longbottom just in time. Slytherin earns 10 points. After graciously accepting Madame Hooch's praise, Alan's gaze fell upon Neville, who was being carefully lifted away from the scene, and a twinge of guilt washed over him. To be candid, just moments ago, he had entertained the notion of using that poor soul to test his newly learned corrosive curse. He even had a justification lined up, if questioned. He could assert confidently that the situation was dire, and his instinctive response had been to cast the most familiar spell. Merely a momentary lapse in judgment that overlooked the severe consequences. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Good intentions gone awry. Surely he wouldn't face dire repercussions for such a minor error. Yet, upon reflection, he thought better of it. While Neville appeared rather earnest, his elderly relative was not to be trifled with. "Next, I must swiftly escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing for treatment. During my absence, I will not tolerate any student daring to fly on their broomsticks. Otherwise, prepare for expulsion." After Madame Hooch's stern warning, she hurriedly led the injured Neville towards the infirmary, as her figure receded until it vanished from sight. The previously restrained students erupted like untamed stallions, chattering animatedly about the recent events. Among them were students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, casting cautious glances in his direction. Amidst the cacophony, Draco could no longer suppress his impulse to stir trouble, striding boldly towards the Gryffindor territory. Would you simply watch him provoke them? Observing Draco's retreating figure, Blaze, filled with anticipation, cast a puzzled look at Alan. He's grown quite independent. Should I still tether him? Alan smirked, a glimmer of fondness in his eyes. Who could resist such a carefree friend? Besides, he had no desire to attend that tedious class anyway. It was the perfect opportunity to enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 45. A Fire in the Forbidden Forest? Gazing at the two diminutive figures in the sky, Draco reveled in showcasing his exceptional flying skills, as if this vast azure expanse were a stage solely for him. Meanwhile, Harry exerted every ounce of effort to chase after him, clutching his broom tightly, striving to diminish the distance between them. Alan, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui, stifled a yawn, unable to summon any interest in this seemingly thrilling, yet ultimately tedious pursuit. However, one could not deny Harry's remarkable talent for flying. On his very first attempt, he managed to control the broom with finesse, executing high-speed turns without losing momentum, a feat that even some upperclassmen struggled to achieve. Just as Alan was battling his drowsiness and attempting to refocus on the aerial display, A striking figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Approaching slowly from the direction of Gryffindor, she moved with a slight hesitance, her voluminous, gently curled hair swaying with each step, exuding an air of nervousness. When she finally halted before Alan, she hesitated momentarily before summoning the courage to speak. "Mr. Prince, could you possibly persuade Draco to return Neville's memory ball to us?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Alan intermittently, seemingly haunted by their previous, less than pleasant conversation, which rendered her anxious in his presence. Upon hearing her request, Alan's previously languid posture straightened instantaneously. He elegantly adjusted his slightly disheveled attire before allowing a faint smile to play at the corners of his lips, softly countering, "Oh? So it is Miss Granger. Assisting you is certainly within my capabilities, but pray tell, why should I feel compelled to do so?" Hermione, taken aback, found herself bewildered. In her eyes, preventing Draco's actions should be inherently just and right. Was any further justification truly necessary? "I believe, Miss Granger, you may be mistaken about one matter. While I share a cordial rapport with Draco, we are each independent entities, and I shall not interfere in the actions of others." Alan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Sincerity was his secret weapon. While minor tactics might deceive Draco and Blaise, they would hardly elude the watchful eyes of Lucius and Mrs. Zabini. As long as he was willing to invest in the currency of friendship, his circle would only expand, even amidst enmity. Observing Hermione's stunned expression, Alan tugged at Blaise's sleeve, leading him toward the Forbidden Forest, harboring little interest in the ensuing love-hate dynamic between the two. "Shall we disregard Draco?" Blaise inquired, trailing behind Alan. "Why should we concern ourselves with him? Can the young master of the Malfoy household truly be expelled for merely attempting a flight? What nonsense!" As they drew closer to the Forbidden Forest, Alan's hand slipped from Blaise's sleeve, gradually entwining with hers. Blaise initially felt a flush creep across his face, but soon, as if recalling something, he began to wildly shake his hands as if to rid himself of some unsavory substance. "I must warn you, do not act recklessly. After our last encounter, I was utterly drained. Had I not taken some stimulants, I doubt I would have been able to endure the following day's classes." Blaise retreated in alarm. Aside from his initial awkwardness, he was immediately reminded of the connection spell that Alan had taught him. "What are you so anxious about? Do you not wish to discover just how powerful you truly are?" Alan's voice dripped with temptation. The last time, Blaise had been unable to perform the connection spell. Merely with Alan's guidance, they had conjured a terrifying tempest. Had he not witnessed Blaise secretly practicing with a candle the previous night, he would have never guessed that the lad had mastered it. Together, their combined strength would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. "Please, I cannot endure this any longer. Allow me a moment to gather myself. I need to practice." Blaise felt a surge of uncertainty, still hesitating to make the attempt. If it were merely exhaustion, he would not mind. However, he had narrowly escaped being sacrificed last time, and that sensation had been utterly dreadful. "Rest assured, I am here with you," Alan replied, meeting Blaise's hesitant gaze with sincerity. Before long, Blaise found himself entranced by those clear eyes. He was acutely aware that he was not under any form of mental manipulation. Yet a persistent emotion lingered within him, a desire to avoid disappointing Alan. Alan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he took Blaise's hands, tilting his head slightly, murmuring an obscure incantation. "Rasmato, Cuchus, Achyres. Rasmato, Cuchus, Achyres." Their voices began as low and faint, but as time progressed, they grew louder and more fervent. It was as if their spirits were bound by an invisible tether. A profound resonance surged forth from them like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, Alan's once lustrous black eyes, akin to polished jade, turned an alarming shade of pallor, devoid of any color. Meanwhile, Blaise gazed at his own hands. Astonishment etched across his features, his eyes fixated on Alan. He could hardly believe that Alan had so generously bestowed the reins of the connection spell into his hands without hesitation. This unexpected trust and relinquishment filled Blaise with both exhilaration and trepidation. "Clear water, like a spring," Blaise whispered softly. Remarkably, he did not even need to wield his wand. By sheer force of will, a surging torrent materialized as if descending from the heavens. This deluge surged forth with tremendous force, sweeping through the entire forest. Its momentum relentless as it spread wildly in all directions. At that moment, Blaise was wholly immersed in the exploration of magic, his mind racing with thoughts of the unique properties of the transformation spell. Under the formidable manipulation of his magic, the once turbulent and chaotic torrent began to swiftly coalesce and take shape in the blink of an eye. Before long, a colossal water python, radiating a soft azure glow, emerged dramatically amidst the forest. This serpentine creature was exceptionally agile, darting joyfully between the trees as if it were a living being. It occasionally reared its head and hissed, at times undulating gracefully, reveling in its own might and dexterity. More terrifying was the fact that this gigantic python voraciously opened its cavernous maw. devouring various creatures of the woods like a gluttonous child. Just as Bress was caught up in his amusement and poised to unleash another more potent spell, Alan, whose eyes had been disturbingly pale, suddenly exerted his strength, forcibly breaking free from the ongoing magical ritual. This action not only successfully interrupted Bress's incantation, but also plunged the entire scene into a momentary silence. One simple spell of clear water wielded such power. Can you fathom the destruction wrought by a spell of roaring flames? Alan gasped for breath, casting an irritated glare at him. The thought of setting fire to the forbidden forest had vividly crossed his mind. Chapter 46. A unicorn? That must be your imagination. What kind-hearted person would contemplate burning the forbidden forest? It would take a truly deranged individual to commit such an act. It wasn't Timmy. Certainly, it wasn't Timmy. Bress awkwardly explained, awkwardly touching his nose in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Well, perhaps it is indeed my brain that is malfunctioning. Alan shrugged helplessly, a nonchalant expression adorning his face as he casually elaborated. In truth, he had some inkling of the situation, after all. If there were not even a hint of a destructive thought connected to his mind, that person would surely be akin to the legendary paragon of virtue. Wait, hold on. Don't say a word. Something is approaching. Just as the two were about to leave the forest, Alan suddenly furrowed his brow, his ears keenly attuned to a faint, indistinct rustling sound. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wand in his hand, fully concentrating on the direction from whence the sound emanated. Corrosive grasp. As the incantation resonated, a tremendously thick black water python erupted violently from the tip of the wand. The massive water python exuded an imposing presence, transforming the verdant grasslands and towering trees it traversed into a deep shade of black with its formidable corrosive power. Just then, it seemed to have vanished again. Alan had readied himself for battle, yet the once audible, delicate sounds had dissipated in an instant, as though they had never existed. Alan and Bress exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss. Could it be the centaurs? Last time we employed the connection spell, we startled those centaurs. This race possesses a certain degree of divination abilities and is particularly sensitive to malice. Bress quickly interjected, frowning as he pondered, as if this explanation were the only one that could rationalize the current predicament. Perhaps. Alan nodded slightly, yet his brow remained tightly knit. While it is true that centaurs have the capacity to sense danger to some extent, they have never shied away from battle. Nor would they retreat merely due to an overwhelming foe. The recent occurrence starkly contradicted the behavioral patterns of the centaur race. Just as doubts filled Alan's mind and he prepared to depart from this place, he suddenly sensed a familiar mental energy within his perception. He shuddered, unable to suppress a startled exclamation. Hagrid? Almost simultaneously, a tall, robust figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Hagrid gazed at Alan in astonishment, his mouth agape, speechless for a moment. After a while, he regained his composure and stammered, "Hey, Alan? What brings you here? Young wizards are expressly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest." Having said that, Hagrid swiftly scanned the now charred vegetation and earth around them, a flicker of confusion and caution in his eyes, as if questioning whether Alan had engaged in some forbidden activity. "I was practicing spells. Severus is aware of this. If you doubt it, you may verify with him. Moreover, we haven't ventured deep into the woods," Alan calmly explained, weaving a facade of seriousness, knowing well that Hagrid would not seek out Severus. "Well, if Professor Snape has permitted it, I shall not object. However, it would be best to avoid the forest for the time being." Hagrid hesitated, yet offered his counsel. "What is going on?" Alan inquired, sensing that Hagrid might know something. "Recently, dark wizards have harmed unicorns. This is an exceedingly vile act, and only a very powerful dark wizard could inflict such harm upon a unicorn." Hagrid's concern for Alan's potential trespassing into the woods was apparent, so he chose not to withhold this information. "Unicorns?" Alan furrowed his brow in surprise, astonished that old Hagrid had taken action so early, especially at the beginning of the school year. "You must leave here at once. I have no time for further conversation." Hagrid admonished the two before him with a serious demeanor, then turned and strode purposefully towards his secluded cottage deep within the woods. Natalie? Who might that be? Could it possibly be a unicorn? The mere thought of such a possibility made Alan's eyes sparkle with excitement. He hastily called out to Hagrid, who had taken several steps away. "Wait, Hagrid, please, just a moment." Alan gestured eagerly while speaking. "I have never laid eyes on such a wondrous and sacred creature as a unicorn. Might I have a glimpse? I promise to maintain a respectful distance and will not interfere with your healing efforts. Please, I implore you." Despite being engulfed in turmoil, Alan's yearning for beauty remained undiminished. Beside him, Blaise came to his senses, swiftly moving to Alan's side, his own face brimming with desire as he gazed at the retreating Hagrid, murmuring, "Me too. I beseech you, Mr. Hagrid." His eyes shimmered with hope. Though he suspected that the towering Hagrid was likely a half-giant, that did not matter to him. Anyone who could befriend Alan must possess remarkable qualities. Blaise felt a sense of pride but held a deep respect for learned individuals, regardless of their lineage. Very well. But you may only observe from a distance. Natalie is quite sensitive. Your excitement could be detrimental to her recovery. Hagrid reiterated earnestly. He had long known of the unicorns residing in the forest, but had only managed to approach them due to this fortunate circumstance of aiding Natalie. It is worth noting that unicorns favor children and maidens, and he did not fit either criterion. Chapter 47. Frightening. Hagrid's cottage. Blaise stared in amazement at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. You never mentioned that Hagrid was so wealthy, he exclaimed. Taking in the woven dog bed made from unicorn tail hair, the sharp teeth of a manticore scattered about, and the claws of a sphinx on display. Blaise could hardly fathom that the unassuming Hagrid was indeed a man of great fortune. Hagrid was not sensitive to such matters. He was friends with most creatures in the woods, so rare materials held little value to him. Alan, aware that Blaise's family was involved in the smuggling trade, and thus had some knowledge of precious materials, felt no need to conceal anything. Hagrid, where is Natalie? Alan inquired, his interest in the treasures waning as he was far more eager to see the injured unicorn. Do not be hasty. Look, she is quite peacefully situated there. Hagrid said with an air of calmness, gesturing with his robust fingers toward the direction of the haystack outside the window. There. A luminous silver figure flickered in and out of sight, reminiscent of stars twinkling faintly in the night sky. Look quickly. How gentle and docile she is, Hagrid exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his voice rising involuntarily. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Alan hurriedly quickened his pace toward that direction. When they finally beheld the enchanting figure, they were instantly mesmerized, rendered motionless as if turned to stone. The unicorn appeared as if it had descended from the heavens, captivating in its radiance. Its coat gleaming with a striking silver hue, akin to moonlight reflecting upon snow. The spiraling horn, towering majestically, added an air of nobility and elegance. However, upon sensing Alan and the others approaching, the unicorn began to struggle desperately to rise, though its injuries rendered such movements nearly impossible. With each arduous attempt, the once congealed silver blood from its flank surged forth anew. Do not be anxious, dear Natalie. Please try to relax. These individuals are my dear friends and pose no threat to you. Hagrid spoke gently, attempting to soothe the increasingly agitated unicorn. Yet, regardless of his earnest reassurances, they seemed to have no effect. At that moment, the pristine unicorn emitted a powerful, vibrant magical aura, hinting at a latent hostility, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Seeing the precarious situation, Alan, sensing danger, retreated without hesitation, maintaining a safe distance until the restless unicorn gradually calmed down. Blast it, Alan thought, feeling disgruntled, though he maintained an injured demeanor. I apologize, Alan. Natalie is wary of you, Hagrid said apologetically. It is quite all right. I can observe from afar. Alan replied, nodding with a sense of grievance, his expression one of helplessness. Do you have any idea how repulsive your expression is right now? It nearly makes me want to retch. Blaise remarked disdainfully, casting a critical glance at Alan. Oh, do be quiet. What makes you any better? The unicorn is hardly fond of you either, Alan retorted, rolling his eyes, fully aware of his own dark soul, and recognizing that the unicorn's wariness was well justified. The irony was that this fellow was also not well received, and the unicorn had already shown signs of aggression toward him. Previously, I assisted my mother in grinding the unicorn's horn, so it is entirely reasonable for her to regard me with suspicion. I am merely lamenting your theatrical performance in front of Hagrid. Blaise, however, remained unfazed. His visit was solely to witness a living unicorn, and he held no extravagant expectations of touching it. You understand nothing. The child who cries receives milk. And Hagrid enjoys aiding me. What can I do about it? Alan, with a haughty tilt of his head, knew this tactic worked flawlessly with Hagrid. If it were Severus, merely escaping unscathed would indicate he was in a good mood today. Alan, Natalie's injury shows no signs of healing. Do you possess any solutions? Hagrid inquired after some deliberation, noticing the unicorn's wounds remained unhealed. Although Alan was merely a first-year wizard, he consistently displayed remarkable composure in their interactions. Furthermore, according to Headmaster Dumbledore's revelations, he had been learning potion-making from Professor Snape long before, thus he was eager to glean answers from Alan. Alan stood at a distance, squinting in contemplation, his brow gradually furrowing into a knot, as if entangled in an insurmountable puzzle. Undoubtedly, this was a wound inflicted by some exceedingly malevolent dark magic, and employing the juice of the myrtlap would be utterly futile. He slowly shook his head, speaking with unwavering conviction. Subsequently, Alan gently gestured for everyone to remain calm, then focused intently, his expression grave, as he began to scrutinize the injured unicorn. He paced around the unicorn in deep thought, and after thorough examination, he finally reached a conclusion. Well, I do have a viable treatment plan. Though the process may be somewhat painful, it will require you, Hagrid, to persuade her to cooperate with me. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the unicorn's injuries. Upon hearing this, Blaise's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Can you truly manage it? I can't even ascertain what sort of dark magic this is, renowned for his vast knowledge. He found himself at a loss in the face of such a complex situation, while Alan appeared to possess a direct solution, a disparity that left him astounded. Unfazed by Blaze's astonishment, Alan lowered his voice to explain, "It is not as intricate as you imagine. This is likely a variant of the ordinary Leglocker curse, compounded with an explosive curses overlay effect. Although these two spells are not uncommon when utilized separately, their combination results in a unique and potent magical injury. It proves quite effective against large, swift creatures such as centaurs, unicorns, and murtlaps." As he spoke, Alan paused momentarily, then continued. "The black smoke emanating from the unicorn at this moment appears terrifying, but it is merely a primal reaction of its body resisting the curse, akin to the purulent response our human bodies exhibit when infected. Though it may seem alarming, it is, in essence, not beyond healing," Alan whispered, his intrigue for the unicorn palpable. He felt compelled to exaggerate the fearsome nature of the situation to justify his own intentions. Chapter 48, A Gift. Hagrid and the unicorn engaged in a protracted and profound exchange. They seemed to communicate in a language only they could comprehend, sharing their innermost thoughts in a rhythm of give and take. As time slipped by, Hagrid's emotions intensified, and he began to sob, his cries imbued with genuine sentiment, as if they could penetrate the very soul of a person. Finally, after considerable effort, the unicorn reluctantly nodded in agreement, permitting the two small creatures to approach. Blaze, standing at a distance, scoffed disdainfully, muttering, "Humph, I truly do not understand what she is trying to portray with her air of nobility, to treat her wounds. And yet she puts on such airs." Blaze had always been a proud individual, refusing to allow anyone or anything to overshadow him, even this seemingly mysterious and noble unicorn. "Now, do refrain from your complaints," Alan said softly, turning to Hagrid and the unicorn with a smile. "Perhaps the friendship offered by this unicorn will suffice to alleviate the discontent and resentment within your heart." Yet, despite his words, Alan's smile did not reach his eyes. He too felt a sense of frustration regarding the situation. He then took a measured step forward, cautiously approaching the unicorn. Once within a comfortable distance, he retrieved a special herb from his pocket and gently ignited it beside the unicorn. In an instant, a delicate plume of smoke began to rise, enveloping the unicorn in a soothing embrace. The unicorn, initially tense and uneasy, gradually relaxed upon inhaling the fragrant smoke, eventually collapsing in a dreamy stupor. "This is the petal of a crystal orchid. It possesses wondrous properties that can completely calm your restless heart," Alan explained softly, meeting Hagrid's curious gaze. Observing the unicorn in its semi-conscious state, an intangible force of mental energy enveloped it. Alan then methodically retrieved a vial of purple potion from his all-purpose pocket. He gently shook the vial, revealing shimmering silver light flowing within, reminiscent of purple stars in the night sky, a sight of exquisite beauty. "What is this?" Blaze asked, incredulously sniffing the aroma of the potion wafting through the air. He was well acquainted with the scent of the potion, but found it somewhat dismissive in its simplicity. This concoction, while visually appealing and seemingly sophisticated, is merely a common potion that provides life force to magical plants. The brewing process even incorporates the excrement of certain magical creatures. However, what astonished him was the moment the natural potion was poured onto the unicorn's wound. A faint silvery glow emanated from her, which suddenly intensified. Subsequently, the dark, smoky residue at the wound was instantly extinguished by the radiant light, and the grievous, bone-deep injury visibly began to heal. Alan cautiously retrieved the remaining Matra rat essence that Hagrid had used and gently applied it to the alarming wound on Natalia. The injury, which was already healing at an astonishing pace, seemed to be infused with a potent vitality, and within mere breaths, it was completely restored, leaving not even a trace of a scar. Natalia, wide-eyed, stared in astonishment at the little wizard before her, who radiated an aura of malevolence from within. She tentatively wiggled her recently stiffened hind leg, blinking her beautiful and expressive eyes, seemingly seeking confirmation that this was not an illusion. "All right, let us get up and move around," Alan said with a light-hearted tone, his eyes revealing an innate pride and confidence. Yet, this arrogance did not evoke disdain. Rather, it enhanced the mysterious charm he exuded. At least, that was the sentiment shared by Blaze and Hagrid. Natalia slowly rose to her feet, cautiously taking a few steps. As she sensed her body returning to normal, her astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Blaze stood agape, transfixed by the scene unfolding before him, as if petrified. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The seemingly shoddy natural potion had indeed worked. Noticing this, Alan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he teased, "Hey lad, close your mouth. Try not to look so starstruck." He paused momentarily before continuing, "I know your mind is brimming with questions. Yet, the unicorn is a favored child of nature, possessing formidable magical powers. Even the most seasoned and powerful adult wizards would likely struggle to subdue one in direct confrontation. Moreover, the abundant magical energy inherent to unicorns has astonishingly miraculous effects on healing injuries. At this juncture, Alan took a breath and glanced at the still dumbfounded Blaze and Hagrid before continuing. While I may not know how to brew a potion specifically countering that dark magic, I am well aware of how to further stimulate and amplify the unicorn's life energy. This is the key to my swift healing of Natalia's wounds. Upon uttering these words, a faint smile appeared on Alan's face, as if he were imbued with unwavering confidence in his knowledge and abilities. At this moment, Blaze finally emerged from his stupor. Swallowing hard as admiration washed over his features, Alan merely smiled gently, recalling the first lesson in potions imparted by Severus. Never underestimate the origin of any potion, no matter how ordinary it may seem. With diligence and curiosity, one can always uncover the hidden mysteries and immense value within. Moreover, let me share that the addition of natural ingredients to the potion is particularly favored by unicorns, Alan whispered to Blaze, convinced that this knowledge would prove useful to him. Gradually, Natalie began to reacquaint herself with the sensation of walking. Each step she took was cautious, but as time progressed, her gait grew increasingly assured. At last, she reached Alan's side. With grace and lightness, Natalie bent slightly, the sharp horn atop her head shimmering with an enigmatic glow, reminiscent of soft moonlight, enveloping Alan entirely within its embrace. He was taken aback, for he had never witnessed such a peculiar expression of gratitude. Soon thereafter, an indescribable sense of comfort surged through him like a tidal wave. It felt akin to a person plunged into a frigid river, suddenly encircled by a powerful yet warm force, immersing him in unparalleled bliss. This warmth flowed ceaselessly into Alan's being, nurturing every inch of his skin and every nerve. He instinctively closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of warmth and tranquility. However, before he could fully emerge from this exquisite sensation, Natalie cast a deep glance in his direction, her eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words, yet fleeting like a flower that blooms for but a moment. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Her figure swiftly vanished amidst the dense foliage, leaving Alan and his companions standing in place, their hearts filled with bewilderment and reflection. Chapter 49. Trust. What does this mean? Blaze stared incredulously at the unfolding scene, occasionally glancing at Alan, his expression betraying an unmistakable astonishment. What are you looking at me for? I have no idea. Alan mirrored his confusion, feeling that the current situation was rather pleasant. Yet a disquieting ripple of uncertainty lingered in the depths of his heart. Just then, Hagrid, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. I have heard tales that when a unicorn expresses gratitude, it bestows a special blessing. As for the effects of this blessing, I am not entirely certain. But you might inquire with Professor Kettleburn. He would undoubtedly know. As he spoke, Hagrid instinctively scratched his fluffy head. All right, let's set that aside for now. I have other matters for which I seek your assistance. Alan, his face flushed and somewhat embarrassed, murmured, his body involuntarily twisting from side to side. Observing this, Brace could not help but cast a disdainful glance at him. Such a version of Alan was truly distasteful. We are friends, are we not? Whatever it is, feel free to tell me. Hagrid, exhibiting a generous spirit, heartily thumped his broad chest and exclaimed with fervor. The prospect of being able to assist Alan filled him with a profound sense of pride. Upon hearing this, Alan seemed to draw encouragement, no longer hesitating, and directly stated, in that case, I implore you to help me hatch it. No sooner had he uttered these words than a large object appeared in his hands, a black egg, the size of a head. The egg was entirely covered in a dense array of scales, resembling a layer of impenetrable armor, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Despite the distance, Hagrid could distinctly feel a wave of heat emanating from the egg, scorching the air around them. Is this a dragon egg? Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly approached Alan, his voice trembling with excitement. He cautiously extended a finger, seemingly wishing to gently touch the marvelous dragon egg. But as his fingertip neared the shell, he suddenly recoiled as if shocked, his expression a mix of longing and concern, embodying a sense of trepidation. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a dragon egg. To ascertain its origin and type, I had consulted an extensive amount of literature. Based on my research, the distinctive traits of this egg strongly suggest it is from an Australian protein-eyed dragon. However, it is peculiar that, under normal circumstances, the eggs of the Australian protein-eyed dragon are not entirely black. Your knowledge in this area far surpasses mine. You are truly an expert, which is why I sought your help, hoping you could assist me in hatching it. With a warm smile, Alan gently placed the dragon egg into Hagrid's arms, continuing to explain with earnest enthusiasm. Hearing Alan's words, Hagrid felt both honored and overwhelmed. Oh dear, I cannot claim to be an expert. However, this thing should not be. Hagrid shyly scratched his head, then glanced around cautiously, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, it is classified as a non-commercial grade A item. This egg was part of my parents' inheritance, and I thought, such a perfect creature should not simply perish. Alan, equally fervent, caressed the dragon egg, his gaze somewhat dreamy. "Rest assured, I shall ensure it hatches." Hagrid's gaze was resolute. He never anticipated that Alan would place such unwavering trust in him. Should this matter come to light, even Professor Dumbledore would likely be unable to extricate him from Azkaban. As a friend, he would not betray Alan's trust. "Thank you. For in the realm of nurturing dragon creatures, you are the only one I can think of," Alan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he showered Hagrid with compliments, rendering the latter flushed with embarrassment. "By the way, do you have any of the fairy flowers, poisonous mushrooms, or goblin candles?" Alan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something of utmost importance, his bright eyes igniting with fervor as they fixated on Hagrid. "When it comes to the completeness of potion ingredients, within the vast expanse of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, aside from Professors Snape and Sprout, it was likely that Hagrid possessed these rare items." Without lifting his head, Hagrid remained engrossed in the precious dragon egg before him, but nonchalantly replied, "I do have the fairy flowers and poisonous mushrooms. They're hanging in the back of the house. Feel free to take as many as you wish when you leave. As for the goblin candles, perhaps you could check with Professor Snape." Upon hearing this, a jubilant smile spread across Alan's face. He hurriedly straightened his slightly disheveled attire and gently opened his arms, enveloping Hagrid in a warm embrace filled with gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "That's absolutely splendid. I truly appreciate it." Without delay, Alan grabbed the still-dazed Blaise and swiftly departed. It wasn't until they were halfway down the path that Blaise finally reacted, staring at Alan in astonishment. "That's an Australian protein egg. Do you realize how valuable dragon eggs are? Can you truly trust him?" Blaise exclaimed, sensing that Alan had not exerted any mental influence over the giant. "The worth of a dragon egg is immense. If it were to hatch, it would indeed be a remarkable surprise. As for trust, what trust? Any secret that slipped from Hagrid's lips would soon become common knowledge. Yet how do you know I don't desire such an outcome?" Alan gently patted Blaise's shoulder, his tone soothing, though a subtle, inscrutable smile played at the corners of his mouth. Revealing the truth to Hagrid was no different from disclosing it to Dumbledore. Even if Hagrid believed himself to be a master of disguise, he would surely falter before the century-old wizard. Thus, it was perhaps better to abandon all pretenses and choose honesty. "Very well," Blaise sighed in resignation. Although he did not entirely agree with Alan's decision, he recognized his inability to alter Alan's resolute determination. The two continued on their path in silence, neither willing to break the quietude that enveloped them. The entire atmosphere seemed somewhat somber and oppressive, while Blaise's brow remained slightly furrowed, as if he were troubled by some nagging concern deep within. Suddenly, Alan broke the silence, softly stating, "I have never employed any form of mental manipulation on you. Are you satisfied with that answer?" As he spoke, a gentle smile graced Alan's lips, illuminating his countenance. His eyes, profound and deep like tranquil waters, were fixed intently on Blaise, radiating sincerity and earnestness. Upon hearing these words, Blaise momentarily stood frozen, and it took him some time to regain his composure, during which a genuine smile gradually emerged on his face. This smile was as radiant and warm as flowers blooming in the spring, devoid of the previous chill and pretense. Chapter 50, A Gift. Time, like a mysterious water fountain, often surprises one unexpectedly. Alan appeared utterly immersed in the moments spent with Blaise, to the extent that he lost track of the quietly passing hours. They strolled leisurely outside the magnificent castle of Hogwarts, relishing the soft, gentle breeze of the night. After an open and candid conversation, the atmosphere between them clearly grew more harmonious and congenial. At this moment, Blaise exuded a relaxed and joyous demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual facade of emotionless smiles. Since discovering that Alan possessed such a remarkable and powerful skill as mental control, Blaise had harbored an inexplicable sense of unease deep within. He could not help but ponder whether the instant feeling of familiarity he experienced upon first meeting Alan was influenced by the latter's ability. However, after merely 2 days of close companionship, Alan had, in an indescribable manner, bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of trust. This trust arrived so abruptly and inexplicably. Yet Blaise was acutely aware that he had never suffered any form of mental coercion. Nonetheless, whenever he faced Alan, the overwhelming urge to devote everything he had to him would surge uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. And this sensation felt so real and credible that he could neither ignore nor resist it. His intuition suggested that Alan might be the one worthy of his lifelong allegiance. The silhouettes of the two against the shimmering surface of the Black Lake appeared remarkably beautiful. However, this serene ambience was soon interrupted by a coarse howl. "I can hardly believe you would abandon me like this." They both lifted their heads, casting their gazes into the distance, and soon spotted Draco's small figure storming toward them in a fit of rage. Draco moved with remarkable speed, like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon them. However, perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of impatience or perhaps because anger had clouded his judgment, he failed to notice the protruding stone beneath his feet. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as Draco, caught unawares, stumbled and fell to the ground, his body lurching forward precariously. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance just in time, thus averting a rather embarrassing display of clumsiness. Yet even so, he appeared rather comical in his current predicament. In the midst of this, his striking gray-blue eyes shot a fierce glare at Alan, brimming with dissatisfaction and indignation. Observing this, Alan quickly extended a hand to assist Draco to his feet, responding with a hint of exasperation. "What are you talking about? When have we ever abandoned you?" Though mildly amused, Alan suppressed a laugh and patiently elaborated. Upon hearing Alan's explanation, Draco clearly remained unconvinced. He forcefully shook off Alan's hand, turning away in a huffy manner. Muttering under his breath, "Humph. You all not only left without waiting for me after class, but even deliberately avoided me during dinner." As he spoke, he feigned nonchalance, dramatically tossing his arm, embodying a petulant little princess, as if to declare to the world that she was quite irate and not easily appeased. Witnessing Draco's childish antics, Blaise couldn't help but chuckle. With a playful glint in his eye, he teased Draco. How could we dare interrupt the esteemed young Master Malfoy in showcasing his talents? As for dinner, we merely felt a lack of appetite, hence our absence. With that, he winked at Alan, his face alight with jest. Although Draco remained somewhat sulky, he felt a touch better inside. After all, the others had at least offered an explanation, albeit one that didn't seem particularly convincing. "Then what are you two doing by the lake instead of dining? Could it be?" Draco's inquisitive gaze scrutinized the pair, as if attempting to unearth some hidden truth. "Get lost. I was merely practicing magic with Alan," Blaise shot back with an irritated glare, thinking Draco was truly asking for it. "What magic?" Draco questioned, puzzled, for their spell class had only recently covered the Lumos charm, something they had mastered long ago in their pureblood lineage. They had even been excused from homework by Professor Beverly due to their commendable performance. "You'd never expect it." Blaise chuckled, exchanging a knowing look with Alan, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted, an eerie chill enveloping him. A subtle yet urgent sound began to emanate from his lips, reminiscent of a whisper from a demon dwelling in the depths of hell, chilling enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. At that moment, the once tranquil surface of the Black Lake began to ripple violently, with concentric circles of waves expanding outward. Emerging from the depths was a magnificent white python, its enormous form gliding gracefully toward the shore. Its elongated body moved fluidly through the water, resembling a flash of white lightning traversing the lake's surface. Adorned with subtle yellow patterns, the python's markings were artfully arranged, lending it an air of unparalleled nobility and enigmatic allure. Soon, the colossal serpent reached the shore. With a light and elegant motion, it ascended the bank and coiled its massive body into a tight circle, enveloping Blaise entirely within its protective embrace. The python's cold, unyielding gaze was fixed intently on Draco, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity that sent Draco instinctively retreating. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Blaise, astonished by the revelation that he had never heard of any Slytherin or Gaunt lineage within the Zabini family. However, before Draco could fully comprehend his astonishment, he heard Blaise speak with a hint of pride and boastfulness. "Huh? You are truly adorably foolish. What I am using is not some magical parcel tongue, but merely ordinary snake language, devoid of any magical potency." Blaise's ability to communicate with and command the massive serpent was not due to an innate gift for parcel tongue, but rather a mastery of serpentine language through a unique technique. The connection spell not only facilitated mutual magical connectivity, but also allowed learners to absorb magical knowledge from one another with remarkable efficiency. It was this distinct advantage that enabled Blaise to swiftly acquire and adeptly wield snake language. While parcel tongue may be inherited through blood, snake language is not. He felt quite satisfied simply to converse with serpents, not daring to aspire to control them. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly content, and this magnificent white python was a gift from Alan. Chapter 51. The clingy Draco. "Please, just give it to me. I beg you." In the tranquility of the Slytherin common room, Draco's pleas shattered the peace. He clung tightly to Alan's leg, his cries echoing like a siren's wail, a blend of flattery and lamentation. Alan, overwhelmed by the cacophony, rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet Draco showed no signs of ceasing. "You don't even speak snake language. Why do you want a serpent?" Blaise remarked from his corner, where he was gently caressing the cool scales of the white python, a look of bliss on his face. He had named his new pet Fiona, and he was genuinely fond of her. Fiona playfully flicked her delicate tongue across Blaise's face, as if teasing and frolicking with him. Blaise cast a triumphant glance at Draco, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Draco, infuriated, leapt up and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Observing the scene, Alan shot a fierce glare at Blaise, signaling him to refrain from further provocation. He then turned his gaze to Draco, who was still clinging desperately to his leg, and earnestly advised, "It's not that I am unwilling to gift you one. Rather, it is Blaise who has painstakingly earned Fiona's approval from the serpents." Even if I were to present you with one now, taming it would be an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, I recall the last time you encountered Cersei. Your face went pale with fear. How is it that you suddenly wish to raise a snake now? I don't care. He has one. And I must have one too. He merely became your friend a day before me, and you cannot show favoritism, Draco declared, his pride shining through despite the yearning in his eyes. He was undoubtedly fearful of snakes. Yet the prospect of successfully taming a fearsome python would surely garner him the attention of all, even earning him newfound respect from his father. Though prideful, he deemed this endeavor worthy of shedding his dignity. After all, seeking assistance is not a sign of shame. What others possess, young Master Malfoy must possess as well. I refuse to believe he can master the entire language of snakes in an afternoon. Just teach me a few phrases for basic communication. As for the snake's temperament, I am certain it will not be too discerning. Draco continued, his face a portrait of desperation as he gazed intently at Alan. Very well, but before that, I hope you can swiftly learn a spell, Alan replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Blaise before speaking with interest. I will learn. I am certain of it, Draco exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Though he was unaware of the connection between learning a spell and snake language, he trusted that Alan would not deceive him. Blaise, you should teach him first, Alan suggested, gesturing nonchalantly towards Blaise. The connection spell is not particularly complex. Its efficacy entirely hinges on the individual. Just as some might merely use flames to light a candle, others, like Dumbledore, delve into the studies of fire magic. As he had previously mentioned, in the Wizarding World, the disparity between wizards can sometimes surpass that between humans and dogs. Ignoring the two bickering amongst themselves, Alan engrossed himself in the tomes left by his two daring parents. Aside from mental manipulation, his current greatest advantages lay in Parseltongue and wandless magic. Truth be told, he had never positioned himself as an offensive specialist. Hence his studies on spells had been rather lackluster. To swiftly enhance his combat prowess, he recognized the necessity of researching magical creatures, particularly serpents. Compared to wizards, magical creatures inherently lack autonomy. Witnessing the stagnation of Cersei and Loki, Alan felt an urgent need to elevate their capabilities. Through his observations, it became evident that Cersei and Loki had indeed transcended the limitations of their respective races. However, to assert that they were entirely magical beings would be an exaggeration, as there remained an undeniable gap. Thus, for the past couple of days, he had been utterly captivated by the intricacies of magical creature transformation. Among the rare magical materials he could pilfer from Snape, the celestial flower and the toxic mushroom were indispensable components. As he perused through the texts, he simultaneously concocted potions, blending various innards, herbs, and astonishingly toxic substances into his cauldron. The delicate wand danced gracefully in Alan's hand, akin to a butterfly in flight. With each flourish, a cascade of purple bubbles erupted from the cauldron, resembling playful sprites eager to rise from the depths. These bubbles blossomed in the air, emitting an enchanting and peculiar glow, like blooming violets, casting a dreamlike illumination throughout the room. What potion are you brewing? I wager your methods are enough to bring shame to many an adult wizard. A voice suddenly pierced the serene ambience, shattering the mystery. Unbeknownst to him, Draco had stealthily approached, now gaping in awe at the entire process of Alan's potion making. Startled by the abrupt interruption, Alan nearly spilled the potion with a hasty movement of his hand, suppressing the elegant words left unspoken. He turned to Draco with a hint of annoyance. Aren't you supposed to be practicing spells? You startled me. However, Draco seemed completely oblivious to Alan's displeasure, tilting his head with a triumphant grin. Haha, I've mastered the linking spell. Impressive, right? He raised an eyebrow at Alan, as if seeking validation. You've already learned it? Alan replied, astonished. While the linking spell was a fundamental aspect of the Hogwarts curriculum, successfully casting it was not as straightforward as one might assume. Even Blaise had dedicated an entire afternoon to mastering it before achieving success. Could it truly be that this fellow had managed to perform it in less than 2 hours? Such innate talent for spellcasting was indeed astonishing. Though reluctant to admit it, Alan recognized the truth in Draco's words. Blaise, standing nearby, echoed his surprise at Draco's aptitude for magic, albeit begrudgingly. Well, it's commendable, but don't get too cocky. When I learned that spell, I only needed 3 attempts, and it took me no more than 5 minutes. After much contemplation, Alan ultimately resolved to temper Draco's exuberance, gently patting him on the shoulder and imparting a sage piece of advice. Indeed, you have ample room for improvement. Unsurprisingly, Draco's smile faltered, and he gazed at Alan with a look of discontent. His spirits dampened instantly. Chapter 52, Transformation, Part 1. As night descended heavily, the entirety of Hogwarts Castle appeared shrouded in a weighty veil, evoking a sense of oppressive immersion. The luminous moon pierced through the dark clouds, casting reflections along the castle's corridors, rendering the 3 illuminated figures strikingly conspicuous. Under the cloak of night, their footsteps echoed through the vast hallways, each step seemingly disturbing the slumbering magical dust. The faces of Alan, Blaze, and Draco were illuminated by the silvery moonlight, revealing a blend of determination and anxiety. Their shadows elongated, intertwining and overlapping, dancing upon the ancient stone walls like phantoms. "Didn't you venture into the Forbidden Forest last time? Why are we confined to the castle this time?" Draco exclaimed, tension etched across his face, accompanied by a hint of dissatisfaction that bubbled beneath the surface. He felt that, as a distinguished Malfoy, he was being treated differently. "The Forbidden Forest is unsafe lately. Dark wizards have been prowling, hunting those precious unicorns. It is simply not suitable for our forthcoming endeavors." Alan turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Draco, whose face was marred by skepticism, and patiently began to explain, knowing well that the boy harbored no ill intent. "Dark wizards?" Draco could not help but exclaim, his voice reverberating through the empty corridor. However, he quickly realized his indiscretion and hastily covered his mouth, fearing the attention of the patrolling Filch. Beside him, Blaze wore a faintly mocking smile, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he regarded Draco. "Oh, the great Malfoy Heir isn't trembling, is he?" "Who is trembling?" Draco retorted, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his neck arching defiantly. "My father is a governor of Hogwarts. How could I possibly fear a mere handful of dark wizards?" With that, he deliberately puffed out his chest, striving to project an image of fearless bravado. Witnessing this display, Alan could only shake his head in resignation, exchanging a knowing glance with Blaze. They were both acutely aware that despite Draco's usual clever demeanor, he was all too susceptible to such simple, crude provocations, which had proven effective time and again. Upon reaching the rooftop, Alan slowly lifted his gaze to the clouds above. He observed a few solitary stars adorning the night sky, and could not help but grimace. In this realm, witnessing such scant and feeble starlight was indeed a rare occurrence. After a brief pause, Alan swiftly regained his focus and began to work methodically. He retrieved a small vial of vivid red liquid from his satchel and carefully poured it onto the ground. Subsequently, with an eerie and enigmatic finesse, Alan dipped his fingers into the blood, meticulously drawing peculiar patterns and symbols upon the earth. After completing the necessary preparations, Alan extracted an assortment of peculiar items from his pocket. A pair of luminescent cat eyes, a piece of darkened camel liver stained with traces of blood, and some roots of unknown trees, twisted and intertwined like writhing serpents, were among the strange objects. Lastly, a collection of grass blades, varying in shape and vibrant in color, adorned the scene. With utmost caution, Alan arranged these items in a specific order upon the blood, each piece placed with precision, as if crafting a mysterious and macabre tableau. Just when Draco thought Alan had finished his task, a soft rustling sound emerged from his mouth, followed by an unending stream of vividly colored snakes of various sizes slithering forth from Alan's pockets. The serpents coiled and crawled, swiftly converging upon the carefully arranged items. Alongside them appeared several enormous pythons, their hefty bodies rasping against the ground, sending chills down one's spine. What on earth is happening? Draco, standing nearby, widened his eyes in terror and instinctively took a few steps back. This spectacle hardly resembled any ordinary magic. He gazed at Blaze, seeking answers. But Blaze merely gestured for silence, urging Draco to remain quiet. His deep-set eyes were fixed intently on Alan, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze conveyed an ineffable tranquility and concentration. As the serpents lay quietly in the center of the formation, Draco's already tense demeanor suddenly shifted. His pupils dilated in shock. He raised his head high, chanting an ancient melody towards the moon, a tune that seemed both musical and reminiscent of an elaborate incantation, convoluted and lengthy. With Alan's recitation, the serpents in the center of the formation raised their heads, fixating their gaze on the bright moon above, their tongues flickering in and out. Seeing this, Blaze instinctively moved towards the center of the formation, grasping Alan's right hand tightly. His eyes also rolling back as he joined in the chant of the archaic spell. From his pocket, Fiona's pristine form slowly emerged, melding into the throng of snakes. In the heart of this enigmatic formation, apart from Circe and Loki, only a few snakes remained composed, with Fiona among them. What does this mean? Draco was bewildered. This clearly did not resemble conventional magic. He sensed a connection forming between Blaze and Alan, yet the magnitude of this spectacle eluded his understanding. Should he join in? Fearing for his safety? Any one of those serpents could deliver a fatal bite. Yet, to abstain would mark him as an outsider. Cursed be it. He decided to plunge into the fray. After a brief, yet torturous contemplation, Draco finally resolved to take action. He took a deep breath, as if compressing all the courage he would need for the next decade into that single moment, and resolutely stepped forward, making his way directly toward the heart of the mysterious and terrifying array. As he gradually approached the center of the formation, an invisible yet formidable mental force began to resonate with him, continuously surging forth. This sensation was both alien and familiar, akin to countless unseen hands gently caressing his soul. attempting to pry into its deepest secrets. However, Draco was not daunted by this force. Instead, he slipped into a state of connection with the spell. Simultaneously, Cersei and Loki, positioned at the heart of the array, seemed to sense the shift in their surroundings, their previously tranquil forms now becoming agitated. Their serpentine bodies writhed incessantly, twisting and turning as if they were enduring immense torment. Accompanied by their violent movements, a series of ominous growls erupted from their mouths, sending shivers down the spine. Following this, the surrounding serpents, centered around Cersei and Loki, detonated one after another like a series of ignited bombs. In an instant, blood splattered, flesh flew, and a nauseating stench of iron filled the air. The mangled remains, influenced by the meticulously arranged materials crafted by Alan, rapidly returned in a bizarre manner, as if drawn by some mysterious gravitational force, ultimately converging upon the serpents of Cersei and Loki. At this moment, Cersei and Loki had entirely lost their sanity, their bodies thrashing more violently than ever before, the intensity beyond imagination. Particularly, their heads slammed against the ground with frenzied force, each impact resonating with a deafening roar that seemed capable of creating a vast chasm in the earth itself. Chapter 53, Transformation, Part 2. Gazing at the robust tail of the serpent striking the ground with tempestuous fury, producing a series of thunderous sounds, even the hardest rocks were splintered, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Witnessing this scene, Alan felt his heart shatter. This was the serpent he had painstakingly nurtured from infancy. They shared a profound emotional bond, and watching his beloved companion endure such torment filled him with urgency, prompting him to emit a low, hoarse murmur, brimming with reassurance for Cersei. Beside him, Blaze, seeing the situation unfold, hurriedly imitated Alan, softly comforting his own Fiona. Observing the shattered white scales on Fiona, his eyes were filled with tenderness. Though their time together had been brief, he genuinely cherished Fiona, for someone destined to be entwined with the abyss of darkness. Possessing such a pure and sacred pet was akin to having a guiding light, helping him to recognize himself and preventing him from losing his way in the endless darkness. Ultimately succumbing to despair. Hiss hiss. A series of low, hoarse sounds rose and fell like the mournful cries of night owls, echoing continuously across the desolate rooftop. The evening breeze howled past, tousling their hair and the edges of their garments, intensifying the already eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing shriek sliced through the night sky, prompting Cersei and the other surviving serpents to raise their heads, opening their gaping jaws to emit a cacophony of hisses. This roar, reminiscent of a desperate wail, seemed to drain them of all their strength. As the final echoes faded into the air, the snakes collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, devoid of any signs of life. Fiona. Witnessing Fiona lying there devoid of vitality, Blaze was struck with alarm. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, his face etched with concern as he gazed upon the frail white snake. Alan, this. Blaze hesitated, anxiously looking at Alan. Alan gently stroked Cersei's wrinkled scales. Sensing the faint, flickering waves of magical energy emanating from her, a smile gracing his lips. Fear not, they are unharmed, Alan said with a grin, drawing his wand and lightly tracing it across his palm, allowing blood to fall upon the serpents, restoring their waning vitality. Don't just stand there, such opportunities are rare. Do you not wish to forge a deep connection with Fiona? Alan remarked, noticing Blaze frozen in place. With this connection established, the other serpent handlers would find it impossible to control their pets. All right, Blaze exclaimed, waving his wand, effortlessly slicing open his palm, and began to offer the blood to Fiona. Fiona, sensing Blaze's emotions, did not refuse. And you, don't just stand there. Hurry and choose one. Don't tell me you're afraid of pain. Alan chided Draco, who remained rooted to the spot. The preceding events hinged upon the connection spell, requiring Draco's active participation. Though he had yet to master Parseltongue, he had at least garnered the snake's favor. Is this for me? Really? Draco asked incredulously, yet his feet began to move slowly towards the serpents, displaying an eager anticipation. Alan observed him closely. While pure-blood families typically held a lenient stance towards dark magic, he vaguely recalled that in the original narrative, Draco had once been struck by Hermione and had fled in disgrace, raising his concerns about whether this young lad could endure the trials of magic. Truth be told, dark magic wielded considerable power, yet it often involved cutting oneself, stabbing, and other sacrificial acts as a norm. Watching Draco approach the serpents, carefully selecting one, Alan temporarily set aside his worries. That red one is absolutely off limits, Alan exclaimed, his eyes wide and filled with urgency as he whispered to Draco, who was making his way toward the red-eyed king cobra. This individual truly possesses remarkable insight, as he immediately recognized the significant material he had meticulously prepared for his upcoming magical experiment, the 6-meter-long red-eyed king cobra. In terms of prowess, it ranks just below Cersei and Loki. Why not? I truly adore it. As he spoke, Draco approached the king cobra, crouched down, and extended his hand, seemingly intent on touching its icy scales. It was this very creature that had once blocked his path in the Forbidden Forest. Its blood-like scales resonated deeply with his aesthetic sensibilities. He would wager that even Blaze's Fiona would not stand a chance against this serpent. Alan, exasperated, rolled his eyes and curtly stated, "Enough chatter. It simply won't do. Choose another." Although Draco was reluctant, he complied and began to peruse the multitude of serpents before him. After a considerable time, he finally set his sights on a remarkably robust African rock python adorned with dark green patterns. He pointed at the python, exclaiming with excitement, "I want this one." Alan glanced at the serpent, secretly relieved. "All right, this it shall be. But do exercise caution. Do not let it bite you." Upon receiving permission, Draco erupted with elation, eagerly reaching out to seize the python. However, at that moment, the previously tranquil African rock python suddenly lifted its head, opening its cavernous mouth to reveal its sharp fangs, emitting a low, menacing hiss as if to warn the audacious little creature not to approach carelessly. Yet, Draco appeared oblivious, forcefully pressing the enormous tongue to the ground, repeatedly stroking it, and ultimately prying open the python's jaws, piercing his palm to feed it his blood. Alan was astonished. Such behavior was utterly beyond his expectations. The python was not without resistance, despite being weakened by the ritual. Its nearly 8-meter frame was more than sufficient to overpower a small being. However, it seemed to be drawn to some essence within Draco, ultimately relinquishing its struggle and allowing the diminutive figure to act as he pleased. Observing Draco as he tenderly caressed the rock python, Alan smiled and used Parseltongue to command the other snakes, guiding them back into his pocket. Though the losses were not insignificant, for Alan, it was a delightful surprise. Trading a horde of lesser creatures for a few worthy ones was undoubtedly worth the effort in his eyes. To him, the snakes that held no value were merely a drain on his time and resources. Chapter 54. Am I becoming a femme fatale? Time flowed by. Akin to the dismay one feels when caught without toilet paper, Alan savored his breakfast, distinct from that of others, while simultaneously feeding the large face beside him and the quietly awakening Loki. His experience at Hogwarts had not induced any sense of pressure. Rather, it bestowed upon him a feeling of leisurely bewilderment. I can scarcely believe that Potter, despite his transgressions during the flying lesson, not only escaped any form of punishment, but has also become the first-year seeker in the illustrious history of Hogwarts. This is utterly unjust. How can this be fair? The tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an irritable voice as Draco strode over, visibly vexed, yet frequently casting glances at Alan. "Is this your justification for bullying Longbottom?" Blaze, amused by the spectacle, noted Draco's inexplicable lenience towards Alan, prompting him to offer a few jibes. "So what? Wasn't it his fault this all began?" Draco shrugged nonchalantly as he settled into his seat. Nowadays, even the entire Slytherin student body hesitated to associate with these three, despite their remarkable abilities and talents. The mere presence of the menacing serpent lurking beside them was enough to instill dread. This included Pansy, the lion-hearted girl, and her two bumbling companions who eyed Draco with equal scrutiny. It had been a week since Potter had assumed the role of Gryffindor Seeker, and if one were even slightly informed, they would have already discerned the news. Blaze remarked with irritation, noting that Draco seemed less engaging after his two lackeys had departed. "I can't help you. If Professor McGonagall has made concessions for Harry, then you ought to approach Professor Snape. Surely you have a voice?" Alan shot him an exasperated glare, vowing that he would not endorse such nonsensical ideas. As long as it served to vex Harry and Gryffindor, he relished the prospect. Today's charms lesson was set to cover the levitation spell. Alan placed his utensils down, rising with determination. "Let us not be late." Draco and Blaze hurriedly followed suit, with Draco continuing to mutter about Harry's ascension to Seeker. Upon entering the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick acknowledged their arrival with a slight nod. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick." Alan and the others greeted him politely, grateful for the professor's assistance with their charms adaptations, which had truly revealed the value of the dueling championship. "Good morning, everyone. Mr. Malfoy, there are still some issues regarding your interpretations of the illumination spell that I will annotate on your coursework after class. Mr. Zabini, your views on the simplification of ancient magic remain somewhat superficial. I have marked the text you need to review on your assignment, hoping it proves beneficial. Mr. Prince, I am intrigued by your proposition regarding the contrasting forces of gravity and attraction in the Muggle world. I look forward to a detailed discussion in today's coursework." Though Professor Flitwick may not be tall, he is known for his leniency towards students and holds a deep appreciation for the trio's spirit of exploration and extension in the realm of charms, generously offering his commendations. "Thank you for your assistance, Professor." Alan bowed respectfully before swiftly taking his seat, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming lesson. Although they had long mastered the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick was well aware of their true proficiency, thus he would intersperse the class with substantive insights. The trio languidly awaited the arrival of their fellow students while discussing the challenges they faced with the charm. The Gryffindor students were indeed an eyesore. Draco scowled as he observed Harry approaching, muttering his displeasure. "Good morning, Alan," Harry cheerfully greeted, disregarding the hostile glares directed at him by the two. "Good morning, Harry," Alan replied with a smile. "I know you mastered the levitation charm long ago, even without a wand. May I sit beside you in this class?" Harry said, blinking his long eyelashes with a hint of expectation. Recently, he had sensed a growing distance between himself and Alan. After consulting several upperclassmen, he concluded that no Gryffindor would ever befriend a Slytherin student. Even if they had been close friends before school commenced, it felt like a curse etched upon them. He would not allow himself to become like that with Alan. "Potter, are you provoking me?" Draco, already disdainful of him, was now infuriated by Harry's blatant disregard. His right hand clenched his wand, its tip shimmering with a faint blue aura, flickering as if whispering of some mysterious power. Simultaneously, the rock python coiled around his neck suddenly broke free, sliding down to the ground. With a low, rumbling roar, the python's body rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a terrifying beast approximately 8 meters long. The creature's form was as massive as a small mountain, its hard scales glimmering with a cold light, each one forged as if from steel. Such a colossal presence instantly occupied a vast space, forcing the previously clustered crowd apart. Students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin panicked and scattered in all directions. The innate fear of serpents runs deep within humanity, even among Slytherin, who bore a serpent as their emblem. Few genuinely admired them, especially not a serpent of such tremendous size. "When have I ever feared you?" Harry, however, remained remarkably composed, gripping his wand firmly. In an instant, Medusa sprang forth from his robes, swiftly enlarging her form. Her serpentine body became robust and powerful, her head raised high, with blood-red eyes filled with rage and hostility, fixating intently on Draco across from her. Malfoy looked down upon him, and he equally regarded Malfoy with disdain. He had long been displeased with Draco's persistent attention towards Alan. The two stood resolutely opposed to one another, their wands shimmering with an unusual radiance, while the sharp fangs of the serpent glinted ominously, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Am I truly the catalyst of calamity?" Alan murmured, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Chapter 55, The Favored One. Recently, Draco had been diligently practicing the basic spell, Stupefy. He preferred to engage in battle with the corrosive charm, yet he was not foolish. After all, this was Hogwarts, the territory of Dumbledore, where the open use of dark magic was entirely unacceptable. A pale blue beam of magic continuously arced towards Harry, who was armed with the universal disarming charm. When it came to magical prowess, Harry, having received only a brief training period prior to the school year, was no match for Draco. The education that came naturally to a pureblood family far exceeded that of a wizard from a Muggle background. Nevertheless, despite his slight disadvantage in strength, Harry's exceptional athletic talent allowed him to evade most of the spells cast against him. The spells aimed at him were not as formidable as he had anticipated. At that moment, he felt drowsy, his eyelids drooping as if he were on the brink of slumber, yet he still fought valiantly against the effects of the stupefying charm. "Stop. No more fighting. Please, cease this at once," Blaise shouted, appearing as an outsider, darting back and forth between Draco and Harry in a rather comical manner. He even unleashed Fiona to provoke both sides, which seemed quite ludicrous. "Enough," Alan declared, observing Professor Flitwick's troubled expression. A dark aura emanated from him, instantly separating the two adversaries with an overwhelming surge of mental energy. They were firmly pinned against the wall, and upon sensing Alan's formidable presence, both the Medusa and the African rock python immediately prostrated themselves, their massive forms trembling in fear. "I deeply regret this, Professor." Alan stood, pressing the overly enthusiastic Blaise back into his seat, then respectfully apologized to Professor Flitwick. With a casual flick of his wrist, the two colossal creatures shrank down to the size of bracelets, returning to their master's body. His remarkable wandless magic and exceptional shrinking spell were astonishing for a minor wizard, a feat that even the esteemed Dumbledore would find challenging to replicate. Professor Flitwick, rather than being angered by the altercation, appeared exhilarated, bounding excitedly amidst his books, marveling at Alan's extraordinary magical abilities. Young wizards are often brimming with vitality, a trait particularly evident during the classes of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Nevertheless, I must impose a deduction of 5 points from each of you as a cautionary measure. Professor Flitwick, seemingly aware of his own impropriety, forced himself to regain composure and, adopting a serious demeanor, proceeded to penalize them. Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick remains so merciful. Had it been our Professor Snape, he would likely have deducted a staggering 200 million points. Observing the tense atmosphere, Blaise could not help but interject humorously, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Alan stifled a laugh, lightly snapping his fingers, causing Draco and Harry, who were firmly affixed to the wall, to effortlessly slide down. The Gryffindor students, anxious to approach Harry, cast disapproving glances at Alan. Harry, however, wore a face full of remorse, realizing just how reckless his prior actions had been. He had unwittingly engaged in a skirmish against Alan's friend due to his own insecurities. In his eyes, this was undeniably a despicable and incomprehensible deed. He understood that Alan was an independent individual, not his possession. Alan, Harry began to utter something, but was interrupted as Flitwick waved his wand, commencing today's lesson. Embarrassed, Harry returned to his seat, resolving to apologize to Alan after class. As for Draco, he appeared utterly unfazed by the incident, merrily sitting beside Alan as if nothing had transpired. Professor Flitwick's teaching prowess is beyond reproach. He meticulously analyzed the incantations and wand movements involved in the levitation charm, elucidating it from the simplest to the most complex nuances. Except for a few dim-witted students, most managed to successfully execute the charm. During this time, Alan observed Hermione's relentless guidance of Ron, which elicited a visibly irked expression from him. The only noteworthy student was Gryffindor's Seamus Finnegan. Listening to the incessant crackling sounds, Alan found himself at a loss for words. Who could not master the levitation charm without it exploding endlessly? He even utilized his mental faculties to scrutinize the boy's casting process, discovering no errors. The primary issue lay in the nature of the magical energy he had summoned, which was excessively volatile, resulting in such chaotic outcomes. By the end of the lesson, the boy had failed to cast a single complete levitation charm. Alan contemplated the destructive potential that such violent magical energy, coupled with fire and lightning, could unleash. It wasn't until the class bell rang that he regained his senses. Just as he mused on how to integrate this boy into his group, a weary Harry approached, his expression betraying a desire to speak, yet holding back. Draco, ready to take action, was halted by Alan's glare, after which he signaled for Blaise to escort the lad away. I apologize, Alan. I should not have acted thus today. Although Harry continues to harbor disdain for Draco, he has never lacked the courage to apologize. Indeed, you ought to feel remorse. But not on my account. Your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you, and you must always be aware of your significance, rather than risking yourself over trivial matters. Allow me to assure you, you are not Draco's equal. The disparities in your backgrounds should compel you to strive to comprehend the gulf between yourself and others, rather than acting so recklessly. Even Medusa would falter against him. Such actions will only lead to harm for you and those you hold dear. Alan gazed into Harry's eyes, speaking with deep anguish. For him, such matters were devoid of pressure, and his words rang true. While Draco did not relent, had he delayed by a mere moment longer, it would have been Harry facing defeat. The African rock python, though its name eluded him, had entered the realm of magical creatures following a singular magical ritual, far beyond what Harry's Medusa could contend with. I am truly sorry, Alan. I shall exercise greater caution next time. Harry felt a pang of shame, initially fearing that Alan might reproach him for his rudeness. Yet even in that moment, Alan remained concerned for his safety. In contrast, he felt woefully inadequate in every respect. In retrospect, he realized he was always the favored one in Alan's eyes. Chapter 56, The Malicious Sparring Partner. By the shores of the Black Lake, where the shimmering waters meet the enigmatic depths of the Forbidden Forest, lay the furthest boundary that Hagrid could tolerate for students to practice their spells. This locale had seemingly become their habitual haunt. Should they again use Professor Snape as an excuse to venture forth, Hagrid might truly investigate. For Snape would not intercede on their behalf, only chastise him for his ineptitude. A gentle breeze caressed the lakeside, bringing with it a refreshing chill, a zephyr that should have dispelled the clouds of worry from their hearts. Yet, in that very moment, a young wizard lay sprawled on the cold ground, gasping for breath like a dying dog. He had entirely lost his former noble and graceful demeanor. Please, spare me, Alan. I can endure no longer. Draco struggled to raise his head, casting a pleading gaze towards Alan. At this moment, he was bereft of the usual haughty, imperious arrogance. His face was etched with pain, trembling as if he might faint at any moment. Get up quickly. The great young Master Malfoy should not be in such disarray. Alan's gaze was frigid, yet a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He gently waved his wand, and a brilliant crimson beam of magic shot forth, striking the ground with precision beside Draco. With a sharp crack, a plume of black smoke erupted from the ground, revealing a shocking scarlet-black mark, as if it had just endured the fierce lash of a fiery whip. Harry's attempts at consolation were merely superficial, while Draco's performance left much to be desired. Even a blind person could have hit the target with such accuracy. How could he be so abysmal? It was utterly humiliating to even voice such a thought. Corrosive grasp. Just as Alan prepared to continue his assault on Draco, a dense, gray mist rapidly coalesced, slowly taking the form of a massive hand that enveloped him completely. Had he succeeded? The rejuvenated Blaise gazed at the scene before him in disbelief, his voice trembling. No, you are far too premature in your joy. A calm voice emerged from the mist, and Alan gradually stepped forth, surrounded by a series of golden barriers that formed an impenetrable shield around him. The corrosive fog could not leave a single mark upon that protective barrier. Armored protection? Blaise was astonished. Such a spell was rarely achieved, even among upperclassmen. The fact that Alan could perform it without incantation was nothing short of remarkable. You fools have made me question whether you can even count the moons. Even Crabbe's dreadful appearance has not invigorated me as much as I feel now. Despite Alan's calm demeanor, he resembled a serpent patrolling its territory, continuously exuding venom. His posture and mannerisms reflected a striking resemblance to Snape, perhaps unbeknownst to him. Draco remained silent, his gaze cast downward, but if one were to look closely, they would see him rolling his eyes at the ants on the ground. After all this time spent together, Alan's scorn had nearly toughened him up. Previously, as the illustrious Malfoy heir, he would never have tolerated such humiliation, yet now, with his burgeoning strength and magical reserves, he felt elated. What of a little scolding? I, Draco Malfoy, can certainly endure that. If every instance of criticism led to such advancement, I would gladly accept it without retaliation. With this mindset, Draco's progress was undeniably significant, enhancing both his reflexes and physical prowess through such rigorous training. Blaise, unlike Draco, had a sense of pride. Thus, even when faced with reprimands, Alan would temper his words, provided they did not escalate too much. However, today as circumstances were exceptional, the humiliation of being ambushed was truly unbearable. Alan, I implore you, spare us. We truly cannot endure any more. Draco looked at Alan with pitiful eyes, tears welling up, his voice tinged with a quavering plea. Feigning. Of course, this scene was nothing short of a nightmarish ordeal, where they were relentlessly beaten without a chance to explain, inexplicably receiving a thorough thrashing. Draco felt that he had performed reasonably well. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon that despicable scar-headed boy, who was cunning enough to deftly evade attacks. It was unfair to attribute all the fault to him. Beside him, Blaise, upon hearing Draco's pleas for mercy, was suddenly flooded with despair. This was it. They were undoubtedly doomed. A severe beating seemed all but inevitable. Sure enough, just as he lifted his head, he caught sight of Alan's face, dark and brooding as if it could weep. Alan gripped his wand tightly, muttering incantations, and with a flourish, countless glowing orbs shot forth from the tip of his wand, sparkling like brilliant stars. Although each orb appeared modestly powerful, akin to the fireworks set off during festive celebrations outside, their true menace lay in the fact that upon contact with human skin, they would erupt into searing sparks. When those sparks met Draco and Blaise's bodies, they were overwhelmed by a scorching heat that spread rapidly throughout them. In an instant, it felt as though they had been licked by flames, the pain excruciating, forcing them to scream in agony, frantically scrambling to evade those deadly sparks. After what felt like an eternity, the two lay on the cold ground, drenched in sweat, finally concluding this harrowing ordeal, feeling the biting chill against their exposed wounds. They couldn't help but moan, reflecting on how Alan's true nature was that of a hard exterior concealing a softer heart. Alan, you have misjudged me. Unaware of their thoughts, Alan could somewhat guess their sentiments, but who would reject such a conclusion? As the temperature dropped, he suggested, let us return. Stretching his slightly stiff limbs amidst the cold emanating from the Black Lake, he stated, somewhat listlessly, next time, I shall succeed in my ambush. Blaise, looking at Alan with unwavering determination, replied, armor is but a safeguard. Though challenging, it is not insurmountable. If you apply yourselves diligently, I believe the outcome next time will be far superior. Alan smiled faintly, choosing not to undermine their confidence. The age-old tactic of wielding a big stick and offering a sweet date, though cliché, remained effective. After all, one must have dreams. What if they came true? Is today Halloween? Alan inquired, as they walked along, absorbing the cheerful atmosphere emanating from the castle. For someone so engrossed in his studies, the passage of time had gone largely unnoticed. Chapter 57, You Brat. Should I meddle in this affair? Standing near the castle entrance, Alan pondered silently. His mind was awash with a series of dramatic scenes that were set to unfold for Halloween, causing a twinge of internal conflict. In truth, the desire to meddle stemmed solely from his own malevolent whims. The notion of a savior's friendship? He hardly regarded it. The idea of proving his prowess by successfully slaying a colossal beast was of even less concern to him. He felt no need to validate himself through such foolish means. At this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Alan's lips, revealing a sense of contentment, while a newfound air of relief and ease glimmered in his eyes. It was merely Halloween. Was it truly worth such exuberance? Beside him, Draco observed Alan's sudden elation, which seemed rather inexplicable, and could not help but furrow his brow. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply the rich, sweet aroma wafting from the castle, quietly muttering his discontent. Meanwhile, Blaise, who accompanied them, was not focused on the two. As they drew closer to the castle, he inadvertently cast a glance toward the forbidden forest not far off. This casual glance left him momentarily frozen, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. Following the direction of his horrified gaze, one could discern 3 enormous creatures standing silently there. Each creature towered at an astonishing 12 feet, its coarse skin bearing a chilling shade of bluish-gray, and its appearance was so grotesque that it was difficult to behold. Blaze's eyes widened as he fixated on this terrifying being, muttering to himself, "Merlin's armpit nodules. Don't tell me this thing is a forest troll? Shouldn't it dwell deep within the woods? How could it possibly appear outside Hogwarts Castle?" Alan had not initially noticed Blaze's shock, but he felt an overwhelming surge of gluttonous emotions swirling in his mind. Following Blaze's gaze, he too wore a look of incredulity. What on earth was happening? This diverged from the narrative he was familiar with, when had 3 trolls appeared outside the castle. By Merlin's beard, was this the consequence of Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster? I must inform my father about this. Draco rubbed his eyes, equally astonished. Here's your chance to shine. Take them down. Alan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not an instance of wanting and receiving? After all, no one was watching, and it was the perfect opportunity to test his training results. Me? Draco instinctively took a step back, feeling somewhat bewildered. Engaging in a duel was one thing, but actual combat was an entirely different matter. Go on. Just envision them as oversized wizards, the kind without any magic. Alan encouraged Draco, recognizing that, being somewhat sheltered, he would need to ease into certain experiences. All right. Draco deftly drew his wand, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the lumbering forest troll approaching him, reminiscent of a valiant warrior preparing for battle. With a flick of his wand, silvery motes of light flickered across the troll's massive form, failing to inflict any harm. Unbeknownst to the troll, 2 menacing cobras silently slithered up its mountainous body. The serpents, slender and agile, appeared insignificant in comparison to the troll, their presence nearly imperceptible without careful observation. Alan felt a pang of disappointment, aware that even the venomous fangs of the cobras would struggle to penetrate the troll's tough hide. Just as he contemplated offering encouragement, the 2 cobras swiftly ascended the troll's robust arm to its broad shoulders. In an instant, they reared up, their upper bodies shooting forth, and with remarkable speed, they sank their fangs into the troll's dim-witted eyes. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from the eye sockets, splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, an excruciating agony swept through every corner of the troll's being, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing its heart. The sudden, intense pain caused the once mighty troll to release its colossal bone club, rolling frantically upon the ground as if possessed. During the tumultuous struggle, one cobra was unfortunate enough to be grasped by the troll's enormous hand, brutally torn asunder with a sickening crunch. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate serpent was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Yet, the other cobra, undeterred by the threat of death, seized the opportunity to burrow directly into the troll's gaping, bloodied eye socket, plunging into its skull. Before long, the severely wounded troll could no longer sustain its massive weight. Crashing to the ground, it lay there, convulsing uncontrollably, limbs flailing wildly, emitting low, pained growls. Gradually, its movements slowed, ultimately ceasing altogether, devoid of any signs of life. The other 2 trolls accompanying it stood frozen in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they began to roar in response. Alan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the tragic demise of the troll. It seemed so hasty. Even using a levitation charm to disarm the troll and render it unconscious would have been less absurd. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you tell me that the eyes are the greatest weakness of any creature? Draco, though surprised, expressed dissatisfaction with the reactions of the others, muttering as if defending himself. It's nothing. I just think you executed it beautifully. Blaze stammered, surprised that this usually strong-featured individual could be so ruthless and cunning in action. Alan brandished his wand, casting a silencing charm that minimized the commotion in their vicinity, then looked at Blaze with eager anticipation. Draco's performance was commendable, but his expectations for Blaze were even higher, simply because he was deserving of it. After exchanging resolute glances filled with determination, Blaze inhaled deeply, as if gathering all his courage into his chest. Neither Draco nor he possessed extensive combat experience. In the face of genuine confrontation, they were evenly matched, and neither was particularly superior. However, compared to Draco, Blaze displayed a touch more elegance and composure. Gripping his wand firmly, he swung it with increasing speed. As he approached the troll, just a few steps away, Blaze shouted, "Flock of birds." In an instant, a multitude of falcons with light brown wings materialized, flapping their wings and diving at high speed, their sharp talons aimed at the troll's eyes. However, the troll was evidently prepared, swinging its club and swiftly knocking several falcons to the ground with devastating force. Yet, the sheer number of falcons summoned by Blaze obscured the troll's vision. Almost simultaneously, he recited another incantation, "Obstacles abound." Invisible barriers rose around the troll, significantly restricting its movements. Seizing this opportunity, Blaze narrowed his gaze towards a tall poplar tree not far away. He concentrated, channeling his magical energy into his wand, forcefully snapping off the scattered branches. As he cast the transfiguration spell again, the severed branches twisted and coiled, gradually transforming into thorny vines adorned with sharp spikes. Two of the stoutest thorns shot towards the troll like lightning, ensnaring its massive arms and rendering it unable to escape. Other thorns, resembling agile serpents, swiftly slithered into the troll's gaping mouth. Once inside, the thorns began to thrash about violently within its belly, accompanied by a chilling cacophony. The troll let out a howl of excruciating pain. Blood erupted from its mouth and nostrils like a gushing spring, splattering everywhere. After enduring such brutal torment, the troll could no longer support its immense bulk and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Blaze exhale a long sigh of relief, pausing his actions. Well done. Alan approached Blaze, gently patting him on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. In contrast to Draco's haphazard approach, Blaze's combat was marked by a considerable degree of wisdom. Constraining the actions of a behemoth, an enormous creature with limited agility, at the earliest opportunity was undeniably a clever strategy. While employing thorns to internally strangle the giant may have had an element of cunning, it was undoubtedly a commendable performance for them in their inaugural battle. And Alan would not impose any harsh expectations. Upon hearing Alan's praise, laced with approval, Blaze's previously taut nerves finally began to ease. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling all prior tension and pressure with that breath. At that moment, a faint smile, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, graced his lips. However, when his gaze shifted back to the last giant in the arena, he was taken aback to discover that this colossal creature, akin to a towering mountain, had been pierced through its massive head by a steel chain glimmering with a chilling light. Witnessing this scene, both Blaze and Draco were momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place. The flicker of pride that had ignited within them, akin to a flower battered by a tempest, withered away in an instant. They exchanged wry smiles, pondering whether the chasm between them and Alan had truly grown so vast. Alan, following their gaze, understood their sentiments and approached with a smile that radiated sincerity, devoid of any hint of arrogance or boastfulness. Comparing ourselves is of little significance. Focus solely on your own fields of expertise and let your talents shine in those realms. I firmly believe that you will achieve this in due course, Alan spoke with a gentle tone. In contrast to Blaze's strategic acumen displayed during battle, Alan's combat style was evidently more ferocious and direct. Although both utilized transformation spells, Alan had reached a level of mastery that was virtually unattainable for others. Ignoring the astonished expressions of his companions, he moved directly to the giant he had slain, employing a slicing spell to cleave open its chest. With hot blood gushing forth instantly, unfazed, he reached within the chest cavity and extracted a heart nearly the size of his own head, which still emitted faint, rhythmic beats, accompanied by trickles of blood. What is this? Draco inquired, approaching with a look of confusion. No need to ask. Collecting materials with magical properties is an essential skill for every potion master, Blaze interjected, recalling Alan's surname and his connection to Professor Snape. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a chilling, sinister cackle erupted from the treetops in the distance. Caw, caw, caw. Cackling. Their pets hung around their necks, instantly raised their serpentine heads, emitting hissing sounds as they remained vigilant. Merlin's beard. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Amidst a flurry of anxious murmurs, Professor McGonagall's figure gradually emerged in the distance. Upon seeing Alan, drenched in blood, and the two bewildered youngsters, he nearly fainted. Approaching swiftly, he conducted a rapid examination of the three children, and upon finding no wounds, he finally relaxed. Mr. Prince, you best provide me with an explanation as to why you are here after Headmaster Dumbledore decreed a return to your respective common rooms. Professor McGonagall's tone bore a hint of reproach. Although his words lacked warmth, Alan could discern a note of concern within his voice. Return to the common room? Is it not Halloween banquet tonight? Alan feigned confusion, gazing blankly at Professor McGonagall. We're terribly sorry, Professor, but we have no idea what you are referring to. We did not attend the Halloween feast this evening. Instead, we practiced spells not far from the Black Lake. It was only as we were about to return to the castle that we were ambushed by these three trolls. I believe the school owes us an explanation as to why student safety cannot be ensured. Moreover, all the students attacked hail from pureblood families. I have reason to suspect this is a malicious test orchestrated by Hogwarts, even under the auspices of Headmaster Dumbledore. Though aware that Professor McGonagall likely meant well, Blaze's protective instinct for Alan was etched deeply in his heart. He would not permit anyone to question Alan in his presence. Chapter 59, Desire. In the pitch-black night sky, outside the magnificent Hogwarts castle, Professor McGonagall listened to Blaze Zabini's inquiries, momentarily at a loss for words. Was there a rule forbidding students from skipping the Halloween feast? It seemed there was none. Yet, Blaze's accusations against Hogwarts felt profoundly authentic. Blaze, there's no need to be so agitated. I believe Professor McGonagall is merely concerned for our safety, Alan interjected, gently placing his hand on Blaze's shoulder. The previously stern Blaze visibly relaxed, instinctively positioning himself behind Alan. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. Blaze meant no harm. We truly did not hear Headmaster Dumbledore's directive, Alan explained softly, gazing earnestly into Professor McGonagall's eyes. I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you. Children, Professor McGonagall replied, having pieced together the events. These 3 children had not returned to Hogwarts in a timely manner and had fortuitously encountered the Trolls' invasion. However, it appeared that the unfortunate ones were not the children, but rather the Trolls themselves. She gazed out, observing that the 3 Trolls had met their demise in distinct, yet equally brutal and sanguinary manners. Despite her many years of teaching, she had never encountered such a ferocious band of first-year students. May we return now, Professor McGonagall? Feeling the coolness of the night breeze, Alan politely bowed. Of course, Mr. Prince. Your successful resolution of the Troll invasion at Hogwarts warrants an addition of 20 points for each of you. As your Transfiguration instructor, I genuinely admire your explorations within this discipline. However, I do hope that in future encounters of this nature, you will promptly inform a teacher. Professor McGonagall, regaining her composure, felt compelled to award points to the 3 audacious newcomers. For a child who had barely crossed the threshold of the magical realm for less than a year, achieving such an extraordinary feat was indeed remarkable. With her wealth of experience, Professor McGonagall astutely discerned that the 2 Trolls had succumbed to the art of transfiguration, and amidst her conflicting emotions, she felt a profound sense of gratification. Alan, without hesitation, raised his right hand high, solemnly making an oath gesture and resolutely declared, I can assure you. His gaze was steadfast and sincere, laced with a hint of playfulness, which took Draco by surprise. Blaze merely scoffed, long accustomed to Alan's fade. At that moment, Alan couldn't help but think how perilous Hogwarts truly was. Contemplating the next necessary measures felt utterly absurd, subtly revealing the unsettling truth that Hogwarts was not as safe as it seemed. It appeared that encountering various mishaps during Halloween had become an established pattern, a situation undoubtedly steeped in history. With a myriad of complaints swirling in his mind, he found himself at a loss for words. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, the trio walked side by side, their steps light as they navigated the long, winding corridors of Hogwarts. Their spirits were buoyant, laughter and chatter flowing freely, as if the harrowing battle they had just experienced was merely a trivial adventure. This fierce confrontation had not only allowed them to showcase their true capabilities, but had also safeguarded the tranquility of Hogwarts during a critical moment. As young wizards, they felt an indescribable sense of pride swelling within them. As for the so-called house points, no one paid them much mind. Under Alan's subtle influence and guidance, they had come to realize that while the glory of the house was certainly important, it paled in comparison to the unique honor they had earned for themselves. Thus, the concept of house honor could be regarded with a degree of detachment. Upon entering Slytherin, they found Theodore not standing idly at the entrance of the common room, scrutinizing them from head to toe. You smell absolutely dreadful. Did you fall into the toilet? Theodore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 3 individuals before him. Upon noticing the blood adorning Alan's attire, his expression turned peculiar. How did you know I had just slain a giant? Draco inched closer, regarding Theodore with an inquisitive gaze. Who asked you? Theodore retorted, yet Draco's response piqued his interest. Did you truly kill a giant? Of course not. Draco replied with an exaggerated tone. Oh, Theodore's demeanor remained placid, and he subconsciously exhaled in relief. In his view, among the new Slytherins, only Blaise Zabini and Alan Prince warranted attention, for both exhibited remarkable prowess in charms and transfiguration. He was notoriously arrogant, openly admitting his inferiority in potion-making compared to Alan Prince. Even with the Malfoy family thriving under Lucius Malfoy's influence, he never regarded Draco with any significance. Unlike the pureblood families obsessed with lineage, he firmly believed that strength was the true catalyst for a family's ascendance. In a little-known fact, the Knott family was aware that the enigmatic figure they followed was merely of mixed blood. I think you misunderstood. Each of us killed one, so together, it should amount to 3. Draco, equally dismissive of Theodore's arrogance, began counting their glorious achievements on his fingers. Indeed, witnessing the astonishment in Theodore's eyes brought him immense satisfaction. Subsequently, disregarding Theodore's bewilderment, he pulled Alan and Blaise towards their common room. Wait, Theodore exclaimed, hastily catching up to intercept the departing trio. He stood, breathless and anxious, his eyes fixated on Alan as he earnestly spoke. I just heard an important piece of information from the upperclassmen, that Herbert Bachfellow might pose a threat to you. If you possess any wisdom, you ought to devise a strategy to counter this promptly. Alan paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. He frowned and murmured, the Bach family. His voice barely above a whisper, yet the dissatisfaction was unmistakable. He then scoffed derisively. Humph. These people truly cannot remain idle for a moment. However, in light of this sudden revelation, Alan did not exhibit excessive panic. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated such occurrences. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the puzzling question of why Theodore had felt compelled to alert him. Their relationship was far from amicable enough to warrant such concern. As this thought crossed his mind, Alan lifted his gaze, fixing it directly upon Theodore, with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of irony. Pray tell, Mr. Not, your eagerness to convey this message suggests you harbor some ulterior motives. What, may I inquire, do you wish to gain from me? As he spoke, Alan's eyes sharpened, as if capable of piercing the depths of Theodore's innermost thoughts. Faced with Alan's probing inquiry, Theodore exhibited a noticeable hesitation. He lowered his head slightly, evading Alan's penetrating stare, and after a brief silence, he slowly replied, "To be honest, I cannot articulate it clearly. My instincts merely urged me to remind you. Perhaps it is a form of instinct." As he concluded, Theodore's voice dwindled to a whisper, resembling more a soliloquy than an explanation directed at another. Upon hearing Theodore's ambiguous words, Alan couldn't help but smile slightly. Despite the vagueness of the response, his keen perception effortlessly captured the fleeting glimmer of ambition and longing for power that flickered in Theodore's deep-set eyes. Nodding in acknowledgement, Alan replied with a relaxed tone, "In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Knott. Regardless, I appreciate your kindness." With that, he offered Theodore a polite smile before turning to continue on his way with his companions, leaving Theodore standing in contemplative silence, gazing at their retreating figures. Chapter 60. Shedding Skin. The night at Hogwarts appeared shrouded in an endless veil of darkness, with time seemingly stretching into eternity. While the entire campus basked in the tranquil depths of night, and most had succumbed to sweet slumber, an atmosphere of vibrant activity enveloped Alan and his companions in the Slytherin common room. "Are you suggesting that Theodore not wishes to join us?" Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Blaise, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest imaginable. Theodore was far too proud, having even dismissed the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage. Blaise, however, shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the matter as he replied with casual indifference, "Who can say? Perhaps even he is unaware of the ambition and desire that occasionally flicker in his profound gaze." As he spoke, his eyes, seemingly wandering, deliberately drifted toward Alan, who was engrossed in brewing potions. For Blaise, Theodore's gaze was all too familiar, mirroring that of his former self. If Draco could achieve such remarkable progress within the house, it would be implausible to assert that Theodore harbored no similar aspirations. Otherwise, he would scarcely merit the title of a true Slytherin student. Contemplating this, Draco's expression darkened instantaneously. He pressed his lips tightly together, casting a gaze filled with yearning towards Blaise, and anxiously inquired, "Surely, Alan would not acquiesce to such a notion, would he?" At this moment, Draco's heart was filled with trepidation, desperately yearning for a reassuring answer from him. He had little fondness for Blaise, and the prospect of Theodore joining their ranks made him ponder whether he could still enjoy his studies as the esteemed Malfoy heir. "Is this matter truly within my purview?" Blaise idly perused Alan's transfiguration notes, casting a bemused glance at Draco. Meanwhile, Alan remained engrossed in his potion, seemingly indifferent to their debate, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to a work of art. As he cast the grotesque heart of a giant, reeking of blood, into the cauldron, it pulsated as if rejuvenated. Crimson liquid surging forth from its veins, filling the common room with an overwhelming stench of iron. "What on earth is happening? Do you recognize this potion?" Their study session was abruptly interrupted, and Draco looked at Blaise with a hint of astonishment. "Surely you do not believe that transforming a mundane creature into a magical being is a trivial task? Both Medusa and Fiona are currently in a state of semi-magical being. To fully metamorphose into a magical entity, further magical rituals are required. This potion serves merely as an attempt, and its success remains uncertain." Alan elucidated in response to Draco's inquiry. "Is it merely a semi-magical being?" Blaise expressed his astonishment. He was already quite satisfied with Fiona's transformation, which had transcended the limitations of her species, demonstrating significant enhancements in speed, strength, and defense. If this is merely a semi-magical form, how formidable might they become upon fully evolving into true magical beings? Contemplating this, both Draco and Blaise gazed at Alan with fervent anticipation. The boundary between magical and ordinary beings is not so easily crossed. Alan sighed, shaking his head. This endeavor was not significantly simpler than transforming a muggle into a wizard. The key lies in these surviving serpents, who have surpassed their own species' limitations. Otherwise, even Merlin himself could not accomplish such a feat effortlessly. "Isn't this a good thing? But are you certain that Circe's current condition is normal?" Draco pointed at the corner where the slumbering Circe lay, a hint of concern in his voice. To him, Alan's serpent usually kept close company with him, rarely straying for sustenance. Recently, however, This once diminutive creature had shed its former guise, reverting to its astonishingly grand form. Resting quietly in their common room, the dark green and brown patterns that once lent it an air of majesty now appeared shrouded in a veil of dullness, forsaking its former brilliance. Not only that, but those eyes that ought to be sharp as a sword and brimming with vitality have now turned pale and devoid of spirit, as if cursed by some unspeakably dreadful hex. Cersei, how utterly oblivious you are. If you were to pay closer attention, you would notice that your call has been falling into a deeper slumber for increasingly longer durations. Alan chuckled softly, gradually making his way to the corner of the room, reaching out to gently caress Cersei's slightly wrinkled serpent skin. Once translucent and delicate, the scales now appeared as if scorched by intense heat, wrinkled and utterly devoid of their former smoothness. Perhaps the time has come, Alan murmured to himself, swiftly producing his wand from within his robes, deftly casting a slicing spell and carefully beginning to trim away at Cersei's already wrinkled skin. Cersei's hide, once remarkably thick and sturdy, now resembled resilient leather. Although it retained some degree of elasticity, it was evidently far less impervious than it had once been. As the tip of the wand delicately sliced through the air, a fine incision gradually appeared. Through this slit, the resplendent scales of Cersei were revealed. Blaze and Draco hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. Upon careful inspection, they were astonished to discover that although Cersei's size had not significantly altered, the intricate patterns across her body had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once dark green form had entirely shifted to a pitch-black hue, akin to a mirror reflecting the profound depths of night. Merely gazing upon it evoked an involuntary surge of unease in one's heart. The patterns that were once elegantly archaic had transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling mysterious symbols meticulously carved from countless drops of blood. From a distance, these sanguine markings appeared as though torrents of blood were ceaselessly coursing over the immense body of the serpent. Master, as the final layer of skin was completely severed, Cersei burst forth with uncontainable joy, as if liberated from heavy shackles. She swiftly darted about the lounge, her speed astonishing. In her exuberance, she accidentally toppled numerous furnishings. Simultaneously, her cold forked tongue flickered in and out, her gaze fixated on Alan with fervent excitement, before her serpentine body coiled around him, lifting him onto her back. Alan welcomed the closeness with the creature, attuning himself to the faint magical vibrations emanating from her. He nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After this transformation, Cersei finally exhibited the formidable aura and dignity befitting a true magical being. Happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 61. Aren't you that kind of person? After Halloween, the previously tranquil life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry suddenly became tumultuous and grand. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the ancient castle's stained-glass windows, illuminating the spacious dining hall where students gathered around long tables to enjoy breakfast. At that moment, a shrill voice shattered the prevailing calm. Have you heard? Malfoy from Slytherin has reportedly slain a fearsome troll. This astounding news rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of excitement. Before the first speaker could finish, another young wizard exclaimed in disbelief. What? 1? I heard it was 3. The discrepancy is staggering. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if he could scarcely believe that his information differed so greatly from that of others. Soon after, another young wizard furrowed his brow, interjecting with confusion. No, wait. I heard it was Potter from Gryffindor who killed the troll. Could my information be wrong? As he spoke, he scanned the faces of his peers, seeking answers in their expressions. Humph, your version lacks credibility. Even Ron Weasley from Gryffindor claims he single-handedly dealt with that beast. This wizard looked triumphantly at the others, as though he possessed irrefutable evidence. Thus, a myriad of rumors regarding the identity of the troll slayer spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts, with each young wizard confidently recounting their version of the tale. Slytherin students firmly believed that Malfoy had bravely vanquished the troll, while Gryffindors maintained that the true hero was none other than Potter, with a small faction attributing the glory to Ron. In a matter of moments, Hogwarts was engulfed in chaos, with speculations and discussions rising and falling like the tide. Amidst this clamor, however, a few astute young wizards remained composed. They refrained from blindly joining the fray of this aimless debate, instead quietly observing and recording the changes in the number of points awarded to each house. With their keen insight and meticulous reasoning, these clever children ultimately uncovered the hidden truth behind the events. Is this the effect you desired? Under the scrutinizing gaze of students from all 4 houses, Blaze cast a disdainful glance at Draco. What's the matter? Is it displeasing? Draco stood tall, relishing the attention. He felt no pressure regarding the accolades bestowed upon Alan and Blaze, knowing they would not mind in the slightest. The only unfortunate aspect was the fact that the honor was also tainted by Scabbers' involvement, which was quite infuriating. Sensing the skeptical glances from Gryffindor, Draco voiced his indignation. Do you really believe Scabbers could defeat a troll? Surely Dumbledore wouldn't attempt to undermine Slytherin, would he? Draco, filled with bewilderment, inquired further, fully aware of his own circumstances. He believed it was no small feat to vanquish a troll, and he would never believe that Scarhead could accomplish such a thing. Perhaps that Mudblood was more plausible. But who could say? Potter had undergone training with Alan before the term commenced. Perhaps he truly could achieve it. Blaise smirked, unaware of the acidic tone in his voice. A mere manifestation of jealousy towards the mastery of magic. Why not ask him yourself? Alan cast an indifferent glance at Draco, engrossed in his meal. He tossed steak into Cersei's mouth as if it were free, for she urgently required substantial nourishment to regain her vitality after shedding her skin. Observing Draco storm off towards the Gryffindor table, he found himself utterly speechless. Though typically foolish, there was an endearing quality to his foolishness. Yet whenever the topic of Harry arose, he seemed to lose all sense. Are you certain you don't need to be wary of Herbert? As Draco vacated his seat, Theodore promptly took his place, his expression grave. What gives you the impression that I need to keep a watchful eye on Bach? Alan did not lift his gaze, calmly feeding Cersei. Even from a distance, he could sense Herbert Bach's murderous intent. Indeed, it was not merely malice. It was a pure, unadulterated desire to kill. Theodore found himself momentarily at a loss for words, recalling the incident when 3 had ganged up on Alan. 3 against 1 was already disheartening. And what harm could Herbert inflict on him alone? However, he appreciated the warning nonetheless. Tonight, feel free to visit my dormitory. Alan gently caressed Cersei's icy head, finally glancing at Theodore. His austere appearance and gaunt figure could not conceal the pride emanating from within. Sensing the invigorating energy pulsating in his mental realm, he smiled contentedly. He never hesitated to offer an opportunity for those he deemed worthy to realize their dreams. Hey, not, what brings you here? An astonished Draco returned, surprised to see Theodore, who seemed unfazed by the presence of young Master Malfoy. Theodore said little, instead casting a deep look at Alan before turning to leave. Blaise distinctly noticing the fervor in his eyes. Why are you back so early? Alan gazed at Draco incredulously. This place was not reserved for him. So why the glum expression? What is the matter? Am I in your way? Draco, for reasons unknown, felt inexplicably irritable, his tone turning more brusque. Girls think of their friends accompanying others to the restroom. Boys think of their friends playing games with others. Speak if you wish. Alan rolled his eyes, silently questioning whether this lad had lost his senses. I cannot abide the smug demeanor of Scabier. Thus, I have arranged a duel with him this evening. Observing that Alan is disinclined to engage, Draco eagerly interjects with an explanation. A duel? Surely you are not contemplating a no-show, only to report him to Filch later. Alan casts a sideways glance at the lad, recognizing that this is indeed something Draco might do. What are you saying? I would never stoop to such disgraceful tactics. It would be utterly humiliating. As the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, I am more than capable of besting him without resorting to such underhanded methods. Is this truly how you perceive me? Draco glares at Alan, as if his very character has been insulted. Are you not? Blaise rolls his eyes. The scenario Alan has described sounds all too much like something Draco could execute. Draco, rendered speechless, chews his dinner with fervor. Chapter 62, The Duel, Part 1. Hogwarts is never devoid of adventure and excitement. Under the cloak of night, 3 diminutive figures stealthily traverse the corridors of Gryffindor Tower, striving to dim the glow of their wands and diminish their presence. Harry, are you certain you want me as your second? Ron asks nervously, casting a wary glance at Harry. He possesses unwavering confidence in Harry, yet he is acutely aware of his own limitations. Even casting a spell poses a challenge, let alone partaking in a formal duel. Have no fear, Ron. According to Alan, I possess an exceptional talent for the disarming charm, as long as I remain agile. Draco will surely be no match for me, and you may not even have the opportunity to intervene. Harry grits his teeth, the memory of Draco's haughty expression igniting a fire within him. Why should such a wretched individual befriend Alan? He is indignant. He is determined to prove to Alan who truly deserves the title of friend. Why must you both drag me into this? Hermione, closely trailing behind the two, rolls her eyes in exasperation. Since becoming friends with them, she has grown somewhat desensitized to their rule-breaking antics. Yet that does not imply she wishes to partake in them herself. In her eyes, Harry and Ron are akin to 2 children in perpetual need of supervision. Should she let her guard down for even a moment, they are bound to create chaos. Nevertheless, she finds herself slightly entertained by the prospect. Of course, it's because you are so clever, Hermione. Our considerations are not as thorough as yours in many matters. Harry unabashedly praises Hermione, causing her to feel a touch of embarrassment. Gazing at the blushing Hermione in the moonlight, Harry smiles subtly. This unreserved commendation is a tactic he has gleaned from Alan. And though it may lack substance, it proves remarkably effective. The trio weaves through the corridors of Hogwarts, and before long, they arrive at the trophy room. Herein lies the glory of Hogwarts. To Harry, defeating Draco within these hallowed walls would sufficiently demonstrate his worth to Alan. Harry, Do you not think Malfoy might be deceiving you? I assure you, the students of Slytherin are akin to venomous serpents, and Malfoy is the most malevolent among them. Ron murmured incessantly, leaning against Harry's shoulder as he gazed at the somewhat ominous display of trophies. In my opinion, those who speak ill of others behind their backs truly embody the basest of behaviors. A voice resonated softly within the trophy room, and with a sudden, crisp sound, the entire chamber was illuminated. A radiant orb, akin to a miniature sun, ascended slowly, casting a brilliant light upon all present. The trio from Gryffindor squinted slightly, their eyes fixed intently on the four figures within the Slytherin ranks, their faces etched with despair. Although Alan had yet to truly reveal his prowess, nearly everyone present dared not underestimate his formidable strength. Alan. Harry was the first to spot the most resplendent figure amidst the crowd, his heart lifting with joy as he prepared to approach, only to be startled as a flickering curse shot past his feet like a bolt of lightning, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving behind a stark, charred mark. Draco casually blew the wisps of smoke from the tip of his wand, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. That scar-headed boy is truly loathsome, persistently disregarding me, Draco Malfoy. He turned his gaze disdainfully towards Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, surveying them with a scornful eye before coldly inquiring, "Are these two your subordinates? They hardly seem impressive." He raised his head high, nostrils flaring, regarding Harry with an air of extreme arrogance. In the face of Draco's provocations and derision, Harry chose silence, steadfastly locking his gaze on Alan, unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment. At that moment, Alan shrugged helplessly, then cast a reassuring glance towards Harry and spoke. "Focus. I am merely here at Draco's invitation to serve as the referee for this match." Alan shrugged again, offering Harry a comforting look. He felt that participating personally would create an impression of overpowering the smaller participants, and he held no interest in such childish altercations. "My assistant is Ron. What about you?" With Alan's support, Harry stepped forward alongside Ron, assessing Blaise Zabini and the nearly unfamiliar Theodore Nott. "My assistant is Theodore Nott. Enough talk, let us begin." Draco reluctantly introduced them, having initially wished to invite Blaise as his assistant, only to be rebuffed by that disagreeable fellow, with disdain for his subordinates, Goyle and Crabbe. He had no choice but to turn to Alan. By chance, Harry encountered Theodore and Alan in conversation, and was promptly conscripted. His gaze was fixed intently on Theodore, whose arrogance seemed ingrained in his very being, unlike Draco and others who held a disdainful attitude. Even the simplest gesture of respect, such as a bow, appeared to him as a mere flicker. Were it not for his glasses, he might have doubted his own perception. Expelliarmus. Harry swiftly drew his wand, a crimson beam shooting towards Draco's face. Stupefy. At nearly the same moment, Draco's wand flickered with a pale gray light. The two spells collided in midair with a brilliant flash, mutually annihilating each other. Aqua Eructo. Corrosive Grasp. Draco shouted, as a torrent of water gushed forth from the tip of his wand, instantly soaking the floor of the trophy room. A glint of cunning sparkled in Draco's eyes as he elegantly waved his wand, his movements fluid and graceful. With each flourish of his wand, massive, jet-black serpents swiftly glided across the surface of the water. These serpents, colossal in size and swift in motion, sent up splashes and ripples. The splattered water droplets struck the armor beside the trophy room, producing a sharp clatter. Observing this, Harry furrowed his brow, attempting to evade the oncoming black serpent, only to find himself ensnared by the encroaching dark waters, with no avenue of escape. His focus remained unwavering on the advancing serpent, a surge of anxiety gripping his heart. Although he discerned that these water serpents were mere conjurations of magic rather than living creatures, he had never encountered such an extraordinary spell before and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As a novice, his repertoire of spells was woefully limited, with only Expelliarmus capable of wielding significant power in his hands. Noticing Harry's slightly flustered expression, Draco's lips curled into a self-satisfied smirk. He had already experienced Harry's athletic prowess during their last duel. Such talent often yielded unexpected advantages in combat, prompting him to devise a strategy to confine Harry's movements within this watery expanse, thereby diminishing his opponent's edge. Clearly, this tactic was proving quite effective thus far. Chapter 63, The Duel, Part 2. Is he unwell? In the trophy room, Blaise remarked, observing Draco's monkey-like antics, while he and Alan exchanged incredulous glances. "I think he is simply restless." Alan rolled his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. "He hasn't won yet, and he's already celebrating mid-match. It's downright ominous." Moreover, he should have imparted to Draco the importance of maintaining the rhythm of battle, yet it seems this lad has disregarded that entirely. However, in the midst of battle, Draco evidently failed to recognize his own shortcomings, relentlessly conjuring black streams of water into serpentine forms to taunt the scarred one. He felt immensely grateful for Alan's generous sharing of such spells. Having finally found an opportunity to showcase his prowess, he was determined not to squander it. Harry was no fool. On the contrary, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity in dueling. Noticing Draco's reluctance to swiftly conclude the confrontation, he unleashed a barrage of spells. As his tempo quickened, Draco's disarming charm was nearly transformed into a meteor shower. To avoid a calamitous downfall, Draco was left with no choice but to wield his wand to control the black water serpents in defense. "Damn it! Sleep now," Draco exclaimed, swinging his wand as the corrosive black water morphed into a giant python, bearing down on Harry. Seizing the moment while Harry was caught off guard, a stunning spell struck him instantaneously. Witnessing Harry fall to the ground in defeat, Draco's face lit up with uncontainable elation. Was it truly this simple? What had he been doing just moments ago? In his surprise, Draco began to reflect upon his actions, cautiously glancing at Alan. As his gaze met that of Alan's pallid visage, he couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. "Fool!" Blaise sighed helplessly, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. His eyes were fixed intently on the stealthy Ron, who was attempting to inch closer to his target. He pondered silently whether he should intervene. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, merely standing by, observing with a detached demeanor. Ron, like a ghost, stealthily approached Draco from behind. With wand in hand, he carefully aimed it at Draco's arm, murmuring, "Wingardium Leviosa." As the incantation echoed, Draco's wand, which he had been gripping tightly, began to levitate gradually. Though the ascent was far from swift, it exceeded Draco's reaction time. Draco gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in the triumph over Harry, oblivious to the presence of the ever-quiet Ron. "Damn Malfoy, look out." With the spell successfully executed, Ron wasted no time. Aware of his limited repertoire of spells and their modest potency, he discarded his wand, opting instead to charge at Draco with his fists raised. Draco never anticipated such an unsportsmanlike maneuver from his opponent. Caught off guard, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by Ron, who pinned him down. Soon thereafter, Ron's fists rained down upon Draco's usually fair visage with relentless intensity. In the blink of an eye, Draco's once refined features were marred, bruises blooming across his face like dark flowers. "It is truly embarrassing. I hardly wish to admit that I know him." Blaise was at a loss for words. Leaning against Alan's shoulder, his face a portrait of speechlessness. "Let us wait and observe Theodore's performance." A faint smile crept upon Alan's lips. Yet he displayed no trace of urgency. He was acutely aware that Draco was bound to receive a thorough beating, and rather than the impending violence, Alan was more intrigued by whether Theodore possessed the merit to join their ranks. Toxic Blade. As Theodore witnessed Draco being completely sidelined, his previously stern gaze sharpened to an even more menacing intensity. His wand flicked with remarkable speed, seemingly inscribing a symbol in the air. With each movement, torrents of black smoke began to surge forth, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of sharp blades. These blades, as if imbued with life, lingered momentarily in the air before darting toward Ron like a bolt of lightning. In response to this sudden assault, Blaise could not help but curse, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Alan stood in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly the legendary version of 1,000 swords returning to their master?" Clearly, he never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle in this fantastical realm of magic. However, after a fleeting moment of surprise, Alan quickly regained his composure. With a calm demeanor, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, layers of shimmering silver shields materialized around Ron, providing him with thorough protection. After all, Alan merely wished to gauge Theodore's genuine strength and background. He had never intended to cause any harm. Although Theodore appeared somewhat reckless and impulsive, Alan sensed an underlying stubbornness beneath that madness. Such a trait, rooted deep within the soul, was impossible to disguise. Perhaps it was this very quality that sparked a flicker of admiration within Alan. "Enough," Alan proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing across the vast space. "The outcome is quite evident." He narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the gathered onlookers with an air of undeniable authority. With another deft snap of his fingers, an invisible force erupted, thoroughly separating the entangled Draco, Harry, and Ron. "Damn that Weasley!" Draco bellowed in fury, breaking free from the restraints of others. His fists raised as he attempted to charge at Ron, who had just clashed with him. However, Blaise, quick on his feet, grasped the impulsive Draco tightly, a look of exasperation and incredulity on his face. "Enough. Stop this nonsense," Blaise softly urged, pulling Draco back with considerable force. The incessant rolling of his eyes throughout the evening had left them sore and swollen, and at this moment, he was too weary to utter another word. "Let us depart," Alan stated expressionlessly, gesturing for everyone to leave this place of contention. What a disappointment indeed. As he slowly advanced, he cast a glance back at Harry before shifting his gaze towards the still indignant Draco, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Regarding the outcome of tonight's contest, I must admit I am slightly disheartened." Harry's display of magical prowess fell far below his expectations, which was truly disappointing. Although Draco possessed commendable magical talent, His performance in battle was overly reckless and lacked strategy, failing to showcase his true potential, much to Alan's dissatisfaction. As for Theodore's match against Ron, Alan found it hardly worthy of comment. The disparity in their abilities rendered it as absurd as using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After an entire evening, Alan felt that not only had he not achieved his initial objective, but he was also left perturbed by these unruly children. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, swiftly vanishing into the night. Chapter 64, Coercion. Alan led the 3 Slytherins and 3 Gryffindors through the corridors of Hogwarts with haste. The trophy room was located on the 3rd floor, and regardless of whether they were returning to Gryffindor or Slytherin, a considerable distance lay ahead. The group remained largely silent, lost in their thoughts, diligently trailing behind Alan and Hermione. However, they had not walked for long when a sudden, frantic meow pierced the air, followed closely by hurried footsteps. "Did you inform Filch?" Harry's expression shifted from disappointment to rage, glaring fiercely at Draco. "You're talking nonsense." Draco, already in a foul mood after losing to Weasley, felt his temper flare at Harry's slanderous accusation. How could he, the current heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, stoop to such depths? Needing to engage in a duel with a half-blood wizard, a pure-blood disgrace, or a mudblood? Shouldn't we find somewhere to hide? Hermione, equally disinterested in Harry, cautiously glanced at Alan, well aware of who truly held authority among them. "There is no need," Alan responded tersely, his demeanor darkening as he resolutely dismissed Hermione's suggestion before turning on his heel, leading the group forward with purpose. The others exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Yet none dared to defy Alan's command in that moment. The dim light did little to obscure the severity of his expression. "Something feels amiss," Blaise murmured quietly, leaning closer to Alan. He wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed tightly. Among the group, aside from Hermione, Ron, and their friend Theodore from Gryffindor, each individual bore a serpent. Although these serpents had shrunk to an almost imperceptible size, the aura of a top predator still lingered. Logically, the cat known as Mrs. Norris, residing in Hogwarts Castle, should have avoided them entirely. In the past, they had wandered out late at night numerous times, yet Mrs. Norris consistently kept her distance. Not daring to approach, Alan nodded slightly in agreement with Blaise's perspective, yet he refrained from uttering another word, silently leading the group onward. The wand he held was indeed gripped tightly in his hand. Something felt off. After only a few steps, even Draco sensed the anomaly. The seemingly ornamental kingly necklace around his neck now had its serpent head raised high, flicking its tongue in vigilance as it gazed ahead. Blaise's pure white adornment mirrored this behavior, constricting around his neck as if to alert him. Alan narrowed his eyes. He sensed no malevolent mental pressure ahead, but his instincts as a beast warned him of a terrifying presence nearby. It appeared someone did not wish for their return. A cold smile crept across Alan's lips as he led the group in the opposite direction. He could feel that with each step they took forward, the presence behind them advanced as well, seemingly intent on guiding them to a particular destination. Voldemort, perhaps? Or was it Headmaster Dumbledore? Alan found it perplexing, unable to discern who lurked behind them. Nevertheless, it appeared that there was no immediate malice. Otherwise, even the mental blocking spells would not have shielded him completely from detection. The group, resigned to their fate, followed Alan through the desolate and eerie corridor, each drawing their wands. Was this the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor? Feeling the strangeness of their surroundings, Alan murmured, relaxing entirely. He had likely already deduced the identity of the figure behind them. He never expected Dumbledore would involve him in the training of a savior so soon. "The door ahead is locked. What should we do?" Harry maintained a steady pace, glancing at the imposing door with a perplexed look directed at Alan. "Alohomora." Alan could hardly be bothered to respond, for Blaise had already opened the decrepit door. Silent, unconscious. As if prepared, Alan swiftly cast 2 spells in different directions. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the colossal figure before them, momentarily, apart from Alan. All were left speechless, taken aback by the sight, until a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, shaking the very heavens. The roar resonated with an inexhaustible power, akin to a thunderclap cleaving the night sky, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of darkness asunder. The first to emerge from his stupor was Theodore, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the colossal creature, muttering in astonishment, "Do not tell me this is a damned 3-headed dog." His words betrayed an unmistakable sense of shock and bewilderment. He then abruptly turned his gaze towards the seemingly composed Alan, his eyes brimming with inquiry. In response to Theodore's penetrating stare, Alan merely shrugged with a hint of exasperation, stating, "Though Professor Snape is my uncle, it does not imply that I am privy to all the hidden secrets of Hogwarts." With a gentle shake of his head, it was evident he found such baseless conjecture rather tiresome. He was aware, but too disinclined to elaborate. Anticipating their astonished reactions, Alan had already cast a silencing charm to muffle their exclamations while simultaneously employing a sleeping spell to ensure the slumbering beast remained undisturbed. "Alan," The three-headed dog must be guarding something, Draco exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards the partition beneath the slumbering giant. That has nothing to do with you, Alan retorted, pulling the somewhat dim-witted lad back, fearful he might unwittingly cause trouble. Rest assured, I am not foolish. Draco, emboldened by the notion that Dumbledore had permitted the creature's presence, speculated, it must be safeguarding something of great importance. I could leverage my father's position as a governor to compel him to reveal it, or else I might report the current headmaster of Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic for illegally harboring a restricted magical creature. He cast a reassuring glance at the others, sharing his scheme. Puzzled, they could hardly fathom that the impulsive Malfoy possessed such cunning. This does not concern us. Let us depart, Alan declared, disinterested in lingering in such a foreboding place. His gaze was fixed on a side door, and he swiftly cast an unlocking charm to open it before turning away without a backward glance. Although the others were somewhat bewildered by Alan's sudden action, they could palpably sense his wretched mood and chose to follow him in silence. Yet, before they departed, each pair of eyes unconsciously cast a lingering glance at the mysterious partition vigilantly guarded by the three-headed dog, their inner curiosity surging to an exhilarating peak. Chapter 65, The Awkward Dumbledore. The first rays of morning sunlight, like a golden veil, gently draped over the castle of Hogwarts. This ancient school, weathered by the passage of a millennium, now basks under the sun's embrace, resembling a resplendent jewel radiating a dazzling and fervent light. Early riser Alan revels in the warmth of the sun, inhaling the fresh air and savoring the gentle caress of the breeze against his face. At that moment, a soft and amiable greeting suddenly resonates in Alan's ears. Good morning, young Alan. The unexpected voice shatters Alan's previously tranquil state. He jolts, his body tensing as he slips into a heightened state of vigilance. Simultaneously, the languid creature, Seir, lounging atop his shoulder, seems to sense its master's tension and abruptly tumbles to the ground. Upon landing, Seir swiftly transforms into a colossal beast, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its body cloaked in thick black scales that shimmer with a frigid luminescence. Its blood-red eyes fixate menacingly in the direction of the voice, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. I kindly request that you refrain from appearing so stealthily in my vicinity in the future. Upon recognizing the visitor, Alan's heart begins to ease slightly. Yet his tone still carries a hint of displeasure. Dumbledore, upon hearing Alan's words, offers a smile tinged with apology, stroking his long white beard as he responds, Oh dear. I sincerely apologize, my child. Please forgive an old man's occasional mischievous antics. With that, he gazes with keen interest at Seir before continuing. However, it appears that Seir has recently undergone quite an extraordinary transformation. Just look at her exquisite form. She is truly a masterpiece, utterly captivating. The change since the last time I beheld her is nothing short of astounding. As Dumbledore admires her, he leisurely circles Seir, scrutinizing every subtle alteration in her appearance. Seir's metamorphosis has been both brutal and magnificent. It is hardly surprising to me that this should astonish the esteemed headmaster. I do not believe there exists anything at Hogwarts that could elude your notice, especially during the night. Alan gazes steadily into Dumbledore's eyes, his expression composed. Last night, that old rascal had frightened him with his phoenix, depriving him of a restful night. The night, Hogwarts at night possesses a unique allure. Yet I dare say you would be better qualified to speak on the matter, Alan. Dumbledore maintains his usual cheerful demeanor, the reflections in his glasses obscuring his thoughts. Nonetheless, his words subtly allude to Alan's adherence to rules and nocturnal escapades. Recently, I have observed that you have made many new friends, Alan. I must say these children are exceptionally gifted. Dumbledore adopts a look of realization, his brow furrowing in curiosity as he regards Alan. Blaise and Theodore, both exceptionally gifted young wizards, share a common ambition in their pursuit of magic, and I take great pleasure in having forged a friendship with them at Hogwarts. Alan, maintaining an air of composure, responded to Dumbledore's inquiries. Truth be told, he could scarcely fathom what the old wizard wanted. Logically, their previous conversation had nearly exhausted all topics, rendering a further warning unnecessary. Mr. Malfoy would surely be displeased to hear you speak in such a manner, Dumbledore remarked, refraining from elaboration but instead observing Alan with a teasing familiarity indicative of their rapport. Headmaster, I am not interested in your game of fostering a savior, Alan replied. Thus, he maintained a deliberately distant relationship with Harry. Should Dumbledore find this unsatisfactory, he was welcome to terminate their prior agreement. Unable to decipher the old man's intentions, Alan opted for forthrightness. The inheritance from his parents remained irretrievable, and he had no desire to engage in a guessing game with Dumbledore. Theodore awaited him for breakfast. I have been reflecting on my mentoring methods while observing your growth alongside your friends, Dumbledore remarked, adjusting his spectacles with an insinuating tone. Feel free to continue your reflections. I have matters to attend to. Alan nodded, nonchalantly turning towards the castle of Hogwarts. A flick of his wand summoned a magical glow. and Cersei once again transformed into a necklace of appropriate thickness, gracefully draping over his shoulder. Dumbledore, seemingly absent-minded, had not clearly articulated his intentions, and Alan chose not to entertain the conversation any further. It was early in the day, and such matters could dampen one's spirits. Have the youth of today become so impatient? Dumbledore mused aloud as Alan sprinted towards the castle, pondering the true motives behind the old wizard's actions. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Dumbledore wished for him to mentor Harry, a request he would staunchly refuse. What nonsense! Was he to play the role of a caretaker? Are you all right? Blaise inquired with concern as Alan returned unscathed. For wizards of pure-blood lineage, they had never hesitated to ascribe the worst intentions to Dumbledore. This is a school. What could possibly happen to me? Alan assured Blaise with a reassuring glance as they made their way to the dining hall. However, just as they approached the lavishly laden table, a piercing and chilling scream abruptly shattered the tranquil air, echoing through the expansive and opulent hall with alarming swiftness. Murder! The anguished cry resonated like thunder, causing a painful ringing in the ears of all who heard it. Following swiftly was another cry, murder! The voice trembled with unfathomable terror. The sudden, piercing screams captivated the attention of the onlookers, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the source of the commotion. Rushing towards them was a girl of somewhat portly stature, stumbling haphazardly from the direction of the Slytherin common room. Her face, which should have radiated youthful exuberance, was now grotesquely contorted with overwhelming terror. As she desperately sprinted, she emitted a series of blood-curdling shrieks, her voice trembling with fear. Her hands were raised high, stained with vivid crimson blood, her eyes brimming with sheer panic and helplessness. Chapter 66. The Attack. What an unexpectedly eventful morning it was. A subtle smile graced the lips of Alan as he walked with a light step and graceful demeanor towards the table laden with a sumptuous breakfast. He gently pulled out a chair and sat down with practiced ease and composure. Then, extending his right hand, he picked up the knife and fork, savoring his morning meal like a noble gentleman. Beside him, Blaise stared at Alan in bewilderment for a considerable time before finally voicing his curiosity. Aren't you even slightly intrigued by what has transpired? Although Slytherin students were generally not as reckless as their Gryffindor counterparts, Alan's composed demeanor today seemed somewhat unusual. In response to Blaise's inquiry, Alan merely smiled, lifting his gaze over the crowd towards Draco, who was tightly encircled by his classmates, and remarked with a teasing tone, "What good is curiosity? I have faith that our esteemed Draco here will not disappoint us." With that, he returned his focus to the delectable food before him. Upon hearing Alan's words, Blaise was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in thoughtful agreement. Indeed, that does seem accurate. Given Draco's usual nature, he would never hesitate to showcase and share. Thus, the three of them appeared utterly unfazed by the surrounding chaos, calmly continuing to enjoy their breakfast in tranquil repose. Consequently, a rather peculiar scene unfolded in the dining hall, where nearly all the students of Hogwarts had congregated in the center, striving to uncover some truth. Yet amidst this cacophony and confusion, three figures stood out conspicuously. Alan, Blaise, and Theodore sat serenely, their elegant demeanor and disregard for the surrounding tumult rendering them a striking contrast to the rest of the fray. You cannot possibly imagine what has occurred. Draco rushed over, breathless and visibly excited. Spit it out or leave. Blaise replied impatiently, his annoyance evident at Draco's penchant for teasing. Since their acquaintance deepened, their mode of communication transformed into an increasingly casual and forthright exchange. If you're unwilling to listen, then I have no desire to speak. Draco retorted defiantly. I'm not speaking for your benefit. I intend to convey this to Alan. Draco shot a fierce glare at Blaise, inwardly cursing his knack for ruining the atmosphere and dampening the mood. By the way, you all know Millicent Bulstrode, right? Draco slightly subdued his emotions and lowered his voice, feigning mystery. Of course, we're classmates in the same year. Moreover, wasn't he her sister Andromeda previously scheming against Alan? Blaise rolled his eyes as he spoke, exasperated by Draco's penchant for theatrics. Noticing Blaise's indifferent expression, Draco chose to disregard him and continued to speak mysteriously to Alan. I've heard that Millicent received a message from her sister Andromeda, after which she went alone to an empty classroom. But who could have anticipated that when she opened that door, she would find Herbert lying there, covered in blood. The blood on her was identified as belonging to Herbert Bach. Here, Draco deliberately paused, seemingly intent on heightening the suspense. So is Herbert Bach still alive? Alan inquired, intrigued. Indeed, he is alive, albeit riddled with numerous wounds. He has already been taken to the infirmary by the prefect. Upon hearing Alan speak, Draco abandoned his attempts at suspense and straightforwardly revealed the answer. He is alive? What a disappointment. Alan replied, pouting as he continued to savor his breakfast. The others were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions shifted to one of realization, as it seemed Herbert Bach harbored a grudge against Alan. With this thought, they regarded him with peculiar glances. Could it be you who did this? Draco openly questioned, well aware of Alan's capabilities. Although the newly introduced Theodore was unaware of Alan's prowess, he had recently informed Alan of Herbert's intentions to strike against him, and now that something had happened to Herbert, it was hard for him to dismiss it as mere coincidence. That scared me to death. You are slandering me. This is a serious accusation. I could report you to the Ministry of Magic, Alan said calmly, shoving Blaze's unfinished steak directly into Loki's mouth. Blaze, Theodore, Draco. The three of them wore expressions of utter bewilderment, questioning the sincerity of the situation. All right, no need to inquire further. I have no connection to this matter. Alan wiped his mouth and looked earnestly at the three, subsequently revealing a perfunctory smile. Seizing the opportunity with a little time before class, he retrieved his notes and diligently scrutinized their contents. Could it truly not be him? Draco found himself puzzled, for there were certain matters that Alan had never concealed from him. Oh, come on, look at what he's perusing. Blaze scoffed, already accustomed to Draco's lack of discernment. Draco, bewildered and completely oblivious to Blaze's implication, tilted his head to observe Alan's notes. A flicker of shock illuminated his eyes. This was, before he could voice his thoughts, Theodore, having caught on to the subtlety, swiftly silenced him. Draco forcefully shook off Blaze's hand and glared at him fiercely. He would swear by Merlin's wrinkled visage that the spell inscribed in Alan's notebook was undoubtedly the Cruciatus Curse. He could scarcely fathom that Alan would dare to so brazenly study an unforgivable curse within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Pureblood families have always placed great importance on the magical education and moral upbringing of their descendants. From an early age, the elders in these families would commence systematic magical enlightenment, with the study and use of the unforgivable curses being strictly forbidden. After all, the insidious erosion and harm that dark magic inflicts on young wizard psyche is no trifling matter. Once ensnared in its dark vortex, it is often challenging to extricate oneself, potentially leading to the corruption and annihilation of one's soul. Nevertheless, nothing in the world is absolute. There exist some exceedingly twisted and extreme pureblood families. Take, for instance, the once flourishing but now nearly extinct Gaunt family, who regard dark magic as commonplace and remain utterly unconcerned. According to his father, in recent years, even the typically prudent Bach family seems to have entertained the reckless notion of venturing into the unfathomable realm of dark magic. The spell in Alan's possession was evidently, Draco dared not contemplate further, yet he understood all too well. Chapter 67, The Cruciatus Curse. In the classroom for defense against the dark arts, a room laden with garlic and permeated by a peculiar odor, students typically kept their distance even when classes were not in session. Yet at this moment, several figures quietly converged within. Alan gazed around in bewilderment at the individuals encircling him, his mind awash with confusion. Alan William Springs. Draco was the first to speak, solemnly declaring Alan's full name with a grave tone, as though announcing something of utmost significance. Alan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering whether Draco had ingested something particularly audacious at breakfast, for his manner of address was most unusual. Ahem. Draco seemed to sense the weight of Alan's gaze and instinctively cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension in the air. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure as he continued. Alan Prince, I must earnestly caution you that we must always uphold a clear and distinct boundary regarding dark magic. While the extensive journey of magical study may inevitably lead us to the realm of dark magic, the unforgivable curses represent an absolute line that must never be crossed. As he uttered these words, Draco felt a creeping sense of guilt enveloping him. However, with no recourse, he gritted his teeth and persevered to finish his statement. Upon hearing this, Alan's face displayed a look of sudden realization, and he casually responded, "Ah, so that is the crux of the matter." Alan felt a slight relief, having initially feared that these young men were plotting rebellion. Observing the concerned expressions on Blaze and Theodore, Alan couldn't help but chuckle as he elaborated, "My condition is unique. The negative emotions stemming from the study of dark magic do not pose serious consequences for me. You may verify this with Professor Snape." Alan gazed at them with unwavering honesty, revealing no hint of concealment. "Are we Hagrid?" Draco retorted, initially questioning before adopting a mocking demeanor. Alan paused, momentarily taken aback, then offered a weary smile. How could he possibly seek validation from Severus regarding dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses? His earlier remarks had been strikingly similar to his dismissive comments about Hagrid. Alan looked at them, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as they prepared to persuade Alan once more, a sudden crimson light flashed around him. The group recoiled in terror, gazing at him with incredulity. Is he mad? Who would willingly cast the Cruciatus Curse upon themselves? Alan, his complexion slightly pale, regarded them with a relaxed demeanor. The reason dark magic is so shunned, aside from its detrimental psychological effects, is its uncontrollable nature. Even the esteemed denizens of Azkaban cannot accurately wield the unforgivable curses. Thus, to them, casting such spells upon oneself is seen as an extraordinarily deranged and unhealthy act. Alan William Prince. What are you doing? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a massive black bat, flapping its ominous wings, swiftly approached the entrance. Everyone could clearly perceive the shock and fury etched upon his face, along with a fleeting glimmer of concern. Professor Snape, we are not what you perceive. Draco's face flushed crimson as he stammered, struggling to explain to Professor Snape. Overwhelmed by Alan's startling display, he had momentarily forgotten the nature of the relationship between Alan and Professor Snape, instinctively fearing what Snape might do to Alan. However, his concerns were evidently unfounded, as Professor Snape appeared oblivious to his presence, gliding past him like a swift gust of wind without so much as a glance. With purposeful strides, Professor Snape approached Alan, extending his hand to seize the collar at the nape of Alan's neck with a decisive grip, executing the movement with impeccable precision and without hesitation. Thereafter, he hoisted Alan and marched resolutely towards the exit. Malfoy, Zabini, and not. Your appearance is utterly incongruent with Hogwarts standards. Thus, for the entirety of the coming week, I command you to report to the trophy room and diligently polish every trophy to a pristine shine. Professor Snape's footsteps did not falter, nor did he look back as he delivered this edict. His voice, cold and authoritative, resonated like thunder, jolting the three still in a stupor back to reality. Upon hearing this punishment, Draco initially froze in disbelief, only to subsequently curl his lip in indignation, his face betraying his discontent. He inwardly muttered, "What an absurd joke. Surely, one cannot find 3 wizards in all of Hogwarts who are more mindful of decorum than us. What kind of rationale is this for punishment?" Yet, despite his profound dissatisfaction with such disciplinary measures, Draco understood that, at the very least, this would likely deter Professor Snape from further probing into Alan's clandestine studies of dark magic. With this thought, his overflowing frustration found a slight reprieve. Professor Snape moved with the swiftness of a dark whirlwind, tightly grasping the unfortunate Alan as he strode purposefully toward his office. Along the way, whether among the younger students or the upperclassmen who fancied themselves worldly, all bore witness to this spectacle and hastily vacated the path as if startled rabbits, creating a wide berth as if confronted by a fearsome beast. Every gaze directed at Alan was laden with deep sympathy and pity. In the minds of these students, once someone fell into the clutches of Professor Snape, akin to an eagle's talons, the consequences were unthinkable, and a favorable outcome was utterly implausible. Observing Alan's expression of helpless resignation, he merely closed his eyes, seemingly wishing to shield himself from the peculiar scrutiny surrounding him. He had long since become accustomed to such scenes. Being treated like a defenseless kitten was not an unfamiliar experience for him. Nonetheless, even so, this public humiliation felt immensely degrading and mortifying. He could only keep his eyes shut, feigning ignorance to the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers. I think, therefore I am. If I do not see, I shall not feel awkward. Chapter 68, Composure. Are you unwell? What is this? Do you have a remedy? As Alan gazed upon Severus Snape, who was hoarse and visibly furious, he managed to extricate himself from the man's tight grip with a bemused expression. Subsequently, he nonchalantly plopped down into Snape's office chair, audaciously propping his feet in a careless manner towards the southeast on the once pristine desk, embodying the very image of a streetwise rogue. Why on earth would you do this? Snape's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the audacious youth before him. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, as he struggled to contain the rising fury within, fearing he might lose control and deliver a severe reprimand to this reckless individual. Yet, in the face of Snape's ire, Alan merely shrugged indifferently, responding in a nonchalant tone, "There's no particular reason. It was merely a small endeavor in my exploration of the arcane mysteries of magic." As he spoke, Alan endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, as though the harrowing self-experiment he had just undergone was of little consequence. However, deep within, he alone understood the profound agony he experienced the moment he cast the Cruciatus curse upon himself, a torment so intense it rendered him nearly lifeless. Despite years of studying and mastering his emotions, enabling him to somewhat accurately regulate his emotional output during the casting of dark magic, this was, after all, his first personal experiment. Thus, even though he valiantly stifled the pain, it was undeniably present, and his determination to maintain his composure was simply to avoid losing face in front of his dear friend. "Come now, don't be so tense. Worrying about me isn't going to be the end of the world." Alan chuckled, stepping closer to the still fuming Snape, extending a hand to gently smooth the slightly crumpled fabric of his attire, all the while wearing a teasing smile. Snape, known for his cantankerous nature, had long been accustomed to Alan's provocative antics. This was not the first time he had tested his patience. It was merely a playful exchange between them, albeit this time it had gone a tad too far. Snape, irate, swatted Alan's hand away, his wand emitting wisps of silver light that illuminated Alan's figure. Almost immediately, Alan felt a rush of cool air sweep through him. Snape furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he queried, Have you encountered any recent troubles? Is something amiss? Alan, taken aback, sensed no issues within himself and found Snape's reaction surprisingly unexpected. Severus Snape stood there, his expression somber, brow furrowed, and lips pursed, deeply entangled in the turmoil of Alan's words, momentarily at a loss for a response. He remained silent, yet his wand danced in his hand, repeatedly casting detection spells upon Alan, seemingly seeking to uncover more truths from the subtle ripples of magical energy. Are you suggesting that my soul's condition has improved significantly compared to before? Alan suddenly broke the silence, his voice slicing through the stillness like a bolt of lightning illuminating the darkened sky. His gaze flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer, imbued with a hint of probing curiosity. At this revelation, Snape abruptly lifted his head, astonishment flashing in his eyes. This secret had only ever been known to him and Dumbledore. He had never imagined that Alan would be privy to such knowledge. You actually know? Snape exclaimed, incredulity lacing his tone. His grip on the wand tightened unconsciously, knuckles whitening under the pressure. Alan smiled slightly, a mischievous curve gracing his lips. My existence must stem from some enigmatic dark magic ritual, or perhaps an alchemical experiment. When that fool Quirrell instructed me to read books on souls, did you genuinely believe I limited myself to just one? As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Snape like two burning flames. Acquiring permissions for the restricted section was no trivial matter. It was not as accessible as portrayed in films. The shelves were inscribed with intricate magical seals, and without a professor's authorization, one could not remove any book from that hallowed space. Fortunately, Quirrell had not specified that only a particular book could be taken. Through diligent study of several texts on souls, Alan was able to conjure a mirror to examine his own soul's condition. Recalling the first time he beheld his soul's state, he was taken aback. He discovered that his essence was not a complete whole, but resembled a shattered black mirror, countless tiny fragments scattered about, tenuously stitched together by shimmering golden threads. However, following his encounter with the unicorn and receiving its blessing, he distinctly felt a wondrous transformation within his soul. The formerly disjointed fragments began to move closer together, gradually showing signs of merging. The blessing of the unicorn. Observing Snape's astonished expression, Alan chuckled softly, candidly recounting his previous experience. Snape, in turn, was seen furrowing and then smoothing his brow, sitting at his desk, scribbling furiously as if verifying something. Alan was not surprised by this behavior. Despite being ensnared by the plethora of mundane tasks, Snape always retained a heart driven by a pure pursuit of knowledge. Whether exploring the enigmatic realms of magic or seeking innovation and improvement in the intricate art of potion making, Severus displayed an extraordinary aptitude and talent that transcends the ordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he undoubtedly belongs to the echelon of genius in these pursuits. Regarding the study of dark magic, I am earnest in my understanding. You carry on with your matters. I shall take my leave. As Alan spoke, he furtively cast a glance at Severus from the corner of his eye, noting that the latter seemed entirely disinterested in acknowledging him, prompting Alan to refrain from lingering in this somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Thus, after uttering a vague remark, he turned and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Snape's deep, somewhat ominous voice wafted from behind Alan. The school is poised to make a decision to expel Miss Andromeda Burst. Furthermore, Herbert Bach will completely cease his various acts of persecution against you. I hope you will desist from any further actions. Without raising his head, Snape spoke to himself. He had never anticipated that someone like Alan would possess a so-called heart of mercy or a spirit of tolerance. He firmly believed that, without prior warning, Alan's character would make it exceedingly difficult for those three fools to safely endure until graduation day. Upon hearing those words, Alan's previously advancing foot hesitated momentarily. However, a faint smile soon graced his face, and with an air of delight, he strode toward the exit, as if everything that had just transpired bore no relation to him whatsoever. Chapter 69, The Dragon Egg Hatched. As Alan stepped briskly out of Severus's dimly oppressive office, he was suddenly met with a tableau of anxious faces, their expressions grave. What on earth is happening here? Alan inquired with a hint of confusion. Are we preparing to attack Hogwarts? He jested while scanning the crowd with keen interest, his gaze ultimately resting on Theodore, who had tightly grasped his wand, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of Alan's mouth. I must ask, Harry, shouldn't you all be dutifully attending History of Magic class? What brings you here? Alan queried with curiosity. In truth, he was not overly surprised by Draco and his cohort's presence, for they were well aware of the circumstances that had led Severus to bring them here. However, he was taken aback by the appearance of the Gryffindor trio at such a time, especially given that they were supposed to be in class. It was indeed rare for Hermione, who typically prioritized her studies, to accompany the two in their mischief. Upon hearing Alan's question, Harry stepped forward, leaning in closely to scrutinize Alan, as if searching for some clue in his demeanor. With a serious expression, he explained, "We heard that Professor Snape had taken you away, and we were genuinely concerned. While on the road, I deliberately inquired about the situation from several senior students, who recounted incidents of inexplicable disappearances among students in the past, suggesting a possible connection to Professor Snape. Upon hearing Harry's account, Alan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he pondered the source of such rumors. The negative perception of Severus deepened in his mind. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Alan smiled as he pushed the crowd aside. At that moment, he indeed felt untroubled. But if Severus were to notice so many students loitering at his office door, uncertainty about his well-being would arise. The crowd, relieved to see Alan unharmed, finally relaxed. Particularly the trio from Slytherin, who alone understood the harrowing experience Alan had just endured. With a mind swirling with questions, they began to walk outside, but suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed ominously in their ears. This abrupt cacophony, reminiscent of a hellish realm, sent their already frayed nerves into a heightened state of alarm. Alan, I swear, I will deal with that despicable individual, Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide and teeth clenched, speaking with fierce determination. He had finally conquered his deep-seated fear of Cersei. Yet that terrifying laughter lingered, haunting him relentlessly. Just as Draco was consumed by fury, a large shadow hurtled toward them from the distance. As it approached, the shadow revealed its endearing form, a large gray owl, known to all as Alan's pet. Alan, unperturbed, waved his arm as the owl swooped gracefully down, landing solidly upon him. Despite his regular physical training and commendable fitness, he nearly lost his balance under the weight of the owl. Let me see what news you bring, Alan remarked with interest, gazing at the letter clutched in the owl's talons. He likely already knew who the messenger was, as the owl typically preferred to stay with Hagrid rather than the Ollery. Is this a dragon egg? When did you acquire a dragon egg? Draco leaned in, scrutinizing the writing with a puzzled expression directed at Alan. You didn't tell him? Alan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Blaise. He would never admit to overlooking Draco. It was the perfect moment to shift the blame onto Blaise. Thus, he feigned confusion, his gaze fixed intently on Blaise. Confronted by Alan's inquiry, Blaise's lips curled slightly in a smirk. He grasped Alan's intent, but was inclined to cooperate, for he harbored a disdain for Draco. With a nonchalant flick of his lips, he retorted, Humph, he hasn't even asked me anything, so why should I volunteer information? Pausing momentarily, he cast a provocative glance at Draco beside him and continued, even if I chose to remain silent, there are reasons for it. Some individuals strut about with such arrogance that I can hardly be bothered to engage with them. Upon hearing this, Draco's temper flared, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Blaise. Yet, his mind was more preoccupied with the impending hatching of the dragon egg, so he refrained from further confrontation. Grabbing Alan's arm, he exclaimed, Come on. What are we dawdling here for? We must hurry to Hagrid's hut. Without waiting for a response, he tugged Alan along briskly towards the castle's exit. The trio from Gryffindor, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. In synchrony, they stepped forward, closely trailing Draco and Alan. For them, witnessing the hatching of the dragon egg was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, the monotonous lessons of history of magic could easily be set aside. Thus, a lively group dashed forth, drawing the attention of their fellow students who turned to watch with curiosity. Whispers circulated among them. How could these traditionally opposing houses suddenly band together? Moreover, their hurried demeanor hinted at something significant unfolding. As they contemplated pursuing the group, the sight of their faces deterred them. It was well known that Alan from Slytherin was not to be trifled with. Rumors circulating among Slytherin students suggested that several incidents were, to some extent, linked to him. While younger students might engage more freely, the older ones, possessing a modicum of sense, understood the complexities involved. Thus, they halted, disinterested in further involvement. For Gryffindor students were notoriously inept at keeping secrets. Chapter 70, Alan's Dragon. Like ignited rockets, the crowd raced towards Hagrid's somewhat dilapidated yet mysteriously enchanting hut, their urgency palpable. They neglected even the most basic decorum, bursting through the door without so much as a knock. Hagrid, who had been leisurely seated in a massive wooden chair, fiddling with an assortment of peculiar tools, was taken aback by the sudden influx of visitors. A look of surprise crossed his face. He had never anticipated that Alan would bring along such a multitude of friends. I'm terribly sorry, Hagrid. With a blush on his face and a hint of apology in his voice, Alan remarked, My friends have heard that a dragon egg is about to hatch, and they are all eagerly anticipating this wondrous moment. After speaking, he shyly scratched his head. Draco and his companions, standing nearby, exchanged peculiar expressions, surprised by this seemingly transformed Alan, who usually bore an air of indifference and superiority. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione from Gryffindor were taken aback. In Hermione's memory, Alan Prince had always been a powerful yet aloof presence, his behavior often regarded as exceedingly strange. It was well known among the first-year students of Hogwarts that he was a prodigious talent. However, the sight of Alan blushing before them was truly astonishing. Only Blaise smirked slightly. as this was not the first time he had witnessed such a display from Alan. Haha, it's quite all right, Alan. Hagrid boomed with hearty laughter, not at all perturbed by Alan's faux pas. Since the dragon egg belonged to Alan, he had no reason to be upset, especially with Harry involved, which delighted him. He had expected Alan to keep his distance from Harry after being sorted into Slytherin. Harry, equally surprised, greeted Hagrid warmly, genuinely fond of the giant who had brought him to Hogwarts. Come over here and take a look, Hagrid exclaimed, rising to his feet and striding towards the fireplace. There, amidst the roaring flames, sat a copper pot, charred and blackened. The much-anticipated black dragon egg lay quietly in the midst of the glowing embers, resembling a precious treasure awaiting awakening, as the crimson flames danced upon its surface. Is this an Australian black-eyed egg? How can it be black? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You know? Hagrid asked, astonished at Draco's knowledge, having not expected the Malfoy boy to possess such insights into legendary creatures. I like dragons, Draco replied, glancing at Hagrid. While he was not particularly fond of the giant, the arrangement surrounding the dragon egg and its meticulous setup indicated a profound understanding of dragons, which piqued his curiosity. However, isn't the temperature of those coals a bit too high? Even a mother dragon wouldn't incubate her eggs in flames. Draco furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. The dragon egg has been away from its mother for too long. I did not increase the flame's temperature. Instead, I poured vodka over the coals. It should awaken the hidden bloodline. As you can see, the pure black Australian black-eyed dragon egg is certainly not like ordinary dragon eggs, Hagrid patiently elucidated, noting the rarity of encountering someone with a genuine interest in dragons. Even if that individual happened to be an evil Slytherin, such a curiosity warranted his earnest attention. The two engaged in a lively discourse regarding dragons, drawing peculiar glances from those around Draco. It was a rare sight indeed to witness the erudite young Master Malfoy. However, Alan found himself somewhat bewildered by the tedious discussion. Yet, before long, the scaled black eggshell began to tremble slightly. As the quaking intensified, a slender crack emerged upon its surface. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their eyes fixated in rapt attention. The fissure gradually spread, and with a sharp crack, a fragment broke away, revealing a delicate claw, soon followed by the dragon's head. It boasted a pair of resplendent golden eyes, its body adorned with gleaming black scales, and it exhaled a small plume of crimson flame, as if proclaiming its arrival into the world. Hagrid's face flushed with excitement as he cautiously extended his hand towards the hatchling. However, the young dragon suddenly let out a fierce roar directed at Hagrid, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. Alan scrutinized the diminutive, emaciated creature, its spine bristling with sharp spines, and a frown creased his brow. He tentatively reached out, attempting to touch the little being. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the dragon abruptly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing scarlet flames like an arrow. The searing fire traced a dazzling yet perilous arc through the air. Had Alan not reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping, he would have surely suffered severe burns from that sudden assault. Confronted with such an unexpected attack, Alan remained composed. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and softly intoned a spell, Soul Reflection. With a flourish of his wand, a pale gray mirror materialized beside the dragon. In an instant, a vibrant red dragon silhouette emerged within the mirror. The apparition was animated and lifelike, each scale shimmering with brilliance. Yet, inexplicably, despite its striking realism, it evoked an ineffable sense of incompleteness, as if it lacked some essential hue. Upon beholding the reflection, Alan's countenance darkened, akin to the sky before a tempest. He bit his lip, an expression of ire flickering in his eyes. The surrounding crowd was already aghast, rendered speechless by the sequence of thrilling events, their fearful gazes fixed on Alan, uncertain of what would transpire next. At that moment, Hagrid hurriedly approached, concern etched upon his face as he regarded Alan's expression, hastily interjecting, "Do not fret, Alan. This little dragon has only just hatched and does not yet recognize you, which is why it is exhibiting such nervous behavior. In time, as it becomes accustomed to you, matters will surely improve." Hearing Hagrid's words, Alan slowly turned his head, managing to force a smile that was more akin to a grimace. His voice tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Rest assured, Hagrid, I shall not unleash my ire upon it. However, this little creature's condition appears decidedly amiss." With that, he turned his gaze once more to the small dragon, which remained watchfully fixated upon him, lost in contemplation. He felt a profound certainty that this dragon was indeed troubled, lacking something essential within its very soul. As a result, this little being possessed only the instinct to attack, devoid of any capacity for thought, resembling a mere war machine. To him, such a creature, unable to distinguish friend from foe, held no value whatsoever. Chapter 71, The Great Deceiver. Is there something awry? Draco inquired with a look of skepticism, leaning closer to Alan, his eyes brimming with confusion. Although he had never witnessed a living dragon firsthand, The behavior of this little one was undeniably abnormal. Dragonkind, while inherently fierce, instinctively exhibits an affinity towards the first creature it encounters at birth. This little one, however, appeared to be devoid of soul, relying solely on primal instinct. Alan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he spoke, showing no inclination to conceal the truth. All present held their breath, astonished by Alan and the young dragon before them. They had never anticipated that a newly hatched dragon would present such issues. Upon hearing this, Blaze's eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark, and he thoughtfully remarked, "If it is left with nothing but instinct, then perhaps it will be easier to control." At this, Alan's eyes lit up, and with a soft, crisp snap of his fingers, a branch that had been casually placed upon the table instantly transformed into an incredibly resilient iron chain. This chain writhed like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring the diminutive dragon. Finding it firmly in place, Alan then fixed his unwavering gaze upon the creature, a strange mental energy slowly emanating from his profound eyes. "Kneel." Alan's voice resonated suddenly, imbued with an undeniable authority. At the sound of this command, the young dragon, which had been struggling fiercely moments before, seemed to be struck by a profound awe. Its body freezing in place, its claws, connected to its wings, ceased their frantic movements, and its head obediently lowered to the table, utterly still. Witnessing this astonishing scene, all present displayed expressions of disbelief, especially Draco and Hagrid. Was this truly how one trained a dragon? How splendid it would be to have a dragon as an ally. Though Blaze did not finish his thought, the implication was unmistakable. I cannot maintain constant control over it, and given its inherent lack of soul, its lifespan may not suffice for it to mature. Alan shook his head with a wry smile. Only through profound control over the young dragon could he truly comprehend the fragility of this little one's spirit. "Alan, is there truly no other recourse?" Harry, unable to suppress his concern as he observed Hagrid's near tears, gazed pleadingly at Alan. In his impression, few things could truly challenge Alan. Initially, Alan had contemplated slaying a dragon to extract its essence, but upon hearing Harry's words, he suddenly felt invigorated, contemplating a certain possibility. "I might possess a method to save him, though success is not guaranteed, and the approach may not be one you would readily accept." He gazed earnestly at the trio from Gryffindor. Having witnessed the killing curse, they were unlikely to be easily shocked. Whatever the means, as long as it could save him, we should certainly attempt it. Hagrid, filled with emotion for the little creature he had nurtured, expressed his excitement. "Are you suggesting dark magic?" Harry hesitated, aware of Alan's unconventional nature. Had it been before school commenced, he would have followed Alan without a second thought. However, reflecting on the rules of the magical world after starting school instilled a sense of caution in him. He could hardly fathom the life he would face if expelled from Hogwarts. It cannot be labeled as entirely dark, yet it is certainly not entirely light. Alan met Harry's gaze with calm sincerity, speaking earnestly. "Let us do it." Harry gritted his teeth, disregarding Hermione and Ron's gentle tugging at his sleeve, and responded resolutely. Those dark eyes, captivating in their depth, made him unwilling to disappoint Alan. "Then let us proceed." Alan gently lifted the young dragon, inadvertently snapping its already fragile wings. Observing Hagrid's pained expression, he offered an apologetic smile. They were uncertain of Alan's method, yet, witnessing his unwavering determination as he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, they gritted their teeth and followed. "Harry, do you not recall that Professor Dumbledore forbade young wizards from entering the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione attempted to intervene, intuition telling her that this was not a favorable endeavor. "Fear not, Hermione. Alan is well aware of what he is doing and will not harm us." Harry patiently reassured her. He could not comprehend why others harbored such deep-seated prejudices against Alan, but he remained steadfast in his belief. The group moved swiftly. Soon arriving at a broad clearing, they surveyed their surroundings, noting the remnants of smoldering campfires, indicating that Alan had likely frequented this place before. "All right, everyone, hold hands. I will conduct a grand magical ceremony that should prove beneficial for this little one." Alan smiled warmly at the group, his eyes sparkling with innocence. All right." Harry felt a bit disoriented. The Alan before him seemed vastly different from the familiar figure he knew, making it difficult for him to fully accept the situation. Yet, upon seeing the resolve in Alan's eyes, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Draco and Blaze exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. Evidently, they had largely surmised the enigmatic method that Alan had mentioned, particularly for Blaze. A wave of trepidation surged within him at the thought of having almost become the target of Alan's sacrificial intentions. However, curiosity piqued his interest. What could the sacrificial target possibly be, if not all of them? With a heart full of questions, Blaze fixated on Alan's every movement. He observed as Alan bent down and retrieved a pouch of lime powder from his pocket, carefully scattering it upon the smooth, mirror-like floor. As his hands continued their delicate choreography, one white circle after another gradually emerged, nesting within each other to form an extraordinary pattern. Upon completing the preliminary design, Alan did not cease his endeavors. He began to mutter incantations, softly reciting an intricate and ancient spell. As the words resonated through the air, the once unremarkable lime circles seemed to awaken, flickering with a faint luminescence and emanating an almost imperceptible wave of magical energy. After finalizing these preparations, Alan straightened up and gestured for those around him to come closer. The crowd, filled with suspicion, gathered around him, peering down at the inscribed circles on the ground. In the first circle lay an injured young dragon, its eyes tightly shut, scales dull and lifeless, with blood seeping from its wounds and staining the earth beneath. The second circle housed an enormous iron cauldron, filled with a dark, bubbling potion that emitted a nauseating stench, pervading the air. Just as they were speculating about what the third circle would contain, a faint sound caught their attention. Suddenly, a robust king cobra emerged slowly from Alan's waist, slithering along his arm before settling securely upon his shoulder. This serpent, thick as an adult's calf, boasted scales that glistened a vibrant crimson, reflecting an eerie glow in the sunlight. More astonishing still were its cold, merciless eyes, which radiated a chilling sense of lethal intent, as if capable of piercing one's very soul in an instant. "Is that my snake?" Draco instantly recognized the serpent that Alan had withheld from him. It was undeniably majestic and formidable. Alan and Braze exchanged a knowing glance, casting Draco a disapproving look, silently pondering when he might shed such shamelessness. "It belongs to you? Who agreed to that?" Chapter 72, Clark Rest. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Alan and Braze's scrutiny, Draco nevertheless lifted his chin, adopting an expression of self-righteousness. Alan, uninterested in engaging him, focused intently on organizing the materials in his hands. The young dragon, needless to say, had its limbs and neck contorted to a grotesque degree while Hagrid was distracted by the potion. This distortion did not lead to the dragon's demise, yet it left it in a gravely injured state. The cauldron of potion could only be deemed supplementary. It was concocted painstakingly in his dormitory, infused with the heart of a giant, and its efficacy remained uncertain. The crimson-eyed king cobra, however, was of paramount importance, as it was the intended sacrificial offering. Draco, focus. Alan observed his handiwork with satisfaction, poised to commence the formal sacrificial ritual when he suddenly caught sight of Draco brandishing a stick at Harry in an exceedingly arrogant manner. "Can I have someone else? I don't want to be next to the Scarhead." Draco shot Harry a glare and then implored Alan with his eyes. Among those present, only 3 could effectively perform the linking spell. He could not afford to scatter them. Blaze, wishing to avoid any association with the Savior, decisively grabbed Hagrid and Hermione, leaving the so-called Savior to Draco, who, despite his bluster, seemed secretly pleased by the arrangement. Enough chatter. Alan shot Draco an exasperated glance and swiftly grasped Hagrid's and Ron's hands. The others, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily before quickly mimicking the action, each grasping the hands of those beside them. Tension and anticipation flickered across their faces. Upon witnessing the collective movement, Alan exchanged a knowing glance with Blaze and Draco. The 3 understood one another and simultaneously opened their mouths, beginning to chant the complex and intricate incantation. As their words flowed, a formidable and heart-stirring mental energy surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, rapidly expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, this vast mental force enveloped all present. Meanwhile, Blaze and Draco matched Alan's fervor, their words spilling forth at a rapid pace, maintaining perfect synchrony with him. They continuously altered their syllables and intonations, relaxing their bodies, allowing their mental energies to flow freely. In an instant, the 3 powerful streams of mental force intertwined and merged, resembling 3 ceaseless rivers converging into an immeasurable ocean. The once tranquil and somewhat desolate forest transformed under the weight of this potent energy surge. A fierce wind howled, causing branches to sway violently and leaves to whirl through the air, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force towards the group. Initially, Harry and the others did not regard these peculiar occurrences with much concern. However, as they remained oblivious, an indescribable allure began to emanate from the intricate incantations. Gradually, this allure intensified to such an extent that Harry and his companions found themselves utterly unable to resist. Unbeknownst to them, they began to involuntarily murmur the incantations spoken by Alan. As time slipped away, the spiritual energies among the group intertwined completely. In that moment, their once clear and bright eyes suddenly lost their luster, appearing as though their very souls were being extracted, turning a ghostly white. Moreover, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, akin to candles flickering in the wind, as if they were enduring immense agony. At the zenith of the tempest, Alan's pallid eyes transformed back to an abyssal black. With a mere touch of his fingers, a vast jar of dark, profound magical potion was drawn forth by an unseen force and poured into the maw of the basilisk. As the potion coursed through, its colossal form began to twist violently, rapidly inflating as though filled with air, while layers of snake skin ruptured, revealing a blood-soaked body beneath. It shrieked in torment, contorting its body to expose its stark white bones. In another circle, an injured young dragon sensed the terrifying atmosphere and desperately yearned to flee. Yet before long, the basilisk broke free from its confines and approached the young dragon directly. In the midst of its fearful gaze, the basilisk's venomous fangs pierced its body in an instant, and soon after, with a sinuous motion of its mouth, it swallowed the barely alive young dragon whole. Witnessing this scene, Alan felt no regret. Instead, a flicker of ecstatic joy illuminated his features. It was accomplished. As the final syllable of the incantation was uttered, Alan released his grip, gazing with exhilaration at the magnificent creature. At the conclusion of the spell, both Harry and Draco, along with the others, felt an overwhelming weariness wash over them. Even Hagrid, the towering giant, leaned unsteadily against a tree. "Where's the young dragon, Alan?" Draco strained to lean forward, seeking any trace of the creature. "Isn't it right here?" Alan replied with a subtle smile, his eyes eagerly fixed on the battered basilisk. The others approached in confusion, scanning the area, but aside from the great serpent, there was no sign of the young dragon. "You didn't actually feed it to the snake, did you?" Blaise shot him a skeptical glance, clearly doubting the possibility. Hee. Alan offered no answer, his gaze entranced by the scarred basilisk. In the midst of the astonished stares, blood-red flames suddenly erupted from the dragon's scales, resembling blood itself. Subsequently, the great serpent let out a piercing cry, its body rapidly dissolving into crimson flames, ultimately revealing a vivid crimson figure within. The once pitch-black, rigid form of the bipedal dragon transformed dramatically. The newly emerged young dragon possessed an elongated neck and a slightly contorted skeletal structure. Its once robust hind legs became slender and sharp, a delicate membrane extending outward, giving the illusion of possessing two pairs of wings from a distance. Even on its tail, there appeared a delicate membrane. Compared to its former appearance, it resembled a serpent embodying the extraordinary form of a dragon-like creature. "Is this a dragon?" Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. They had never encountered such a bizarre dragon before. The young dragon surveyed its newly transformed shape, and upon meeting the bewildered gazes of the crowd, it unleashed a terrifying roar. Unlike the resounding calls of dragonkind, this sound resembled a somber tremor. The crowd hurriedly retreated, fearful of provoking this fierce little beast. Yet, Alan remained undeterred, gazing at the young dragon with fervent eyes. It was as if a silent understanding passed between them. The young dragon flapped its wings and flew directly onto Alan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "From this day forth, you shall be named Clarkshoe." Chapter 73, The Unwarranted Sacrifice. "Clarkshoe?" A voice abruptly shattered the tranquility of the forest. "Alan, let me have a turn," Draco exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on the young dragon perched on Alan's shoulder, practically ablaze with desire to claim the creature as his own. The young dragon, with its peculiar appearance and scales shimmering with a mysterious light, was markedly different from the dragons commonly known. Though it appeared somewhat juvenile, it was, after all, a dragon. Upon hearing the name of the little dragon, others present surged forward, their curiosity piqued. In an instant, Alan was surrounded by a throng of inquisitive onlookers. For them, dragons were exceedingly rare, and this unprecedented breed was a marvel beyond compare. "If he is willing," Alan smiled gently, his expression warm and inviting. As he spoke, he extended his hand to gently caress the young dragon's neck. At this moment, the dragon's scales and spines had yet to fully harden, providing a warm and soft touch that was utterly enchanting. Draco, unable to contain his eagerness, reached out to touch the adorable creature. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Clarkshoe seemed to sense a threat and suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a dazzling jet of crimson flames. The flames sparkled like burning crystals, captivating all who beheld them. "Merlin's beard," Ron exclaimed, startled by the sudden display and retreating in haste, fearful of being scorched by the fire. "I have never witnessed a dragon capable of such fiery breath. It seems boundless." Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Clarkshoe, continuously expelling flames, murmuring to himself. As an expert in magical creatures, he had never encountered such extraordinary fire-breathing prowess. "Calm down." Alan gently patted Clarkshoe's head, and the young dragon immediately settled down. Though it still regarded the crowd with caution, its fury had subsided. "Harry, do you not need to attend Quidditch practice today?" "Draco, you have yet to complete your assignments, have you not?" The soul of the little dragon has been restored by the Serpent King, and with a new favorite, it naturally harbors thoughts of betrayal. "Alan, indeed, I am one who grows weary of the old. Dragons are not permitted to be privately kept. He now requires Severus to procure a breeding license for magical creatures. As one of the few potion masters in Britain, they certainly possess considerable authority. To his knowledge, Severus's name is associated with numerous dragons in Romania, and he holds a fair share of the profits. While acquiring a dragon may be challenging, obtaining the qualifications to care for one is certainly feasible." "Ah, such blatant ingratitude." Draco's expression darkened, rivaling that of Dean Thomas from Gryffindor. Little Black. It would take a fool not to discern Alan's intentions. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had been rather overt in his demeanor. Blaise rolled his eyes and tugged at Draco, storming off toward the edge of the forest. Harry felt conflicted, but seeing that Alan was ignoring him, he could only awkwardly depart with Ron and the others. Hermione, however, was unfazed, having already missed history of magic. She was eager to catch up on the lessons she had missed. Young wizards are not permitted to enter the forest. Hagrid, observing Alan's desire to venture deeper into the forbidden forest, could not help but speak up. Rest assured, Hagrid, I will take care of myself, Alan replied, flashing a harmless smile before adding, by the way, please look after Clark for me. With that, Alan waved his hand, and the young creature understood its master's wishes, reluctantly flapping its wings and gradually alighting on the shoulder of the giant. Hagrid's initially forlorn demeanor brightened immediately, and without a backward glance, he departed with Clark in tow. Alan chuckled softly. He was quite adept at managing Hagrid. As he walked briskly through the tranquil woods, leaves fell around him, and his footsteps crunched softly upon the foliage. The faint sounds of hissing serpents and the rhythmic pounding of hooves could be heard in the distance. Sunlight filtered through the sparse treetops, casting a mosaic of intriguing shadows upon the ground. Frank, are you truly certain that goblins inhabit this area? Alan inquired, gazing at the robust figure before him, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. Logically, centaurs are well acquainted with this forest, and such a prolonged search without results seems implausible. As time trickled by, the absence of any trace of goblins began to wear on Alan's patience. Frank, upon hearing Alan's inquiry, promptly bowed his head in deep respect, his heart brimming with remorse as he explained, you may not be aware, but the goblin race is known for its propensity to wander, particularly as winter approaches. They invariably migrate deeper into the forest in search of warmer and safer habitats. Thus, my inability to locate them swiftly is entirely understandable. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my inadequacy. At that moment, Frank's chestnut-colored fur fluttered gently in the breeze. His robust physique slightly bent, as if striving to convey his humility. Despite being a proud and formidable centaur warrior, he appeared particularly cautious in the presence of Alan. In truth, even Frank was unaware of the mysterious and powerful force that had ensnared him beneath Alan's command. However, since being subdued by Alan, he had neither suffered mistreatment nor injustice. Instead, he had been bestowed with a sharp steel spear that the entire centaur clan yearned for. Consequently, his heart was filled with nothing but genuine gratitude towards Alan, devoid of any trace of resentment. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest was a natural treasury brimming with endless treasures. Just as Alan, weary and on the verge of giving up, stumbled upon a wilting flower, his expression shifted from impatience to delight. The evening primrose, a rare ingredient for brewing potions, was scarcely found even in his own collection. Yet here, an entire expanse thrived. Though it appeared dry and withered, under the luminous light, it would bloom into resplendent silver blossoms. As he prepared to harvest, a figure shrouded in black mist stealthily emerged. Chapter 74, The Bargain with Chilo. Good afternoon, Professor Chilo. Have you come to bask in the moonlight this fine day? Alan's lips curled into a smile as he immediately detected the arrival of this unexpected guest. Despite being enveloped in black mist, Alan recognized him at once. His sensitivity to the nature of magic was unparalleled. They were familiar acquaintances, and even in disguise, Alan could identify him. With graceful poise, Alan slightly inclined his body, a warm and friendly smile adorning his face as he initiated a greeting. However, Professor Chilo paid no heed to Alan's salutation, entirely disregarding his gesture. He merely paused momentarily before swiftly darting towards Alan, like a ghostly wind in its ethereal form. Ah, truly an impolite fellow, Alan murmured softly, a hint of subtle mockery flickering in his eyes. As the black mist in his gaze surged dramatically, a dazzling beam of dark red light shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the rapidly approaching shadowy figure. The astonishing speed of the attack momentarily halted the shadowy figure, prompting it to flee in a panic. Given its current state of disrepair, a single piercing curse would be sufficient to render it incapable of further combat. Quirrell seethed with rage at the changes of this era. Who could have imagined that a young wizard, having just crossed the threshold of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would initiate with an unforgivable curse? Confronted with Alan's sudden assault of the piercing curse, Quirrell swiftly retrieved his wand from within his robes. Avada Kedavra! In an instant, a horrific green light erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling directly toward Alan. Despite the formidable power of the killing curse unleashed by the shadowy figure, it proved futile against the agile Alan. How bothersome! Alan exclaimed with a mocking smile at the flustered Quirrell. A first-year student mastering the killing curse, one could only imagine the shock it would instill, even in the likes of Voldemort. Moreover, the curse Alan cast was evidently far beyond the mere level of causing a nosebleed. The aura of death it emitted was enough to instill dread even in him. At that moment, Frank, swift as lightning, surged forward, his four hooves pounding the ground. The steel lance in his hand glimmered ominously, transforming into a meteor as it shot toward Quirrell. The speed of this strike was breathtaking, its angle expertly calculated, effectively sealing Quirrell's next step. Quirrell's reaction was equally rapid. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Had he hesitated or faltered for even a moment, the razor-sharp lance would have mercilessly pierced his body. Yet before Quirrell could catch his breath, a massive and formidable figure shot forth from a sturdy, ancient tree like a bolt of lightning. This figure, imbued with unparalleled force and velocity, was upon Quirrell in the blink of an eye. Its chilling fangs glimmered menacingly, and in an instant, it viciously clamped down on Quirrell's arm. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest, causing the very trees to tremble in response. Within the swirling darkness, Quirrell's face contorted in agony. Alan, ever vigilant and seizing the opportunity, would not let this moment pass. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Avada Kedavra! As his words fell, a jet of emerald light shot forth from the tip of his wand, racing toward Quirrell. Alan understood well that this individual harbored malevolent intentions. Having established enmity, it was better to eliminate the threat entirely than to risk future repercussions. Avada Kedavra! Chiron's frail form suddenly transformed, standing upright with newfound resolve. He deftly countered Alan's attack with another lethal curse, issuing a deep, gravelly sound from the air. In an instant, the previously fierce Cersei appeared momentarily dazed, only to fiercely claw at his arm again. With a resounding bang, Chiron's wand emitted a violent explosion, propelling Cersei across the expanse. The formidable figure of Cersei tumbled across the open ground. Can the tongue of snakes truly control my serpent? The fearsome Dark Lord is but this. Alan chuckled lightly. Sensing the profound darkness radiating from Chiron, and his heart recognized the identity of this being. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. What emboldens you to confront me after uncovering my true identity? Chiron, unfazed, regarded Alan with keen interest. Let us strike a bargain. An ancient saying from the distant east posits that adding flowers to a brocade is less valuable than providing coal and snow. Given the Dark Lord's current predicament, I would prefer to believe that you shall return one day. Alan responded with composure, acknowledging that in the presence of the Dark Lord at his zenith, he might lack the qualifications to stand before him. Yet, in response to Chiron's words, he still felt entitled to stroke his beard thoughtfully. Old Voldemort could scarcely wield much power through Chiron's body. Should he be too ruthless, it might shatter. Oh, what sort of bargain? The Dark Lord's expression was less than favorable. After all, allowing a mere young wizard to threaten him was undeniably humiliating. I can deliver to you the Philosopher's Stone you so ardently desire. In exchange, I merely wish to acquire a small portion of your dark magical heritage, just a smidgen. Alan chuckled shyly, gesturing delicately with his fingers, as if to imply that this minuscule request was nearly negligible. In truth, he was not greedy. For Alan, the vast and chaotic legacy of magic from Wagadu was overwhelming, rendering him somewhat at a loss and incapable of effectively organizing and synthesizing this knowledge. Although Severus would not deter him from exploring dark magic, expecting concrete guidance from Severus seemed implausible. Upon hearing Alan's proposal, Chiron responded without hesitation, decisively agreeing. Deal. It was evident to any discerning observer that this transaction was not entirely of his own volition. However, who would refuse the opportunity to exchange mere knowledge of dark magic for the invaluable Philosopher's Stone? Thank you ever so much, esteemed Chiron, Professor. A radiant smile blossomed on Alan's face, shining like the warmest sunlight of spring. At this moment, a beam of golden sunlight filtered through the foliage, cascading upon him, accentuating his figure with an extraordinary brightness and vivacity. It is hard to imagine that just moments ago, this seemingly innocent youth had unleashed several lethal curses with unrestrained fervor. Chapter 75, Trouble. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, and though it was daytime, the thick canopy obscured the sunlight, allowing only a few fragments of light to struggle through, dappled upon the leaf-strewn path. The surroundings were so quiet that one could only hear their own breath and the soft crunch of footsteps upon the withered leaves, each step seemingly disturbing the slumbering ancient souls. Towering trunks stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, producing a subdued rustling sound, intertwined with the delicate clatter of hooves, akin to whispers revealing untold secrets. In the shadowy depths of the ancient forest, a spine-chilling giant python wove its way through the underbrush. Its massive, fearsome body resembled a moving mountain, trampling the flora in its wake. More astonishingly, perched upon the python's trunk-like head was a diminutive figure. This figure appeared insignificant in comparison to the serpent, yet it sat steadfastly, almost as if it were an integral part of the creature. Following closely behind them was a young centaur, panting heavily. Although Cersei had grown significantly after her recent molting, she was still not quite fit to bear a small wizard. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, circumstances can be manipulated. For Alan, this was hardly a concern, particularly since his proficiency with the shrinking charm had been remarkable. The expansion charm would surely pose no challenge. At this moment, Alan spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of the wind rushing past his ears. A rare, unreserved smile, emanating from the depths of his heart, illuminated his face, which was typically masked by various disguises. He was now immersed in a delightful reverie, envisioning the magnificent spectacle of soaring through the skies atop a dragon once Clark grew to maturity. However, this peaceful interlude did not last long. Just as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows, a fleeting glimmer of white, almost imperceptible, flashed not far away. This subtle disturbance immediately triggered heightened alertness in the boy, the serpent, and the centaur. Alan sighed inwardly, reflecting on how busy the day had become, unexpectedly encountering familiar faces in such a secluded woodland. "Greetings, Professor Dumbledore," he exclaimed, patting Cersei's deep scales to ease her tension, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice as his eyes rolled skyward. "If I recall correctly, entry into the Forbidden Forest is prohibited for young wizards." Dumbledore slowly stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Is there something amiss?" Alan feigned ignorance, suppressing his disdain for Dumbledore's remarks, having forgotten his earlier irritation, as everything had been going smoothly of late. "Pray tell, is there a reason for your visit, esteemed headmaster?" Alan deftly sidestepped the previous topic and posed another inquiry. As one ages, there comes a natural inclination to venture outdoors, perhaps to apprehend a few unruly young wizards. Behind the iconic crescent-shaped glasses, Dumbledore's wise eyes sparkled with intrigue, his lips curling into a playful yet enigmatic smile. "Are you aware that Voldemort resides within Quirrell's mind?" Alan inquired softly, his voice low yet clear enough for Dumbledore to hear. Dumbledore regarded Alan with a knowing gaze, one that seemed to convey amusement and understanding, inhaling deeply before nodding slowly. "I have my suspicions." Dumbledore remained unperturbed, maintaining his composed demeanor as he continued. "Quirrell is a wizard of considerable talent, unfortunately. He has tragically strayed from the path of true magic." At this, Dumbledore sighed softly, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Alan, uninterested in his melancholic reflections, maintained his calm tone, declaring, "The Philosopher's Stone is already promised to the great Dark Lord." He fixed his gaze intently upon Dumbledore, eager to glean any hint of emotion or concealed intention from his eyes. "Indeed. However, I do not believe Tom is worthy of the title great." To his disappointment, Dumbledore's deep blue eyes remained steadfast and serene, merely responding to Alan's scrutiny with a gentle smile. He did not question Alan's motives, nor did he inquire how Alan had come to know of the stone. By sending Hagrid to handle the matter, he had anticipated that this news would circulate. Given Alan's intelligence, it was no surprise that he could discern the underlying truths. In this moment, Dumbledore appeared as a remarkably tolerant and sagacious elder, choosing to understand and embrace Alan's somewhat audacious behavior and words, displaying extraordinary grace and magnanimity. Yet, this very demeanor left Alan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He could have comprehended Dumbledore's fury had it arisen. The magical power contained within the stone was insufficient to resurrect Tom. Nicholas Flamel had already resigned himself to death, having prepared an ample quantity of the elixir of life using the stone. Dumbledore, perceiving Alan's confusion, offered a candid explanation. Alan, taken aback, soon understood. It was no wonder Dumbledore felt so secure in utilizing that artifact to test Harry. But what of Quirrell? Can he truly survive this ordeal? Alan gazed intently into Dumbledore's profound, ocean-like eyes, earnestly inquiring with every word. Yet, in response to Alan's probing, Dumbledore offered no verbal reply. He merely smiled faintly, shook his head gently, and then turned away, leisurely striding towards the magnificent Hogwarts castle. The Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest was now frantically searching for the little fellow. "If it were up to me, I would never allow such a monumental headache to linger by my side," Dumbledore remarked without looking back, his voice echoing as if from a distant realm, imbued with a subtle warning. Alan quietly observed Dumbledore's receding figure, still perplexed by the true purpose of this enigmatic elder's visit. However, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he could not suppress a laugh. "A headache?" he murmured to himself, repeatedly uttering the phrase, his face betraying an indescribable expression. In his view, what was deemed a headache resembled more of a boon. He had long since the power nestled within Frank's being, distinct from that of another captive. This was precisely why he was patient in nurturing Frank. Chapter 76, The Quidditch Match. Time slipped away like the moments of quiet contemplation after a vigorous exertion, leaving little room for reflection on past performances before one fell into a deep slumber. Outside the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Draco and his companions paced anxiously, occasionally craning their necks towards the closed door, awaiting the familiar figure's emergence. When would Alan finally come out? Today marked the annual Quidditch match, a grand event from which he could not possibly be absent. Draco complained, stamping his foot with frustration, as if such an action could hasten the passage of time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to refrain from muttering. I wonder what he's busy with, leaving us here to wait. Had it not been for Alan's stern prior warning against recklessly entering the office, he would have barged in and dragged him out. Blaise, who had remained silent until then, stretched and yawned, saying, "Come on, not everyone shares your fervor for Quidditch. Perhaps Alan is engrossed in studying some formidable magic. What do you know?" Draco shot Blaise a glare. "I once read in a book about the origins of Quidditch that many young wizards have tragically perished during such matches throughout history. That insufferable scar-headed boy has been so smug lately. This time, I shall see what kind of dismal fate awaits him on the field." As Draco's face broke into a peculiar smile, one could sense he had already envisioned the calamitous moment when Harry Potter would tumble from his broomstick. His laughter tinged with a disquieting glee. Yet, amidst their fervent discussions, a new topic seized everyone's attention. "Are you not curious why Alan always emerges from this office breathless?" Blaise suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, casting a glance at Theodore, who had recently been accompanying Alan. Theodore, proud and aloof, remained unresponsive even though they shared the same dormitory. Like a mere shadow, he silently trailed behind Alan, learning magic. Theodore, typically reticent and seldom engaging in conversation, surprisingly offered a rare reply. As he turned his gaze towards the office, his intense stare seemed capable of penetrating the very walls. Only he understood the extraordinary growth and progress he had achieved since following Alan. These advancements were not merely reflected in his increasingly refined magical skills, but also in the fortification of his inner strength and the expansion of his horizons. "Let us go." At that moment, just as Blaise was poised to delve deeper into his inquiries, the door to Professor Quirrell's office swung open abruptly, devoid of any forewarning. Accompanied by an eerie creak reminiscent of a demon's howl from the depths of hell, the sound caused an involuntary shudder to ripple through all present, raising the hairs on their necks and sending chills coursing through their bodies. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Alan emerged, invigorated and radiant, striding confidently forth. Peering through the widening gap of the door, one could glimpse the once imposing Professor Quirrell, now as pale as a specter. His forehead beaded with perspiration that trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto the desk. He lay slumped over the table, devoid of his usual composure and grace, resembling a lifeless creature stripped of its spine. However, Alan appeared utterly indifferent to the scene before him. With a smile gracing his lips, he gently beckoned his companions and, with buoyant steps, merrily made his way outside. The group, quick on their feet, soon arrived at the Quidditch stands. Fortunately, thanks to the likes of Goyle and Crabbe who had saved them seats, their somewhat tardy arrival did not hinder their viewing experience. Once seated, Alan's gaze fell upon the approaching Professor Quirrell, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. With his current stamina, it was only a matter of time before he would thoroughly exhaust Quirrell. "Draco, did you not fervently declare your desire to compete in Quidditch like Harry? Why have you chosen to abandon that ambition at the last moment?" Alan questioned, his expression one of genuine puzzlement as he observed Draco. At that moment, Draco was fixated on Harry, his eyes betraying a palpable mix of envy and admiration. He once provided Draco with strategic advice. However, witnessing Draco relinquish his opportunity to compete left him utterly perplexed. Draco took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Although my flying skills are quite commendable, I must concede that in certain critical techniques, I am indeed not as adept as Terence Higgs. Thus, after careful consideration, I have decided to set aside this ambition for the time being and dedicate a year to honing my skills. I firmly believe that with my diligence and innate talent, I shall surpass him next year and successfully secure my place on the team." Draco's words were delivered with an extraordinary seriousness, devoid of his usual arrogance. The onlookers, upon hearing such humble remarks, widened their eyes in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that the typically self-important young Malfoy could exhibit such modesty. Under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Draco's once pale cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Meanwhile, the competition commenced, and the crowd erupted in spirited cheers. Flint indeed possessed considerable talent. Though his flying was rather reckless, his strategic planning was meticulous. Under his leadership, the Slytherin team scored frequently, establishing an early advantage. Even Alan, who typically held little interest in such events, felt a surge of excitement, caught up in the fervor of the crowd. However, amidst the cheers, Alan suddenly spotted Harry's broomstick wobbling comically in the air, resembling an awkward baboon. "Look at Scarhead. He looks like a clumsy baboon," Draco mercilessly mocked. "Is he under a curse?" Blaise inquired, perplexed, as he relished the spectacle, despite not knowing the culprit behind it. "It truly is foolish. Can such a curse really be lethal? Surely, the caster doesn't intend for our savior to meet his demise." Blaise chuckled at the thought, hardly believing Potter could perish in full view of the faculty. "Who knows?" Alan replied with a smirk, his gaze fixed intently on the faculty seats. Chapter 77 Bang. Blaise followed Alan's gaze, landing on Snape, looking somewhat astonished. "No way. He knew his house head was feared and unappreciated, and he understood his disdain for the savior. But such folly hardly seemed characteristic of Snape. It bore more resemblance to Quirrell's handiwork. Theodore, who had remained silent until now, spoke languidly. Observing the anxious professors and the quietly bowed Quirrell, redirecting his attention toward Quirrell. He did not suspect Quirrell. Rather, by comparison, the others appeared even less likely to be involved. Perhaps his intention was not merely to harm the savior. It could very well be a deliberate attempt to capture attention. Alan scoffed disdainfully. If even first-year students could discern such a thing, how could Chilo remain oblivious? As a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, he would lack the merit to teach at Hogwarts without possessing at least this degree of wisdom. The only plausible explanation is that this individual regretted his actions and sought to attract everyone's attention in a bid for help. Regardless, the savior would undoubtedly survive this fall. However, I do have something amusing for you to behold. With that, Alan reached for the pocket secured at his waist and produced a striking object. This item emanated a profound, dark glimmer, as if it harbored boundless mystery and peril. Alan gently caressed the magazine with his fingers, relishing its frigid metallic texture. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, imbued with an enigmatic allure. At that moment, he was consumed by curiosity and anticipation, pondering the intriguing and unexpected sparks that would ignite when the wisdom of Muggles collided with magic. Standing nearby, Blaise and Theodore appeared utterly perplexed. As young wizards hailing from pureblood families, their understanding of the Muggle world was virtually non-existent. Thus, confronted with the peculiar object in Alan's hand and the inscrutable expression upon his face, they could only stare in confusion. Suddenly, Alan grasped Crabbe, who was eagerly joining the commotion. One must admit, Crabbe's robust physique perfectly concealed Alan's form. He held the firearm firmly, gradually elevating the barrel to precisely aim at a certain individual on the teacher's podium. Professor Chilo, who had been silent and bowing his head in an effort to mask his discomfort, suddenly felt a chill surging up his spine. It was as if he were ensnared in a dense jungle, under the relentless gaze of a ferocious beast. He involuntarily began to tremble. Yet, Alan remained unfazed by the unfolding drama. A smirk of derision once again graced his lips, as if he had already perceived the profound fear and unease nestled within Chilo's heart. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Harry Potter's triumphant return to stability, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Alan decisively pulled the trigger. The resounding bang mingled with the cacophony of applause, not jarringly out of place, but rather, it was Chilo's anguished cry that instantly drew the attention of the teachers in the stands. Alan lifted the mental disruption enveloping the entire Slytherin section, holding the smoke-free gun aloft, and haughtily raised an eyebrow at the onlookers. He was no fool. Such a brazen assault on a teacher would not go unnoticed so easily. After all, this was no mere jest. At that moment, when the vast spiritual disturbance erupted, apart from Draco and a few others in the know, the remaining Slytherin students could only hear a thunderous roar, and beyond that, they were utterly oblivious. Even Crabbe, whose ears buzzed from the sound's resonance, wore a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. What on earth had transpired? Someone in the Slytherin crowd could no longer contain their curiosity and shouted out. Where did such a tremendous noise come from? Another echoed their sentiments. Although they had seen nothing, the gunfire had emanated from nearby. Amidst the perplexed faces and questioning gazes of his peers, Alan maintained an air of calm composure. He shrugged nonchalantly, feigning ignorance just like the others, his face adorned with a look of confusion. Yet, beneath this facade of indifference, Alan had already discerned a piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, directed towards him from afar. It was the penetrating stare of Professor Severus Snape. From those profound eyes, Alan not only perceived a raging fury but also detected a hint of undeniable bewilderment. At that moment, a sudden idea struck Alan. He gently tapped Crabbe on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "Hey, Crabbe, run over to Gryffindor and inform Miss Granger that she must take responsibility for compensating Professor Snape for his damaged robe, which was custom-made just for him." Alan chuckled, remaining oblivious to Snape's gaze. Merlin S. Beard, let me have a go at it. Draco, already disturbed by the commotion, approached Alan with a fervent gaze, licking his lips at the chaotic scene on the teacher's platform. "Don't make me slap you in this joyous moment. Is this something you can play with?" Alan shot him an exasperated glance. While he could tolerate Blaise and the others, he knew that Draco's involvement with such a thing could lead to disaster. "Fine. If you don't want to play. I was even considering sharing my dragon breeding license from my estate in Romania with you, but it seems that won't be necessary now." Draco raised his chin proudly, his head tilting slightly upwards, resembling a haughty peacock. Despite his bravado, his bright eyes remained fixated on the pocket at Alan's waist, revealing an unmistakable curiosity and longing. "Deal." Alan readily agreed, then seized the moment to add, "However, I require not just this. I also demand 20 sniffler pouches and a serpent's shed from the bird snake." With this, he allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Upon hearing the new conditions proposed by Alan, Draco was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering with a hint of hesitation. After all, this was no trifling sum. However, just a moment later, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced, declaring, "Very well, no problem." Witnessing Draco's swift compliance with his request, Alan felt a surge of clandestine delight. In truth, he had not harbored high hopes of acquiring such a substantial boon. He merely sought to see if he could opportunistically extract some advantages. To his astonishment, Draco had indeed consented. It seemed this fellow was quite affluent. Alan nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a tattered little notebook from his pocket to swiftly document the transaction. Meanwhile, Draco, brimming with joy, fiddled with the iron trinket he had just acquired, completely enamored. His expression was akin to that of someone who had stumbled upon a rare treasure, eliciting envy from Blaise and Theodore, who watched with mouths agape. "By the way, Alan, what exactly do you intend to do with all those sniffer's pockets? Are you planning to create some spatial equipment?" Draco inquired casually, his curiosity piqued. Given their family's wealth, there was no need for them to collect such inexpensive sniffer pockets for any contraption. In response to Draco's question, Alan shot him an enigmatic glance and replied playfully, "Oh, never you mind. In due time, I shall present you with a grand surprise." With that, he deliberately left the matter hanging, leaving Draco in a state of anxious anticipation. Chapter 78. You have no evidence. Fool. A fool fit for the museum. I even suspect that your brain is something even zombies would refuse to consume. I warned you. Outside the potions classroom, Draco and his companions shivered at Professor Snape's furious tirade. They had initially believed Alan to be unrivaled in his lack of decorum, only to realize that there were indeed others who surpassed him in that regard. Inside the office, Alan languidly observed Severus pacing back and forth. He had become accustomed to it, so much so that he had forgotten what Severus had uttered just moments before, allowing it to drift through one ear and out the other. "You have no evidence. On what grounds do you accuse me?" he retorted. "Why not suggest it was Miss Granger? She burned your robes. After all, we witnessed it firsthand. Perhaps that shot was intended for you. Surely, you are aware of your reputation in Gryffindor." Alan pouted petulantly, projecting an air of being wronged. "How could it possibly not be you?" Snape glared at Alan with his obsidian eyes, his words laced with venom. He knew all too well the character of the child he had raised. "Very well, but you lack evidence." Alan shrugged nonchalantly, a teasing smirk gracing his lips. Upon hearing those words, Snape's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze upon the audacious youth before him. However, as he prepared to retort, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Any form of punishment would hold no sway over Alan. Even confinement would not compel this individual to reflect upon his misdeeds. As for point deductions, he paid them no heed, for they did not affect his personal score, but rather the collective honor of the entire house. Contemplating this, Snape inwardly lamented, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Alan, while simultaneously cursing Dumbledore once more. Now, let us not be irate," Alan suddenly interjected, grasping Snape's sleeve, feigning a sugary, insipid tone. "That fellow, Chilo, is surely doomed this time. It was merely a trifling injury. After all, he has been scrutinizing my nose and eyes incessantly these past few days. I merely imparted a modest lesson. Otherwise, my actions would have been far more severe, targeting not his thigh, but rather far more critical areas." Upon uttering this, Alan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. "You should be wary." Snape immediately stood up as soon as Alan finished speaking. "Do not be hasty. It is not my intention to take his life. His health is gravely compromised, and he shall not survive long. The incident in the defense against the dark arts class was indeed cursed. Do not be so irrational as to draw closer." Alan interrupted Snape's unfounded conjectures. "Can he kill a professor? He is not deranged," Alan retorted, dismissing Snape's grim demeanor as he sauntered towards the exit. "Alan, are you unharmed?" As soon as he stepped outside, he was encircled by Blaise and the others, the commotion within sounding quite alarming. "Of course, I am unharmed. He is my uncle. He would not dare harm me," Alan replied irritably, perplexed by the others' deep-seated prejudice against Severus. The group exchanged puzzled glances before finally relaxing. "By the way, I have prepared what you requested. It is time to reveal your intentions," Draco approached, tossing a pouch directly into Alan's arms with a haughty demeanor. "So soon?" Alan exclaimed in surprise, noting that not even an hour had passed since their last encounter. Yet Draco had managed to prepare everything so swiftly. "You underestimate the Malfoy family." Draco lifted his chin proudly, though he, too, was taken aback by his father's promptness. His father had previously advised him to cultivate a friendship with Alan, clearly placing significant importance on this relationship. Alan scrutinized the materials before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The quality of these materials far exceeded his original expectations. He paid no heed to the curious gazes of his friends surrounding him. Instead, he resolutely gathered them and swiftly made his way toward the dormitory. Upon entering the room, they were immediately greeted by a collection of jars and bottles, meticulously arranged, varying in size. Some were transparent, while others were vividly colored, shimmering with an extraordinary glow under the sunlight. Additionally, an array of crucibles crafted from diverse materials rested atop roaring flames, enduring the scorching heat, emanating waves of warmth and distinctive aromas. The entire scene appeared exceedingly intricate, yet remarkably organized. It is worth noting that Alan was one of Professor Snape's most exceptional students. After extensive study and practice, he had already mastered the art of multitasking, capable of managing multiple tasks simultaneously without a hint of error. In the delicate endeavor of potion making, this skill was indispensable, as even moderately complex potions required far more than just a day or two to brew. In the face of Alan transforming his dormitory into a miniature potion classroom, the others seemed to have grown accustomed to it, almost oblivious to the spectacle. After all, each of them was a beneficiary of this unique classroom. Alan was not a stingy individual. He always exhibited remarkable generosity towards his friends. Whether it was his hard-earned brewing experience or his refined potions, he shared them without reservation. He briskly approached a crucible, emitting a foul odor reminiscent of decaying vegetables, swiftly grinding serpent skin into powder, then deftly wielding his wand to process some of the Snargaluff pods, pouring the mixture into the cauldron with great vigor. The already murky potion transformed into a viscous, dark green concoction. Its hue, aroma, and consistency were indescribable. What else with that expression? It's not like I'm asking you to taste it, Alan remarked teasingly at the frowning faces of his companions. Amidst their puzzled gazes, he produced a soft rustling sound, which, though subtle, sent shivers down their spines. However, Draco and the others appeared unfazed, having studied Parseltongue for a while. They recognized that Alan was summoning a group of snakes. In Chapter 79, Sinning the Snakes, the Slytherin dormitory was enveloped in a dim and chilly atmosphere, with snakes of various sizes and species occupying the entire floor. Some glimmered ominously, indicating they were venomous, while others were relatively docile. Nevertheless, the chilling sound produced by their cold scales rubbing against the ground was still unsettling. What does this mean? Blaise stared wide-eyed at the astonishing scene before him, mumbling in confusion. Standing beside him, Draco wore a similarly bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. At that moment, Alan's eyes sparkled with the discovery of something precious, and he swiftly bent down to sift through the densely packed serpents. Before long, he emerged with a collection of white snakes, varying in size. To call them merely snakes would be a misnomer, for even the smallest among them measured approximately a meter in length. These serpents were as pristine as freshly fallen snow, resembling exquisite carvings of jade. Upon closer inspection, their appearance bore a striking resemblance to Fiona, Braise's companion. Without hesitation, Alan expertly shaped his meticulously concocted potion into small, pill-sized spheres, carefully feeding them one by one into the gaping mouths of the white serpents. As the elixir was swallowed, several of the snakes began to wail in agony, their bodies writhing as if subjected to unbearable torment. Simultaneously, a peculiar cacophony of clucking sounds punctuated their cries, echoing ominously within the previously serene chamber, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Despite the excruciating suffering inflicted upon them, the white serpents did not swell as one might expect. Rather, they diminished in size at an astonishing rate, twisting and contorting until they were no thicker than a finger, lying limp upon the ground, devoid of their prior vitality. What in the world is happening? Is this it? The onlookers exchanged astonished and puzzled glances, murmuring among themselves. Success. With Christmas approaching, consider this my gift to you. Alan beamed with a triumphant smile that seemed to declare his victory to the world. He deftly distributed the lifeless snakes into the hands of the astonished crowd. Cersei? Alan suddenly called out, fully aware of the confusion swirling in the minds of those around him. Without elaboration, he commanded Cersei to open her mouth. As her jaw opened and closed, a saliva-coated box materialized before them. Just as the spectators stood in stunned silence, the previously languid snakes, as if summoned by an unseen force, swiftly and nimbly slithered towards the box. Their bodies began to swell at a visible pace, as though air were being pumped into them, transforming into robust forms in an instant. Then, one of the snakes abruptly opened its mouth wide and effortlessly consumed the entire box in one gulp. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped, fully aware of the significance of the contents within that box, Alan's very own creation. Such a treasure trove. And even if they utilize Parseltongue, they cannot unlock this chest. Isn't this akin to a portable vault? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with skepticism. After a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, realizing something. However, after all this commotion, is it merely this trinket? It seems one could achieve the same effect with a bag under the extension charm. Upon hearing Draco's somewhat disdainful remarks, Alan's frustration flared, and he shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Be quiet. Do you not comprehend the concept of sophistication?" Finally, Alan surveyed the group and declared, "All right. Each of you will receive 2 small snakes, one to carry discreetly, and the other for messaging. Alan's tone was earnest as he explained, casting a sidelong glance at Draco. Despite his words of disdain, Draco's hands were busily rummaging through his pockets. Can I have another? Theodore, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and spoke softly. He had been part of the team for some time, and seeing everyone else play with their snake companions left him feeling a bit lonely. Alan had Cersei. Blaze had Fiona. Draco had Carl. Yet he had nothing, which left him somewhat disheartened. How is your Parseltongue coming along? Alan inquired, observing Theodore, who appeared a bit bashful. Theodore often resembled his shadow. While he might not be as talkative as Draco and the others, he executed Alan's commands with unwavering dedication, and Alan understood his feelings well. Of course, I have been diligently practicing. Theodore's eyes lit up with excitement, his gaze as fervent as a blazing flame, fixated on Alan as he spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, Alan smiled slightly, then casually raised his hand to point towards the shadowy corner of the dormitory, saying, "Then this pure black mutated Indian python shall be yours." Following Alan's direction, one could just make out a massive python coiled within the dim shadows. The serpent was cloaked in scales as dark as ink, devoid of any other hue, as if it were one with the darkness itself. This was one of the few that had survived the last arduous shedding process. Moreover, in Alan's recollection, this python was among the most ferocious and brutal creatures. Is this really true? Theodore gazed at Alan in disbelief, his face alight with surprise. He could hardly contain his excitement and cautiously approached the python. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the chill emanating from the serpent. Yet, Theodore did not retreat. Instead, he slowly crouched down, gazing intently into its abyssal black eyes, seemingly born of the depths of hell itself. Despite the fact that this python did not initially appear to be of the imposing and ferocious variety, an inexplicable aura of chilling menace emanated from its entire being. However, upon merely casting a glance, Theodore immediately discerned that there seemed to exist a unique bond between himself and this serpent. Come forth, be my companion. From this moment onward, no matter the trials and tribulations we may encounter, I shall stand by your side, and together we shall grow immeasurably stronger, Theodore whispered in a somewhat unfamiliar, yet profoundly sincere tongue of snakes. At that moment, anyone who beheld the earnest and resolute glimmer in his eyes would unmistakably recognize that his words were not mere idle chatter. Finally, under Theodore's hopeful gaze, the once dormant python began to stir. It slowly unfurled its body, then slithered forward, ultimately coiling gently around Theodore's form. In that instant, a radiant and charming smile blossomed upon Theodore's face. Chapter 80. Mischief. Christmas quietly descended upon the world, as snowflakes, akin to feathers, danced gracefully from the sky, draping Hogwarts in a pristine, immaculate veil. Enrobed in silver, this ancient and enigmatic school of magic resembled a captivating castle from a fairy tale. The campus was imbued with a rich, festive atmosphere. Perhaps it was the anticipation of the long-awaited holiday that caused each student's face to blossom with genuine and brilliant smiles. Those beaming faces resembled flowers blooming in spring, brimming with vitality and vigor. Alan, are you truly certain you do not wish to spend Christmas with me? My father is eagerly looking forward to your visit, Draco exclaimed, his eyes alight with hope, as he spoke while fidgeting with a delicate, bracelet-like white snake coiled around his wrist. This little serpent seemed to sense its master's eager disposition, lifting its head slightly and flicking its crimson tongue. Alan smiled and gently shook his head, politely declining. Thank you for your invitation, but perhaps it's best to forego it. Wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas in advance. In truth, he had no desire to visit another's home during this festive season. Severus was indifferent to Christmas, and their previous celebrations together had been rather lackluster. Faced with Severus's perpetually expressionless countenance, Alan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Rather than endure that, he preferred to remain in the warm and lively confines of Hogwarts, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Very well, Draco said, his head drooping in disappointment. But he quickly rallied. Then let us plan for another time. With that, he turned and walked away in another direction. After watching Draco depart, Alan turned to Theodore and said, "Let us go. We should hurry to the dining hall. Perhaps we can assist Professor Flitwick in some way." With that, he took Theodore by the hand and hurriedly made his way towards the dining hall with a light-hearted stride. Recently, the weather has been exceptionally frigid. Apart from those serpents that have undergone a unique transformation through special magical rituals, the majority of ordinary snakes have retreated into a prolonged state of hibernation. This rare occurrence granted him an opportunity to relax. He ceased brewing potions, abandoned his magical practices, and even entrusted the care of Clark to Hagrid. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick." As Alan entered the hall, he beheld Professor Flitwick fervently waving his wand, adorning the great hall of Hogwarts. "Good evening, Alan, Theodore. Are you not heading back?" Professor Flitwick responded warmly. No professor could harbor disdain for exceptional students. It was hard to fathom why Severus bore such animosity towards this remarkable nephew. "You know Severus well." Alan shrugged, adopting a resigned expression. Professor Flitwick, with an understanding demeanor, recognized their long-standing acquaintance with Severus's true nature. "Then I shall trouble you, Alan, to assist me with the decorations." Observing Alan's eager demeanor, Professor Flitwick humorously delegated this task to him. "I promise to fulfill the task," Alan replied enthusiastically. The dome of the Great Hall was enchanted, with the scenery above shifting according to one's mood. Taking a deep breath, Alan firmly grasped his wand, his gaze intent upon the horizon as he muttered incantations. With a sudden flourish of his wand, a dazzling beam of magic shot forth like a meteor. In an instant, the entire dome seemed to ignite, the previously dim space transforming into a bright and inviting warmth, radiant sunlight cascading down to illuminate every nook and cranny. The students in the hall squinted, enveloped in the unexpected brilliance and warmth. However, before anyone could fully absorb the enchanting spectacle, Alan waved his wand once more. This time, his movements were swifter and more forceful. As he gestured, the brilliant sunlight above was obscured as if by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In its stead, ominous clouds surged forth, rapidly coalescing to envelop the dome in darkness. Faintly, one could discern emerald green lightning weaving through the dense clouds, crackling ominously. The bolts of lightning resembled fierce dragons, clawing and thrashing in the air, instilling a sense of dread. Standing nearby, Professor Flitwick was utterly exhilarated, nearly leaping with excitement. His eyes, usually filled with gentle mirth, now widened in astonishment, unblinking as he observed Alan's every move. With a beaming expression, he exclaimed, "Absolutely splendid, Alan. Such an exquisite transformation spell. Had this been in class, I would undoubtedly award you the highest marks." Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's commendation, a shy smile graced Alan's face. He inclined his head slightly in gratitude and once more waved his wand. Before the astonished onlookers, dark clouds rapidly coalesced, transforming in an instant into an enormous black python. This serpent loomed across the sky, its massive and robust body opening its cavernous mouth to emit a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens, as if it could shatter the very firmament. Remarkably, this colossal python bore an uncanny resemblance to Circe, both in form and demeanor. Just as the crowd was taken aback, the gigantic serpent began to writhe violently, as if suffering from a severe discomfort. Its insides churned, suggesting it was enduring immense agony. Suddenly, with a loud retch, a drenched figure was expelled from the serpent's maw. The familiar crooked nose, disheveled hair, and sinister gaze unmistakably identified the figure. To my utter astonishment, Mr. Prince had proven to be so unreasonable. "Splendidly done. Your actions have rightfully earned you a full month of confinement." That hauntingly familiar, cold voice erupted in Alan's ears like a thunderclap, shattering the triumphant smile that had lingered on his lips, rendering it utterly invisible. Enough. The situation had escalated. Alan's expression became rigid, as if petrified by a spell. Slowly, he turned his head to meet the gaze of Severus, whose face was so pale it seemed capable of dripping water. "Potter, do you believe that by merely standing idly by while Mr. Prince acts with impunity, you are demonstrating your esteemed character?" Severus did not look at Alan, but instead directed his ire towards Harry, his narrow eyes blazing with fury as he fixed an unrelenting stare upon him. "Due to your inaction, Gryffindor House will lose 5 points." With that, Snape dramatically swept his billowing black robe, storming away in a fit of anger, leaving Alan frozen in place amid the murmurs of his classmates. Chapter 81, Christmas Gifts. Christmas should be a time filled with joy and warmth. Yet for Harry, today was anything but. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and caressed his face, he slowly opened his eyes, a profound sense of fatigue washing over him. The previous night had been plagued by horrifying nightmares, immersing him in scenes of Professor Snape mercilessly deducting points. That loathsome old bat seemed perpetually on the lookout for any opportunity to torment him. Despite the passage of time, Harry had somewhat grown accustomed to Professor Snape's sternness and severity, yet the events of yesterday still weighed heavily on his mind. "Harry, wake up!" A cheerful voice echoed from the common room below, interrupting his thoughts. It was Ron, brimming with excitement. "Merry Christmas!" Upon hearing his friend's call, Harry, disregarding his tousled hair and wrinkled pajamas, hurriedly dashed downstairs. His heart swelled with anticipation, wondering what delightful surprises awaited him this Christmas. As he entered the living room and beheld the mountain of presents stacked beneath the Christmas tree, his eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "I can hardly believe it. So many people have gifted me presents." Over the years, he had received no Christmas gifts, save for his cousin Dudley's cast-off clothes. Harry's gaze first landed on a package from Alan. Carefully, he unwrapped it, revealing a vial shimmering with an extraordinary glow. Curiously, he picked up the bottle, examining it closely, whispering, "What kind of potion is this?" Ron leaned in, peering at the tiny inscription on the bottle, reading aloud, "This is for Medusa, add your blood. And it is said to induce remarkable transformations." The two exchanged puzzled and curious glances. They were no strangers to the notion of adding blood. After all, it would be unusual for Alan's gift to lack a hint of the sinister. Nevertheless, Harry remained unperturbed. To him, any gift from Alan was immensely precious. "Look, Harry, it's an invisibility cloak," Ron exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he helped Harry unwrap the package. Harry eagerly seized the cloak, draping it over himself. "Should we tell Alan that Snape is spying on the three-headed dog as secret?" he suggested, glancing at Ron afterward. "What? You haven't forgotten that Alan is Snape's nephew, have you?" "He wouldn't believe us," Ron replied, a hint of discomfort in his voice, advising Harry with sincerity. He sensed that Alan did not seem particularly fond of him. Thus he was reluctant to see Harry engage too closely with Alan. Alan was unlike Snape. He too was a victim. Harry furrowed his brow, defending Alan, for he could always sense the malice directed towards him from those around. "He is such a good person." "Ron, it's merely your imagination. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing it. Even if he is trustworthy, Malfoy and Zabini are certainly not." After a moment of inner conflict, Ron spoke honestly, asserting that while he could tolerate Alan, the Malfoy family was utterly untrustworthy. "All right," Harry sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Though he harbored no fondness for Draco in his heart, every time Harry witnessed Draco's haughty demeanor, especially when he leaned in close to Alan, it struck him as particularly irksome. That attitude, in any light, filled him with distaste. "Come on, Harry, today is such a joyful celebration. Let us not dwell on that insufferable fellow," Ron remarked, gently patting Harry's shoulder while mimicking the comforting gestures of adults. Regrettably, his feigned maturity always appeared somewhat odd and comical. At that moment, Harry's gaze inadvertently fell upon a flamboyantly wrapped parcel beneath the tree. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a note affixed to the package addressed to himself, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "I can hardly believe it. That Malfoy actually sent me a gift. Humph, I would wager Percy's life that it contains nothing of merit." Ron declared with conviction. If Percy were present to hear this, he would likely be seething with indignation. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Harry, and with a mischievous grin, he proposed to Ron. "What if we switch the label and have the owl deliver this parcel to Professor Snape? Just imagine the expression on his face upon receiving such a surprise. Regardless of what lies within, I shall never open it myself." With that, Harry, like a cunning little weasel, gazed expectantly at Ron, awaiting his response. "Let's do it," Ron exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The two exchanged knowing glances, donned their jackets, and headed straight to the Ollery with the gift in tow. He would not engage in the practice of named gift-giving, thus sparing Hedwig from any unnecessary trouble. Sunlight streamed through the windows onto the dining table, where Draco and Blaise sat with their respective families, gathered around a grand round table laden with sumptuous fare, relishing their lunch. Draco animatedly recounted to his parents the amusing escapades he had recently experienced at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. From his impressive classroom performances to the delightful interactions with his classmates, each detail vividly painted. Meanwhile, Blaise was equally enthusiastic, sharing his school experiences with his mother, including newly acquired spells and thrilling adventures with friends. Although they were not in the same location at that moment, it was as if they were in perfect sync, both reaching out to touch the cool sensation of the scales on their wrists. The pristine, white scales made them feel as though Alan was perpetually by their side. However, the remarkable progress they had made in their magical studies, along with their developing ability to communicate with serpents, astonished their families and deepened their curiosity about Alan Prince. Without mentioning the reactions of the two families, an inexplicable sense of foreboding suddenly arose within Severus Snape in the potions classroom of the school. His brow furrowed slightly, and his stirring of the potion came to an involuntary halt. He pondered silently. What could this feeling signify? Could it be that Alan had once again conjured some devious trouble for him? With this thought, Snape shook his head and refocused his attention on the cauldron before him, which emitted an unusual aroma. Chapter 82. The Moonlit Forbidden Forest. During this joyous and heartwarming Christmas, the entire Hogwarts was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. However, in stark contrast, the unfortunate Alan found himself in a dim and gloomy office. The office was shrouded in shadows, cold and damp, evoking the sensation of being ensconced in a forgotten corner. Alan stood there quietly, his face devoid of expression, gazing at the pale figure before him, ghostly and drained of color. "Damn it!" A sudden roar shattered the silence, as Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, furiously waved his wand. He seemed to have lost his sanity, muttering incantations as dark flashes of light erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly obliterating the neatly arranged items within the office. "It's all your fault. It is because of you that the Dark Lord continues to drain my life away," Quirrell bellowed, his malevolent gaze fixed on Alan, as if he wished to rend him to pieces. "Why? Why did you allow him to instruct you in magic? Why?" Quirrell's agitation grew, his voice becoming increasingly shrill and piercing. "And why have we yet to obtain the Philosopher's Stone?" His eyes, now a furious crimson, resembled those of a frenzied beast, glaring at Alan with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. "Are you questioning the great Dark Lord?" In the face of Quirrell's violent rage, Alan merely regarded him with disdain, even emitting a derisive snicker. Such audacity could only be displayed while Voldemort lay in slumber. Upon hearing Alan's merciless inquiry, Quirrell's body trembled violently, and his previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. He shrank back like a frightened rabbit, retreating to a corner of the office, trembling uncontrollably, murmuring, "No, no, I did not." Alan, speechless, held a profound contempt for the Dark Lord's judgment, incredulous that such a creature could garner his favor. "You should know how stringent the guardianship of the Philosopher's Stone is. If it were so easily attainable, perhaps you would have secured it yourself by now. So do not be so impatient," Alan replied languidly, reclining on the sofa, utterly unconcerned. But I cannot endure this any longer. I can feel my body collapsing." Chilo gazed at Alan with a pleading expression, his voice brimming with despair. "You incompetent fool. I shall assist you in tracking down the unicorn," Alan bellowed, his face contorted with anger, utterly disregarding his professor's stature. However, as he turned away, he instantly adopted an elegant demeanor, bowing slightly in a graceful gesture before resolutely striding away. Throughout, his handsome visage was adorned with a supremely insincere smile, rendering his true emotions elusive. "Let us hasten to aid Professor Chilo," Alan called back to Theodore, who awaited outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, his tone tinged with impatience. The notion of cleaning up after Voldemort was preposterous. Nonetheless, until Chilo had comprehensively mastered dark magic, his life could not be forfeited. Alan and Theodore walked side by side in silence. Suddenly, Alan halted, his gaze directed toward the once bustling hall that now lay eerily deserted. Frowning, he inquired, "What is amiss? Wasn't the grand Christmas celebration supposed to take place today? Why is there not a soul in sight?" Theodore hesitated, seemingly deliberating how best to respond. Finally, he took a deep breath and relayed the truth. Professor Snape received a rather peculiar Christmas gift, which, upon opening, turned out to be filled with self-exploding dung bombs. The outcome was predictable. Those repugnant items detonated before him, saturating the entire potions office with an unbearable stench. Presently, Professor Snape is furiously interrogating the students in Gryffindor Tower. Upon hearing this, Alan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Shaking his head in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Ha! Who could have anticipated such an event? The dung bombs exploding is utterly hilarious. Alas, I wish I could have witnessed that spectacle firsthand." His lips curled into a smile, clearly reveling in the amusing turn of events. "Enough about him. Let us venture outside." Alan suppressed his mirth, rising into the air with his eyes closed, savoring the gentle breeze against his face. The levitation charm combined with the tracking spell allowed him to float effortlessly for a brief period. Theodore, lacking Alan's composure, required his assistance in casting the spells. The nocturnal vision of an owl is unparalleled. Locating a unicorn that perpetually glows was not a daunting task. Deep within the forbidden forest, shadows danced among the trees, and the moonlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, casting mottled light upon the winding path. The air was thick with the mingled scent of earth and ancient foliage, occasionally pierced by the startled cry of a night bird. Alan and Theodore moved with grace and swiftness, resembling two zephyrs as they glided silently through the woodland. Their feet glided softly over the withered branches and decaying leaves, producing not a whisper of sound, as if these obstacles were mere figments of imagination, leaving no trace behind. Yet, despite their utmost caution, the presence of the two intruders inevitably disrupted the serene tranquility of the woodland. Initially, faint rustlings akin to the scuttling of insects could be perceived, gradually intensifying into a cacophony of noise. It was evident that the indigenous creatures inhabiting this forest were profoundly displeased with the uninvited guests, expressing their aversion in their own unique manner. "Centaur?" Theodore furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he turned to his companion, Alan, and softly inquired. Alan's lips curled into a confident smile, and he gently shook his head. "No, my friend, what we encounter this time are not the docile centaurs, but rather far more ferocious and perilous predators." As he spoke, he seemed to hear the crisp clinking of gold coins in his pocket, a sound that quickened his heartbeat with anticipation. At that moment, the light in the forest flickered between shadow and illumination, casting mottled patterns upon the ground. As the rustling sounds drew nearer and grew increasingly pronounced, it felt as though a colossal beast, long dormant in the darkness, was slowly awakening, stretching its massive form, poised to embark on a bloody hunt. Theodore gripped his wand tightly, his gaze sharp as a blazing flame, fixated on the undulating thicket ahead. Suddenly, without warning, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by the crackling sounds of breaking branches. An enormous black shadow erupted from the dense foliage like a bolt of lightning. "Ha ha, we're in for a windfall." In the face of this sudden onslaught, Alan displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he shouted with exhilaration. For the creature before them was indeed as he had anticipated, vulnerable yet immensely valuable. Chapter 83, Frenzy. The shadow darted through the darkness with an uncanny swiftness, its movements astonishingly agile. Within its row of pitch-black eyes lay an inexhaustible thirst for blood, as if it were the most lethal assassin of the night. "Be careful," Theodore exclaimed in alarm, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching figure. Without hesitation, he brandished his wand, reciting an incantation, and a brilliant radiance erupted from its tip, swiftly coalescing into an impenetrable shield that stood firmly before Alan. Just then, the massive shadow, akin to a ferocious beast, collided violently with the protective barrier. A thunderous boom resonated through the empty night sky, echoing long after the sound had faded. The menacing eight-eyed giant spider swayed its massive head, glaring fiercely at the two young wizards before it. Soon after, a faint rustling sound enveloped the surroundings, as if countless invisible hands were stealthily reaching toward this dark realm. This eerie noise resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night, sending chills down one's spine, augmenting the already sinister ambience of the inky blackness. Revealing nearly 100 spiders of varying sizes, the eight-eyed giant spider relentlessly tore at the defenses ahead with its sharp fangs, seemingly furious at its inability to breach the barrier set by Theodore. What an exceptional defensive spell! Alan stood calmly to the side, his demeanor tranquil as a still lake, seemingly unfazed by the fearsome eight-eyed giant spider. However, a flicker of surprise was unmistakably evident in his profound gaze. He had long been aware of Theodore's extraordinary talent in the realm of spells, yet he had never witnessed firsthand the true extent of his capabilities. He was astonished that Theodore could execute the shield charm without incantation, a feat indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that the shield charm is a highly practical defensive spell, although it is merely a component of the third-year curriculum at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even many seasoned adult wizards may struggle to wield it with such finesse and precision. "I, too, have successfully cast it for the first time," Theodore remarked with a hint of excitement, having thought only of rescuing Alan in that moment. "Is this the eight-eyed giant spider?" As Theodore felt a surge of delight, he furrowed his brow upon seeing the encroaching swarm of eight-eyed giant spiders, tension creeping into his expression. Venomous blade. Theodore waved his wand, and a semi-transparent, dark green short blade materialized in the air, hurtling toward the spider. After the blade struck, the eight-eyed giant spider soon collapsed to the ground, transforming into a puddle of viscous, dark green goo. However, it remained uncertain whether the spell's immense cost or inherent flaws were to blame. The true damage was inflicted primarily upon the smaller spiders. The larger ones merely staggered slightly, unimpeded in their intention to launch another assault. In a manner of speaking, Theodore's attack provoked the ferocity of the eight-eyed giant spider. Observing the increasing number of eight-eyed giant spiders and the dimming barrier, a smile gradually crept across Alan's face. "You have performed exceptionally well. Do not exhaust yourself." Alan gazed at Theodore with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement and admiration. From this young man, he could distinctly sense a fervent desire to demonstrate his abilities and validate his worth before him. Alan turned back, lightly snapping his fingers. As the sound of the snap echoed, the already precarious barrier, which struggled to hold for long, shattered instantaneously, dispersing into countless glimmering fragments that vanished into the air. In an instant, the enormous eight-eyed giant spider leaped into the air, its razor-sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if poised to rend the seemingly feeble young wizard before it into shreds. However, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Alan exhibited remarkable composure. He slowly lifted his right arm, and an invisible yet formidable force surged forth like a tide, rapidly spreading in all directions. Both the menacing giant spider, suspended midair, and its advancing companions were rendered motionless, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. The spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. Time appeared to stand still, with everything frozen in place, evoking awe and wonder. At times, when confronting such inconsequential foes, why must one resort to slaying them individually? A subtle smile graced Alan's lips, exuding elegance. He then tightened his grip with his outstretched right hand. In that very moment, the suspended eight-eyed giant spider began to tremble violently, as if subjected to an unbearable weight. Its thick, sharp legs, seemingly under the influence of some horrific pressure, were crushed to fragments by an unseen yet potent force. The sharp crack of the severed limbs echoed like a death knell, sending chills down the spine. Even more bizarrely, the heads of the eight-eyed spiders began to rotate at an alarming speed, contrary to all reason, eliciting Theodore's astonished gaze. The scene was so unfathomable that Theodore found himself momentarily breathless. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, apart from a few exceptionally large individuals, the remaining eight-eyed spiders were crushed as if trampled by an invisible giant foot. With a resounding crack, they were reduced to a gruesome, bloody pulp, the sight utterly heartbreaking. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, merging with the surrounding mist of gore, imparting an eerie and sinister hue to the previously tranquil night. Meanwhile, the young man stood silently beneath the moonlight, his tall and slender figure resembling a specter in the darkness. The moonlight cascaded upon him, painting a portrait imbued with an alluring yet sinister aura. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, a blend of reckless exuberance and an inscrutable coldness. At that moment, Theodore was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene, left rooted to the spot, unable to regain his senses. "Frank, assist me in collecting their venom," Alan called without looking back, tossing a bag filled with empty vials toward the rear. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spiders was indeed quite valuable. He had sensed Frank trailing him since they entered the forest. A chestnut-hued figure emerged slowly from the shade of the trees, its gaze fervent. Chapter 84, It Will Return. Within the dense and shadowy woods, Alan and Theodore darted through the foliage like bolts of lightning. The rustling leaves and branches occasionally struck against their protective barrier. Yet their speed remained undiminished. At that moment, Alan suddenly sensed an unusual and fervent gaze fixated on him. He turned to find that the scrutiny emanated from Theodore beside him. "Hey, what is wrong with this kid? Has he eaten a pig's tail?" Alan mused inwardly, his expression rife with doubt. Upon reflection, it seemed that ever since Frank had referred to Theodore in that manner, the boy had been acting somewhat peculiar. But it was merely a simple appellation. Was it truly cause for such a reaction? "Haven T, we reached our destination yet?" Theodore's eyes, bright as stars, were locked onto Alan, brimming with an inexhaustible energy yearning for release. Alan could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head as he pointed ahead, exclaiming, "ISNT that it." Not far away, beneath a leafless, withered tree, lay a colossal creature radiating a silvery luminescence. Theodore hurried forward, and upon discerning the figure, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is that a unicorn?" It is worth noting that unicorns are exceedingly powerful and mysterious mythical beings. They are not only sheltered by nature, but also possess virtually no natural enemies. Even in the presence of formidable sorcerers, unicorns can still exhibit remarkable combat prowess. Particularly, their shimmering horn, which glimmers with an icy light, serves a purpose far beyond mere aesthetics. Yet, at that moment, the unicorn lay quietly in a pool of blood, its fate uncertain. Alan observed this scene without displaying much surprise or sorrow. How could a creature like him lead them into the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders? The reason was simple. He had witnessed a swarm of these malevolent creatures attacking the unicorn. For the eight-eyed giant spiders, such malevolence knows no reverence for sanctity. Nor do they fear curses. The so-called curse afflicts the greedy, those who yearn for immortality, while these creatures are simply driven by hunger. It still lives. Observing the unicorn's nostrils gently flaring, Alan's eyes gleamed with newfound intensity, his previously indifferent gaze now alight with hope. His clean hands pressed against the unicorn's wounds, and a whispering incantation escaped his lips. The spell was intricate and convoluted, and as his voice grew louder, a tempest suddenly surged around them, lifting countless fallen leaves and flakes of snow. Theodore, pale, stepped back in trepidation, an unsettling feeling welling up within him. His eyes widened as he fixated on Alan, who was fervently chanting the incantation, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. The syllables of the incantation seemed inextricably linked to the familiar connection spells he had known, yet they were interwoven with an indescribable aura of malevolence. At that moment, Alan's once clear and bright eyes suddenly transformed into an abyss of inky blackness, evoking a chill of dread. Concurrently, an unimaginable and formidable invisible force erupted violently, akin to an unseen giant hand that forcefully propelled the unsuspecting Theodore away. In an instant, a ferocious blaze surged forth from the epicenter of Alan and the unicorn, instantly forming an immense ring of fire. The flames roared with ferocity, and the searing heat distorted the very air around them. Theodore, consumed by urgency, recklessly attempted to breach the fiery circle, yet each time he approached, the flames seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, flaring even more violently to obstruct his path, resolutely denying him any proximity. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to break through this barrier of fire, he beheld the once lively flora and fauna surrounding him wither rapidly, as if cursed by some horrific spell, turning black as if all vitality had been siphoned away in an instant. At that moment, Alan's small hands, stained with the unicorn's blood, suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. The silver blood of the unicorn resonating with this surge of energy, visibly mending the various wounds upon the creature's body. As the final wound healed, the raging inferno was extinguished in an instant, as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. With a deep exhale, Alan gazed proudly at his handiwork. He attempted to rise, but his strength seemed to dissipate suddenly. Had Theodore not rushed to his side, he would have surely collapsed. "Alan, are you all right?" Theodore asked with concern, allowing the exhausted Alan to lean comfortably against him. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest," Alan replied nonchalantly, his thoughts wholly consumed by the unicorn. Watching the creature gradually regain consciousness, a smile never left his lips. This raw act of life reclamation weighed upon him somewhat. Had he not spent recent time learning dark magic from old Voldemort, constantly feeling his destructive malice, he might not have attained such advancement. After a brief pause, a small white snake slithered from his wrist, promptly regurgitating a sealed vial of potion. Alan poured the potion hastily into the unicorn's mouth, awaiting the effects in silence. Though the potion itself was not particularly potent, it sufficed for replenishing vitality, and with the unicorn's regenerative prowess, results would soon manifest. Let us return. As a favored child of nature, the unicorn should possess an awareness of the fates that loom. The Forbidden Forest has not been safe of late. Let us retreat deeper within its embrace. Alan gazed upon the unicorn, his voice gentle as he spoke. Before him, the unicorn struggled to rise from the ground, trembling as it steadied its legs, taking unsteady steps towards Alan. Each movement appeared laborious, yet it persevered in its approach. Upon reaching Alan's side, it cautiously extended its head, tenderly brushing against his form, as if seeking reassurance of his well-being. Witnessing this, a warm smile graced Alan's face. He slowly lifted his hand, delicately stroking the unicorn's crystalline horn atop its head. This gesture brought immense comfort to the unicorn, which closed its eyes, reveling in this rare intimacy. The smile upon Alan's lips deepened with the contact of his fingers against the horn. It is worth noting that for unicorns, their horn is an exceedingly precious and intimate part of their being. They would not easily allow anyone to touch it unless an extraordinary level of trust and reliance had been established. In this moment, Alan's ability to caress the unicorn's horn so naturally signifies the profound emotional bond they had forged. Go on now. Alan spoke softly, his tone undeniably resolute. However, the unicorn seemed reluctant to depart, its eyes wide and beseeching as it gazed at Alan, betraying a poignant sense of longing. Eventually, it turned back multiple times as it retreated deeper into the forest. Theodore, standing nearby, hurried over to support Alan's slightly swaying form. With a look of confusion etched across his face, he inquired, "Are you truly letting it leave like this?" I thought clearly. Theodore was astonished by Alan's demeanor today, for he had never known Alan to be one who showed mercy. The value of a living unicorn is enough to stir the heart of anyone. In response to Theodore's skepticism, Alan merely smiled faintly, his expression calm and inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. He turned his gaze back to the retreating figure of the unicorn and spoke softly, "Rest assured, it will return." With that, Alan abruptly raised his right hand and waved it casually towards the ground. In an instant, the silvery, viscous blood that had pooled on the ground seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rising gracefully into the air, liberated from the constraints of gravity. Subsequently, this blood converged into a torrent, akin to a flock of swallows returning to their nest, accurately surging towards the small bucket held in Alan's grasp. In the blink of an eye, all the blood flowed into the little bucket, leaving not a single drop behind. Alan glanced down at the bucket filled with blood, nodding in satisfaction. This waste blood would suffice for Chilo for a considerable time. Chapter 85, Contentment. The journey home felt notably less urgent and tense compared to the trip there. Alan strolled leisurely along the path, bathed in silvery moonlight, relishing the tranquility and beauty that enveloped him. The moonlight cascaded over him like a gentle, ethereal veil of silver. Meanwhile, Theodore silently trailed behind Alan, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the figure ahead, his eyes deep and enigmatic, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, the faint sound of hoofbeats drew nearer to Alan's ears. Following the sound, he beheld Frank approaching with delicate steps. He reverently stepped before Alan, kneeling on his forelegs, and cautiously presented a bag to Alan, his actions imbued with fervent devotion. Upon receiving the bag, Alan peered inside to discover it brimming with vials of eight-eyed giant spider venom. His eyes lit up with delight, and he nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Venom from the eight-eyed giant spider. An excellent find, Frank. You have truly excelled this time." He then raised his gaze to meet Frank's enchanting amber eyes, a look of profound appreciation gracing his features. This marked the first time Alan genuinely felt the advantage of possessing a loyal and capable servant like Frank. With a smile, he gently patted Frank's shoulder, conveying his admiration and encouragement. Subsequently, Alan's attention shifted to the vicinity where the corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider lay. The once flat ground was now shrouded in a mire of blood and flesh, and within this muck, vividly colored, venomous snakes slithered with remarkable agility. Witnessing this scene, Alan's smile deepened involuntarily. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, the number of snakes he had nurtured had dwindled for various reasons, and even those that had undergone metamorphosis had faced considerable attrition. Thus, the acquisition of this new batch of venom was undoubtedly a source of great joy for him. In this tranquil and profound forest, numerous serpents coiled and crawled. These snakes typically fed on the ordinary creatures of the woods, but upon consuming the flesh and blood of these magical beings, they could significantly accelerate their natural transformation process. At that moment, accompanied by his low, gravelly voice, the serpents, previously concealed within the mire of blood and flesh, suddenly ignited with fervor, as if possessed by a frenzied spirit. They moved with the wild abandon of starving beasts, heedless of everything around them. The swarm of snakes surged toward Alan like a tumultuous tide, while the expansive black cloak draped around him resembled a black hole, drawing everything in its vicinity into its grasp. In the blink of an eye, the throng of serpents had entirely surged into Alan's foolishness, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. I am quite pleased with your handling of the serpents. However, I must return to Hogwarts. The matters I entrusted you with should be attended to promptly. Alan fixed his gaze intently upon Frank's eyes, his expression exceedingly grave and serious. A flash of brilliant crimson light flickering deep within his abyss-like, dark orbs. Upon hearing Alan's words, Frank swiftly responded with utmost respect. As you command, Master. A flicker of fervor passed through Frank's amber eyes, but it quickly dissipated, and he knelt once more in reverent submission, expressing his loyalty and respect to Alan. Seeing Alan nod slightly with a smile, he chose not to elaborate further. He turned and, accompanied by Theodore, began to stroll toward the direction of Hogwarts. Alan felt immense satisfaction with the knight's accomplishments, as they had far surpassed his initial expectations. Professor, are you unable to contain your excitement? As they approached the very gates of Hogwarts, the figure at the entrance extinguished Alan's good spirits entirely. After pushing Theodore back, he faced the annoying presence alone. Merry Christmas. Professor, Alan skillfully donned a false smile, tossing a vial that glimmered with moonlight into Quirrell's hands. Quirrell hastily caught the vial and immediately opened it, gulping down its contents as if fearing it might be snatched away. As the unicorn's blood was consumed, Quirrell's already pale complexion grew even more pallid, taking on an almost translucent quality. Just as Alan was about to open his mouth to deliver a scathing remark, a dark, ink-like beam of magical energy shot toward his handsome visage with the swiftness of an arrow. A deafening crack resounded, boom. Yet, in the face of such a rapid assault, Alan remained remarkably composed. He casually lifted a hand, and in an instant, a resplendent silver shield appeared before him, resembling an indestructible wall, firmly blocking the oncoming dark magic. Although the silver shield successfully withstood the spell's onslaught, it began to dissolve as if corroded by a potent acid, vanishing entirely in mere moments. At this juncture, Quirrell, standing a short distance away, tilted his chin slightly, surveying Alan with a condescending gaze filled with disdain. His already twisted features appeared even more arrogant and tyrannical. Within his narrow, sinister eyes, a flicker of undeniable surprise sparkled, betraying his composure. One cannot deny that Mr. Prince is indeed exceptionally gifted, even as a teacher. I had previously failed to perceive the astonishing talent and mastery you possess in the realm of wandless magic. Chilo, with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, spoke words that, while tinged with praise, were infused with a profound sense of mockery and contempt. Upon hearing his sardonic remarks, Alan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm and composure, responding coolly, Professor, you truly possess an abundance of leisure. Deep down, he was acutely aware that the individual before him was far from the foolish Chilo he had once known. With a light chuckle, Alan gestured lightly in the space before him, conjuring a swirling vortex of darkness that unleashed a soul-chilling sound wave. The sound was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet it caused Chilo's body to tremble uncontrollably. This soul-targeting magic posed a significant challenge for Voldemort at this moment. Gritting his teeth, Chilo's eyes were nearly engulfed by darkness. And in an instant, the withered grass beneath the snow at Alan's feet transformed into venomous serpents. In swift succession, they lashed onto Alan's arm, while an ugly python coiled around his neck, nearly rendering him incapable of retaliating. As Alan's vision began to fade, he gritted his teeth and delivered one final strike. In that moment, a stained glass window on the 7th floor shattered explosively, and all the spells binding Alan vanished in an instant. A faint smile graced Alan's lips. He knew he had wagered correctly. Chapter 86, A Familiar Face. The night enveloped Hogwarts in a festive atmosphere, reminiscent of a mysterious and enchanting painting. Despite the pervasive stillness, the vibrant lights, colorful ribbons, and Christmas decorations scattered throughout infused the quiet with a joyful spirit. Alan sat quietly beneath the Christmas tree, the twinkling lights casting a soft glow on his somewhat solitary figure. He tilted his head slightly, admiring the stars twinkling in the dome above, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. At that instant, it felt as though the entire world belonged solely to him, allowing him to relish the joys of the night. Time slipped by quietly in the serenity, the night deepening, and the lengthy hours of darkness inducing a sense of drowsiness. Yet, the thought of no classes the following day washed over Alan like a tide, dispelling his weariness. He gently stroked the cold scales of the serpent beside him, his fingers gliding along its patterns, while his thoughts drifted to an unknown destination. Nearly half a year had passed since he enrolled, during which Alan diligently pursued knowledge of magic and honed his skills, his abilities multiplying at an astonishing rate. Living in an environment like Slytherin, he had never lacked for negative emotions. However, even in the face of such adversity, his encounters with Voldemort had always culminated in failure. Moreover, this is merely a battle-damaged version of the Dark Lord. It is truly unfathomable to consider the sheer terror that would emanate from Voldemort at the height of his power. While his actions may not be as swift as those of the former Voldemort, the fact remains that he has shattered the headmaster's window. Should anything go awry, the next moment the village-level terrorist known as Voldemort will have to confront none other than Professor Dumbledore. Good evening, Harry. In the vast and silent hall, Alan's deep-set eyes were fixed intently on a dimly lit corner not far away, the corners of his mouth curving upward to reveal a somewhat rigid smile. At that moment, he inwardly mused, the number of familiar faces tonight is exceedingly absurd. At that instant, Harry emerged from the mysterious invisibility cloak. A look of astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Alan with wide eyes, incredulously inquiring, "Alan, how on earth did you discover me?" Alan raised an eyebrow and, with a leisurely demeanor, explained, "While this invisibility cloak indeed skillfully conceals your silhouette, it cannot entirely mask your body heat or the subtle sound of your footsteps. Furthermore," he paused, a glint of mischief appearing in his expression, "I can distinctly sense the essence of Medusa emanating from beneath the cloak." As soon as he uttered these words, Alan unabashedly revealed his profound interest in the invisibility cloak, scrutinizing it with keen curiosity. His gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric, as if attempting to comprehend its intricate inner workings. After all, this is one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. Such a precious and powerful artifact is bound to captivate anyone's heart and stir envy. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Alan astutely noted that, apart from what he had just mentioned, he could discern no magical fluctuations emanating from Harry himself. This implies that this extraordinary invisibility cloak not only conceals the wearer's physical form, but also effectively shrouds the magical energy radiating from them. "Alan, let me tell you something remarkable. Just a moment ago, I witnessed something astonishing." Harry leaned closer to Alan, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I saw Snape, Professor Snape, bullying Professor Quirrell." He looked utterly menacing, as if he were threatening the poor Professor Quirrell. After relaying this, Harry patted his chest, still somewhat shaken by the ordeal. However, Alan remained unusually composed in the face of Harry's vivid description. With an impassive expression, he gently nudged Harry, creating a comfortable distance between them. In the expansive hall, the two of them need not stand so close. "There's no need to be alarmed. Perhaps they were merely jesting," he remarked. "What?" Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. He found it utterly incomprehensible how Alan could harbor such peculiar thoughts. Such a mindset was difficult to believe. It seemed as if he had been influenced by that old bad, Professor Snape. Reflecting on this, Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Alan. However, despite finding Alan's way of thinking rather abnormal, Harry had no intention of abandoning their communication. After all, it felt as though it had been ages since he had a genuine conversation with Alan. He temporarily set aside the topic of Professor Snape and shifted to another matter that had left a significant impression on him. "By the way, Alan, I discovered an extraordinary mirror in the library corridor. When I stood before it, I could clearly see my family. The sensation was truly marvelous." As he spoke, excitement sparkled in Harry's eyes. "That object, the mirror of Ariste, is no mere trifle. I once witnessed someone agonizingly confessing before that mirror. You should keep your distance from it." Alan's voice remained unchanged, devoid of emotion, as he spoke. The night had grown too long and too rich, and he had little interest in engaging in childish games with Harry. Harry, taken aback, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "All right, Harry. You are truly exhausted today. It is time to return and rest well," Alan said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly and gazing steadily into Harry's clear eyes, his tone calm enough to soothe the soul. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively opened his mouth to refuse. Yet, at that moment, an irresistible wave of fatigue surged over him, causing his recently parted lips to close abruptly, only to involuntarily yield to a great yawn. "Indeed, I am quite tired. I should go to sleep." The once lively Harry now seemed devoid of all energy, weakly echoing Alan's earlier words. He didn't even bother to bid Alan farewell before turning away, dragging his heavy legs, as if weighed down by lead, towards the Hogwarts tower. Watching Harry's receding figure, Alan couldn't help but stretch and loosen his stiff body before turning towards the direction of Slytherin House. Shouldn't that professor, who always sported greasy hair, be safeguarding our great savior? As he walked, Alan suddenly halted, as if recalling something, turned towards a shadowy corner, and raised his voice. "After all, Professor Quirrell's recent behavior has been quite suspicious, causing no small amount of concern." From the dim corner, a cold snort echoed, a sound not loud, yet distinctly reached Alan's ears. Accompanied by a disdainful snort and the rustling sound of serpentine scales scraping against the ground, the stillness of the night was imbued with a touch of vividness. Chapter 87. Another Dragon Egg. As dawn broke, the gentle warmth of sunlight cascaded into the spacious and magnificent hall of Hogwarts like a golden veil, enveloping the entire space in a soft glow. Students returning from their holidays gathered in small groups, excitedly sharing their delightful Christmas experiences. Laughter and cheerful banter resonated, akin to a jubilant symphony echoing in the air. However, in stark contrast to this lively atmosphere, a corner of the Slytherin table was shrouded in tranquility. Draco sat there, entirely oblivious to the sumptuous breakfast laid before him, his head bowed deeply over a thick textbook, his quill furiously scribbling as if racing against time to complete an urgent task. Merlin's decayed brain. I can hardly believe it. An entire lengthy Christmas holiday. And you managed not to complete a single assignment, not even pinning down a word. With a mix of exasperation and mild irritation, Alan stared at the industrious figure before him, recalling how he had incessantly urged Draco to finish his homework on time before the break. Not only had he neglected his assignments, but he had even found the leisure to attempt a botched leglocker curse on Longbottom. Beside him, Blaze, chewing on a delicious sandwich, gleefully reported Draco's antics to Alan, his face brimming with teasing mirth. Alan shot him an incredulous glare in response. I still have a stockpile of forgetfulness potion for potions class, but you must perfect your notes on your own. The textbooks needed for transfiguration I will inform you of shortly, and you must complete them yourself. Professor McGonagall will undoubtedly check. This is my herbology assignment. Feel free to copy it. It's largely the same, and Professor Sprout won't mind the repetition. As for the theory of charms, write that yourself. Professor Flitwick can discern a copied text at a glance. If you wish to avoid detention, it would be wise to take this seriously. Despite his dissatisfaction with Draco's laziness, Alan could never bear to watch his friend face punishment. Hey, Alan, it's great to have you. Draco gazed at Alan with an innocent and sincere expression, casting a sidelong glance at the gleeful Blaze. Alan, did you like the Christmas gift I sent you? Suddenly recalling something, Draco's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Alan, though his note-taking did not falter. I can hardly find the words for you. Alan shot him a disapproving glance. What kind of good-hearted first-year wizard gives a gift of the blasting curse? One misstep could very well set Hogwarts ablaze. Nevertheless, that being said, he was indeed quite pleased with the gift. For the illustrious Prince family, proficient control over potions was nearly an instinct etched into their very bones. However, to prevent the fellow from becoming too smug, Alan feigned displeasure, curling his lip in mock disdain. Huh, Draco chuckled softly, choosing silence as he diligently attended to his homework. After spending so much time together, he could easily discern when Alan was being insincere. Alan shot him an exasperated glare before turning his attention to Longbottom, who was energetically bouncing around in the direction of Gryffindor. With a casual snap of his fingers, he effortlessly dispelled Draco's spell. By the way, have you and Hagrid continued your research on the species of the Raxacoricophilippatus? This morning, when I encountered it, I noticed it was engrossed in a book about the identification of dragon-related magical creatures. Blaze, with a look of curiosity etched across his face and a slight furrow in his brow, regarded Alan with a hint of perplexity. They all knew that the Raxacoricophilippatus was a result of the mutation of an Australian protein-eyed creature, combined with Alan's series of astonishing maneuvers, resulting in its current form. Hence, he was genuinely intrigued as to whether there was any necessity for further in-depth research. Upon hearing this, Alan, who had been relishing his meal, abruptly halted his actions. As if recalling some significant matter, the once enticing food before him now seemed to lose all allure. His eyes suddenly sparkled, and he sprang from his seat with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, racing towards the exit of the hall. This unforeseen turn of events left the others momentarily dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. However, the quickest to react were Blaze and Theodore. Without a moment's hesitation, they stuffed their mouths with food, hastily chewed, swallowed, and clumsily rose to their feet, hurrying out after Alan. Driven by an inexplicable intuition, they were convinced that Alan's sudden departure heralded an astonishing and momentous discovery. Hey, wait for me, you traitorous lot, Draco exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. He craned his neck, eagerly watching the retreating figures of his companions. Glancing at the unfinished assignments on the table, he ultimately steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and took off in pursuit, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him. Alan hurriedly made his way to Hagrid's hut, entering without knocking. Good morning, Hagrid. Would you be so kind as to inform me of the origin of your dragon egg? He inquired, observing Hagrid bustling around the shiny dragon egg, while a blood-red figure lay sprawled beside the stove. Hagrid, initially startled, scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner, unsure of how to respond. Alas, how could you act in such a manner? It is utterly unbefitting of a friend. When I entrusted you with the care of Crachius, I held nothing back. As Alan expressed his indignation, puffing out his cheeks in a mock display of anger. He boldly strode over to the sofa and plopped down as if in his own abode, casting a gaze at him that suggested he was grievously wronged. Upon hearing this, Hagrid found himself in a perplexing blend of amusement and exasperation, hastily clarifying, "This truly cannot be blamed on me. You never asked me directly." "Humph." Alan snorted lightly, though his expression softened slightly as he continued, "All right, fine, I shall let it go this time. However, do enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding this matter." Hagrid scratched his head, casting a nervous glance at Alan before cautiously responding, "Well, you see, I won this while out drinking last night." Oddly enough, it felt as if the person was intentionally losing to me. After speaking, he discreetly observed Alan's reaction, fearful that it might displease him. Seeing Hagrid's anxious demeanor, Alan couldn't help but chuckle, offering a reassuring glance to indicate that he was not angry. His attention then shifted to the glowing coals, where a dragon egg lay quietly nestled. At that moment, Alan mused internally, pondering if Hagrid was destined to encounter Norbert. He wondered just how many precious collectibles that fool, Quirrell, might still possess. As these thoughts lingered, a fleeting glimmer of avarice crossed his eyes. Chapter 88, I Knew It All Along. In the dilapidated and somewhat cramped room, a scene of chaos unfolded. A burly man, flustered and frantic, darted about the space, while a slender, graceful youth stood quietly to the side, warmly teasing a massive, fearsome crimson dragon. When Draco and his companions hurriedly arrived, they were momentarily captivated, holding their breath at the sight of this harmonious, yet paradoxically conflicting tableau, fearful that even the slightest sound would shatter the eerie tranquility. Strangely enough, though they had all participated in the hatching of Crachius, the dragon harbored an inexplicable and profound animosity towards everyone present. This hostility did not seem deliberate. Rather, it appeared to be an innate instinct, showing an astonishing indifference to all except Alan. Even Draco, who was typically fearless, found himself hesitant in the presence of such a fierce creature. Only the sturdy and robust Hagrid, who had been involved in its care, could approach Crachius without peril. At this moment, the creature named Clarkshoe had already exceeded 2 meters in length, and once it unfurled its wings, the cramped little room might scarcely accommodate it. What was going on? How could a dragon egg suddenly appear here? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Alan, who was gently stroking Clarkshoe's head and had successfully calmed it down. Abruptly, he turned his head and was the first to notice Hagrid, who was equally preoccupied with his tasks. The poor Hagrid, deeply engrossed in his work, was startled into a tremor by Draco's unexpected exclamation. The private ownership of dragons was a serious offense in the magical realm. He contemplated fleeing or finding a hiding place, but upon turning, he was met by a throng of Slytherin students pouring into the already cramped space. However, after the initial tension subsided, a sense of relaxation washed over him. These individuals were friends of Alan, and aside from that connection, they could also be considered co-conspirators in the hatching of Clarkshoe. Observing the brash and guileless Draco, Hagrid hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to divulge the truth. After all, through their interactions, he had come to realize that this boy bore no resemblance to his cunning and malevolent father, Lucius Malfoy. Thus, Hagrid took a deep breath and recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes widened further, a mixture of astonishment and excitement illuminating his face, prompting him to exclaim, "By Merlin's 7 realms, your luck is simply extraordinary." Meanwhile, Blaise and Theodore exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as they turned their attention to Alan. The situation sounded so fantastical that it felt inherently suspicious. Alan gently shook his head, subtly signaling to the two that there were indeed certain details that could not be conveniently disclosed. Understanding the implication, Blaise and Theodore nodded in silent agreement and refrained from further inquiries. In the ensuing time, apart from Draco, who had to leave to catch up on homework, the rest of the group comfortably gathered in Hagrid's little cabin, engaged in lively conversation. Their discussions ranged across a myriad of topics, including some unique magical concepts deemed somewhat illegal by the Ministry of Magic. However, Hagrid was not only unfazed by this but displayed exceptional hospitality, frequently serving them tea and warmly welcoming them. For Hagrid, the endeavor of hatching a dragon was rather solitary, and it was a rare delight to have so many willing to share his company, even if merely as silent spectators. Moreover, Alan's vast knowledge and rich experience offered reassurance. Should any challenging issues arise when the hatchling emerged, he might be able to provide timely assistance, just as he had done previously with Clarkshoe. With this thought, Hagrid's gaze towards Alan brimmed with heightened anticipation and trust. Several individuals found themselves quite entertained, either experimenting with spells outside the quaint cabin or playfully engaging with the serpents they had conjured from their clothing. Alan devoted some time to accompany Clark, and the entire day unfolded in a remarkably leisurely and pleasant manner. As dusk quietly enveloped the surroundings, no one seemed inclined to depart, all eagerly awaiting the hatching of the dragon egg. In the midst of this tranquil anticipation, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Hagrid cautiously peered outside, and under Alan's watchful gaze, he opened the door. Upon seeing the three familiar figures, he finally relaxed. "Hello, Harry. No offense intended, but I can't join you for play today," Hagrid remarked, reaching to close the door. However, just as it was about to shut completely, a frantic shout echoed from outside. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." This unexpected exclamation sent a jolt of alarm through Hagrid, who glanced warily towards the entrance before swiftly pulling the three inside and securely shutting the door, as if fearing they might utter something earth-shattering and attention-grabbing. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped inside, they were met with the sight of Alan and the others comfortably seated, savoring steaming cups of tea. Recalling their previous outburst, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them and greeted Alan awkwardly. Even Hagrid, standing off to the side, wore a troubled expression, his gaze darting between Alan and the trio, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone was of utmost significance, intertwined with the names of Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore. While he trusted Alan and his companions, revealing details about the stone to those from Slytherin was not prudent. Alan set down his teacup and looked up at the cautious expressions before him, casually remarking, "Don't look at me like that. It's just a Philosopher's Stone. I've known about it for quite some time, you know?" Harry and the others exclaimed, their eyes wide with skepticism as they turned to Alan in unison. Alan nodded and continued, "Indeed, I do. And if you're insinuating that Snape is attempting to steal the stone, I'm afraid you've guessed incorrectly," he resumed, sipping his tea, a look of calm assurance gracing his features. Chapter 89, Cedric and Rejection. A ray of morning sunlight pierced through the night, illuminating Hogwarts. Perhaps it was the anticipation of lessons that troubled Alan's sleep, prompting him to venture outside the castle for some exercise. Along the way, he playfully interacted with the young creatures. With an elegant flick of his wand, he conjured a flame that flowed like blood, gradually forming into a radiant fire ring. Clark, with a flourish of dragon wings, gracefully soared through the fiery circle, encouraging the little dragon that awaited nearby. This dragon, a Norwegian ridgeback hatched by Hagrid just the previous day, had been named Norbert. The emaciated figure and unappealing visage bore no resemblance to the imposing presence of Clark. "Come on, Norbert, you can do it." Alan elegantly perched atop Cersei's robust physique, encouragingly gazing at Norbert. Whether tending to a single dragon or two, he was unfazed by the prospect of adding another little companion to Clark's training regimen. With a hoarse cry, Norbert flapped his dragon wings unsteadily, narrowly maneuvering through the obstacles, earning cheers of encouragement from Alan. This cycle continued, with Norbert and Clark diligently adjusting their training in response to the changing size and direction of the fiery rings. As the morning sun cast shimmering ripples across the lake's surface, a handsome youth emerged slowly from the grand edifice of Hogwarts Castle. Cedric, a rising star in Hufflepuff, reveled in the adoration of his peers, simultaneously striving for greater excellence. The sunlight graced his profile, enhancing his striking appearance. He jogged leisurely around the Black Lake, savoring the rare, splendid weather. However, a chilling sensation crept into his heart as he gazed upon the distant flames. "Is that fire?" Cedric exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, his voice quivering. "You possess that? 2 fire dragons and a terrifying giant serpent?" His gaze swept over the daunting scene before him, disbelief flooding his chest. After all, this was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, overseen by the most esteemed white wizard of the age. Yet, at this very moment, someone dared to brazenly wield the formidable and perilous fiendfire curse on this sacred ground. "Norbert, now you see why I am so obedient." Simultaneously, a torrent of questions surged in Cedric's mind. Aren't fire dragons strictly prohibited from private ownership? How could there be 2 here? And judging by their appearance, they were clearly not ordinary fire dragon breeds. Filled with curiosity and a profound sense of caution, Cedric cautiously advanced towards the mysterious spectacle. As the light of Hogwarts, he would not allow any scoundrels who violated school rules and endangered campus safety to exist within this institution. Just as Cedric approached, a wave of searing heat enveloped him. Before him loomed a grotesque fire dragon with an elongated neck, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him with menacing intensity. The membranes on either side of its snout quivered, producing a low, gravelly rumble, as though issuing a warning and threat. Though Cedric had never encountered such an extraordinary fire dragon, the sense of justice within him compelled him to muster his courage and step forward. "Alan, Prince." Finally, Cedric halted a few paces from the fire dragon, tentatively calling out the name. The genius of Prince was renowned even among the upper years. "You know me?" Alan extinguished the fiery ring conjured from the fierce flames, casting a puzzled glance at the young wizard. "Whoever you are," he exclaimed with a playful snap of his fingers, sending an invisible beam directly towards Cedric. His ability to act with impunity at Hogwarts stemmed from his careful nature. Knowing it was he who had done it mattered little. Without evidence, he dared to accuse him of defamation. "Armor, protect me." Cedric's expression shifted as he swiftly brandished the wand hidden behind him, manifesting a silver shield before himself. How could he remain defenseless against such a perilous young wizard? However, just as he reveled in his apparent safety, a pair of razor-sharp dragon claws swiftly tore through the magical shield. In terror, he stumbled backward, frantically waving his wand, yet the spells he cast fell into oblivion, as if swallowed by the depths of the sea. A dragon is a dragon, as apex predators. Even a young dragon is impervious to ordinary spells. Their scales possess a natural resistance to magic. Cedric's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he dodged the onslaught of Clarkish, astonished by the sheer power of those dragon claws. Gritting his teeth, he recognized the futility of conventional spells, and a spark of inspiration ignited within his eyes. If direct attacks were ineffective, he would seek to restrain his opponent's movements. Channeling his magical energy, he rapidly recited a complex incantation and thrust his wand toward the ground. In an instant, the earth around him surged as if alive, transforming into colossal rock chains that coiled toward the fire dragon. Elemental transfiguration? Does Hogwarts harbor such a prodigy? Alan observed with mild astonishment. Elemental transfiguration was a fourth-year curriculum, yet few could execute it, much like the armor charm. Clarkish writhed desperately, attempting to break free from the embrace of the rock chains, but they coiled around him relentlessly, layer upon layer, binding him tightly. As time passed, Clarkish's movements grew increasingly sluggish, ultimately rendering him completely ensnared, nearly immobilized. Witnessing this, Cedric exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, just as he believed the crisis had passed, Clarkish's long and oddly shaped neck twisted at an unimaginable angle. His gaping maw suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon fire that erupted like a volcano, surging towards Cedric with a cataclysmic force. Faced with such a sudden assault, Cedric remained unfazed. He swiftly raised his wand, murmuring an incantation, and a powerful surge of magic emanated from the tip of his wand. In the blink of an eye, an immensely thick stone wall materialized before him. The dragon fire crashed against the stone wall like a furious tide, producing a deafening roar. Flames and stone clashed in a dazzling display, intertwining and sending forth countless brilliant sparks. Despite the fierce and tumultuous dragon fire, seemingly intent on devouring all in its path, the stone wall forged by magic stood resolute and unyielding, successfully repelling the onslaught of flames. A hint of intrigue flickered in the eyes of Alan, who observed the scene with palpable excitement, surveying Cedric with keen interest. Simultaneously, a familiar name involuntarily surfaced in his mind: Cedric Diggory. He was the cherished favorite of Professor McGonagall prior to Alan's arrival at Hogwarts, particularly noted for his remarkable talent in transfiguration and herbology. Enough, Clark. As the situation began to stabilize, Alan stepped forward. He gently patted the fearsome head of Clark, as one might soothe a docile dog. To his astonishment, the previously menacing dragon fell silent under Alan's touch, ceasing its fiery breath and lying quietly on the ground, its enormous eyes warily fixed on Cedric. Cedric, for his part, maintained an impressive composure, gripping his wand tightly, his gaze never straying from Alan and Clark. As Alan approached, Cedric instinctively took a couple of steps back, fully alert to any potential danger. Cedric? Alan's deep, bright eyes locked onto him, imbued with a blend of curiosity and inquiry. Cedric was momentarily taken aback, surprised, and met Alan's gaze with a look of intrigue. "You know me?" The words escaped him, sounding peculiar even to his own ears. For were they not the very same he had just posed to Alan? A subtle smile graced Alan's lips, a teasing glint in his eyes as he replied leisurely. "The brilliant student of Hogwarts, the light of Hufflepuff, a respected upperclassman, and a favorite among the professors. Tales of your deeds have long since spread throughout the campus." He regarded Cedric with a hint of playful mockery, a scrutiny that made Cedric distinctly uncomfortable. Faced with Alan's compliments, Cedric felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had anticipated a fierce contest of magic, yet found himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of praise. Just then, Alan smiled slightly and waved his fingers. In an instant, Cedric felt a strong sense of repulsion emanating from his wand, as if an immense force sought to wrest it from his grasp. Before he could comprehend the situation, his wand shot away with the speed of an arrow. This, Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. As realization dawned, he instinctively reached out for his wand. However, just as he was about to grasp it, he was suddenly gripped by an invisible yet formidable force, rendering him immobile and utterly powerless. At this moment, he was unable to move any part of his body aside from the ability to roll his eyes. Alan beckoned with his finger, and Cedric was uncontrollably drawn towards him. His pale fingertips grazed Cedric's fair cheek, which bore a clear expression of resistance. "You have uncovered my secret. How do you think I should deal with you?" Alan mused, a smile curling on his lips, its arc gradually rising to an increasingly frigid demeanor, while a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze rendered him ominously enchanting. However, upon hearing Alan's words, Cedric's previously taut visage visibly relaxed, a transformation that took him by surprise. He ceased his silence, instead regarding Alan with a newfound ease. Everyone claims that Alan Prince is an eccentric genius with a vile nature, yet regardless of how others perceive you. I have always understood that someone as astute as you cannot possibly be a fool. He paused momentarily before continuing his analysis. Now, with a student dead at Hogwarts, one who was not only favored by the faculty, but also the sole son of a Ministry of Magic employee, the Ministry will undoubtedly launch a rigorous investigation. Even in the absence of concrete evidence pointing to the true culprit, should you become a suspect, all eyes will inevitably turn towards you. At this juncture, Cedric fixed a penetrating gaze upon Alan, asserting with conviction, based on my understanding of you, I firmly believe you are not foolish enough to invite such trouble upon yourself. The corners of Cedric's mouth lifted slightly, forming a confident and unabashed smile. His eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an air of assuredness. I must concede. You are indeed quite intelligent, at least far more so than Draco. At this moment, the malicious and teasing smile that had adorned Alan's face began to fade, replaced by a rare sincerity. Throughout his life, he had consistently displayed an unusual tolerance and benevolence towards those who genuinely possessed talent and capability. Would you care to join us? Alan fixed his intense gaze upon the individual before him, his eyes shimmering with a fervent light, as if they housed an eternal flame. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an allure that was difficult to resist. I can grant you unparalleled glory. He took a step closer, earnestly declaring. At this moment, an aura of formidable confidence and charisma emanated from him, as though following him would lead one to the path of brilliance. Yet, in response to such an enticing invitation, Cedric merely smiled faintly and gently shook his head. He shifted slightly, easing the stiffness from his body after standing for an extended period, then raised his head to meet Alan's gaze with eyes as clear and bright as a tranquil lake. Unwaveringly responding, I apologize, but I have no interest in this so-called glory. The Diggory family has always pursued deeper values beyond mere appearances, so I must decline your kind offer. However, I do believe we might become quite good friends. With that, a radiant smile graced his face, warm as the sun in spring. Among geniuses, there is always a mutual appreciation, yet he was not foolish, well aware that Alan's small circle engaged in rather dubious activities. Despite the rejection, Alan displayed neither anger nor disappointment. On the contrary, he seemed to have anticipated this response, nodding slightly in understanding. After all, someone like Cedric, born into a prestigious family and well-educated from a young age, naturally held his own principles regarding certain matters. But what about this dragon? Cedric inquired, moving his shoulders in confusion. His father worked in the magical creature control department, and there was no dragon he had not encountered. You must be mistaken. This is merely a winged serpent, Alan retorted with a sidelong glance, his tone sharp yet not devoid of emotion. Though he was not angry, it did not mean he was devoid of feelings. To refuse him and still seek to pry into his secrets? Dream on.